The palace where everyone is silent. But I can walk sideways. Shit in the queen's chamber. Peeing in the imperial study. Even stuffed firecrackers into the crotch of the concubine. Everyone in the palace wants to kill me. But they just can't do anything to me. And today, in front of the whole court. Beat up the court officials. Everyone thought I was dead. Little did I know that it was exactly what I wanted. At this time, in the Taiji Hall. The Emperor of Wei sat at the head of the table. Eyes downcast. In the temple. The censors headed by the Censorate. Criticizing me. Your Majesty, I want to impeach the sixth prince. The sixth prince beats the crown prince. Not following etiquette. Now he beat up important officials in the court. Must be severely punished. The censors were spitting all over the place. A determination not to stop until Ling Ning is killed. The Emperor of Wei looked indifferent. Quietly watching this group of imperial historians perform. Seeing the expression of Emperor Wei. Wang Chunxiu and others who were beaten. More and more certain. Your Majesty is the one who is behind this farce. They can't take revenge on Your Majesty. Then we can only deal with the sixth prince. So Wang Chunxiu winked at Jia Tianren. Jia Tianren is the boss of the Censorate. After receiving the signal. Get out of the queue immediately. Your Majesty, I also have something to report. The Emperor of Wei finally came back to his senses. What does Jia Iqing want to say? Are you also going to impeach the sixth prince? Jia Tianren said seriously. Your Majesty, in the next few days. The sixth prince is behaving insanely. Unruly and brutal. After beating the crown prince, beat the king of Qin. Now he beats up the imperial officials. No remorse. What he did. Outrage. I am unable to be responsible to His Majesty and the court. Can't make the people happy. Please punish the sixth prince severely. To show the world. After saying this, Jia Tianren knelt down. Please punish the sixth prince severely. Other officials followed suit and knelt down to ask for permission. Chu Jiang, the minister of the Honglu Temple, covered his bruised face and knelt on the ground wailing, Your Majesty, I have devoted my life to the country, but I have been beaten like this. Please help me. The impeachment of the ministers made Emperor Wei feel pressured. At this moment, Wang Chunxiu also stood up and wanted another strong dose of medicine. Emperor Wei thought that Wang Chunxiu was also going to impeach him, but Wang Chunxiu's next words shocked the Emperor Wei. Your Majesty, I deeply feel that I am incapable of taking on the position of Shangshu Ling. I am ashamed of your trust and respect. I specially ask Your Majesty to allow me to retire and return home. Wang Chunxiu said. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole hall was in an uproar. Shangshu Ling Wang Chunxiu is actually going to retire? The ministers were all shocked. But soon, everyone understood that the Shangshu Ling would not retire. This was a step forward in retreat. Emperor Wei was also shocked. Can he make Wang Chunxiu retire? Of course not. Wang Chunxiu was born into the Wang family of Langya and was the head of the Wang family. His family had a deep foundation and was a great help to the Emperor of Wei in governing the world. Secondly, Wang Chunxiu is extremely capable and has connections throughout the court. If Wang Chunxiu were allowed to retire, the Secretariat and the 6 ministries under it would inevitably fall out of control. By then, all officials will be disheartened, the situation will escalate, and it is likely to lead to unrest. Emperor Wei did not expect that Wang Chunxiu would dare to threaten him with retirement, which made him extremely angry. He wanted to agree directly, but reason told him not to do so. Although he was the Emperor of Wei and the entire Wei belonged to him, there were times when he was helpless and powerless. This kind of situation has occurred in every dynasty and is not uncommon. So the Emperor of Wei said in a friendly manner, "I know your ability very well, so don't mention retirement. The rebellious son is already outside the palace, so I will interrogate him first. What do you think, my dear lord?" "I obey your order," Wang Chunxiu replied. Then the Emperor of Wei glanced at Zhang Xian, who immediately shouted, "Call the sixth prince into the palace." Hearing the voice, Ling Ning, who was standing outside the hall, walked over, looking left and right, full of curiosity, like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. After standing still, Ling Ning bowed and said, "Your Highness." Ling Ning pays respects to His Majesty, Father. "May your Majesty be blessed with good health." Emperor Wei immediately shouted, "Rebellious son, do you know your crime?" "Your Majesty, I wonder what crime I have committed?" Ling Ning asked in surprise. This immediately angered a group of imperial censors, who stepped out again to make a statement. "Your Majesty, look, the sixth prince beat someone up, and he has shown no remorse so far. Your Majesty, this shows that the sixth prince does not think that beating people is wrong. He has no sense of propriety and morality, and is rude and barbaric." Facing the bombardment of the imperial censors, Ling Ning asked, "Who are you? My father hasn't spoken yet, why are you making such a fuss? Do you have the final say here? I don't understand etiquette, but you do?" "I am Du Wenkong, the assistant censor of the Imperial Censorate. I have the power to impeach in the palace." "I am Zhang Wensheng, the assistant censor of the Imperial Censorate. I have the power to impeach in the palace." Several imperial censors immediately introduced themselves, looking as if they were ready to fight Ling Ning to the end. "So you are the censors, he he he." Ling Ning looked surprised and then burst into laughter. "Vulgar. No manners at all. How can this be possible?" A group of censors and officials could not help but shout. "Quiet." Zhang Xian immediately shouted loudly, and the hall returned to silence. Emperor Wei asked, "Ling Ning, why did you laugh when you heard the censors' accusations?" Ling Ning said, "Father, when I learned that they were imperial censors, I suddenly thought of a very funny joke." "What joke?" Emperor Wei asked curiously. Emperor Wei wanted to muddy the waters, so he deliberately asked Ling Ning why he was laughing. Ling Ning chuckled and said, reporting to the emperor, "There is a dog from the western regions in the leopard house. I named it Wang Kai. Your Majesty, do you still remember what Wang Kai likes to eat?" "Eat meat?" Emperor Wei also remembered the dog. Ling Ning replied, "The slave in charge of raising Wang Kai told me that Wang Kai eats meat when he sees meat and eats shit when he sees shit. As the saying goes, a dog will always eat shit. What's so funny about that?" When Emperor Wei was wondering, he suddenly saw the gloomy face of the imperial censor Jia Tianren, and he reacted suddenly. "Eat shit when you see it? The censor eats shit. You little bastard, you are actually cursing me in a roundabout way." Emperor Wei was secretly happy, and then hurriedly said, "The Taiji Hall is a place for discussing state affairs, don't talk about these irrelevant trivial matters." "I understand." Ling Ning replied obediently, then turned his head to look at the imperial censors with an innocent look on his face, as if asking, "What are you gritting your teeth for, are you hungry?" Wang Chunxiu and others saw that His Majesty and Ling Ning were singing the same tune, and immediately concluded that the vicious words of the censor were taught to Ling Ning by His Majesty. Otherwise, with Ling Ning's stupidity, how could he say such vicious words? Your Majesty, isn't it too despicable for you to express your inner emotions through a foolish prince? It's so unprofessional." At this moment, Emperor Wei didn't know what the officials were thinking. He coughed deliberately to make Ling Ning look away, and then said, "Ling Ning, the censor has just accused you of 3 crimes. I will punish you severely and demote you to a commoner. Do you plead guilty? Ling Ning wanted to go out and be a vassal, not to be a commoner, so he wondered, Father, what crime have I committed? Before the Emperor of Wei could speak, the imperial censor Jia Tianren, who was furious because the imperial censor ate shit, said directly, the first crime is beating the crown prince and the king of Qin. You don't know the etiquette and filial piety. Sixth prince, do you admit it? Ling Ning replied. I did hit my elder brother, the crown prince, and my second brother, the prince of Qin, but that is a family matter between us brothers. It has nothing to do with you. Besides, my father has already punished me. Why, you want to punish me again on behalf of the emperor? Do you want to take charge of our family affairs? Do you want to be my father or my grandfather? I have no objection, but you have to get my father's approval. Jia Tianren's eyes widened. He didn't expect Ling Ning, this fool, to be talking nonsense. He didn't dare to respond to Ling Ning's question. He had to end the topic. So Jia Tianren said, Please don't talk nonsense, Your Highness. Well, even if the first crime is not established, the second crime is disobeying the emperor. Your Highness has nothing to say, right? When did this prince disobey your majesty? Ling Ning asked back. Jia Tianren said, Your Majesty imprisoned the sixth prince in the beachy courtyard. The prince disobeyed the order and went out without permission, and even slaughtered his majesty's favorite pet. Ling Ning snorted and said, Father knew yesterday that I left Bichiyuan, but he didn't scold me. You are really meddling in other people's business. I didn't kill your pet, so what's your business? You love animals so much, but why don't you eat vegetarian food? When Emperor Wei saw that this matter involved him, he could not just sit there and watch, so he said, Ling Ning performed meritorious service yesterday, so I will release him from prison. At this time, Emperor Wei had to favor his son, so he lied and said that Ling Ning was released from prison. But thinking of the murdered red flower from the central plains and the five-colored bird, Emperor Wei felt a pang of pain in his heart and could only pretend to be calm. After hearing this, Jia Tianren looked at Emperor Wei in surprise. The sixth prince killed His Majesty's favorite koi and colorful bird, and His Majesty is still protecting the sixth prince. Your Majesty, you really do love this foolish prince. Wang Chunxiu, King of Qin, King of Yen and others had an expression that said, I have seen through your Majesty a long time ago. All this was indeed arranged by your Majesty. Ling Ning secretly exclaimed beautiful, and the emperor really cooperated according to his guess. So, Ling Ning glared at Jia Tianren and said, Did you hear that? Father has released me from prison. I am now a free man. I can go wherever I want. It's none of your business. Jia Tianren gritted his teeth and said, Okay, the second crime doesn't count. As for the third crime, Your Highness the sixth prince beat up an official of the imperial court for no reason. You should admit it. All the civil and military officials in the court saw it with their own eyes. Let's see how Your Highness the sixth prince can argue. This time Ling Ning nodded and readily admitted, I did hit the man, but it was not without reason. I hit the traitor, I did nothing wrong. When faced with the third crime impeached by imperial censor Jia Tianren, Ling Ning did not deny it, but admitted it readily and expressed that he was not wrong and that he was fighting against traitors. Seeing Ling Ning being so arrogant, the injured Honglu temple minister Chu Jiang cried bitterly. Your Majesty, I have worked diligently for the Great Wei for 18 years. Even if I have no merit, I have worked hard. Today, I have been unfairly humiliated. The flesh wound on my face is nothing, but the insult to my personality makes me have no face to live in this world. At this point, Chu Jiang became even more excited, his body trembling. If I bear the infamy of being a traitor, I will be ashamed of your Majesty's grace, and I will not be able to face my fellow countrymen, nor my ancestors after my death. Your Majesty, you are a wise monarch, please make the decision for me. If you cannot prove my reputation, I will die in the Taiji Palace today." At this moment, Chu Jiang was in tears, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Seeing Chu Jiang's performance, Emperor Wei felt disgusted. But he must also show concern, so as to show harmony between the monarch and his subjects and to show sympathy for his courtiers. So the Emperor of Wei asked Ling Ning, "Ling Ning, you said that Lord Chu was a traitor. Do you have any evidence? If not, you slandered the ministers at will. Even if you are a prince, I will punish you severely and will never forgive you." Ling Ning replied, "Father, Chu Jiang is a traitor. Jiang's state is ambitious, how could it take the initiative to seek peace? Everyone understands this truth, how could Chu Jiang not understand it? He must have done it on purpose, he is a traitor. Father, you know it. You know." This sentence was the key point that Ling Ning wanted to say, making Wang Chunxiu and others more convinced that Emperor Wei was the man behind the scenes. "Your Majesty, peace talks with the Kingdom of Jiang are beneficial to the stability of the border and the development of the Great Wei. I am wholeheartedly for the Great Wei and have no selfish motives at all," Chu Jiang said angrily. Seeing Chu Jiang's continued quibbling, Ling Ning was furious and immediately raised his fist, scaring Chu Jiang so much that he quickly dodged and shouted, "Your Majesty, look, in front of Your Majesty in the Taiji Palace, the sixth prince is actually trying to commit a crime. Your Majesty, please investigate." Ling Ning was pretending to be angry, so it was impossible for him to hit anyone in front of Emperor Wei, as he still had to give Emperor Wei face. The angry Ling Ning pointed at Chu Jiang and cursed. "Mr. Chu, do you dare to make a bet with me? Let's bet on whether Jiang will invade Wei after the peace talks. If I lose, I will kill you or chop you up. But if you lose, the same goes for you. Do you dare? Damn you, it seems that the beating I just gave you was not enough. I will beat you up every time I see you next time." At this moment, Ling Ning was like a complete madman and was extremely angry. The Emperor of Wei immediately rolled his eyes. How could his foolish son gamble like this? However, he was lucky enough to have found the key to the problem. Will Jiang Guo invade Wei? The answer is yes. The peace talks of Jiang's state now are just to stabilize the border and allow a smooth transition of the throne. When the new emperor of Jiang's state ascends the throne and sits firmly on the throne, he will definitely provoke a war. Emperor Wei smiled and asked Chu Jiang, "Lord Chu, do you dare to bet with Ling Ning?" Chu Jiang's face froze. He knew very well the Jiang kingdom's evil ambitions, so he didn't dare to make a bet. At this time, Shangshu Ling Wang Chunxiu stepped out to help him out and said, "Your Majesty, how can you bet on national affairs? It's just child's play. Peace talks now will help the stability and recuperation of Wei. Even if Jiang invades in the future, Wei will have the strength to fight against it. This is two different things from the bet with the sixth prince and cannot be confused." Pause. Wang Chunxiu looked at Ling Ning and asked, "Your Highness, the sixth prince is tough, so he likes to use his fists and feet to talk, but has Your Highness ever considered the soldiers at the border and the people of Wei? The people of the world long for stability, not war. Sixth prince, do you know how many people will be killed if you advocate war? Those soldiers also have parents, brothers, wives, sons and daughters. As expected of the Minister of the Chancellery, he is eloquent and has a silver tongue." After Wang Chunxiu finished speaking, he sneered. He wanted to see how Ling Ning would answer. He thought that His Majesty probably didn't teach him about this. Ling Ning guessed Wang Chunxiu's intention, but what Wang Chunxiu didn't know was that this was exactly what Ling Ning was thinking. So Ling Ning looked at Emperor Wei and asked, "Father, your son, how should your son answer?" Once this answer came out, it completely confirmed that Emperor Wei was the mastermind behind the scenes. The king of Wei had no idea what was going on, so he came to Ling Ning's rescue and said, "Minister Wang, Ling Ning made a fuss today for the sake of Wei. This shows that he cares about the soldiers and people of Wei." "That's right, I care about the soldiers and people of Wei," Ling Ning immediately responded. Then, as if he suddenly remembered what Emperor Wei had said, he continued. "Everyone will talk about great principles. If Minister Wang really cares about the people of Wei, why don't you take out the wealth your family has accumulated and distribute it to the people of the world? Wouldn't it be better for the people to have money? I am not good at speaking and I can't say much, but I know a very simple truth, whether it is an individual or a country, just like the beasts in the forest, they all speak with their fists. Those with strong fists will only bully those with weak fists. I have never seen a strong fist show weakness to a weak fist. Father, Jiang is stronger than us, but now it is showing weakness to us. I feel something is wrong, there is a conspiracy. You are all smarter than me. I understand everything, but you don't. There is only one possibility. You are pretending not to understand. You are spies of Jiang state." At this point, Ling Ning looked at Emperor Wei and asked, "Father, am I right?" Emperor Wei felt very relieved at this moment. This rebellious son's performance today made me look at him in a new light. Although he is still reckless and has simple ideas, he has performed very well and knows how to analyze national affairs with his daily experience. So the king of Wei nodded and said, "I think what you said makes sense. Lord Wang, you are devoted to the Great Wei and care about the people of the Great Wei. I and all the officials have seen it. But the Jiang kingdom has evil ambitions, so we must guard against them. If we really fall into the conspiracy and tricks of the Jiang kingdom, the loss will be even greater. It is better to be safe than sorry." Wang Chunxiu had a gloomy face. He knew that it was Emperor Wei who was behind all this, so no matter how he fought back, it would be useless. So he did not refute, and replied, "Your Majesty is thoughtful." When Emperor Wei saw Wang Chunxiu stop attacking, he said to Ling Ning, "Ling Ning, no matter what, as a prince, it is wrong for you to beat an official in public. If I don't punish you, won't it chill the hearts of all the civil and military officials in the court? Your son is willing to be punished." Ling Ning responded obediently. Emperor Wei continued, "Originally, I wanted to let Chu Aiqing receive the Jiang kingdom delegation. Now that Chu Aiqing has been injured by you, you will replace Chu Aiqing and be responsible for receiving the Jiang kingdom delegation. In addition, Li Wenyu, the junior secretary of the Honglu Temple, will assist you. Remember, you must not lose face for the Great Wei. Regardless of whether or not there is a peace negotiation, regardless of the outcome, you must be courteous and demonstrate the Great Wei's hospitality. Do you understand?" When these words were spoken, the civil and military officials were stunned. Wang Chunxiu was so angry that his eyes were blazing with fire. Only then did he understand that the Emperor Wei had planned this drama for this very purpose. "Your Majesty is completely destroying the negotiations by sending a reckless and foolish prince to welcome the Jiang kingdom's envoys." Even Ling Ning was surprised. Is this an unexpected gain? The Emperor of Wei actually let the foolish and crazy sixth prince be responsible for welcoming the Jiang kingdom delegation. This means that he wants the sixth prince to beat the Jiang kingdom delegation to death and completely destroy this exchange. Your Majesty, you can't do this. You absolutely can't do this. Chu Jiang, who advocated peace, quickly spoke up. Yes, Your Majesty, we cannot let the sixth prince be in charge of the reception. This time, even the Minister of Rights Wang Mingtu spoke out to object. Wang Mingtu is not from the crown prince's lineage, but from the lineage of Qin Wang Lingshuang. Originally, after the mediation, Qin Wang Lingshuang was responsible for the reception, but now it has fallen to Ling Ning. King Qin Lingshuang also glared at Ling Ning with anger, hating this idiot for ruining his good deeds. Emperor Wei asked in return, Ling Ning is my prince, of noble status, so why not? This. Chu Jiang opened his mouth. He couldn't say that the sixth prince was stupid. Even if everyone knew about this kind of thing, he couldn't say it in the Taiji Hall. It would be disrespectful to say it. At this time, the Minister of Rights Wang Mingtu said, "Your Majesty, the sixth prince has no experience in receiving diplomatic envoys, so I suggest that the Prince of Qin be in charge. The Prince of Qin is both civil and military, and has rich experience, so he can better handle the meeting between the two countries." Emperor Wei smiled and said, "Minister Wang is right. The sixth prince does not have much experience. But who is born with experience? Everyone has a first time. And he has the assistance of Li Wenyu, the junior secretary of the Honglu Temple. Li Wenyu is quick-witted and capable, and can help him. By the way, where is Li Wenyu?" "Reporting to your Majesty, Li Shaoqing took leave today and did not go to court." Zhang Xian replied. Emperor Wei made the final decision and said, "After the morning court, I drafted an oral order and told Li Wenyu to assist the sixth prince, and the matter has been decided. By the way, Wang Iqing and Qi Iqing, what do you think?" After saying that, Emperor Wei looked at Shangshu Ling Wang Chunxiu and Zhongshu Ling Qi Yunshan. Qi Yunshan's face was expressionless, but he was cursing in his heart, "Your Majesty, you have made up your mind against all the opinions, and why do you come to ask me?" "Reporting to your Majesty, Li Wenyu is stable and suitable to assist His Highness Sixth Prince." Qi Yunshan replied. "The ministers have no objections. I believe that His Highness the Sixth Prince will be able to carry forward Wei's hospitality and will not let the Jiang state envoy laugh." Wang Chunxiu calmed down completely. He deliberately said something sarcastic, and his meaning was obvious. Waiting for Ling Ning made a joke. The king of Wei nodded, and then said to Ling Ning, "Did you hear the advice from Minister Wang? We must promote the hospitality of the Great Wei. Minister Wang is in charge of the Secretariat and manages the 6 ministries. You must not be rude to Minister Wang in the future. You must learn a lot from him. Do you understand?" Ling Ning said, "Oh," then he bowed to Wang Chunxiu and suddenly said, "Sir Shangshu, I have a question that I would like to ask you. It's not really a question for your advice, but please speak, Sixth Prince." Wang Chunxiu wanted to see what question such a foolish person could ask. Ling Ning asked, "There is an animal in the leopard room that looks like a wolf and a dog, but I can't tell which one it is. Minister Wang, is there any way to directly identify its species?" When these words were spoken, the ministers in the Taiji Hall felt that they were offended. Wang Chunxiu had a serious look on his face and fell into deep thought. How to tell the difference between a wolf and a dog? This question sounds simple, but for some reason, Wang Chunxiu felt there was a trap. Even Emperor Wei looked thoughtful. At this time, Ouyang Nyoma, the imperial attendant, stepped out and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, let's discuss this issue after the morning court session. Let's focus on state affairs first." The Emperor of Wei immediately understood that Ouyang Nyoma had guessed the answer. Since Ouyang Nyoma did not say it directly, it seemed that this answer was very problematic, so he said, "Yes, the morning court is for discussing state affairs. Ling Ning, you can leave first." Ling Ning glanced at Ouyang Nyoma. This old guy actually looked at him and gave him a meaningful smile. This minister, whose name contains the character, ox and horse, holds the same position as the left prime minister. He is a truly loyal and selfless person who has devoted his life to the Great Wei. So Ling Ning responded with a simple smile, then bowed and left. After leaving the hall, the east was already bright, the morning light tore through the darkness, and thousands of golden lights burst out. Ling Ning was planning in his mind how to use the mission assigned by Emperor Wei to accomplish his goal of becoming a vassal. The Kyoto is full of undercurrents and the court officials are divided. Instead of playing along with them, wouldn't it be great to go out and recruit soldiers and become a powerful vassal? The morning court ended and the court officials withdrew. When Emperor Wei returned to the Palace of Tranquil Longevity, he called along his attendant Ouyang Nyoma. "My dear Lord Ouyang, I noticed that Lord Wang had a very gloomy face when he left the court." "What was the reason?" asked the Emperor Wei. Ouyang Nyoma smiled and said, "I think Lord Wang has answered the sixth prince's question. Is it a wolf or a dog?" "What is the answer to this question that makes Lord Wang so emotional?" the Emperor of Wei wondered. Ouyang Nyoma smiled and replied, "Your Majesty, the way to distinguish between wolves and dogs is very simple. Look at their tails. If they hang down, they are wolves, and if they stand up, they are dogs." Emperor Wei nodded, thinking that this was indeed a solution. "Wait. Chunxiu is a dog? So that's why. No wonder Wang Chunxiu was so angry." Emperor Wei chuckled in his heart, but then he became troubled and couldn't help but say, "This rebellious son, I don't know where he heard these dirty words from." This one sentence not only offended Wang Iching, but also the 6 ministers. Add to that the officials of the Censorate, and he is about to become enemies with half of the officials in the court. In addition, he beat the crown prince and the king of Qin, which made him countless enemies. How will this silly child survive in the future? Ouyang Nyoma saw that the Emperor of Wei favored Ling Ning, so he said, "Your Majesty, the 6th prince has come of age and can start his own residence." "Why not?" Emperor Wei sighed and said, "I thought about it, but later I rejected it." "Do you think it's appropriate to let him go to the vassal state?" Ouyang Nyoma nodded, agreeing with Emperor Wei's concerns. Sending the foolish prince to guard the border was tantamount to sending him to his death. "Your Highness, why not choose a rich place and let the 6th prince be a free and easy prince?" Ouyang Nyoma suggested. Emperor Wei said, "The rules set by the previous emperor cannot be easily changed. Moreover, the other princes are all guarding the border for the country. How can we favor one over the other?" Hearing what Emperor Wei said, the extremely intelligent Ouyang Nyoma immediately realized that the Emperor Wei might have kept him for a complicated reason, so he smiled and did not respond to Emperor Wei's words. Unexpectedly, the Emperor of Wei said to himself, "Ling Ning is not young anymore, it's time for him to get married. If I can find a smart girl who can discipline Ling Ning and keep him from getting into trouble, I can feel relieved. My dear Lord Ouyang, what do you think?" As soon as these words were spoken, Ouyang Nyoma's smile froze. "Oh no, His Majesty is planning to target his granddaughter." Speaking of Ouyang Nyoma's granddaughter Chu Hongxiu, she is very famous. Everyone knows that Chu Hongxiu is kind-hearted, intelligent, beautiful, and proficient in both civil and military affairs. But such an outstanding girl, already 20 years old, has not yet married. It's not that Chu Hongxiu has high standards, but because she is 1.80 meters tall. Ouyang Nyoma's granddaughter Chu Hongxiu is a very outstanding woman, but her height of 1.8 meters discourages many men. In addition, Chu Hongxiu has been practicing martial arts since she was a child and has a chivalrous demeanor. Ordinary men are no match for her at all. 3 years ago, she taught a lesson to a scoundrel who had harassed a decent woman. She stabbed him 25 times, avoiding his vital parts with every blow. She tortured him so hard that he wished he were dead, but he was only slightly injured. That battle made Chu Hongxiu famous, so who would dare to marry such a good girl? Ever since Emperor Wei wanted to arrange a marriage for Ling Ning, he has been thinking hard about the candidate, but he has no idea. Just today, he had a flash of inspiration and thought of Ouyang Nyoma's granddaughter. The more he thought about it, the more appropriate it seemed to him, which led to the current scene. As for Ouyang Nyoma, he was also worried about his granddaughter's marriage, but no matter how anxious he was, he couldn't let his intelligent granddaughter marry a stupid prince. Even if Ouyang Nyoma agreed, given his granddaughter Chu Hongxiu's personality, if she didn't agree, it would be useless even if His Majesty granted the marriage. Your Majesty, I understand what you mean, but even I cannot make the decision for my granddaughter. That girl has a stubborn personality, and once she becomes stubborn, even 10 oxen cannot pull her back. Ouyang Nyoma said helplessly. Emperor Wei smiled and said, Don't be impatient, my dear. I have also heard about the character of Red Sleeve Girl. I don't mean to force you. I just want to create an opportunity for the two of you to get to know each other better. Maybe the result will be better than we imagined. Look, Hongxiu has been practicing martial arts since she was young and admires the strong. Ling Ning's martial arts ability is beyond words. Secondly, although Ling Ning is a bit simple-minded, he is not a complete fool. He has a pure heart and a straightforward personality. He doesn't have so many twists and turns. Maybe Hongxiu will accept him. As long as Hongxiu can accept it, isn't it okay? Of course, success or failure in the end depends on God's will. Ouyang Nyoma had never seen Emperor Wei lower himself so low for the marriage of a prince. How pitiful were the parents in the world. So Ouyang Nyoma replied, Okay, let's do it according to your Majesty's wishes. How about this, I will let Hongxiu dress up as a man and serve as a staff member to receive the Jiang Kingdom delegation this time, nominally providing assistance to the 6th prince. Don't tell them about the engagement yet, let them contact first. What do you think, Your Majesty? Good. Emperor Wei nodded with a smile. Near noon, an imperial edict was delivered, ordering Ling Ning to be responsible for receiving the Jiang state delegation, assisted by Li Wenyu, the Shaoqing of the Honglu Temple. 6th Prince, His Majesty has specifically instructed that this is the first time that the 6th Prince will be responsible for receiving foreign guests, and that the responsibility can be handed over to Lord Li, the junior secretary of the Honglu Temple, said the eunuch who delivered the order. Ling Ning replied, Your Majesty, I will do what you ask and will not bring shame to you. The eunuch who delivered the imperial edict nodded and took his leave. The imperial guards also left with him, because His Majesty had said that Ling Ning's imprisonment would be released, so it would be released naturally. Congratulations, Your Highness. Congratulations, Your Highness. His Majesty values Your Highness, so he lets Your Highness take on such an important task. That's great. The personal eunuch Su Kun said excitedly. Ling Ning asked Su Kun, Do you know Li Wenyu, the junior official of the Honglu Temple? Who does he work for? Although Su Kun is just a small eunuch, he is extremely well informed about the news both inside and outside the palace thanks to his eloquence and love of gossip. Ling Ning felt that it was a waste of talent for Su Kun to be a personal eunuch. He should at least be the head of the intelligence department. Hearing Ling Ning's question, Su Kun immediately replied, Your Highness, I heard that Li Wenyu is very capable. He not only has the talent to govern the country, but also has the strategy to govern the army. However, the young man was too arrogant and offended the powerful, so he was frustrated. Later, he was recommended by Lord Ouyang and began to stand out and became the junior secretary of the Honglu Temple. He is neither from the line of the prince, nor from the line of the king of Qin or the king of Yen. Like Lord Ouyang, he is only loyal to the court. Just listen to Su Kun talking about it like the back of his hand. After hearing this, Ling Ning's eyes lit up and he felt that Li Wenyu was a talent worth recruiting. He had to prepare for his enfeoffment and also cultivate his own confidence. Afterwards, Ling Ning went to the Yangxin Palace to express his gratitude. Father, I am here to thank you for your kindness. After entering the Yangxin Palace, Ling Ning was smiling with a hint of pride. Unexpectedly, the Emperor of Wei asked, What you said at the morning court today, was it really what you thought? It can be seen that Emperor Wei has already noticed something is wrong. A look of guilt flashed across Ling Ning's face. This was not the kind of guilt that comes from being caught doing something bad, but the kind that comes from having one's true identity exposed. Of course it was my own thought. I've said before that I'm not smart, but not stupid. I can think about national affairs. No one must have taught me, really. After Ling Ning finished speaking, he gritted his teeth and held back his strength, making his face flush red and looking even more guilty. Seeing Ling Ning's expression, Emperor Wei immediately understood that someone was indeed teaching him. I understand. You are not stupid, but very smart. Also, remember my instructions. The reception of the Jiang Kingdom delegation is now fully entrusted to Li Wenyu. You should listen more, watch more, and make less noise. The Emperor of Wei replied. Ling Ning nodded quickly. Emperor Wei waved his hand and said, "Okay, you can leave now." Unexpectedly, Ling Ning stretched out his hand and said, "Father, your son has performed so well, should he be rewarded? You should be thankful that you haven't been punished. You're still thinking about rewards, but there aren't any." Emperor Wei shouted. Ling Ning sat directly on the floor tiles and said angrily, "If you don't give it to me, I won't leave." The Emperor of Wei was speechless. He had been expecting his son to finally come to his senses, but it seemed that he had been worrying too much. He just didn't expect him to come to his senses, and he just hoped that he wouldn't cause any trouble for himself. "What do you want?" asked Emperor Wei. Ling Ning said, "I want a few guards. Although I am invincible, my second and third brothers have guards around them, so I want some too." After hearing these words, Emperor Wei felt sad. As princes, other princes have groups of slaves and guards, but Ling Ning is only served by a few eunuchs. This was naturally not an order from the Emperor of Wei, but the work of the Imperial Household Department. "Okay, I promise you, I will arrange 30 guards for you," said Emperor Wei. Ling Ning added, "I want to select some strong ones from the Imperial Guards to serve as my sparring partners." If he wanted to cultivate his confidence, he naturally could not use the people chosen by Emperor Wei. "Okay, it's up to you." Emperor Wei agreed immediately without thinking too much. Unexpectedly, Ling Ning said, "Father, I am still short of a good weapon. Can you let me go to the treasury and pick one?" The inner treasury is the emperor's private treasury, which contains many treasures. When the Emperor of Wei was young, he was both civil and military, and he loved collecting weapons. With Ling Ning's innate divine power, ordinary weapons are useless to him, and he needs to find a weapon that suits him. With the right weapons, Ling Ning's combat effectiveness will be even stronger. "Okay, I agree. But after entering the treasury, you are only allowed to pick weapons and are not allowed to touch other things." Emperor Wei was also a miser and was afraid that Ling Ning would take his treasures. Ling Ning nodded repeatedly, thinking that if the emperor passed away, the treasures in the inner treasury would still be mine. The crown princess has not gotten pregnant yet, how can a younger brother not help her? Ling Ning came to the Yangxin Palace to express his gratitude in order to gain some benefits from the Emperor Wei. Now that he had gained some benefits, he naturally stood up from the ground, stepped down, and headed to the Emperor Wei's inner storehouse. Opening the heavy bronze door, Ling Ning walked into the inner storehouse. He saw all kinds of rare treasures that were dazzling. Gold and silver were considered the most common things here. At this moment, Ling Ning was like Monkey King entering the peach garden, wishing he could take everything for himself. No wonder everyone wanted to be the emperor. Soon, Ling Ning arrived at the area where Emperor Wei collected weapons. The Emperor of Wei was also a man of both civil and military talents. When he was young, he expanded the territory for the Wei dynasty, so the weapons he collected were all top-notch weapons. There were swords that could cut hair, spears that could show their sharp edges, and various armors, shields, and strong bows. Ling Ning took the lead and picked up a knife. The knife was a ring-handled knife, the blade was cool and gleaming with a cold light, it was likely that it could kill people without even getting any blood on them. But the knife was too light for him. Afterwards, Ling Ning picked up a spear and a lance, but he was not satisfied with any of them. These long weapons were light and not suitable for Ling Ning, who was born with supernatural power. After some searching, Ling Ning finally saw a weapon that suited him. In the corner stood a Fang Tianhua Ji, 12 feet and 9 inches long. The entire halberd was black, hidden in the darkness, with only the tip of the halberd emitting a pale cold light. When Ling Ning grabbed the Fang Tianhua Ji, his pupils shrank. He was surprised to find that the weight of the Fang Tianhua Ji was heavier than he had imagined, weighing at least 80 or 90 kilograms. And this weight is just right for Ling Ning, who was born with supernatural powers. What is the origin of this halberd? Ling Ning asked the eunuch in the inner treasury. The eunuch replied, Your Highness, the sixth prince, it is said that the owner of this halberd was the crown prince of the previous dynasty. I only heard about it and do not know whether it is true or not. The Great Wei replaced the Great Xia, and 20 years had passed since the Great Xia was destroyed. 20 years may sound like a long time, but to this halberd, it is just a bunch of dust. This halberd is still so ferocious. I'll choose this Fang Tianhua Ji. Does it have a name? Ling Ning made the decision immediately and asked curiously. The eunuch shook his head and said, I don't know. Ling Ning thought about it, then whispered softly, Since you are following me, you are also considered a new student. From now on, I will call you Long K. The dragon bird is a legendary creature, a kind of phoenix. It is not as gorgeous as the phoenix, but it is the most ferocious among the phoenixes. When young, the dragon bird looks like an ordinary water bird. When it grows up, it spreads its black wings to cover the sky, blocking out the sun, moon and stars. Once it takes off, it will never land. It is an extremely ferocious and lonely bird. Ling Ning named this halberd dragon bird, which is a metaphor for himself. Next, Ling Ning took another stroll and saw a nice bow. This is a 7-stone rope, which ordinary people cannot pull apart at all, but it is not a problem for Ling Ning. Ling Ning wanted to take away some treasures, but the eunuchs in the inner treasury were watching closely, so he had to give up the idea. Afterwards, Ling Ning left happily, and the eunuch reported the situation to Emperor Wei. Did he choose the Fang Tianhua Ji? Emperor Wei murmured to himself, and his dusty memories suddenly surfaced. A domineering man who could not be described in words flashed in his mind. It was the former crown prince Xiao Yan. Unconsciously, 15 years have passed. Are you dead or alive? Even after all these years, Emperor Wei still felt a lingering fear when thinking of the former crown prince Xiao Yan. At that time, heroes all over the world rose up and the 18 armies rebelled against the Xia dynasty. They were said to have a 1,000,000-strong army and were coming with great momentum. Who knew that they would be defeated by Xiao Yan, who only had 200,000 soldiers and horses? At that time, the rebels were in despair and believed that Xiao Yan could save Daxia from collapse. However, heaven was determined to destroy Great Xia. The then Emperor Xia became suspicious of Xiao Yan and issued 12 decrees to summon Xiao Yan back to the palace and take back his military power. When the capital of Daxia was breached, Xiao Yan fought bloodily and screamed in despair. The one who destroyed Daxia was my father. One can imagine how desperate Xiao Yan was at that time. While sighing, Emperor Wei thought of Ling Ning's natural power and couldn't help but say to himself, it would be great if he was smarter. East Palace, the main hall. The prince's face was wrapped in gauze, leaving his eyes, mouth and nostrils exposed, like a mummy. As expected of the crown prince of Wei, he was just lucky. Ling Ning's sturdy body attacked him, but the crown prince was only slightly injured. This was almost unbelievable luck. But the prince was very angry at the moment, his chest heaving like a bellows. He was already narrow-minded, and after learning what happened in the morning court today, his hatred for Ling Ning was like the Yellow River bursting its banks, and it was out of control. The prince has always wanted to facilitate peace talks between Wei and Jiang, because this can help him establish a reputation for serving the country and the people, and win the loyalty of soldiers on the border. Secondly, after peace talks with the state of Jiang, further trade can be carried out. At that time, his people will control the trade channels and take this opportunity to make a fortune. With enough money and reputation, he could win over more court officials and prepare for the succession to the throne. The prince has had enough of being a prince, and he wants to go a step further. But what about now? It was actually destroyed by Ling Ning. Ling Ning. You deserve to die, you must die. As long as you don't die, the hatred in my heart will never go away. If you don't die, it will be hard to forgive the humiliation I've suffered. Ah! The angry prince roared, then looked at the armored general standing beside him and asked, "How are the preparations going?" The armored general was named Duan Xiuda, who was in charge of the left and right internal affairs offices of the 10 offices of the Eastern Palace and was the prince's confidant. Hearing the prince's question, Duan Xiuda said in panic, reporting to His Royal Highness, "The opportunity has not yet been found, and His Highness the 6th Prince has been living in the palace." The prince immediately glared at Duan Xiuda with a cold look. Duan Xiuda hurriedly said, "Please forgive me, Your Highness. I will find an opportunity as soon as possible." The prince said coldly, "After finding the opportunity, you must act quickly, accurately and ruthlessly. You must succeed and cannot fail. Secondly, you must disguise everything well and leave no loopholes. Do you understand? Please rest assured, Your Highness. I will keep it in mind." Duan Xiuda replied. The prince waved his hand and asked Duan Xiuda to leave. He then stood up and left the main hall, and happened to meet the Crown Princess Li Qing'er. "Your Highness the Crown Prince." The Crown Princess bowed and looked pitiful, as if she was afraid of the Crown Prince. Who would have thought that the next moment, the angry prince suddenly raised his hand, slapped the princess, and cursed, "It's been so long, and there's still no sign of pregnancy. What's the use of you? I really want to divorce you." Li Qing'er covered her face, fell to the ground, and couldn't help sobbing. She had been married to the prince for 5 years, but her belly had not yet responded. Not having an heir was one of the prince's stains, representing the inability to pass on the legacy. The king of Qin and the king of Yen already had their own heirs, so they often used this matter to humiliate the prince. Then the prince waved his sleeves and left. Crown Princess Li Qing'er sobbed for a moment, looking at the crown prince's receding back, a look of despair on her face. Honglu Temple. Li Wenyu fell ill today, so he took a leave and did not attend the morning court. He did not expect that so many big things would happen just because he did not go, and he was also stuck with a hot potato. However, Li Wenyu is not a person who likes to shirk responsibility when encountering problems. On the contrary, he likes to face challenges head-on and is not afraid of offending the powerful. In Li Wenyu's opinion, peace talks with the state of Jiang would do more harm than good. Once the imperial power of the state of Jiang was smoothly transferred, the new emperor of the state of Jiang would reveal his evil side in 3 to 5 years. On the other hand, it is impossible for Wei to surpass Jiang within 3 to 5 years. Instead, it will be eroded by the comfortable life. Therefore, Li Wenyu, like Ouyang Nyoma, did not advocate peace but war. Taking advantage of the change of imperial power in Jiang state and the instability of the imperial power, he directly sent troops to not only recover the lost territory but also reverse the disadvantage. He was not qualified to participate in this matter before, but now that he is qualified, he decided to seize it firmly. And right now, the 6th prince is the key. Just as Li Wenyu was thinking, a tall, heroic woman dressed as a man came to see him. Chu Hongxiu greets Master Li. Li Wenyu had already met Ouyang Nyoma and knew the purpose of Chu Hongxiu's visit, so he smiled and said, "Miss Chu, please don't be polite. I will have to trouble Miss Chu to serve as an aide in the future and give advice on how to receive the Jiang Kingdom delegation. Lord Li, you are too polite. You can just call me Hongxiu. It is Hongxiu's honor to serve the country. Chu Hongxiu said with a smile. Li Wenyu nodded and said with a smile, Miss Hongxiu, please wait a moment. I will draw up a set of rules for you, and then we will go to meet His Majesty the Sixth Prince and discuss the reception. Okay. Chu Hongxiu replied. In fact, Chu Hongxiu was also very puzzled and didn't understand why her grandfather let her participate in this matter. Who knows what will happen next? The official from the Honglu Temple came hurriedly and reported to Li Wenyu, Sir Shaoqing, the Sixth Prince has come and asked to see you. Li Wenyu and Chu Hongxiu looked at each other. They didn't expect that the Sixth Prince would come here on his own initiative and looked very anxious. This also aroused the curiosity of the two. They all say that this Sixth Prince is foolish and even dares to beat the Crown Prince. So when they meet next time, is it that being famous is not as good as being in person, or is being in person not as good as being famous? Li Wenyu and Chu Hongxiu immediately left the duty room and headed towards the mansion gate. When they passed the courtyard, they saw Ling Ning, who was walking like a dragon and a tiger. Li Wenyu had seen Ling Ning, but only a few times, and Chu Hongxiu had never seen Ling Ning. But when they saw Ling Ning at this moment, they both recognized him at first sight. There's no way, Ling Ning is too recognizable. How many people with Ling Ning's tall and strong figure can there be in the whole Kyoto? In Li Wenyu's opinion, Ling Ning's appearance alone doesn't reveal that he is stupid or crazy. Instead, he is handsome and powerful. It seems that the Sixth Prince's stupidity is relatively mild, which is a blessing in disguise. In Chu Hongxiu's eyes, she felt the terrifying aura emanating from Ling Ning. Once it erupted, it would be extremely brutal and would bring a strong sense of oppression to people. Although Chu Hongxiu is a woman, she has practiced martial arts since she was young and has developed a competitive spirit. So when she saw Ling Ning, her first thought was to compete with him to see who was better. At this moment, Ling Ning stopped and was also observing Li Wenyu. He has an elegant appearance and a gentle temperament, and the first impression he gives people is that of wisdom. But there was a hint of sharpness hidden in his calm eyes. As the rumors said, he was a man who was not afraid of power. Next. Ling Ning's eyes swept over Chu Hongxiu beside Li Wenyu, feeling puzzled. Who is this woman? A height of 1.8 meters is considered the best among men, let alone women. How long must the two legs under the robe be? Ling Ning was curious to measure them. In addition, what does the fighting spirit in her eyes mean? Does she want to compete with me? The three of them observed each other for only a moment, and Li Wenyu was the first to bow and salute. Your subordinate Li Wenyu greets His Highness the Sixth Prince. This is Chu Hongxiu, who is both civil and military, and has been ordered to serve as a staff member. Chu Hongxiu greets the Sixth Prince. Chu Hongxiu replied. Ling Ning smiled innocently and said, no need to be polite. His Majesty has told me to ask you for advice. I don't know how to receive guests, so I'll leave it to you. I'm good at fighting, so you can leave any good things in this regard to me. By the way, can you arrange for me to beat up the Jiang Kingdom delegation? As he spoke, Ling Ning looked at Li Wenyu with hope. Li Wenyu was delighted. From the outside, one couldn't tell that Ling Ning was stupid, but as Ling Ning opened his mouth, that stupidity was revealed. Why does the Sixth Prince want to beat the envoy of Jiang Kingdom? Li Wenyu asked. Ling Ning asked back, they are the mortal enemies of the Wei dynasty, shouldn't we beat them up? Li Wenyu was stunned for a moment, then nodded seriously and said, Your Highness is right. Since they are mortal enemies, they should be beaten. I was confused. Thank you for your guidance. Please rest assured, Your Highness, I will do my best to arrange this matter and try to let Your Highness beat the Jiang Kingdom delegation. He, you are a good official. Better than Chu Jiang and Wang Chunxiu. Ling Ning smiled innocently and looked very happy. Li Wenyu didn't expect that Ling Ning would call him a good official when they met for the first time. Ling Ning might just have said it casually out of a simple mind, but it made Li Wenyu feel mixed emotions. Your Highness, please come in and have tea. Afterwards, Li Wenyu invited Ling Ning into the duty room, served him tea, and then he began to introduce the reception process he had drafted. Your Highness, the Jiang Kingdom delegation will arrive in the capital in 5 days. In order to demonstrate the hospitality of the Great Wei, the officials will accompany Your Highness and lead the ceremonial guards out of the city to welcome them, lead the Jiang Kingdom delegation into the city, settle them in the guild hall, and arrange their food and defense. Afterwards, we will communicate a series of meeting details with the Jiang Kingdom delegation and report to Your Majesty, who will determine the time for the Jiang Kingdom delegation to enter the palace for an audience. Just listen to Li Wenyu's story. Ling Ning pretended to be confused, so he waved his hand, interrupted Li Wenyu, and asked, Master Li, just tell me what you need me to do. If I don't need to do something, there's no need to tell me. Of course, if others don't cooperate, just tell me. I'm best at convincing people with reason. It has to be said that Ling Ning's leadership attitude made Li Wenyu happy. It was so comfortable to work under such a leader. Li Wenyu nodded, then told Ling Ning what he was going to do, and said that there were no problems that needed Ling Ning to deal with at the moment. Since the leader has delegated power to him, Li Wenyu also has to take up the responsibility. He will not trouble Ling Ning unless he has no other choice. Okay, let's follow Lord Li's process. After you write the rules, send them to His Majesty for review. Ling Ning immediately finalized the matter. I understand. Li Wenyu replied, then looked at the time. Before he knew it, the sun was setting and it was time for dinner. So Li Wenyu said with a smile, Your Highness, Miss Hongxiu, I will host you. How about we have a simple meal together? How can you let me host? I'll treat you. Which restaurant in Kyoto is the best? Ling Ning was indeed hungry. He had had enough of the food in the imperial kitchen. Today was a good day to come out and have a change of taste. Chu Hongxiu replied, How about going to Zuixinlu? It's known as the best restaurant in Kyoto. The dishes there are delicious and tasty, but the prices are not cheap. How much does it cost for a meal like that? Ling Ning asked. Impatient and timid? Chu Hongxiu didn't understand what G2 by Lian meant, but she knew what Ling Ning wanted to ask, so she said, A table of food and wine will cost about 3 taels of silver. It's not cheap after all. Ling Ning took out his purse and emptied out all the change inside. He checked it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then scratched his head and said, It doesn't seem to be enough. Seeing Ling Ning so innocent and with only this little money on him, Chu Hongxiu couldn't help but ask, Is this all the money Your Highness has? Yes, my monthly salary is all here. How about changing to another restaurant? Ling Ning asked, not feeling embarrassed at all. Li Wenyu smiled and said, Okay, let's go to another one. Chu Hongxiu frowned and said angrily, Your Highness eats and lives in the palace, so there is very little room for spending money. The internal affairs supervisor is too much. He even dares to deduct Your Highness's monthly salary. Miss Hongxiu, please be careful with your words. Li Wenyu reminded quickly. Chu Hongxiu snorted lightly, expressing her dissatisfaction with the internal affairs supervisor, and then said, Let's go to Zuixinlu. I'll treat you to this meal. Consider it my filial piety to Your Highness and Lord Li. Give me a chance. Okay, then let Miss Hongxiu treat us. But I won't eat the meal for free. I can help you beat up people. Has anyone bullied you? I will help you get revenge. Ling Ning said solemnly. Chu Hongxiu felt warm in her heart. Although the sixth prince is not very smart and a little silly, he has a kind heart and is not too complicated. It is very pleasant to get along with him. Chu Hongxiu smiled and said, "Okay, if someone bullies me, I will ask the sixth prince for help." "Okay, it's settled." Ling Ning nodded quickly. Li Wenyu, who was standing by, saw this scene and a smile of a matchmaker appeared in her eyes. Afterwards, the three of them went to Zuixinlu. This time, Ling Ning let Li Wenyu and Chu Hongxiu see his voracious appetite. Ling Ning's eating style wasn't bad, but his speed of devouring the food was astonishing. "Don't come to Zuixinlu next time." So much so that Li Wenyu joked to Chu Hongxiu in a low voice. Chu Hongxiu was 3 years older than Ling Ning. She didn't have a younger brother, but when she saw Ling Ning eating heartily, she felt like she had a younger brother. So she smiled and said, "Don't worry, Your Highness, it's okay for you to come and eat every day." After hearing this, Li Wenyu couldn't help but laugh happily. "Ah! Let me go, let me go. Help!" Suddenly, a woman's pleading voice was heard outside, followed by a man's teasing voice. Chu Hongxiu stood up, walked to the window, pushed it open, and took in everything that was happening on the street. Chu Hongxiu opened the window and took in the hustle and bustle of the street. I saw a handsome young man grabbing the arm of a beautiful woman with a lustful look on his face. The woman kept struggling and calling for help. Passers-by stopped to watch, but were immediately scolded and dispersed by the handsome young man's guards. With more than a dozen ferocious guards, who would dare to stand up for justice? "It's him. How can this be? He dared to flirt with a common girl in broad daylight. He really doesn't take the laws of Wei seriously." Chu Hongxiu was furious and was about to turn around and go downstairs to do what was right. Unexpectedly, when she turned around, Ling Ning was already standing behind her, so her forehead hit Ling Ning's chin directly, which was considered an intimate contact. Chu Hongxiu quickly took a step back, her heart pounding. Ling Ning didn't take it seriously. He glanced out the window at the street and asked, "Do you know the hooligan?" Chu Hongxiu came back to her senses and said, "Duke Angua's son Wu Sun, relying on his family background to bully men and women, is despicable. I hate bastards who flirt with decent women the most, so I will make him suffer today." "The son of Duke Angua? So, he is the brother-in-law of King Qin?" Ling Ning asked. Chu Hongxiu nodded. Ling Ning smiled immediately. Last time, Prince Qin Lingshuang plotted against Ling Ning to beat the crown prince, and Ling Ning has yet to take revenge. Today is a good day to collect some interest from the Prince Qin's wife's family. So Ling Ning said to Chu Hongxiu, "Miss Hongxiu, don't do it. After all, he is the son of the Duke of Angua. If you hit him, you will get into trouble." Chu Hongxiu looked at Ling Ning in surprise. How could a man who dared to beat the crown prince and the king of Qin be afraid of a dandy boy? But soon, Chu Hongxiu realized that she was wrong. "Miss Hongxiu, I'll beat him up. I'm not afraid of trouble." Hee hee. Ling Ning gave Chu Hongxiu a simple smile. The next moment, he didn't even go up the stairs. He jumped out of the second-floor window, like a dragon descending to the ground, and stood in front of Wu Sun. "Oh my God, what fell down? I was so scared." Wu Sun was startled and looked carefully, only then he saw clearly that the black shadow falling down was actually a person. In anger, he stretched out his hand and slapped Ling Ning, showing his arrogance and domineering nature. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Ling Ning kicked Wu Sun in the stomach, and he flew several meters away like a sandbag. He curled up on the ground, shaking with pain and unable to speak. "Master! Master!" The guards panicked and immediately went to support Wu Sun. Wu Sun broke out in a cold sweat, his facial features twisted into a ball. One can imagine how much pain he was in. In fact, Ling Ning only used 20% of his strength. If he had kicked with all his strength, he could have sent Wu Sun to see his grandfather. Wu Sun had never suffered such an injustice before. He pointed at Ling Ning and roared through his teeth, "Kill him!" The guards glanced at each other and immediately rushed towards Ling Ning, wanting to avenge their young master. Ling Ning grabbed the young woman's arm and pulled her behind him. Her arms were very soft, like cotton. The young woman's eyes were red and panic appeared on her pretty face, but looking at Ling Ning's broad back, who was like a mountain protecting her from wind and rain, her tears could not help but fall. Ling Ning swung his arms, looked at the approaching guards, and immediately threw straight punches, hitting 2 guards in the chest. Snapped. The sound of broken ribs was so pleasant that the 2 guards flew backwards. Next. Ling Ning was like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep, punching each sheep with his fists as big as casserole pots, and was invincible. Chu Hongxiu on the second floor saw this scene and her eyes widened. Li Wenyu, who was standing by, said with emotion, "God is fair." Although he did not make the 6th prince extremely smart, he made him brave beyond compare. Chu Hongxiu nodded. Not to mention guards like Wu Sun, even the elite imperial guards were powerless in front of the 6th prince. Huh! Suddenly, Chu Hongxiu exclaimed in surprise. She found that the boxing style used by Ling Ning was extremely powerful, and each move was very methodical. This was definitely an extremely powerful boxing style, but with her experience, she had never seen it before. As far as she knew, Ling Ning didn't have a master who taught him boxing. Could it be that he invented it himself? At this moment, Chu Hongxiu developed a strong interest in Ling Ning. After a few breaths, more than a dozen guards were lying on the ground wailing, unable to get up. Although they were not dead, they would not be able to get out of bed for several months. Then, Ling Ning walked towards Wu Sun. "Don't come over here, don't come over here. Do you know who I am? My father is the Duke of Anghua, and my brother-in-law is the King of Qin." Wu Sun was scared. He sat on the ground and kept backing away, while threatening Ling Ning in a weak voice. Ling Ning gave a silly smile. What he feared least was threats. This time, he had offended Duke Anghua and King Qin, which was exactly what Ling Ning wanted. He would let this little bastard contribute to his enfeoffment. Then, Ling Ning raised his foot and directly broke Wu Sun's calf. "Ah!" Wu Sun screamed in a miserable voice. Ling Ning turned his head to look at the frightened young woman. She was about 25 or 26 years old, with a pretty face. At this moment, she looked very charming and pitiful. You can say Wu Sun is bad, but you can't say he has bad vision. "Madam, are you okay?" Ling Ning asked. The woman wiped the tears from her face and knelt down to thank him. "Thank you for your help, otherwise, would have died to keep my name clear." Ling Ning quickly helped the woman up and stopped her from thanking him. At the same time, he discovered that the white flower on her hair indicated that she was a widow. "You're welcome, go home quickly," Ling Ning said. The woman couldn't help asking, "May I ask your name, benefactor? I will remember it in my heart and repay your kindness in the future." Ling Ning said, "No need, it's just a small favor, leave quickly." Seeing that Ling Ning was unwilling to reveal his name, the beautiful woman could only bow again and again, then look back every 3 steps and hurried away. At this moment, Chu Hongxiu and Li Wenyu also went downstairs. Chu Hongxiu felt relieved when she saw Wu Sun's calf broken. However, she immediately felt bad when she thought about causing trouble for Ling Ning. "Your Highness, I'm sorry for causing you trouble," Chu Hongxiu said apologetically. Ling Ning smiled and said indifferently, "This is not a big deal. I am doing justice for the heavens. If Wu Sun's father dares to show up, I will beat him up too." At this moment, Ling Ning has already thought about tomorrow's game. Chu Hongxiu and Li Wenyu couldn't help laughing when they heard it. At this time, Ling Ning walked towards the wailing Wu Sun, frightening him so much that he burst into tears and begged, "I was wrong, I know I was wrong, please spare my life." At this moment, Ling Ning has become a fierce god in his heart. Ling Ning pointed at his shoes and said, "Look, my shoes are dirty because I kicked you. Pay me. Compensate, compensate, I'll compensate." Wu Sun quickly reached into his arms, took out his purse and presented it to Ling Ning. Ling Ning took the purse, weighed it, and nodded with satisfaction. As expected of the son of the Duke of Angua, he was rich. "Come on, I'll treat you guys to a midnight snack." Ling Ning smiled cheerfully at Chu Hongxiu and Li Wenyu. His smile was sunny and like a spring breeze, which made Chu Hongxiu's eyes light up and ripples appeared in her heart. Inside the Prince of Qin's palace, Qin Wang Lingshuang and Yan Wang Lingyu were tasting wine together. The two men are not from the same mother. The mother of the Prince of Qin is concubine Hua, and the mother of the Prince of Yan is concubine Li. But because they have a common goal, which is to bring down the prince, they began to work together. No matter how treacherous, narrow-minded, and not a benevolent and wise ruler the crown prince is, his status as the eldest son destined him to be the heir to the Wei dynasty. It is not an easy task to depose him. At this moment, Ling Shuang and Ling Yu were discussing a conspiracy. At this time, Duke Angua asked to see him. After entering the room, he said angrily, "Your Highness, Prince Qin, you have to make the decision for me." Seeing her father-in-law was very emotional, Ling Shuang hurriedly said, "Duke Angua, please get up quickly. What's going on? What happened?" Duke Angua then told the story of his son's broken leg, and said angrily, "Your Highness, I only have this one son. Although he is a little naughty, he has never done anything wrong. Who knew that the sixth prince was so barbaric and rude, and he kicked and broke my son's left leg, and the bone was exposed. The doctor said that even if the leg was saved, he would be a cripple in the future. How could this happen? It's outrageous." King Qin Lingshuang was furious, and then stood up and said, "Duke Angua, let's go to the palace now and impeach Ling Ning. We must not let him off easily." Unexpectedly, Prince of Yan Lingyu stopped Ling Shuang and asked Duke Angua, "Duke Angua, why did Ling Ning beat Wu Sun?" The two of them seemed to have no intersection. Is Wu Sun really innocent? After hearing this, Duke Angua hesitated for a moment before explaining. The rebellious son took a fancy to a woman and used some tricks to force the woman's husband to death. When he was fighting with the woman today, His Highness the Sixth Prince saw him. As soon as these words came out, Ling Shuang immediately frowned and said helplessly, "Duke Angua, you want me to say something good about you, but you even hide it from me. If I go to His Majesty, I will definitely be reprimanded by His Majesty." Although Ling Ning's attack was heavy, he is in the right after all. It may not be easy to deal with him this time. Then my son will be deposed in vain? Duke Angua said angrily. Ling Shuang touched her eye sockets, snorted coldly, and said, "He hit me and broke Wu Sun's legs. This revenge must be avenged. And now this fool is quite favored by His Majesty, we must find a way to break the situation. Ling Ning, this fool, is 17 years old, and it is time for him to be a vassal. Tomorrow morning, notify our people to make suggestions to His Majesty together." Yes, this is a good idea. Once Ling Ning becomes a vassal and leaves Kyoto, he will be a lamb to be slaughtered. Duke Angua was delighted. Prince Yan also agreed, "That's right, he must get out of Kyoto." A new day, 3 o'clock in the morning. Civil and military officials entered Qingtian Gate, crossed the Jinshui Bridge, and arrived at the square in front of the Taiji Hall. At this time, many officials saw the sixth Prince Ling Ning again. Ling Ning was seen standing on the stone steps carrying a wooden stick, glancing at the ministers who had arrived with a ferocious look. Ling Ning had just beaten up the minister of Honglu Temple Chu Jiang yesterday. What illness has this sixth prince got sick with today? He is not sleeping in his own prince's house. Who is he going to beat now? If it were a normal prince, the civil and military officials would not be afraid of him, but this sixth prince is stupid and foolish. It would be a waste of time if he hits you. It's like being bitten by a mad dog. Can you bite the mad dog back? So if you can't afford to offend, then just hide away. As a result, many officials avoided him. Even the censor in charge of supervision turned away, not bothering to pay attention to Ling Ning. Ling Ning got up so early, naturally for his own plan. Last night, I broke the leg of Wu Sun, the son of Duke Ongwa. Today, I am here to cause trouble for Duke Ongwa again. I want them to hate me so much that they will find ways to send me out of Kyoto. Soon, Ling Ning saw Angwogong Wu Zhongying, who was walking with the king of Qin and the king of Yen. So Ling Ning walked over with his stick. At the same time, Wu Zhongying, Ling Shuang, and Ling Yu also saw Ling Ning coming aggressively. Wu Zhongying's eyelids jumped at the fierce momentum, and he subconsciously hid behind Ling Shuang, exclaiming, "Your Highness Prince Qin, what is the sixth prince going to do?" Ling Shuang shuddered and cursed Wu Zhongying in her heart, "You are hiding behind me, where am I hiding?" Even Ling Shuang, who prided himself on being a man of both civil and military talents, did not realize that he felt frightened when facing Ling Ning. "Sixth brother, this is in front of the Taiji Palace. What are you doing with the stick?" Ling Shuang gritted her teeth and scolded. Ling Ning stopped and pointed at Wu Zhongying behind Ling Shuang, saying, "Second brother, get out of the way, lest I accidentally hurt you after I start. I want to teach him a lesson." Nonsense. Duke Ongwa is the duke of the current dynasty. Not to mention that he didn't make any mistakes. Even if he did, it is not your turn to teach him a lesson. Go back quickly and pretend you have never been here. Ling Shuang tried to maintain his brother's dignity and tried to persuade Ling Ning to leave. Ling Ning pointed at Wu Zhongying and said, "He is the duke of the current dynasty, but he has no way of educating his son and he breaks the law knowingly. Father once said that if a son is not well educated, it is the fault of his father. I want to help him learn his lesson. Second brother, get out of the way and let me hit him with a stick. Just one stick, and then I will leave." Ling Shuang said earnestly, "You broke Wu Sun's leg last night. Even if Wu Sun was wrong, he has been punished. As for the fact that Duke Ongwa was not good at educating his son, it is not your responsibility to teach Duke Ongwa a lesson. As for the emperor, I will report this matter to him and let him make the decision. Sixth brother, you don't believe me, but don't you believe in him?" Ling Ning thought for a moment, then raised the stick in his hand and said to Wu Zhongying, "If I find out your son is doing something wrong next time, I will beat him with the same stick." As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Ning actually broke the wooden stick as thick as his wrist and threw it at Wu Zhongying's feet. Wu Zhongying, the king of Qin and the king of Yen all had their eyelids twitching. Such solid wood is so fragile in his hands. Wouldn't it be easy to break a person's neck? Snort. Ling Ning snorted lightly and then left. The officials around saw this scene and started talking about it. As a duke, Wu Zhongying was humiliated in such an occasion. He was so angry that he could not help but said to the king of Qin, "Your Highness, how can I still live with dignity?" The king of Qin was so angry that he gnashed his teeth and promised, "Don't worry, Duke Ongwa, I will do everything I can to make His Majesty agree to let Ling Ning become a vassal. When he leaves Kyoto, you can take revenge in any way you want." "Thank you, Your Highness." Wu Zhongying bowed to express his gratitude. Next, officials entered the Taiji Hall one after another. When the Emperor of Wei arrived, he asked for the morning report as usual and then retired without further ado. At this time, Wang Mingtu, the Minister of Rights, stepped out and said, "Your Majesty, I have something to report." "What do you want to report, Lord Wang?" asked the Emperor of Wei. Wang Mingtu said, "Your Majesty, according to the ancestral system of the Great Wei, the sixth prince should be established as a vassal when he is 17 years old. The laws of our ancestors cannot be abolished. I beg your Majesty to issue an order to allow the sixth prince to establish a vassal state." As Wang Mingtu made his memorial, the censors of the Censorate, the Shaoqing of the Zhongzheng Temple, the Right Vice Minister of the Ministry of Personnel and others also came forward. These officials from the Qin and Yan dynasties had the same goal, which was to ask for permission for Ling Ning to establish his own government and become a fiefdom. Emperor Wei showed surprise on his face. He didn't expect that today's morning court would be targeted at the sixth prince Ling Ning. The Emperor of Wei showed surprise. He did not expect that the ministers would target Ling Ning. He didn't know about the grudge between Ling Ning and Duke Angua. He just thought that it was because he had given the task of receiving the Jiang Kingdom delegation to Ling Ning that a group of officials reported to him and targeted him. With so many officials submitting memorials and citing ancestral laws, the Emperor of Wei could not directly refuse, so he said. In the blink of an eye, the sixth prince is already 17 years old. He is indeed old enough to establish his own government and establish his own fiefdom. I will consider this matter carefully. Seeing that Emperor Wei was using the tactic of procrastination and did not want Ling Ning to give in, Ling Shuang and Ling Yu were extremely jealous. So Ling Shuang winked at Duke Angua. Duke Angua immediately stepped out and said, "Your Majesty, the sixth prince is a man of unrivaled courage. If he goes to guard the border, he will surely deter foreign invaders. This is a blessing for the Wei dynasty. I beg your Majesty to grant the sixth prince permission to become a vassal for the sake of the stability of the border." "Yes, your Majesty, the sixth prince is a natural-born warrior. He will be invincible on the battlefield and boost the morale of the troops." The general of the left guard also stepped forward to offer his advice. It can be seen that Ling Shuang and Ling Yu are determined to get Ling Ning out of Kyoto, causing all their confidants to jump out. At this moment, Emperor Wei frowned slightly. He had already guessed that this was the evil idea of Ling Shuang and Ling Yu. The two people's exclusion and targeting of their brothers made Emperor Wei unhappy. But the official's words were convincing and well-founded, and the Emperor of Wei had no choice but to listen. He also couldn't admit that Ling Ning couldn't give in because of his stupidity, as this was related to the face of the royal family. So the Emperor of Wei said, "Since you are going to establish a fiefdom, you need to think carefully about the title and fiefdom. In addition, I have just assigned a task to the sixth prince, so the matter of establishing a fiefdom will be discussed after the Jiang Kingdom delegation leaves." "Okay, anything else?" This can be considered a compromise by Emperor Wei. Although Ling Shuang wanted Ling Ning to leave the capital immediately, he also saw the displeasure of Emperor Wei, so he winked at the officials who were submitting memorials and asked them to stop submitting them. Not long after the morning court ended, Su Kun, a know-it-all, found out what happened at the court and hurried over. "Your Highness, something bad has happened. Several people, led by the Minister of Rights, have jointly submitted a memorial, begging His Majesty to issue an order allowing your Highness to establish a government and go to his fiefdom." Su Kun said anxiously. Ling Ning was overjoyed and asked, "Has His Majesty agreed?" Su Kun shook his head and said, "His Majesty has not agreed yet, but said to wait until the Jiang Kingdom delegation leaves." Ling Ning was immediately disappointed. "Therefore, the real factor that influenced me to submit was not others, but your Majesty. Your Majesty, please let me go and let me surrender." But soon, Ling Ning regained his confidence. Ling Ning's plan has been completed for more than half. The King of Qin and the King of Yan will not let him go and will definitely drive him out of Kyoto. The Crown Prince will also be involved. So what Ling Ning has to do now is, first, continue to provoke the king of Qin, the crown prince and others, and not relax. The second thing is to perform well in front of the king of Wei. The reason why he caused trouble before was to make the emperor of Wei angry. But if he behaved well now, it would make the emperor of Wei happy. In this way, when Ling Ning became a vassal, he would get more rewards. Do different things at different times to get enough benefits. For the next 2 days, Ling Ning walked around the Taiji Hall with a wooden stick as usual. He acted as the censor and humiliated all the civil and military officials. For example, he scolded the Minister of War who had a weak leg. "You old man, you walk so slowly. It's fine if you walk slowly, but you should run. Only by running can we build a well-off Wei dynasty." The Minister of War was so angry that he pulled out his beard and was shaking all over. For example, scolding the left Vice Minister of the Ministry of Rights who has a dark face. "You have a really dark face. Would you tell your subordinates to act according to my mood?" The left Vice Minister of Rights had a gloomy face and his expression could not be seen. For example, he scolded the fat Right Guard General. "General, you are so fat, have you ever thought about your warhorse?" The Right Guard General was so angry that he wanted to challenge Ling Ning to a duel, but when he saw Ling Ning's fist as big as a casserole, he could only hold his anger in his chest. Things like this happen one after another. In this way, Ling Ning offended a group of officials with his straightforward and harsh words. As a result, these officials shared the same hatred and made suggestions at 2 morning court sessions, asking the emperor to allow the 6th prince to establish his own fiefdom as soon as possible. When Emperor Wei learned about the situation, he felt a headache. He was worried about Ling Ning's becoming a vassal, but now all the civil and military officials in the court were giving him advice. He could only delay it for a day or 2, but it was impossible for him to delay it forever. This rebellious son, can't he just be more obedient? Emperor Wei couldn't help but curse. Seeing that Ling Ning was a troublemaker, the king of Wei suddenly felt worried and regretful. He asked him to be responsible for entertaining the Jiang state delegation. Who knows what unexpected events might happen? At this moment, Ling Ning was in the Honglu temple. Seeing Li Wenyu frowning, Ling Ning knew that he was in trouble. "Sir Li, you don't look well. Have you run into any trouble?" Ling Ning asked. Li Wenyu came back to his senses, a smile instantly appeared on his face, and he said with a smile, "It's just a trivial matter, I can handle it." Ling Ning knew that Li Wenyu wanted to solve the problem on his own, but he was only the Shaoqing of the Honglu temple. Even if he was very capable, a skilled cook could not cook without rice. However, Ling Ning did not ask him again, but quietly called out Chu Hongxiu. "Miss Hongxiu, what difficulties did Lord Li encounter?" Ling Ning asked. Chu Hongxiu did not hide anything and said directly, "Lord Li went to the left Jinwu Guard to ask them to provide assistance and be responsible for the guard and patrol of the day, but General Sun Qi of the left Jinwu Guard refused due to being busy with official duties. Lord Li then went to the right Jinwu Guard, but was also rejected." Ling Ning knew that this was the aftereffect of the trouble he had caused, so he began to make things difficult for himself, preventing himself from completing the reception work and making a fool of himself. But unfortunately, they still underestimated Ling Ning's ability to cause trouble. Ling Ning asked with a smile, "Miss Hongxiu, are you interested in accompanying me to the Jinwu Guard?" "Your Highness, go in person to ask for the person?" "I'm afraid that won't be very effective. The best way is to ask His Majesty for an oral order," Chu Hongxiu explained. Ling Ning shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, there is no need to trouble you with such a small matter. I have my own stupid way." "What does your Highness want to do?" Chu Hongxiu asked suspiciously. Ling Ning smiled and said, "You will know when you go there." So, accompanied by Chu Hongxiu, Ling Ning came to the Zhou Jinwu Guard's office and was stopped outside the door by the Jinwu Guards. The Jinwu guards did not recognize Ling Ning, and Ling Ning was not wearing a python robe, so they naturally refused him entry and shouted, "This is a restricted area for the Jinwu guards, anyone outside please leave." Chu Hongxiu was just about to introduce Ling Ning, but the next moment, Ling Ning took action. He grabbed the two men's shoulders with both hands and then hit them hard. The two Jinwu guards became dizzy and fainted. Seeing this scene, Chu Hongxiu took a breath of cold air, and then she realized that Ling Ning's method was to break into the Jinwu guard. This. How is this different from rebellion? Ling Ning turned around to look at the shocked Chu Hongxiu and consoled her, "Don't be afraid, we are on the right side. As long as I am right, I will dare to turn the world upside down." His tone was calm, yet full of arrogance and heroism. Chu Hongxiu's eyes lit up with surprise, attracted by Ling Ning's domineering aura. At this moment, Ling Ning looked so arrogant in her eyes. I have to say, it feels really good to ignore reason and just use fists to speak. Ling Ning didn't waste any words and kicked open the door of the Jinwu guard's office, charging forward like a ferocious beast. The other Jinwu guards rushed over upon hearing the news. These Jinwu guards did not know Ling Ning, so they thought he was an intruder. Naturally, they were too lazy to talk to him and just started to attack and try to capture him. Ling Ning was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, his fists were like iron chains across a river, and he knocked out one Jinwu guard after another with one punch, leaving the opponents with no power to fight back. The Jinwu guards were shocked and realized that they had met a tough opponent, so they immediately drew their swords. Next moment, countless sword lights lit up, like cold moons. Seeing this scene, Chu Hongxiu immediately became worried about Ling Ning. But then, she was shocked. She saw Ling Ning grab a Jinwu guard, using him as a human weapon, and threw him out, knocking down many Jinwu guards. Immediately afterwards, Ling Ning used his Iron Mountain lean-back kick to crash into the golden pillar on the outer corridor of the house next to him. This golden pillar was made of wood, with a diameter of more than 20 centimeters. It was a kind of load-bearing pillar. It was unexpectedly broken by Ling Ning, who picked it up and used it as a weapon. The golden pillar was swung like Sun Wukong's Rui Jingu Bang, sweeping across the entire army in one move, knocking away several Jinwu guards. The Jinwu guards were dumbfounded, completely intimidated by Ling Ning's brutality, and couldn't help asking themselves, is there such a powerful person in this world? That's all. Ling Ning grabbed the golden pillar and rushed towards the Jinwu guard office. All the Jinwu guards who blocked his way lay on the ground wailing. When the news reached the duty room, General Sun Qi of the left Jinwu guard was furious and shouted, "How dare you come here to cause trouble? You are so bold. How can you do this?" The angry Sun Qi immediately grabbed the Balian sword and rushed to the courtyard with the Jinwu guards, just in time to see Ling Ning grabbing the golden pillar and sweeping away several Jinwu guards. This brutal scene made Sun Qi swallow unconsciously, and when he took a closer look, his eyes immediately widened. Sixth Prince? Sun Qi made an uncertain sound. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the sixth Prince Ling Ning. Sun Qi was no fool. He immediately understood the reason why Ling Ning broke into the Jinwu guard's office. This made him secretly groan. He was also following the order of Zhang Jisheng, the left Jinwu guard's general, to embarrass Li Wenyu. It was not his original intention. Moreover, no matter how much he had planned, he had not expected that the sixth prince would be so fierce and actually came directly to attack him. If today's incident gets out of hand, the left Jinwu guard will lose face, but he doesn't dare to attack Ling Ning, so he can only shout, "Stop it! Stop fighting, don't hurt His Highness the sixth prince." After hearing Sun Qi's words, the Jinwu guards were all stunned. Only then did they know Ling Ning's identity. He was actually the famous sixth prince, who was indeed very powerful. The Jinwu guards immediately distanced themselves. Ling Ning also stopped attacking. He stood up the golden pillar without blushing or panting, then glanced at Sun Qi. Sun Qi came over and bowed, saying, "Sun Qi, pay my respects to the sixth prince. I was blind and didn't know that the sixth prince had come to visit. I disturbed the prince. If the prince wants to punish me, then punish me. I failed to discipline him strictly." Ling Ning looked at Sun Qi and asked, "His Majesty asked me to be in charge of welcoming the Jiang Kingdom's envoys and asked you if the Jinwu guards needed someone to be on guard. You said there was no one, right? It turned out that he came here to call for punishment." Sun Qi secretly groaned in his heart, but he couldn't betray his immediate superior Zhang Jisheng, so he could only take it all and replied respectfully. "Reporting to His Highness, the left Jinwu Guard is responsible for patrolling the security of Kyoto. We are very busy with official duties and have limited manpower. We do not have any extra personnel to deploy. Please understand, Your Highness." Ling Ning said coldly, "You dared to disobey the order of His Majesty. You are so bold. Does General Zhang Jisheng of the left Jinwu Guard know about this?" "I was negligent and forgot to report it to the general," Sun Qi replied. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding Jinwu guards looked at Sun Qi in surprise. This was clearly the order of the general. Sun Qi also tried to persuade the general, but the general did not listen and wanted to control the sixth prince. Ling Ning seemed to be thinking about something, so he asked, "I'll ask you again, is there anyone there?" "Reporting to His Highness the sixth prince, I will make adjustments as soon as possible and keep the people." Sun Qi did not dare to refuse, for fear of angering Ling Ning and causing him to demolish the Jinwu Guard office. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Ling Ning pointed at Sun Qi and said, "You personally lead the team to cooperate. If you don't agree, I will dismantle your Jinwu Guard today and make a scene here. Anyway, if the scene is reported to His Majesty, I will be right. It is my honor that Your Highness has asked me to lead the team. I dare not disobey." Although Sun Qi did not know Ling Ning's purpose, he had no choice but to agree in order to keep the peace. Ling Ning nodded, then pushed the golden pillar in his hand to Sun Qi. Sun Qi was startled, and immediately steadied his legs and caught the heavy golden pillar. Using this big thing as a weapon, and wielding it with ease, this sixth prince really has natural powers. One has to admire him. Just when Sun Qi was thinking about how to get rid of the evil spirit Ling Ning suddenly turned around and left without saying anything. Why? Sun Qi couldn't help but sigh, and then took people to take care of the injured brothers. "Your Highness is truly amazing. He defeated the Jinwu guards and solved Lord Li's problem," Chu Hongxiu said admiringly. Ling Ning replied, "I am not smart, I only use this stupid method. It is also my fault that Sun Qi, a small Jinwu guard general, dares to make things difficult for me. In fact, Sun Qi has a good reputation. He is compassionate to his subordinates and is loyal and righteous. His making things difficult this time must be the order of Zhang Jisheng, the general of the left Jinwu Guard. Zhang Jisheng is from the prince's family. He is narrow-minded and a villain," Chu Hongxiu explained. Ling Ning was waiting for Chu Hongxiu to say this. He pretended to be suddenly enlightened and asked, "So it was Zhang Jisheng who was making things difficult for me?" Chu Hongxiu nodded. Ling Ning pretended to think, then angrily said, "No, I won't take this loss. Let's go and break into Zhang's house." Chu Hongxiu was surprised and thought that the sixth prince was really violent. Ling Ning said they would break into Zhang's house, so he really brought Chu Hongxiu to Zhang Jisheng's house and broke in. The guards of the Zhang mansion were even more unbearable and were quickly dealt with by Ling Ning. General Zhang Jisheng of the left Jinwu Guard also ran out. Seeing Ling Ning running to his mansion to cause trouble, Zhang Jisheng became furious. Sixth Prince, you trespassed into my residence and beat anyone you saw. This is simply lawless. Even if you are a prince of the current dynasty, you cannot act so recklessly. Where do you put His Majesty? Zhang Jisheng said angrily. Ling Ning pointed at Zhang Jisheng and cursed, "You bastard, don't scare me with His Majesty. Don't think I don't know that you asked Sun Qi to trip me up. If you have the guts, go and complain to His Majesty. If you don't go, you're a coward." When Zhang Jisheng heard this, his face instantly became gloomy. In official circles, one must be lenient in dealing with matters and keep silent when seeing through things. So even if the two officials were enemies and wished each other dead, they would still be friendly on the surface. But Ling Ning didn't think so at all. He pointed at Zhang Jisheng's nose and scolded him, not giving him any face at all. Next, Ling Ning added, "Sun Qi has already promised me that he will personally lead people to cooperate. If you dare to interfere, I will beat you to death." After making the threat, Ling Ning left with Chu Hongxiu. It was not until Ling Ning left that Zhang Jisheng became so angry that he started cursing, and at the same time he suspected that Sun Qi had betrayed him. Chu Hongxiu was a little confused when leaving Zhang's house. Because she felt that what Ling Ning had just said to Zhang Jisheng was clearly a plot against Sun Qi. With Zhang Jisheng's narrow mind, he would definitely not let Sun Qi go. But His Highness is obviously a simple-minded person, how could he come up with such a plan? It seems that I have been worrying too much. Ling Ning saw Chu Hongxiu's suspicion, but he did not explain. That's right, this time attacking Zhang's house was one of Ling Ning's plans. As for the reason, it was because Ling Ning had a crush on Sun Qi. Ling Ning is preparing for his enfeoffment, and he wants to look for his confidants. Li Wenyu is one, and Sun Qi, who is caring, loyal and righteous, is another. If Zhang Jisheng didn't make things difficult for Sun Qi and didn't suppress him, how would Ling Ning have a chance? As the saying goes, good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. The news that Ling Ning had infiltrated the Jinwu Guard quickly spread throughout Kyoto, and even the Emperor Wei heard about it. When Emperor Wei heard this, he said nothing. Ling Ning's actions were certainly reckless, but he also had his own reasons, so Emperor Wei was too lazy to ask. Zhang Jisheng, the general of the left Jinwu Guard, took out his anger on Sun Qi, causing Sun Qi and his brothers to feel resentful. If Sun Qi had not been required to lead others to receive the Jiang Kingdom delegation, Zhang Jisheng would have immediately suspended him. But afterward, Sun Qi's official position would have been in jeopardy. After this farce, other departments no longer dared to embarrass Li Wenyu. No one wanted to run into a villain like Ling Ning who only used his fists to speak. Before we knew it, the day had come when the Jiang State delegation arrived in Beijing. The Jiang State delegation was still half an hour away from Kyoto, so Ling Ning left the palace and went to the Honglu Temple to prepare. Ling Ning, dressed in a python robe, looked extremely luxurious, and his mighty appearance also added a bit of dignity, which made Chu Hongxiu's eyes light up. During these 4 or 5 days, Ling Ning and Chu Hongxiu got along very well. Although they did not develop the relationship that Emperor Wei had hoped for, they were already friends. So much so that Chu Hongxiu secretly sighed in her heart, if His Highness was not stupid, he would be a perfect man. Unfortunately, no one is perfect. Ling Ning dismounted, and Li Wenyu led a group of officials to salute immediately. "No need to be polite, my lords," Ling Ning said with a smile, scanning the crowd. He didn't know many officials, and finally his eyes fell on Sun Qi. Sun Qi's situation was not good these days, so he was a little depressed. This was exactly what Ling Ning wanted, and it would be easier to recruit him in the future. "Your Highness, it's getting late, let's leave the city," Li Wenyu said with a smile. Ling Ning nodded, and reminded Li Wenyu, "Master Li, you promised me to beat the envoy of Jiang Kingdom, don't forget it." "Ha ha ha. Your Highness, don't worry, I haven't forgotten. Li Wenyu couldn't help laughing, and Chu Hongxiu beside him couldn't help laughing as well. Then everyone left the city from the west gate and lined up 3 miles outside the city. 2 sticks of incense later, a large group of people appeared on the official road. The envoys from the state of Jiang had arrived. As the distance gets closer, it becomes clearer and clearer. The flag that crackled in the wind had countless stars on it, fluttering in the wind. It was the star flag representing the royal family of Jiang. The well-equipped cavalry was mighty. The entire delegation was in good order, which showed the strength of Jiang. As a powerful country that dominates a region, it cannot be underestimated. When Daxia was destroyed, if the old emperor of Jiang had not pursued the way to immortality, had not attended the morning court for 10 years, and vetoed the plan to annex Daxia, it is likely that Dawei would not have been established. Even if the state of Jiang did not annex the state of Daxia, it still occupied a large amount of land. All along, the generals and soldiers of the Wei dynasty have been looking forward to regaining the lost territory, so how could the emperor of Wei easily ask for peace? This time Jiang's state took the initiative to seek peace and was bound to show sincerity. Ling Ning had a bad feeling. If the sincerity was great enough, coupled with the advice of the court officials, the emperor of Wei might also be shaken. Forget it. It doesn't matter to Ling Ning whether there is peace or not. What he cares about most is that his goal of becoming a vassal will be achieved immediately. Thinking of this, Ling Ning looked back and saw Sun Qi and the Jinwu guards also holding their heads high and showing their imposing manner. Facing foreign enemies, one must not lose their aura. At the same time, at the front of the Jiang state delegation, there was a magnificent carriage pulled by 5 tall war horses. The Records of the Kings says, the emperor rides 6 horses, the princes ride 5, the ministers ride 4, the officials ride 3, the scholars ride 2, and the common people ride 1. It can be seen that an important figure from the state of Jiang is sitting in this gorgeous carriage. At this moment, a slender hand reached out, opened the curtain a little, and a pair of beautiful eyes looked out. There was a burly man on horseback next to the carriage. He immediately stepped forward and said respectfully, "Your Highness, the Great Wei has gone too far. They actually sent a foolish prince out of the city to welcome us. They simply don't take our Jiang kingdom seriously." The next moment, a lazy female voice came out. The king of Wei is ambitious and has no intention of peace talks. He is waiting for civil unrest in Jiang so that he can recover lost territory or even counterattack Jiang. So it is normal to send a foolish prince to welcome him. Don't mind it. In addition, be patient when encountering difficulties. The mission is important. I understand. The burly man said seriously. After the conversation, the delegation arrived in front of the Wei dynasty and then stopped. Li Wenyu, surrounded by the Jinwu guards, walked to the front of the Jiang kingdom delegation, bowed, and laughed. "I am Li Wenyu, the junior secretary of the Honglu Temple. I am here to welcome the Jiang kingdom delegation in accordance with the order of our emperor and the orders of His Highness the 6th Prince." An elegant man walked out from the Jiang kingdom, bowed and said with a smile, "Mr. Li, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Ji Feng, and I am here to escort His Highness Mingchuan to visit your country on the orders of His Majesty." After that, Kong Xian handed over a visiting card. The visiting card was not a letter of credence, which was presented to the Emperor of Wei. The visiting card contained the name list of the delegation and some precautions to facilitate the reception by the Honglu Temple. Li Wenyu's face was filled with surprise. Ji Feng is the Minister of Rights of Jiang State. According to previous communication, Ji Feng is the chief envoy of Jiang State this time. But now, the chief envoy is actually someone else, and that is His Highness Mingchuan, the famous envoy of Jiang State. Although Princess Mingchuan is a woman, she is extremely intelligent and is deeply trusted and loved by Emperor Jiang. People all say that if Princess Mingchuan were a man, she would definitely inherit the throne. This time, Emperor Jiang actually sent her here, which shows how much importance he attaches to this meeting. In addition, the Jiang kingdom was also insidious enough to keep the secret so secretive that the Wei kingdom was caught off guard. However, Li Wenyu remained calm. After taking the name card, he turned around and presented it to Ling Ning, saying, "Your Highness, the situation has changed. The person in charge of the Jiang kingdom is Princess Mingchuan." Ling Ning took the name card and glanced at it. Princess Mingchuan's information flashed through his mind, and then he pretended to be stupid and said, "Princess? A woman sent by Jiang kingdom? Your Highness, it is rumored that Princess Mingchuan is the daughter of the Queen and the legitimate daughter of Emperor Jiang. She has shown intelligence since she was a child. She knew 1,000 words at the age of 3, recited Tang poems at the age of 5, was familiar with the 4 books and 5 classics at the age of 7, and was proficient in poetry and songs at the age of 8. She was praised by the people of Jiang as the most talented woman in the country. Not only is Princess Mingchuan talented in literature, she is also resourceful and has the ability to strategize. She should not be underestimated." Li Wenyu explained hurriedly. Ling Ning pretended not to care. A woman is still a woman no matter how strong she is. Let's go and meet her. As he spoke, Ling Ning stepped forward, came to the front, and shouted to the gorgeous carriage, "Princess Mingchuan, why haven't you come out yet? Do you want me to lift the curtain for you myself?" As soon as these words were spoken, Li Wenyu and Chu Hongxiu behind him had already expected it. After all, His Highness was so direct. However, when the Jiang kingdom delegation heard this, they immediately looked angry, thinking that Ling Ning was rude and offended their noble princess. Ling Ning led his men to welcome the Jiang kingdom delegation. After learning that the chief envoy of the Jiang kingdom was the famous Princess Mingchuan, he immediately stepped forward to greet her with somewhat frivolous words. "Sixth Prince, please be mindful of your words and actions. Is this how the Wei dynasty entertains guests?" In front of the carriage, a burly man wearing armor and holding a steel knife shouted sternly. Seeing the anger in his eyes, he must be a die-hard follower of Princess Mingchuan. Ling Ning glanced at the other person and asked, "Who do you think you are? Do you have the qualifications to speak here?" "You." The burly man clenched his scabbard and was about to retort, but a pleasant voice rang out from the carriage, "Kong Xian, step back, don't be rude." "Yes, Your Highness." The man named Kong Xian clasped his fists and retreated, not even allowing himself to glare at Ling Ning. Ling Ning didn't care about little Karami like Kong Xian. He looked towards the carriage, only to see the curtain being opened and a graceful and elegant beauty in palace dress walked out. Her face is as radiant as an autumn chrysanthemum, her figure is like a green bamboo, and she is as beautiful as a new lotus blooming among the green waves. She has a graceful figure, narrow shoulders, a thin waist, and a beautiful neck that reveals skin as white as cream. She wore neither makeup nor rouge, her hair was as high as clouds, her eyebrows were as long as crescent moons, her lips were bright red, and her eyes were as bright as stars. Her posture is elegant and charming, with a gentle smile on the corner of her mouth, soft and gentle, making people feel like they are in the spring breeze. Ling Ning had seen many beauties, but none of them could compare with the Princess Mingchuan in front of her. "I'd like to trouble Your Highness the Sixth Highness to go out of the city to greet you. My subordinates are rude, but I hope His Highness you will respect me," Princess Mingchuan said with a smile. Her voice is like a clear spring in the mountains, soothing the heart and mind. After Ling Ning looked at the other party, she couldn't help but said, "You are so beautiful." Princess Mingchuan was stunned, then raised her hand to cover her red lips, and said with a sweet smile, "Thank you, Your Highness Miaozan." Unexpectedly, the next moment, Ling Ning said something shocking, "Will you be my wife?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. In such a grand and solemn occasion, everyone was unexpected that Ling Ning would say such rude words. Li Wenyu smiled bitterly in his heart. He had expected that His Highness would pull some tricks, but he didn't expect that it would be a big one right away. Chu Hongxiu had a blank expression on her face. Looking at the stunningly beautiful Princess Mingxuan, she actually felt a little inferior and had some unspeakable emotions in her heart. As for Princess Mingxuan, she stared with her eyes wide open. She obviously did not expect Ling Ning to behave so recklessly as to ask her to be his wife. The intelligence said that the sixth prince was a bit stupid, and now it seems that it is true. Rude. Kong Xian, who was standing by, was furious and reached out to grab Ling Ning's throat. He would not allow anyone to offend the princess whom he revered as a goddess. Kong Xian's sudden attack made Sun Qi's face change, but he was standing in the back and had no time to support. But when he thought of the terrifying force of the sixth prince, he stood still again. Princess Mingxuan did not expect Kong Xian to be so reckless, but she was too late to stop him. The distance was close, and Kong Xian suddenly attacked again. It can be said that in a flash, Kong Xian's attack reached Ling Ning. Ling Ning remained calm. Kong Xian doesn't look simple and has great martial arts skills, but this skill is relative to other people. In fact, his martial arts skills may even be higher than Sun Qi's. But unfortunately, he was facing Ling Ning. Ling Ning narrowed his eyes, his feet remained motionless like the roots of an old tree, and he flicked his right hand, directly deflecting Kong Xian's attacking arm. The terrifying force made Kong Xian's face change drastically, and his entire arm was in pain. Then, Ling Ning pulled back his hand and pushed his fist, directly hitting Kong Xian's chest, which was wide open and had no time to defend. Snapped. A dull crash was heard. Kong Xian snorted secretly, and staggered backwards, taking 3 or 4 steps before he could stand firm. And every time I breathed, I felt a dull pain in my chest. Kong Xian's pupils trembled violently and he looked at Ling Ning in disbelief. He prided himself on being a martial arts master, but he was defeated by Ling Ning in just one move. This was too humiliating. When Princess Mingxuan saw this scene, her eyes changed instantly, and she looked at Ling Ning with shock and curiosity. She knew Kong Xian's martial arts very well, so she was shocked by Ling Ning's strength. At this time, feeling ashamed, Kong Xian wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Princess Mingxuan's sharp eyes and immediately knelt down. When Princess Mingxuan looked at Ling Ning, her eyes had regained their gentleness and she said, "Sixth Prince, my subordinates did not know the rules and offended you. You can kill me or chop me up, it is all up to you." Ling Ning smiled innocently and asked, "You haven't answered my question yet. Can you be my wife?" Princess Mingxuan replied, "Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness, but I am already engaged." "Who is it? If I beat him to death, will you marry me?" Ling Ning asked again, with an expression that showed that he would not stop until he married you. Princess Mingxuan had seen many people who admired and loved her, but their pursuit was very subtle. She had never seen anyone as bold and direct as Ling Ning. She covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, "Sixth Prince, my fiancé is far away in Jiang country. If you are willing to go back to Jiang country with me, you can meet him." Ling Ning shook his head and said, "I'm not going to Jiang country. If I go there, I can't come back." Princess Mingxuan smiled but said nothing, thinking that the sixth prince was not completely stupid. It would be great if he was. In that case, the Wei dynasty would have a brave general who was unmatched in courage but would have no place to use his skills. "Sixth Prince, there is nothing we can do," Princess Mingxuan replied with a smile. Who would have thought that the next moment, Ling Ning said in all seriousness, "I'm looking for my father. Doesn't your Jiang kingdom want to negotiate? As long as you marry me, then we can negotiate." Ling Ning had a very smug look on his face, revealing his naivety to the fullest. The speaker has intentions, and the listener is even more worried. Princess Mingxuan's face flashed with solemnity. If the Emperor Wei really made this request, it would really affect her plan. Before she came, she calculated many possible variables, but she didn't expect this. Ling Ning noticed Princess Mingxuan's facial expressions and was secretly happy. This woman was really beautiful, but it was not necessary to marry her. Ling Ning said this deliberately to make her lose her composure. But soon, Princess Mingxuan recovered her spirits and said with a smile, "Your Highness the Sixth Prince is straightforward and honest, without any affectation. I believe it will be a pleasure to get along with him in the future." This simple sentence not only praised Ling Ning, but also revealed a certain feeling, which made people imagine. It was definitely a high-level one. Ling Ning laughed happily and did not continue to pester her for fear of making things worse. At this time, Li Wenyu took the opportunity to remind, "Sixth Prince, it is getting late, welcome the Jiang Kingdom delegation into the city." Yes, we have to enter the city. I have prepared delicious meals for you, including my favorite roast chicken. Princess, you must enjoy it later." Ling Ning nodded quickly. Princess Mingxuan smiled and said, "Thank you, Sixth Prince, for your hospitality." Afterwards, Princess Mingxuan got on the carriage and both teams entered the city. The Jinwu guards had cleared the streets, and people were standing on both sides of the street pointing and talking. Some supported the peace talks, while others opposed them. From civil and military officials to peddlers, everyone was discussing the topic of peace talks. Ling Ning led his men to escort the Jiang state delegation to the Honglu Temple branch and settled them down. "Your Highness Mingxuan, your group is exhausted from the journey, so please rest for a night. Tomorrow at 9 p.m., the Sixth Prince will accompany your Highness Mingxuan to the palace to meet His Majesty. In addition, if your group needs anything, please feel free to ask." Li Wenyu arranged everything in an orderly manner and told the other party the process. Princess Mingxuan smiled and said, "Lord Li's arrangements are meticulous and thoughtful, and he takes care of every detail. As the saying goes, a glimpse of the whole can reveal a glimpse of the whole. This shows that the Wei court is full of talented people. No wonder it has become so powerful in just 20 years. Your Highness Mingxuan Liaozan, all this is His Majesty's order." Li Wenyu responded with a bow, neither humble nor arrogant. At this time, Ling Ning ordered someone to bring a rich lunch and introduced it to her. "Wife, try the food of our Great Wei. It is definitely better than the food of your Jiang kingdom." Daughter-in-law? Everyone present was shocked again. Kong Xian and Ji Feng were so angry that they gritted their teeth and wished they could cut Ling Ning into pieces. How can their Princess Yuning be called a daughter-in-law since she is not married? This is a great humiliation. Mingxuan Palace was calm, but in fact she felt helpless. Her wisdom and intelligence could be used to deal with smart people, but not with stupid people. It was like a scholar meeting a soldier, unable to explain himself. "Your Highness." Li Wenyu called out immediately and winked at Ling Ning. Unexpectedly, Ling Ning asked back, "Master Li, are your eyes uncomfortable? If you are uncomfortable, you can go down and have a rest. I am hungry too, so I will have dinner with my wife." After that, Ling Ning turned to look at Princess Mingxuan and asked, "Can I have dinner with you?" Princess Mingxuan raised her jade hand, pressed her temples, and then said, "Thank you for your hospitality, Your Highness. I am a little tired after the bumpy journey, and I don't have much appetite. I would like to rest first and have dinner later." "Tired? I know how to massage. Or I can give you a massage. I guarantee you'll feel comfortable. Come on, let's go to your room," Ling Ning said quickly. His enthusiasm was direct and frank, as if he really regarded Princess Mingxuan as his daughter-in-law and cared about her health. He did not understand the meaning of Princess Mingxuan's words to drive him away. Li Wenyu was also speechless. Conversations in such occasions were always implicit, but the sixth prince was too special and could not understand any implicit words at all. However, if Princess Mingchuan directly ordered them to leave, it would make her seem rude. Princess Mingchuan didn't dare to ask Ling Ning to give her a massage, so she could only say, "Thank you for your kindness, sixth prince. I'll just take a short rest. I'm actually a little hungry after smelling the aroma, so it's a good opportunity to try the delicacies of the Great Wei Kingdom. Hehe, you will definitely like it." Ling Ning looked happy. Then everyone sat down to eat. Ling Ning and Princess Mingchuan sat at the top, with people from both sides sitting on either side. Because of the separate dining system, Ling Ning couldn't pick up food for Princess Mingchuan and couldn't tease her further. Princess Mingchuan was extremely elegant during the meal, which was pleasing to the eye. Compared with her, Ling Ning was not rude, but he had a large appetite and ate with relish, which made Princess Mingchuan's appetite better, and she ate more than usual. During this time, Ling Ning was secretly observing Princess Mingchuan. 9 dishes were prepared for her, each with a different flavor. She only ate each dish once or twice, except for the honey osmanthus lotus root, which she ate a few more slices. The honey osmanthus lotus root is sweet and soft, which shows that Princess Mingchuan likes sweet food. There have been studies in previous lives that have shown that there is a certain connection between eating habits and personality traits. People who like to eat sweets have better personalities and are lively and enthusiastic. Of course, this connection is not decisive, but it still has certain reference significance for Ling Ning's analysis of Princess Mingchuan. At the same time, Princess Mingchuan was also secretly observing Ling Ning. Through observation, she basically believed that Ling Ning's IQ and EQ were not high, but he was not a complete fool. Instead, he had a simple mind and simple thoughts and was easily deceived. Thinking of this, Princess Mingchuan had an idea. Since Ling Ning treats me as his wife, can I take her in for my own use? She was able to defeat Kong Xian with one move, which shows how terrifying Ling Ning is. If I take in such a talent, I might be able to train a peerless warrior for Jiang State. When the time comes, let him deal with the Wei Kingdom, not only killing the soldiers of the Wei Kingdom, but also destroying the heart of the Wei Kingdom. Princess Mingchuan immediately made up her mind, picked up the wine, and said with a smile, "Sixth Prince, the food you prepared is really delicious, thank you for your hospitality. As long as you like it, I will prepare it for you every day, hehe." Ling Ning also picked up the wine, with an expression that showed he was happy that his wife liked it. Princess Mingchuan showed a touching shyness and said softly, "Thank you, sixth prince." Seeing this scene, Li Wenyu and Chu Hongxiu looked at each other and thought to themselves that it was not good. They did not expect that the sixth prince would fall at the feet of the other party. This was really troublesome. While we were eating, the wind started to blow outside and dark clouds began to spread, and it looked like there was going to be a heavy rain. When we finished our meal, fine raindrops began to fall. Princess Mingchuan went back to her room to take a nap, while Li Wenyu said to Ling Ning, "Sixth prince, now that you have settled the Jiang Kingdom delegation, you should go to the palace to report the situation to His Majesty." "Lord Li, just go into the palace. I'll stay here. A heavy rain is coming soon. What if my wife can't find me?" Ling Ning explained solemnly. Li Wenyu frowned deeply and wanted to persuade him, but Ling Ning had already pushed him out of the courtyard and said, after entering the palace, "Lord Li, go home and rest. Lord Li, you have worked hard today." Li Wenyu had no choice but to leave with Chu Hongxiu. Watching the two people leave, the honest look on Ling Ning's face immediately disappeared. Looking at the dark clouds and the strong wind, Ling Ning felt alert in his heart. This was why he stayed but sent Li Wenyu and Chu Hongxiu away. "I hope I'm overthinking. Miss Hongxiu, the sixth prince is simple-minded and I'm afraid he will be plotted against by Princess Mingchuan." Li Wenyu said worriedly on the way to the palace. Chu Hongxiu replied, Princess Mingchuan is extremely beautiful. As a woman, I also think she is beautiful, let alone the simple-minded sixth prince. Is there any way to prevent the sixth prince from being deceived? Li Wenyu suddenly looked at Chu Hongxiu. Why does Lord Li look at me like this? Chu Hongxiu felt a little uncomfortable, as if she had thought of something. Li Wenyu said seriously, Miss Hongxiu, you are the only one who can help the sixth prince right now. Why don't you use the beauty trick to divert the sixth prince's attention from Princess Mingchuan to you, and the problem will be solved. Chu Hongxiu exclaimed in surprise, and then her pretty face blushed. Getting her to flirt with a man is more difficult than stabbing a scoundrel more than 20 times, and it's shameful just thinking about it. Li Wenyu continued, Miss Hongxiu, the sixth prince is pure and innocent, and easily deceived. If you don't help him, I'm afraid he will fall into Princess Mingchuan's honey trap, and the consequences in the future are unimaginable. Miss Hongxiu, please think about this carefully. Chu Hongxiu hummed lightly, and it was unclear whether she was expressing that she would consider it or agreeing to Li Wenyu's suggestion. At dusk, the fine raindrops grew larger and larger, and finally turned into heavy rain. Dark clouds blocked out the stars and the moonlight, and the whole world fell into darkness. Only the sound of the dense rain was like the sound of thunder and drums. For safety reasons, General Sun Qi of the Jinwu Guard arranged 3 levels of patrol for the villa. The first level is outside the courtyard, where the Jinwu Guards are wearing straw raincoats and patrolling back and forth. The second level is inside the courtyard, and they are secret sentries. The third level is outside the house where the Jiang Kingdom delegation lives. There are more than 100 Jinwu guards in the 3 levels of patrol. In addition, the Jiang state delegation also arranged its own guards to keep a close watch. It can be said that the entire villa is impregnable inside and out. Right now. After inspecting the entire villa, Sun Qi reported to Ling Ning that everything was normal and there were no problems. Your Highness, I will stay in the villa. You should go back and rest early. Sun Qi suggested. Ling Ning did not answer, but looked at the dark rainy night outside and said, This rain is so heavy. Yes, it looks like the rain will continue for some time, Sun Qi replied. Ling Ning said, I'm not going back. I'll just rest here for one night. Find me a house near the Jiang Kingdom envoys. Sun Qi thought Ling Ning was infatuated with Princess Mingchuan, so he didn't want to go back. He felt helpless and thought to himself that the silly prince was just a silly prince, so he could only go down and make arrangements. And so, Ling Ning settled down. Princess Mingchuan opened the window, looked out at the dark rainy night, and suddenly asked, How strong is Ling Ning? Behind him stood a burly man, it was Kong Xian. Hearing Princess Mingchuan's question, Kong Xian felt embarrassed, but he still answered truthfully, very strong. And I suspect he is born with supernatural powers. In a fistfight, I am no match for him. After a pause, Kong Xian tried to save face and said, I am not good at fighting, but if I use weapons, I have the confidence to fight him. Compete, not win. Obviously Kong Xian was not sure either. Princess Mingchuan also understood the pride in Kong Xian's heart. The fact that he could say such words already showed how terrifying Ling Ning's fighting ability was. It seems that this trip to Wei will bring unexpected gains. Princess Mingchuan's eyes sparkled. She had already decided to recruit Ling Ning for her own use. She would use Ling Ning to pay back the humiliation she had suffered for the peace talks. One day in the future, Ling Ning will kill all the soldiers of the Wei Kingdom on the battlefield. How heartbreaking it will be. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, with no sign of slowing down. The heavy rain washed away everything, even blocking the view. Ka! A flash of lightning suddenly appeared, tearing through the darkness and illuminating the dark alley. In the dark alley, there were men in black wearing black clothes, black cloth on their faces and holding steel knives. There were so many of them that they were packed tightly together, filling the entire alley. Each of them had a cold look in their eyes, like a ghost in the darkness, as they looked at the Honglu temple branch not far away. A few minutes later, these men in black started moving, heading towards the Honglu temple's branch courtyard. The sound of rain covered their footsteps, and the darkness obscured their figures. At this time, the Jinwu guards who were patrolling outside the villa noticed something was wrong and stopped immediately. Their sixth sense made them realize that something was wrong. Ka. Just then, another flash of lightning appeared. The next moment, the Jinwu guards were horrified because they saw the men in black who were coming to kill them were already a few meters away. "Oh no, enemy attack!" The Jinwu guards roared, but it was too late. The men in black had already rushed over and chopped down with sharp steel knives, covering the Jinwu guards. Soon, all these patrolling Jinwu guards were slaughtered and turned into corpses. Then, the men in black climbed over the wall into the villa and headed towards the house where the Jiang Kingdom delegation was staying. They were very familiar with the villa's environment and even avoided most of the secret sentries. By the time their whereabouts were exposed, they were already very close to the house where the Jiang state delegation lived. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The secret sentry of the Jinwu guard immediately rang the gong to sound the alarm, and for a moment, the entire villa was in chaos. Not good. Sun Qi was shocked. He didn't expect that an assassin would attack just as the Jiang state delegation arrived. He didn't have time to think about it and immediately rushed over with a knife. After arriving, Sun Qi found that the Jinwu guards were retreating step by step, and the men in black were extremely brave, fearless and extremely cruel. Sun Qi immediately joined the fight and led the Jinwu guards to resist the men in black. On the other hand, Princess Mingchuan was also surprised. She didn't expect to be attacked by an assassin as soon as she arrived in the capital of Wei. She was very curious, who sent the assassin? Protect His Highness. Kong Xian let out a long roar and immediately stood outside the house with a gun in hand. The accompanying Jiang state guards surrounded the house, and several female guards also stood guard beside Princess Mingchuan. But soon, Kong Xian's expression became serious. This group of men in black were extremely numerous, and were extremely brave and ferocious. Their knives were coated with a highly toxic poison, the kind that would kill anyone with just one drop of blood. Anyone who was scratched by it would be poisoned. As a result, the Jinwu guards suffered heavy casualties and began to lose. The men in black seized the loophole in the Jinwu guards' defense and immediately attacked the house where Princess Mingchuan was. Kong Xian gripped the spear tightly and said nothing. The spear came out like a dragon, with a cold light at the tip, and pierced directly into the neck of an assassin, then he put the spear away and stabbed again. In a short moment, several men in black died at the hands of Kong Xian. Kong Xian claimed that he was not good at fighting but was proficient in spearmanship, and it turned out that he was not bragging. Faced with Kong Xian's superb marksmanship, the men in black also had a plan to deal with it. Several men in black surrounded Kong Xian and fought with him, while the other assassins rushed into the room. The other guards of Jiang Kingdom were similar to the Jinwu guards. Although they were all elite troops in the army, they were still inferior to the vicious men in black. What's more, the knives of the men in black were poisoned, which made them the most difficult to deal with. In a short while, countless guards of Jiang state were killed or wounded. At this time, the situation became dangerous. Sun Qi, Kong Xian and others were entangled by the men in black, while other men in black broke through the defense and got closer and closer to the room where Princess Mingchuan was. Kong Xian roared, trying to get rid of the men in black around him as quickly as possible, but he was unable to do so for the time being and was entangled tightly. At this moment, the men in black had already forced their way to the door. One of them seized the opportunity and immediately rushed towards the door, ready to break in. At this extremely critical moment, a sharp sound of breaking wind was heard, hitting the man in black who was about to break the door. The man in black screamed and fell to the ground without any movement. At this time, everyone could see clearly that the man in black was killed by an arrow through the chest. The arrow pierced through the black-clad man's chest, then got nailed on the door panel and sank into it, which shows the power of this arrow. Next, there was another sound of breaking wind, tearing through the rain curtain. Every time there was a sound of breaking wind, a man in black was shot through the body, killing him with one shot. Kong Xian and others couldn't help but look in the direction where the arrow came from. It turned out to be Ling Ning, who came to support with a 7-stone-strong bow. The terrifying 7-stone bow was pulled into a full moon in Ling Ning's hand, and the terrifying force gave the arrow terrifying penetrating power. Soon, Ling Ning shot all the arrows in his quiver, killing more than a dozen men in black. The closer man in black immediately raised his knife and slashed at Ling Ning. At this time, a black light flew up, like a dragon bird covering the sky and the sun, covering the several men in black who were rushing over. Before they could even scream, their heads flew high up. Only then did everyone see that Ling Ning was holding a terrifying Fang Tian Hua Ji in his hand, which was none other than Long Kei. Kill! Ling Ning roared loudly, like thunderclap out of the blue, resounding throughout the courtyard. He was like a soaring dragon, and the wielding Fang Tian Hua Ji was like the wings of a dragon. Wherever he passed, there were broken limbs and blood everywhere. The black-clad man's attack couldn't get close to Ling Ning at all, let alone entangle Ling Ning. When Kong Xian and Sun Qi saw this scene, their pupils shrank violently. They knew Ling Ning was powerful, but they didn't expect him to be so terrifying. Princess Mingchuan saw Ling Ning's bravery through the window. Her eyes were bright and she became more interested in Ling Ning. When Ling Ning kills people, he is like a god of death, making people forget his stupidity. In the dark and rainy night, Ling Ning held the Fang Tian Hua Ji in his hand, like a dragon with its wings spread. Wherever the tip of the halberd passed, the heads of the men in black fell off. Just like an invincible god of death, the men in black could not stop him, and there was only one way to go: death. Lightning flashed again, illuminating Ling Ning's stern face. Princess Mingchuan, who was standing by the window, stared at Ling Ning. She couldn't help but feel her eyes brighten, and an imperceptible ripple appeared in her heart. Soon, Ling Ning actually fought his way out and arrived at the door, where he was like a single man blocking the way for 10,000. After seeing this scene, the men in black all gave up besieging Sun Qi, Kong Xian and others, and instead attacked Ling Ning. There were so many of them, about 20 or 30 of them. "Your Highness, be careful." Sun Qi was shocked and quickly reminded him. Ling Ning remained calm as he looked at the man in black rushing towards him. Not only was he not afraid, but he secretly exclaimed that it was a good opportunity. The dragon bird in his hand was already ready to go. According to legend, Lu Bu learned from Wu Xianyuan, who taught him the 32-way Ping Tian halberd technique, one of which was the main halberd style, named Huizhua. The swing is a horizontal force, the chop is a splitting force, one horizontal and one vertical, creating the world. The swing and chop are like a crescent moon, extremely fast and powerful, invincible in the world. At this moment, Ling Ning grabbed the tail of the halberd. His feet were like the roots of an old tree, motionless. His strength was concentrated from bottom to top, in his waist, and in all four extremities. The next moment, Ling Ning used his horizontal force and swung the dragon bird, like holding up a mountain, sweeping towards the attacking men in black. The man in black at the front was in despair, as if a mountain was falling down on him. He quickly raised his steel knife to block it. However, the sturdy steel knife was like paper in front of the swinging dragon bird. It bent instantly and could not stop the dragon bird at all. Under the horrific sweep, the first few men in black were all blown away. Some had their heads exploded, some had their chests completely torn apart, and some had their heads flying off. Their deaths were extremely tragic. Seeing this scene, Sun Qi's eyes widened with disbelief. With just one move, he killed 6 or 7 men in black. Is this really something a human can do? The 6th prince's martial arts power is too strong. Kong Xian felt bitter in his heart. He prided himself on being an expert in spearmanship, but facing such an attack, he could only fight and retreat at the same time. He was not as relaxed as Ling Ning. He has his own pride, but at this moment he has to admit defeat. Princess Mingchuan in the room covered her red lips, and her mind was shaken by Ling Ning's shocking sweep. Die! At this time, Ling Ning let out a long roar and waved the dragon bird in his hand again. The man in black could not track the whereabouts of the dragon bird at all and was killed by the dragon bird. The Jinwu guards and Jiang state guards were also infected by Ling Ning's invincible aura and began to fight back. The men in black suffered countless casualties in an instant, fell into a disadvantage, and began to retreat. The leading man in black was extremely angry. Such a good opportunity turned out to be like this. He had calculated everything, but he had not expected Ling Ning's fighting ability to be so terrifying. It can be said that Ling Ning turned the situation around single-handedly. But the leader of the men in black was unwilling to give up. He quietly took out a crossbow and aimed it at Ling Ning. The crossbow arrow was coated with a deadly poison that would kill Ling Ning instantly upon contact. He was looking for an opportunity to kill Ling Ning in one fell swoop. It's now. The leader of the men in black seized Ling Ning's weakness and immediately shot a crossbow arrow. Base. The crossbow arrow made a light sound, like a ghost in the dark night, tearing through the rain curtain and shooting towards Ling Ning at an extremely fast speed. The leader of the men in black showed ecstasy on his face, looking forward to Ling Ning being shot dead. Who knows what will happen next? Ling Ning suddenly turned sideways, raised his arm, and used the arm guard to block the crossbow arrow. Got you. Ling Ning's eyes immediately locked onto the leader of the men in black. This group of people followed orders very well, so there must be a leader giving orders. However, the scene was too chaotic, and it was difficult to determine who the leader was. So Ling Ning guessed that the other party would attack from behind, and it turned out to be just as he expected. The crossbow arrow hit Ling Ning's arm guard and immediately lost its speed and power. As it fell, it was actually caught in Ling Ning's hand. Immediately afterwards, Ling Ning threw the crossbow arrow with his bare hands, just like shooting a dart. Not good. The leader of the men in black was shocked. He never expected Ling Ning to be so powerful. He dodged in a hurry. A thrown crossbow arrow is naturally no match for one fired from a bow and crossbow, but although the man in black dodged it, the crossbow arrow still flew past his scalp, scaring the leader of the men in black so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. But the assassin behind the leader of the men in black was not so lucky. He was hit in the face by a crossbow arrow and screamed in pain. Then, Ling Ning charged like a titan, using the dragon bird to carve out a bloody path and pounced on the leader of the men in black. This frightened the other party so much that his face changed drastically. He looked around and found that most of his men had been lost, and the Jinwu guards on the periphery were coming. Their action had failed. In other words, if you don't leave now, you may never be able to leave. In desperation, the leader of the men in black shouted, "Withdraw!" As soon as the words fell, the men in black stopped attacking and immediately retreated and began to evacuate. But it was not so easy to leave as they wanted to. The Jinwu guards and the Jiang state guards immediately began to counterattack. More men in black tried to entangle and stop Ling Ning, giving their leader a chance to retreat. When Ling Ning waved the dragon bird and killed all the men in black who blocked his way, he found that the leader of the men in black had already run out of the villa. What Ling Ning didn't expect was that the injured man in black actually bit open the poison sac in his mouth and committed suicide by taking the poison, leaving himself no chance of survival. They were all deadly warriors. Seeing this scene, Ling Ning understood even more the importance of catching the leader of the men in black, and immediately chased after him. Damn it! When the leader of the men in black found Ling Ning chasing him, he couldn't help but curse. He could only speed up and wished he had 2 more legs. At this time, fighting was also taking place outside the guild hall. Chu Hongxiu, a woman dressed as a man, holding a sword, was seen facing the siege of 3 men in black without losing the upper hand at all. It turned out that after Chu Hongxiu returned home, she thought about what Li Wenyu said to her and thought about Ling Ning staying in the villa, which made her feel uneasy. Coupled with the heavy rain, she was even more upset. So, she put on a straw raincoat and came to the villa to take a look. But when they got closer, they saw the Jinwu guards fighting with the men in black, and they were at a disadvantage. Chu Hongxiu secretly cried out that something was wrong and immediately went forward to provide support and fought with the assassin. At this time, the leader of the men in black led the remaining troops to escape from the villa and immediately saw the fighting outside. The first thing he saw was Chu Hongxiu. He seemed to know Chu Hongxiu. When he saw Chu Hongxiu, his eyes lit up. After turning his head to glance at Ling Ning who was about to catch up, he immediately rushed towards Chu Hongxiu, as if he wanted to capture Chu Hongxiu as a hostage. Chu Hongxiu was startled. Seeing the leader of the men in black coming to kill her, she also felt the situation was difficult. She was concerned about the situation in the villa and worried about Ling Ning's safety. If Princess Mingchuan was assassinated, a terrible war would inevitably break out between the 2 countries. Thinking of this, Chu Hongxiu immediately swung her sword faster, repelling the men in black around her, and then stabbed the leader of the men in black who were coming towards her with her sword. Although Chu Hongxiu's swordsmanship is quite good, there is still a certain gap when facing the leader of the men in black. The leader of the men in black swung his knife to block the incoming sword, and then he made several consecutive chops with his knife skills. His knife skills were extremely fast, like gusts of strong wind, which made Chu Hongxiu retreat continuously, and she was overwhelmed. At this moment, Ling Ning chased after her. When he saw Chu Hongxiu was in critical condition, Ling Ning's eyes widened with anger and he immediately roared, "You're looking for death." The roar was like a sudden thunder, which made the men in black tremble, and even their leader seemed a little dazed. Ling Ning chased out of the courtyard and saw the man in black attacking Chu Hongxiu, and Chu Hongxiu was in extremely dangerous condition. After spending some time together, Ling Ning considered Chu Hongxiu a friend, so he immediately shouted angrily, "You're looking for death." This roar was like a thunderclap, or a lion's roar, which made the surrounding black-clothed men tremble. They were completely dominated by Ling Ning and feared his brutality. Even the leader of the black-clothed men seemed to be in a trance. Chu Hongxiu immediately seized the opportunity, dodged sideways, and retreated towards Ling Ning. However, the leader of the men in black quickly came to his senses. Feeling humiliated, he continued to chase Chu Hongxiu. He knew very well that he could not let Chu Hongxiu escape to Ling Ning. Once she escaped, he would not be able to kill her. Tonight's operation was a disastrous failure. If we can kill Chu Hongxiu and intensify the feud between the secretary Ouyang Nyoma and Ling Ning, we can make up for some of the losses. Thinking of this, the leader of the men in black leaped up, raised the steel knife in his hand high and chopped it down, splitting Huashan with one move and covering Chu Hongxiu. Chu Hongxiu had no way to avoid it and hastily raised her sword to block, but she didn't expect that this move was so powerful and forceful. Chu Hongxiu was a woman and her strength was inferior to that of the leader of the men in black, so it was even more difficult for her to resist this attack. Chu Hongxiu's sword slipped out of her hand, and in order to avoid the incoming knife, she tilted her body and fell down. The leader of the men in black put away his sword and fought again, this time targeting Chu Hongxiu's head. Chu Hongxiu lost her sword and fell down again, so she could no longer dodge. Am I going to die here? Chu Hongxiu had never thought that danger would be so close to her. Even when death was right in front of her, what filled her mind was not fear, but blankness. At this critical moment, Ling Ning, who was several feet away, couldn't make it in time, but he threw the dragon bird out. If the leader of the men in black insisted on killing Chu Hongxiu, he would not be able to avoid Long K and would die. But if he did not kill Chu Hongxiu, he would still have time to dodge. In a flash, the man in black made a decision. He gave up on killing Chu Hongxiu and dodged quickly. Just as he moved, the dragon bird had already attacked and directly hit the place where the leader of the men in black had just stood. Seeing this scene, the leader of the men in black was secretly afraid, but also somewhat relieved. When the leader of the men in black wanted to kill Chu Hongxiu again, Chu Hongxiu had already seized the opportunity, stepped on the dragon bird, used the force to stand up, and retreated backwards. Just as the leader of the men in black was about to step forward, Ling Ning had already rushed over, put his left arm around Chu Hongxiu's waist, and took hold of the dragon bird with his right hand. Seeing this scene, the leader of the men in black turned around and fled, not daring to fight at all. Hongxiu, how are you? Ling Ning looked at Chu Hongxiu and asked anxiously. Chu Hongxiu and Ling Ning looked at each other. She stared at Ling Ning in a daze, full of surprise, because Ling Ning's words and expressions at this moment had nothing to do with stupidity. The calmness and concern in those eyes, the sternness on that face, were a world away from being stupid. Ling Ning secretly cried out in dismay. After all, I am not really stupid, so when I encounter an anxious situation, I am likely to be exposed. This reminded him that if he was pretending to be stupid, he would definitely be exposed. Unfortunately, Chu Hongxiu was a friend. If she was an enemy, it would be easier to deal with and he could just kill her. Then, Ling Ning let go of Chu Hongxiu and immediately chased after the leader of the men in black. Chu Hongxiu stared blankly at Ling Ning's back. It was too dark and she was not sure whether what she had just seen was real or fake. Shaking her head, Chu Hongxiu hid her curiosity in her heart, so she took back the sword on the ground and immediately caught up with Ling Ning. Ling Ning chased them for 2 streets and killed more than a dozen men in black, but in the end he failed to capture the leader of the men in black. This man was extremely cunning. In order to save his own life, he asked other men in black to hold Ling Ning back at the risk of their lives, thus giving himself time to escape. In order to prevent the other party from luring the tiger away from the mountain, Ling Ning did not chase him anymore, but turned back and immediately saw Chu Hongxiu chasing him. Ling Ning adjusted his mood and asked, "Miss Hongxiu, are you okay?" At this moment, Ling Ning returned to his former naivete. As the saying goes, eyes are the windows to the soul, and people with lively eyes must be smart. However, Ling Ning's eyes were clear but foolish, and it was obvious that he was not a smart person. This was all thanks to Ling Ning's elective study of acting in his previous life, which helped him to maneuver between several female friends. Without training in acting, it would be difficult to play dumb. Seeing Ling Ning's expression, Chu Hongxiu couldn't help but ask herself, was it because it was too dangerous just now that she saw it wrong? "Thank you, Your Highness, for saving me. I'm fine." Chu Hongxiu came back to her senses and said quickly. Ling Ning asked again, "It's so late, why are you back again?" "I was a little worried, so I came back to take a look. By the way, what's the situation in the other courtyard?" Chu Hongxiu asked anxiously. Ling Ning smiled innocently, "With me here, the assassins will be killed like flowers blooming in the water." Chu Hongxiu knew that what Ling Ning wanted to say was, fallen flowers and flowing water, but she did not point out the mistakes in Ling Ning's words. Instead, she smiled and said, "Fortunately, your highness stayed in the other courtyard tonight, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable." Ling Ning nodded, and then took Chu Hongxiu back to the villa. I saw Sun Qi leading the Jinwu guards to clean up the battlefield. The rain mixed with blood dyed the yard red, and everyone was soaked. "Your Highness." Seeing Ling Ning return, Sun Qi breathed a sigh of relief, then saluted with respect. Ling Ning wanted to ask about the casualties of the Jinwu guards, but he couldn't say much because Jiang Guoren was still watching. He nodded to Sun Qi in response, then walked around Sun Qi and went straight to the door. He looked at Princess Mingchuan and asked with concern, "Wife, are you okay?" Princess Mingchuan smiled and said, "I'm fine. If it weren't for your highness being here tonight and repelling the assassin, I'm afraid we would be in great danger. It's my duty to protect my wife. Don't worry, I will report to my father and find out the identities of these assassins. I will execute their entire family and avenge you." Ling Ning said hurriedly, looking angry as if his wife had been wronged and he wanted to get revenge. Princess Mingchuan bowed and said, "Then I'll trouble your highness the sixth prince." "Hee, no trouble, no trouble." Ling Ning smiled happily. When Chu Hongxiu saw this scene, she suddenly made up her mind to repay his highness for saving her life and not watch him fall into the trap. Ling Ning didn't know what Chu Hongxiu was thinking. He wanted to vent his anger on his wife and immediately said to Sun Qi, "General Sun, are there any of these assassins alive? We must find the person behind this." Sun Qi shook his head and said, "All the captured assassins bit the poison sacs in their mouths and committed suicide. But your highness, please look." As he spoke, Sun Qi pointed at the assassins and pulled off the black cloth on their faces. He saw that the assassins had rough features, broad features, prominent cheekbones, and small eyes, most of which were almond-shaped. Ling Ning recognized the features of these people at a glance, but still played dumb and said, "These people are so ugly." Sun Qi said solemnly, "Your Highness, these people are Huns." Huns? The assassin who assassinated tonight turned out to be a Hun. Everyone present felt surprised, but also somewhat stunned. The purpose of Jiang State's visit this time is to negotiate an alliance. Once Wei and Jiang State form an alliance and join forces, the Xiongnu, the overlord of the northern grasslands, will have trouble sleeping and eating. So he wanted to disrupt the peace talks between the two countries, and therefore carried out this assassination. If Princess Mingchuan was killed in Wei, no matter who the murderer was, the peace talks between the two countries would fail. From this point of view, it is reasonable to assume that the murderer was a Hun. However, Ling Ning had a lingering feeling that something was fishy, but he could only hide his suspicion in his heart, and then angrily cursed, "Damn Xiongnu, they actually ran to Kyoto to make trouble. One day, I will dig up their ancestors' graves and wipe out their roots." Sun Qi said, "Your Highness, this matter needs to be reported to His Majesty. In addition, notify the left and right Jinwu guards and Jingzhou Prefecture to search the entire capital and capture the assassin. Send someone to notify Lord Li immediately and ask him to be in charge of the investigation of this matter." Ling Ning scratched his head, looking like he was racking his brains to investigate the case, and immediately gave instructions to Sun Qi. Sun Qi also knew that Ling Ning was stupid and could kill people, but asking him to arrange the follow-up matters was like forcing someone to do something against his will. So Sun Qi immediately sent someone to inform Li Wenyu. Li Wenyu had just rested when he heard that the villa had been attacked by an assassin. He was so frightened that his whole body was cold. But then he heard that His Highness had turned the tide, and he felt fortunate. So it was right for His Highness to stay in the villa tonight. When Li Wenyu hurried to the Honglu Temple villa, the rain had stopped and Ling Ning and Chu Hongxiu had already changed into clean clothes. Chu Hongxiu was not wearing a men's robe, but a white long skirt. Her tall figure was set off by the white long skirt, which made Ling Ning look at her constantly. Anyway, Ling Ning has a simple and silly personality, so there is no need to be shy when looking at beauties, just look boldly, it's that direct. Chu Hongxiu looked expressionless, but she was actually biting her inner lip with her teeth, pretending to be calm. For some reason, she felt a little shy when facing Ling Ning's gaze, especially when she found that His Highness was always looking at her legs. Could it be that His Highness liked her long, straight, white and long legs? Seeing Li Wenyu coming over, Ling Ning retracted his gaze, and then said viciously, "Master Li, the next thing is up to you. Find a way to catch these hateful Huns. I want to skin them alive." Li Wenyu replied, "I understand." Then Li Wenyu went to the palace at night and reported the situation to Emperor Wei. After hearing this, the Emperor of Wei was furious and ordered Li Wenyu to personally supervise the case and ask the Jinwu Guard and Jingzhou Prefecture to fully cooperate. Li Wenyu immediately resigned and began to investigate. Don't think Li Wenyu is gentle and refined just because of his elegant temperament. In fact, he is very vigorous when it comes to force. He directly sent the Jinwu Guards to search the whole city, and all the Huns in Kyoto had to be checked. Secondly, Li Wenyu ordered the detention of all the Jinwu Guards guarding the villa tonight, including Sun Qi. This scene surprised Sun Qi. He and his brothers fought bloody battles, but they were being investigated. Li Wenyu didn't explain much, but Ling Ning understood that Li Wenyu also noticed that something was wrong with the assassination tonight. First of all, how did this group of assassins avoid the patrolling Jinwu Guards? Secondly, how did this group of assassins know the deployment of the secret sentries in the other courtyard? Finally, where did this group of assassins get the map of the villa? So there is definitely a spy within the Jinwu Guard. In addition, it is not easy for more than 100 Huns to hide in Kyoto without being exposed. They need a sufficiently hidden mansion and special people to take care of their daily life, etc. Judging from their familiarity with the environment of Kyoto, they must have been in Kyoto for some time. From this we can see that the person behind this assassination must not be an ordinary person. After a night of searching and investigation, they arrested many Huns but did not find any clues about the assassin. In addition, no suspicious people were found in the investigation of Jinwu Guards. Things are far more complicated than Ling Ning and Li Wenyu imagined. 3 o'clock in the morning. Early morning. Today's morning court was a bit quiet. All the civil and military officials had already known about the assassination attempt at the Honglu Temple branch last night. This was definitely a severe slap in the face to the Wei dynasty. Fortunately, Princess Mingchuan and others were not seriously injured. However, it also caused Wei to fall into conflict with the Jiang state's envoys and lose the initiative. So the Emperor of Wei was furious and once again ordered a thorough investigation of the matter. After the morning court session ended, Emperor Wei returned to the Yangxin Palace and sent someone to call over the great contributors from last night. Half an hour later, the great hero Ling Ning walked into the Yangxin Palace. As soon as he entered the palace, Ling Ning couldn't wait to ask, "Father, I'm here. Did I do something meritorious last night? Father, do you want to reward me?" After saying that, Ling Ning looked expectant. Emperor Wei called Ling Ning over, intending to encourage him a few words as this rebellious son had finally done something useful. However, he was asked to reward him as soon as he arrived. The words of encouragement he had prepared in his mind were instantly swallowed back. "You are responsible for receiving the envoys from the state of Jiang. It is your job to repel the assassins. Why do you want a reward?" Emperor Wei glared at Ling Ning and said unhappily. Ling Ning said reluctantly, "Others are rewarded for their meritorious service, why am I not rewarded? Father is partial to me, I don't want it, I want a reward. If you don't give me a reward, I will go to the leopard room now." "Rebellious son, what are you doing in the leopard room?" Emperor Wei was startled and felt something was wrong, so he immediately asked. Ling Ning said seriously, "Are the dishes made by the imperial kitchen edible? Let me be responsible for my father's meals." "You are wrong. Merits should be rewarded. I have decided to reward you." Emperor Wei immediately said seriously. "What's wrong with rewarding his rebellious son with some treasures for the sake of his beloved pet?" Ling Ning showed anticipation and asked, "Father, can I ask for a reward?" "What do you want?" Emperor Wei asked vigilantly. Ling Ning hurriedly said, "Father, I want Princess Mingchuan to be my daughter-in-law. Is that okay?" Upon hearing this, the Emperor of Wei's face changed and he shouted, "Nonsense! Princess Mingchuan is a princess of the Jiang Kingdom, and is definitely not a good match. Moreover, Princess Mingchuan is already engaged to the son of the Grand Marshal of the Jiang Kingdom, and the Emperor of Jiang will not agree to this marriage. Don't they want to negotiate? If you let her marry me, my father will agree to the negotiations." Ling Ning said happily. Who would have thought that the next moment, the Emperor of Wei directly picked up his beloved inkstone and smashed it at Ling Ning. Ling Ning was quick-witted and dodged it by leaning sideways, and deliberately asked, "Father, why are you angry again?" The Emperor of Wei was furious and cursed, "You foolish and rebellious son, you said before that we cannot negotiate and anyone who wants to negotiate is a traitor. Now, for a woman, you want me to negotiate. You really disappoint me." Seeing Emperor Wei so angry, Ling Ning achieved half of his goal. So Ling Ning hurriedly said, "Father, please calm down. I will not marry you." After he finished speaking, Ling Ning lowered his head and couldn't help mumbling, "Who said she is beautiful? Besides, Princess Mingchuan also said that I am a great hero with great martial arts skills, and she seems to admire me very much. She must like me too, and she even said that she would take me to Jiang State. He does not mean that." Killing intent immediately flashed in Emperor Wei's eyes. The Emperor of Wei was well aware of the terrifying courage of 10,000 men. Not only did he possess unparalleled fighting power that was invincible, but he was also able to strengthen the morale of the troops and build an invincible army. The entire army fought forward one after another for a belief. Just like the former Crown Prince Xiao Yan, the army he led was invincible. But it is a pity that Ling Ning is stupid. Others don't know that the Emperor of Wei beat his chest and stamped his feet several times when no one was around, secretly sighing that he was unlucky. If Ling Ning could be smarter, it would be a blessing for the Wei dynasty. But now, Princess Mingchuan actually dared to bewitch Ling Ning. Emperor Wei immediately guessed Princess Mingchuan's vicious mind. She wanted to trick Ling Ning to Jiang State and use him for his own purposes, so that he could become a powerful general of Jiang State and kill the soldiers of Wei State in the future. What a vicious plot! Killing intent immediately flashed in Emperor Wei's eyes. Seeing this scene, Ling Ning was secretly happy in his heart, and then asked, "Father, I don't want any reward, I just hope you won't be angry." Seeing that his so-called rebellious son was always paying attention to his emotions and would give up everything as long as he was not angry, Emperor Wei was still very moved. Among so many princes, only this silly son had the purest filial piety. Thinking of this, the Emperor of Wei thought for a moment and suddenly said, "It is impossible to marry Princess Mingchuan. I will grant you a marriage, and the other party is also a great beauty. In addition, you have made great contributions this time, and you must be rewarded handsomely. Zhang Xian, draft an imperial decree. The sixth Prince Ling Ning is pure, filial, brave and powerful. I, following my ancestors' example, have canonized him as the Prince of Ning and allowed him to start a government. I have given him the canon and treasures, so he should respectfully accept them. I will always obey my orders and make him famous. I respect you." The chief eunuch was surprised. He did not expect that His Majesty would directly confer the title of prince on the sixth prince. Conferring the title of prince meant that Ling Ning would soon be enfeoffed as a fiefdom. During this period, Ling Ning caused trouble and all the officials made suggestions, which made Emperor Wei hesitant about whether Ling Ning should be in theft. But now Princess Mingxuan's calculations have given Emperor Wei a direct blow, and he finally made up his mind. Ling Ning's eyes flickered and he was secretly happy. The most crucial step in achieving the fiefdom that he had been seeking since he traveled through time was finally achieved. But he did not dare to show his excitement, and instead asked, "Father, can I still live in the prince's residence?" The king of Wei smiled and said, "Since you have opened a palace, you will have your own palace from now on. I will ask the internal affairs supervisor to prepare a palace, servants, and guards for you. From now on, you are the Prince of Wei. You must grow up and stop making trouble like before. Do you understand?" At this moment, Emperor Wei was like an old father, preaching to his son who had just started a family. Ling Ning felt a little disappointed. "Father, living in my own palace is quite far from you, can you not open the palace?" "You little brat, if you don't set up a residence, are you going to stay in the prince's residence for the rest of your life? You can come to the palace to pay your respects at any time. I grant you this privilege. Is that okay?" Emperor Wei said with a smile. Princes are not able to enter the palace casually, there are rules as well. Now Emperor Wei has given Ling Ning the privilege of entering the palace at any time, which shows his love for him. Ling Ning then happily accepted the order. "Your Highness, I accept the order." "Thank you, Father." The Emperor of Wei nodded, and then he said, "Next, you should prepare to open your government office. Don't worry about the Jiang Kingdom's envoys. Leave everything to Li Wenyu, and don't go to the Honglu Temple's branch courtyard." It can be seen that Emperor Wei was really afraid that his stupid son would be abducted, so he forbade Ling Ning and Princess Mingxuan to meet. Ling Ning's goal was achieved, and it was meaningless to meet Princess Mingxuan, so he nodded obediently and left the Yangxin Palace. Soon, the news spread throughout Kyoto. When the civil and military officials learned that Ling Ning was named King Ning, they were overjoyed. Even the King of Qin and the King of Yen were very happy. They thought that the impeachment had worked and that His Majesty could not bear the pressure and granted Ling Ning the right to set up a government office. The next step is to get Ling Ning out of Kyoto and go to guard a remote and barren place. At this time, the prince sent someone to invite the King of Qin and the King of Yen. Why did the prince invite us? Prince Yen Lingyu wondered. Qin Wang Lingshuang smiled and said, "We and the Crown Prince are on good terms on the surface, but there are actually undercurrents, so what serious business could he have with us? So there is only one possibility, and that is for our common enemy. It's about the matter of the sixth brother's enfeoffment." Ling Yu suddenly realized. Ling Shuang nodded and said, "It's most likely this. The prince was beaten into a dog-like state by Ling Ning, and he wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. It just so happens that we also want Ling Ning to go to the barren land, so we can cooperate with the prince." "That's right." Ling Yu agreed. Then, the two entered the palace together and came to the East Palace. Coincidentally, when the two entered the Eastern Palace, they happened to meet the Crown Princess Li Qing'er. Li Qing'er is gentle and lovely, with the kind of delicate beauty that makes people feel pity for her and want to take good care of her. Li Qing'er's father is the Marquis of Zhenbei, who commands an army of 200,000 to guard the western border. This is also the reason why Li Qing'er can become the Crown Princess. "Your humble servant greets your sister-in-law." Ling Shuang immediately saluted Li Qing'er, with a hint of greed in her eyes. No one knew that Ling Shuang had admired Li Qing'er since childhood and wanted to marry her as his concubine, but she was snatched away by the prince. This is also one of the reasons why Ling Shuang hated the prince. Why can the prince be the heir to the throne? Why can the prince marry Li Qing'er? He is not worthy at all. So Ling Shuang secretly vowed that he would take it all back. Li Qing'er bowed slightly and said softly, His Royal Highness Prince Qin and His Royal Highness Prince Yen. After saying that, Li Qing'er took the palace maid away. Ling Shuang couldn't help but look at Li Qing'er's back. Ling Yu glanced at Ling Shuang, a barely perceptible sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he added fuel to the fire. Alas, the crown princess has suffered a lot. She has no children and has been scolded and even beaten by the crown prince. If the Marquis of Zhenbei knew that his beloved daughter had suffered such a fate, with his violent temper, he would definitely go back to the capital and make a scene. Second brother, do you think you can do something about it? No need. Ling Shuang immediately refused. Although doing so would be a blow to the prince, it would also affect Li Qing'er, so Ling Shuang was unwilling to do so. If possible, he would like to help the prince and give birth to a few sons. Okay, I'll listen to my second brother. Ling Yu nodded. He looked very obedient, but in fact, no one knew what conspiracy he was thinking in his heart. In the fight for the throne, the crown prince is Ling Yu's competitor, and so is the king of Qin. Ling Shuang and Ling Yu came to the main hall of the East Palace and met the prince. The gauze on the prince's face has been removed, but he is wearing a pitch-black mask, which makes him look even more evil. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Ling Shuang and Ling Yu stepped forward and saluted with a respectful attitude. The prince smiled and said, "No need to be polite, we are brothers, there is no need to be so formal, just sit down and talk." Ling Shuang and Ling Yu sat down, and the prince got straight to the point. Your Majesty has issued an edict to confer the title of Prince of Ning on Lao Lu. Lao Lu is a man of unrivaled courage. He should put such a great ability to good use to guard the borders for Wei and defend the country. As his elder brother, we should care about him and consider his future. Where do you think it would be most appropriate for him to guard? Ling Shuang and Ling Yu looked at each other and realized it was about this matter. The main hall of the East Palace. When the prince learned that His Majesty had appointed Ling Ning as King of Ning, he decided to exile Ling Ning to a barren and evil place. But if he were to handle this matter, it would obviously be a personal vendetta, and His Majesty would not be a narrow-minded crown prince, so he invited Ling Shuang and Ling Yu to discuss the matter together. Facing the prince's question, Ling Shuang couldn't wait to say, "Prince, how about letting him go to Shuozhou?" Shuozhou is the northern frontier, guarding against the Huns. Wars were frequent and elite troops moved inland. It is said that the desolate landscape there is with barren mountains and hills, exposed rocks, frequent strong winds, and sand everywhere. It is indeed a good place, hee. Ling Yu couldn't help laughing. Unexpectedly, the prince said, the environment in Shuozhou is bad enough, but as Wei becomes stronger, the Xiongnu dare not raid the south, so if Lao Lu goes to Shuozhou, I'm afraid his bravery will be useless. Ling Shuang understood in her heart that this was not because she was worried that Ling Ning would be useless, but because she was worried that Ling Ning would die too slowly. Thinking of this, Ling Shuang asked again, what about Mangzhou? Shuozhou is in the north of Wei, and Mangzhou is in the southwestern border of Wei, bordering Jiang State and Nanzhao State. There is lush vegetation, many mountains and rivers, and a large number of virgin forests. Going there is not to guard the place, but to become a savage. But the prince still shook his head and said, the sixth brother is wild by nature. If he goes to Mangzhou, he will be like a tiger entering the mountains. Hunt every day and be happy and carefree. Ling Shuang nodded, then frowned and thought carefully. With so many states in the Great Wei, is there any place worse than Shuozhou and Mangzhou? Prince, do you have any recommendations? Ling Shuang asked. The prince's mouth showed a hint of coldness, and he spat out 4 words, how is Liangzhou? Liangzhou? Ling Shuang and Ling Yu were stunned for a moment, then their eyes lit up. Liangzhou is located in the northwest corner of the Wei dynasty. In terms of the harshness of the environment, it is no less severe than Shuozhou. In terms of the dangerous location, it is even more dangerous than Mengzhou. Liangzhou bordered Xiongnu to the north, without the support of the Great Wall. To the west were the western regions, and to the south was Jiang State, so it was surrounded by enemies on 3 sides. No matter which country invaded, Liangzhou would be the first place to be attacked. Over the years, Liangzhou was lost and recaptured and lost again, and it kept changing hands. You can imagine how dangerous it was there. The prince still has a brilliant idea. Liangzhou is great. It's just the right place for the 6th brother to put his talents to use, ha ha ha. Ling Shuang couldn't help laughing. Yes, Liangzhou is a good place. Ling Yu also agreed. The other 2 also knew one thing tacitly, that is, the current Liangzhou Wei general Enlufeng was unruly. Because he was guarding the border, he had already shown signs of no longer obeying military orders. If Ling Ning went to Liangzhou to be a vassal, how would Enlufeng treat Ling Ning? The result speaks for itself. Seeing that Ling Shuang and Ling Yu both agreed, the prince said, the next step is how to convince His Majesty. His Majesty is kind and generous, and he is quite fond of the simple-minded old 6. It is not easy to get my father to agree to his enfeoffment in Liangzhou. Ling Shuang suddenly had an idea and said, I have a clever idea that can make this happen. Oh, really? Tell me quickly. The prince was overjoyed. Ling Ning returned to Bichiyuan where he had lived for 10 years. Looking at everything familiar here, he would finally leave here in a few days. The personal eunuch Su Kun was so happy that his eyes filled with tears. He packed up his things with the other eunuchs and waited for the eunuch to prepare the palace so that they could follow His Highness out of the palace. For a prince like Ling Ning who was suddenly crowned as a king, it was impossible to build a new palace for him. Basically, a suitable one was selected from the seized palaces and it was used as a palace after renovation. People like Ling Shuang and Ling Yu were crowned kings at the age of 8, so they had enough time to build their Qin Palace and Yen Palace, which are particularly magnificent and grand. Ling Ning didn't care about his own palace. It was overused in the first place. It wouldn't be long before Ling Ning would be enfeoffed, and the palace here was just a symbol. You guys clean up, I'm going to go look around the leopard room. Ling Ning said something and went to the leopard house. He played with Ah He and Ah Xiang for a while before leaving the leopard house. When passing by the imperial garden, he unexpectedly met an unexpected person. I saw a woman with a delicate back sitting on a stone bench beside the pond, watching the fish playing in the water. Ling Ning looked around and did not see the accompanying palace maids and attendants. It seemed that they had left and the woman wanted to be alone. According to Ling Ning's personality, he would not step forward, but thinking about his relationship with her, as well as her current identity and situation, Ling Ning considered it and decided to walk over. But when Ling Ning came behind her, he unexpectedly found that she had her head down, tears falling, and she looked pitiful. Sister Qing'er. Why are you crying? Ling Ning pretended not to see it and did not leave, but asked directly. Li Qing'er panicked, wiped away her tears hastily and turned around, only then did she see clearly that the person behind her was Ling Ning. She forced a smile on her face and said, 6th Prince, congratulations, I heard that you have been canonized as King Ning. Looking at her red eyes, Ling Ning said, Sister Qing'er, did the prince bully you again? I'll go and beat him up. Don't go. I'm fine, I just miss my mother. Li Qing'er hurriedly stopped Ling Ning and found an excuse. Ling Ning sat on the stone bench and said honestly, I miss my mother, too. When talking about the relationship between the two, we have to mention their mothers. Ling Ning's mother and Li Qing'er's mother were sisters and had a deep relationship. Later, one married the Marquis of Zhenbei and the other married the Emperor of Wei. At that time, the two of them also verbally agreed that if they had a boy and a girl, they would become relatives. When Ling Ning's mother was alive, Li Qing'er and her mother often went to the palace to visit her. Li Qing'er loved the simple-minded Ling Ning very much and treated him as her own brother, and Ling Ning also treated her as his sister. But later, with the death of their mother, the number of times they met became very rare. Later, Li Qing'er married the prince and became the crown princess. Li Qing'er knew very well the loneliness and situation of Ling Ning living alone in the palace. When she heard him say that he missed his mother too, Li Qing'er's eyes turned red again and tears welled up in her eyes. She remembered that when her mother passed away, she told herself that if she had the chance, she must take care of the simple Ling Ning, but unfortunately, he did not fulfill his mother's last wish and was of little help. The guilty Li Qing'er then said, "Sixth prince, if the Empress consort Shu is still in heaven, she will definitely be pleased to see that your highness has been crowned a king and established a government." Ling Ning was silent for a while, then suddenly pretended to be ignorant and curious, and asked, "When I was little, Sister Qing'er always called me Brother Ning, and you told me everything. I don't know when everything changed. Is it true that after growing up, I can never go back to my childhood?" Li Qing'er suddenly felt palpitations, and memories of her youth came flooding back. She had suffered a lot of grievances in the East Palace in the past few years, and was extremely unhappy and lacked love. At this moment, she felt happy when she felt Ling Ning's concern, so she couldn't help but shouting, "Brother Ning! He, you are still my sister Qing'er." Ling Ning couldn't help but smile foolishly. Li Qing'er finally burst into laughter. "Sister Qing'er, I will be leaving the palace soon. I don't have many relatives in this world, and you are one of them. If you have any problems that you can't solve, just tell me and I will help you. My fists are very hard. If the prince bullies me, I will hit him." Ling Ning said solemnly. Li Qing'er said softly, "Thank you, Brother Ning, the prince didn't bully me." Unexpectedly, Ling Ning said, "Sister Qing'er, don't try to lie to me. I've heard the eunuchs talking about it. They said it's because Sister Qing'er has no children, right?" Li Qing'er's body stiffened. "I didn't expect that even Ling Ning, who never likes to pry into trivial matters, knew about this scandal. This is really shameful." By the pond in the imperial garden, Li Qing'er sat on a stone bench, her chin in her hands, a sad look on her face. As the crown princess, her inability to give birth to a child for the crown prince has always been a concern for her. People have talked about her behind her back, but she didn't expect that this scandal had reached the ears of Ling Ning, who was indifferent to worldly affairs. "Brother Ning, don't listen to outsiders' gossip. I'm fine." Li Qing'er didn't want to let the simple Ling Ning worry about this trivial matter, so she couldn't help but say it. Ling Ning continued, "Sister Qing'er, since you married the crown prince, you have become much more haggard than before. I don't know how to preach, and I can't help you, but my mother told me before she died that I should live happily. People only live for a few years, and after eating, sleeping and resting, how much time do they have left for themselves? If you feel miserable, then you can just stop being the crown princess. What's the big deal?" Li Qing'er smiled bitterly, thinking that a silly brother is a silly brother. He thinks things are too simple. It is impossible to not do something just by saying so, unless he has committed a serious mistake. Even if the crown prince asked the Emperor of Wei to depose him from his position as crown princess on the grounds that the three greatest unfilial acts were not having a queen, the emperor would not agree. After all, he had to give face to the Marquis of Zhenbei. If he really deposed the crown princess, how would the Marquis of Zhenbei keep his dignity? "Brother Ning, things are more complicated than you think," Li Qing'er replied. Ling Ning naturally knew how difficult it was to depose and enthrone the crown princess, so he added, "I just think that if you are not afraid of deposing and enthrone the crown princess, what else is there to be afraid of? Just like me, I am not afraid of anyone except my father. If anyone dares to provoke me, I will hit him with my fist. By the way, your father is also half a man, and his beatings are also very painful." When he was young, Marquis Zhenbei never gave face to Prince Ling Ning and spanked him several times, so he was very afraid of Marquis Zhenbei when he was young. Puff! Li Qing'er couldn't help laughing, and she obviously thought of the scene when her father chased Ling Ning and beat him when she was a child. After laughing, Li Qing'er felt much better. Then can I be that brave? After unable to help asking herself this question, Li Qing'er fell silent. She was not attached to the position of crown princess, nor did she covet wealth and fame. She did not care about all these. The only thing she cared about was her father. If she was deposed, her father would be disappointed and would lose all face. So she didn't have the courage to resist and could only endure it silently. Thank you, Brother Ning. I will live happily. Li Qing'er said softly. Ling Ning noticed Li Qing'er's expression and knew that his advice was useless. This was all he could do. He couldn't give her a child. So Ling Ning stood up and said with a laugh, "That's right, being happy is the most important thing. Sister Qing'er, I'll be leaving first." "Okay, go ahead." Li Qing'er waved goodbye and looked at Ling Ning's departing back. The smile on Li Qing'er's face gradually disappeared. The wind blew across the pond, creating ripples on the water. Two koi carps playing in the water suddenly welcomed a third koi carp. The intruding koi carp drove away one of the other koi carps and started playing with the remaining one. Suddenly, Li Qing'er had a terrible and bold idea. But soon, Li Qing'er hurriedly shook her head and crushed the thought. It was an abyss, and if you stepped into it, you would be doomed. Because of the assassination, Princess Mingxuan's meeting with Emperor Wei has been postponed to tomorrow. Although the Jiang state guards also suffered heavy losses, no key figures were harmed, and because of this attack, Princess Mingxuan was able to better implement her plan for this trip. But in the afternoon, Princess Mingxuan still hadn't seen Ling Ning, so she asked Li Wenyu, "Lord Li, where is the sixth prince? I wonder what Princess Mingxuan wants to see the sixth prince about. I can do it for her." Li Wenyu responded with a smile. Princess Mingxuan said, "Of course I am thanking the sixth prince for saving my life. Princess Mingxuan is too polite. Protecting your group is the duty of everyone in the Great Wei. In addition, the sixth prince will be quite busy during this period. His Majesty has already issued an edict to enthrone the sixth prince as King of Ning and allow him to establish a government, so the sixth prince will be busy setting up a government during this period." Li Wenyu explained. Princess Mingxuan smiled and said, "That's really a cause for celebration. Congratulations to His Highness the sixth prince." "Oh no, you should call him His Highness Prince Ning." After saying that, Princess Mingxuan turned around and went back to her room. After entering the house, the smile on Princess Mingxuan's face instantly disappeared, and she snorted, "It seems that the Emperor Wei has noticed my intention and deliberately sent Ling Ning away so as not to contact me." As expected, the Emperor Wei knows better than anyone the horror of 1,000 men's courage, just like the prince of the Great Xia Kingdom back then. "But, do you think I have no other choice just because you sent him away? There is nothing in this world that she can't do." The next morning court session. Ling Ning formally attended the morning court as a prince. The Emperor of Wei asked Zhang Xian to read out the imperial edict, conferring the title of King of Ning on Ling Ning, granting him a crown, robe, and seal, and allowing him to establish a government. From now on, Ling Ning has one more identity, that is, King Ning of Wei. This title is not only a supreme status, but also a responsibility. He has to guard the border and defend the country for Wei. Originally Ling Ning thought that with his coronation as king, officials from Ling Shuang and Ling Yu's faction would certainly take this opportunity to make suggestions and determine the place where he would be enfeoffed, and demote him to a desolate place. However, they did not do so. Ling Ning understood that it was not that they were kind-hearted, but the place they chose was too bad, and they were worried that Emperor Wei would not agree, so they were plotting a conspiracy. This also aroused Ling Ning's curiosity. Where would they set up their fiefdom? After the morning court session, Ling Ning expressed his gratitude to Emperor Wei. Okay, get up. I'll grant you the title of King Ning. Remember the meaning of the word Ning. You must be peaceful, calm and peaceful. You must be at peace and keep things quiet. Emperor Wei couldn't help but remind him that he was really worried. Ling Ning was secretly happy in his heart. Having a silly son like him was indeed a headache. But does Emperor Wei have no responsibility? As an emperor, he cannot be bound by family ties, but Emperor Wei did not do this, so he also has responsibility, and the main responsibility. Ling Ning has no responsibility. Ling Ning nodded seriously and said solemnly, "Father, I will be a good boy." The Emperor of Wei also instructed, "After you leave, go to the Queen to express your gratitude. Don't forget to do so. Then go to the Imperial Ancestral Temple to pay homage to your ancestors. This is the rule to avoid the censors impeaching you. If they dare, I will beat them." Ling Ning immediately shook his fist. Emperor Wei waved his hand and told Ling Ning to get out while he was not angry. Sometimes Emperor Wei really wanted the sky to send down a bolt of lightning to strike Ling Ning, perhaps to enlighten him and make him smarter. After Ling Ning left the Yangxin Palace, he went to the Cunning Palace where the Queen lived. The Queen is the mother of the country and nominally the biological mother of all the princes, so according to the rules, Ling Ning, who was granted the title of king and established his own mansion, had to thank the Queen. This was Ling Ning's first time to Cunning Palace. Unexpectedly, the Queen gave Ling Ning a warning as soon as he arrived. "Your Highness Prince Ning, the Queen has a headache and is resting. Please wait for a moment." A palace maid with a noble look on her face conveyed the Queen's decree. Ling Ning naturally knew that this was a trick from the bitch Queen, but this trick worked on normal princes, but it was useless to a prince like him who was not very smart. Snapped. There was only a crisp sound of slap. Ling Ning raised his hand and slapped the aloof palace maid to the ground. Then he said angrily, "The Queen is ill, and you, a slut, didn't go find the imperial physician to make medicine, but even delayed time. You really deserve to be beaten." Immediately afterwards, Ling Ning broke into Cunning Palace. Seeing this, the noble maid was shocked. She didn't care about the pain on her cheek and quickly got up and chased after him, shouting, "Your Highness Prince Ning, you can't do this, you can't do this. The Queen of Wei lives in Cunning Palace, and everyone who comes here must behave properly." But now, Ling Ning actually broke into Cunning Palace without permission, which scared the palace maids and servants so much that they hurried to stop him. "Get out of here. The Queen is ill, and I am worried. How dare you stop me? Tell me. Are you trying to harm the Queen? For example, are you trying to poison her, and are you afraid that I will find out?" Ling Ning had a ferocious look on his face and swept his sharp eyes over the palace maids and eunuchs. This frightened the palace maids and eunuchs so much that they turned pale and didn't know how to answer. Seeing that Ling Ning was about to approach the main hall, a man wearing a mask and a dragon robe walked out, stood on the stone steps with his hands behind his back, and stared at Ling Ning with a cold gaze. The person who came was indeed the prince. Ling Ning stood at the foot of the stone steps. This was the first time he had seen the prince since he had traveled through time. "Prince Ning. You are too presumptuous. How dare you trespass into Cunning Palace without the Queen's summons? You are truly lawless," the prince scolded. Ling Ning cupped his hands, pointed at the mask on the prince's face, and asked curiously, "Prince, why do you wear a mask?" His expression was full of curiosity, without any disguise, as if it was a question from the bottom of his heart. But his expression on the prince was so ironic that he gritted his teeth in hatred. "Why do I wear a mask? It's because the wound on my face hasn't healed yet." "Prince Ning, now that you have been crowned a king and established your own palace, are you still so ignorant of the rules? Answer my question, who gave you the courage to trespass into Cunning Palace? The prince scolded again. He calculated that Ling Ning would come to Cunning Palace to express his gratitude, so he came here early, just to play a trick on Ling Ning. However, he did not expect that Ling Ning would not play by the rules at all. This time Ling Ning did not talk about other things, but replied, I heard that the queen was ill, and I was worried. And these slaves were actually laughing secretly. I suspected that they were trying to harm the queen. What if they poisoned the queen and killed her? Then the prince would be left without a mother, so I hurried to rescue him. Damn it! You have no mother, you have no mother. The prince cursed in his heart. The palace maids and eunuchs were so frightened that they knelt on the ground in panic. The palace maid with a swollen face hurriedly explained, I did not laugh secretly. Your Highness, please understand. So you mean I'm lying? Ling Ning's eyes widened and she shouted angrily. The palace maid who had looked aloof just now turned pale with fright and replied, I really am not snickering, please pay attention to His Highness Prince Ning. Okay, Cunning Palace is an elegant place, not for you to quarrel. Prince Ning, what are you doing here? The prince asked knowingly. Ling Ning said, Father asked me to come. The prince gritted his teeth secretly and couldn't help complaining, Father, you really love this silly son, you have to explain such little things. Since it was arranged by my father, let's come in. The prince turned and entered the palace. Ling Ning followed with a smile, and when they entered the main hall, they saw the MILF queen reading a book. She didn't raise her eyes to observe Ling Ning at all, and the prince didn't introduce her. Ling Ning bowed respectfully and said, Ling Ning pays respects to Her Majesty the Queen. I heard that Her Majesty the Queen is ill, is it serious? If you are ill, you must see a doctor, otherwise a minor illness will turn into a major one, and it will get worse and worse. If there is no way to treat it, the person will die. Originally, the queen didn't want to talk to Ling Ning and left him alone, but Ling Ning's words were too vicious. She could only cough lightly, interrupt Ling Ning, and said, I have asked the imperial physician to treat it. It's just a minor illness. What is the matter that Prince Ning wants to see you? Reporting to the queen, I am here to express my gratitude. Ling Ning replied. The queen pretended to remember the reason, and then condescendingly taught her a lesson, in a blink of an eye, even you have been made a king and have your own mansion. His Majesty gave you the title of King Ning, which shows that he has high hopes for you. You must behave yourself. How many things have you done wrong during this period? If it weren't for His Majesty's leniency, he would never forgive you. If there is a next time, there is no need for His Majesty to punish you, but I will be the first one to not let you go. After all, I am your legitimate mother. Don't blame me for being ruthless when Guo deprives you of your title. Ling Ning nodded quickly and replied, Please rest assured, Queen, I will do my duty and not cause any trouble. Huh? Has this guy changed his personality? When the queen was a little surprised, Ling Ning said honestly, My father taught me that I will not offend others if they do not offend me, but I will definitely offend them if they offend me. He also said that if you are patient for a while, everything will be peaceful. So if someone bullies me, such as glaring at me, I allow him to glare at me the first time, but if he glares at me the second time, I can hit him. After saying that, Ling Ning glanced at the masked prince. The prince subconsciously looked away, but then cursed himself in his heart for hiding, so he glared at Ling Ning again, but Ling Ning had already looked away. The queen was speechless. She had wanted to criticize him, but now it seemed that this was a complete mistake. Competing with a fool made her seem like a fool herself. Okay, you can leave now. I need to rest now. The queen began to order everyone to leave. Ling Ning bowed and left. Before leaving, he did not forget to say, Empress, if you are sick, you must get treatment. You are sick, your whole family is sick. The queen and the crown prince couldn't help but curse inwardly, then watched Ling Ning leave with fiery eyes. Mother, don't be angry with a fool. In less than half a month, he will be out of Kyoto, and I will make him pay a heavy price. The prince comforted. The queen nodded and said, this fool has no respect for the rules of rank and inferiority. He dared to hit my son. He must pay a heavy price, but he must be careful not to leave any clues. Your Majesty values family affection, and the concubine died saving your Majesty, so your Majesty feels guilty about this fool and dotes on him a little more. At this point, the queen became jealous and cursed, that bitch, concubine Shu, has been dead for so many years, and your Majesty still hasn't forgotten her. At this time, the prince glanced at the noble-looking palace maid in the hall, and then told the queen what had just happened. After hearing this, the queen became even angrier and ordered someone to drag the palace maid away and beat her to death. Ling Ning left Cunning Palace and went to the Taimiao to pay homage to his ancestors and finally to his mother. When Ling Ning returned to the prince's residence, he was a little surprised. He didn't expect that King Qin Ling Shuang had been waiting for a long time and had also given him a lot of gifts. Second brother, why are you here? Ling Ning asked in surprise, but he knew in his heart that this guy was very bad. He brought so many gifts with him, he must be planning something bad. Ling Shuang smiled gently, sixth brother, you are being so polite. We are brothers. Can't I come to visit you? But second brother has never been here before. Ling Ning asked again. Ling Shuang's smile froze, so she changed the subject and said, sixth brother has been crowned king and established his own government. This is a happy event, so of course I have to come and celebrate. Thank you for the gift, second brother. Do you have anything else to say? If not, I won't keep you here. I want to eat. Ling Ning said seriously. Now Ling Ning has begun to like playing the fool, using stupidity to deal with hypocritical faces, just like hitting them in the face with his fist. It feels really good. Bichiyuan. King Qin Ling Shuang really wanted to punch Ling Ning. He prepared generous gifts and was very friendly, but this fool started to chase him away after receiving the gifts. He had no idea of etiquette at all. If he had known this would happen, he would not have brought any gifts. Sixth brother, I'm hungry too. How about eating together? Ling Shuang asked with a smile, suppressing her displeasure. Ling Ning also wanted to see what tricks he had, so he asked Su Kun to prepare lunch. With a roast chicken in his left hand and a roast goose in his right hand, he began to feast on it. Compared with Ling Ning's generosity, Ling Shuang ate more elegantly and looked at Ling Ning with contempt, thinking that Ling Ning was disrespectful and damaging to the image of the royal family, just like a savage who ate raw meat and drank blood. But thinking of the plan for this trip, Ling Shuang showed a more amiable smile and said, sixth brother, in the blink of an eye, you have also been crowned king, which is a cause for celebration. To be honest, I envy my fourth, fifth, and seventh brothers. Although they cannot stay in Kyoto to fulfill their filial piety, they are leading troops to defend the borders of the Great Wei, realize their ambitions, and lead troops to gallop on the battlefield. How cool and free they are. Sixth brother, do you yearn for such a life? Ling Ning was concentrating on eating the meat and did not respond to Ling Shuang's question. It seemed that at this moment, nothing was more important than the meat in his hand. Ling Shuang was speechless and asked, sixth brother, did you hear me? Whoa. Ling Ning's mouth was full of meat, and a humming sound came out. Ling Shuang continued, sixth brother, I know you must be yearning for it. You are born with supernatural powers and are highly skilled in martial arts. If you go to the battlefield, you will definitely be the leader of Wei and be able to deter foreign enemies. Now it's good, you can also become a vassal. Ling Ning continued to eat meat. Ling Shuang felt like there was a blockage in her chest. She couldn't spit it out or swallow it down. She could only hold it in and continued to ask. Sixth brother, where do you want to be enfeoffed? With the emperor's love for you, if you take the initiative to propose a place to be enfeoffed, he will definitely agree. The border of the Great Wei is vast, and some strategic locations are very suitable for you to display your talents. Ling Ning already knew what Ling Shuang was up to. He swallowed the meat in his mouth and said, Second brother, I have never been out of Kyoto, so I don't know where it is good. How about I recommend some places to you? Ling Shuang revealed her true intention. Ling Ning nodded. Ling Shuang said earnestly, in today's Wei border, the strategic locations are Shuazhou, Lingzhou, Liangzhou, Mangzhou, Jingzhou, Azhou, etc. But each of these places has its own advantages and disadvantages. As he spoke, Ling Shuang actually took out a map and began to introduce them one by one. Sixth brother, look at Shuazhou. It is bordered by grasslands in the north and Yanmen Pass in the south. Guangwu has been on the frontier for 3,000 years. Both sides of the Great Wall are my hometown. It is a military stronghold. If you go there, you can herd horses well. Sixth brother, take a look at Lingzhou. It is located in the west of Helan Mountain, facing the danger of the Yellow River in the east, controlling the Hetao in the north and Qingliang in the south. If you guard it, you will be able to ensure the safety of the interior. Sixth brother, look at Mangzhou again. It has lush mountains and rivers, and is also a strategic location. As for Jingzhou and Azhou, they are mainly based on the navy. If you like to train the navy, you can go there. But among these places, sixth brother must not go to Liangzhou. Having said that, Ling Shuang's finger pointed heavily at the northwest corner of the map. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Ling Ning's eyes. It turns out that they wanted to exile themselves to Liangzhou. How insidious. So, Ling Ning pretended to be curious and asked, Second brother, why can't we go to Liangzhou? What's going on there? Ling Shuang looked worried and said, Liangzhou is too dangerous. To the north are the Xiongnu, to the south is the Jiang Kingdom, to the west are the western regions, and there are also Yuezhi, Wusun and other tribes. The environment is extremely complicated. If you want to be in charge there, you must be invincible and be able to suppress all enemies. In fact, over the years, my father has wanted to send a capable prince to Liangzhou to serve as a vassal, but my fourth, fifth, and seventh brothers are not suitable candidates because of their average abilities. But the problem of Liang province has always been a concern for father. As princes, it is our fault that we cannot help father solve his problems. Sixth brother, you must not go to Liangzhou. Although you have the courage of 10,000 men, the strength of a tyrant, and are invincible, Liangzhou is too dangerous. Father will definitely not agree to your going. I don't agree with you going either. Ling Shuang knows Ling Ning's characteristics very well. Although he is simple-minded, he still wants to share the worries and troubles of His Majesty and the Great Wei. He is also stubborn. The more he is not allowed to do something, the more he wants to try it. This is reverse psychology. Ling Shuang is now taking advantage of Ling Ning's rebellious psychology. But Ling Ning suddenly laughed and said, Second brother, you are right. I won't go to Liangzhou then. Looking at the thing he was chewing and the unclear answer, Ling Shuang was stunned. What was going on? Ahem, of course I only said one aspect, but in fact, father really needs a general to guard Liangzhou and share his worries. It's a pity that we don't have such a good general in Wei. If someone is willing to guard Liangzhou, father will definitely be very happy. Provoking him was useless. Ling Shuang began to hint that the emperor needed someone to guard the city. This fool was very filial, and he would definitely agree to go to Liangzhou after hearing what she said. Listening to Ling Shuang's words, Ling Ning just chewed his food and remained silent for a while. Logically speaking, Ling Ning should think of a way to destroy the conspiracy of King Qin and others and not go to Liangzhou, but Ling Ning hesitated because he suddenly asked himself a question, that is, what about Liangzhou? Ever since he traveled through time, Ling Ning has been preparing for his fiefdom, so he naturally considered the location of his fiefdom. Ling Ning knew very well that the crown prince, king of Qin and others would not leave the good places for him, so he had to settle for the second best. Ling Ning's target was Lingzhou, Mangzhou and other places, not Liangzhou. But now it reminds Ling Ning, that is, how about choosing Liangzhou? Yes, Liangzhou was surrounded by enemies on three sides and was full of dangers. Once any of the Xiongnu, Jiang state, or the western regions invaded, it would become a place of war. But Liangzhou also has its advantages. The Huns in the north can provide war horses, and using Liangzhou as a springboard, they can trade with the western regions and Jiang state. In addition, Liangzhou has 40,000 Liangzhou guards, which are ready-made elite soldiers and generals, saving the trouble of recruiting soldiers. As for General and Lufeng of Liangzhou Guard, he is indeed a problem, but in Ling Ning's opinion, it is not a big problem. As for being attacked from three sides, it is actually not as dangerous as imagined. First, Jiang and Wei would probably negotiate, so Jiang would not invade for a few years. Once Jiang and Wei negotiated, the Xiongnu and the western regions would not dare to invade Liangzhou at will, which would give Liangzhou an opportunity to develop. Therefore, Liangzhou is not a tomb, but a place where dragons rise. In addition, King Qin and others tried their best to promote this matter, and Ling Ning took the opportunity to make a lot of money. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Seeing Ling Ning suddenly in a daze, Ling Shuang felt a little nervous and began to mutter, "Didn't this fool understand? This shouldn't be the case. Didn't he always want to help His Majesty solve problems? Or is his filial piety fake? If it's fake, then it means he is not stupid, he is probably pretending." Thinking that Ling Ning was pretending to be stupid, Ling Shuang's pupils immediately widened and she took a breath of cold air. If that's the case, it would be terrible. This boy is too scheming and must not be allowed to stay. Just when Ling Shuang was worried, Ling Ning suddenly clenched his fist and slammed it on the table with a bang, which scared Ling Shuang. "Sixth brother, what's wrong with you?" Ling Shuang was secretly panicked, afraid that his fist would fall on her. The next moment, Ling Ning stood up and said excitedly, "I will go to Liangzhou to help my father solve his problems. I want to make my father happy." Seeing this scene, Ling Shuang's heart immediately fell. As expected, he was still as naive as ever. He fell into the trap at the slightest hint. Ling Shuang felt relieved at this time. A fool is a fool. It seems that my worries are unnecessary. At this time, Ling Ning shouted excitedly, "I must go to Liangzhou to share my father's worries, fight the Xiongnu in the north, hammer the western regions in the east, and beat the Jiang kingdom in the west. I am excited just thinking about it, ha ha ha." Facing the crazy Ling Ning, Ling Shuang reminded him, "Sixth brother, the western region is to the west of Liangzhou, not to the east. Jiang state is not to the west of Jiang state, but to the south. It doesn't matter. As long as I can beat them up, that's all." Ling Ning didn't care and asked, "Second brother, you must help me." Ling Shuang flatly refused, "No. Liangzhou is too dangerous, how can I let you take the risk? Even if His Majesty agrees, I will still stop you. Sixth brother, you must give up this idea, it's too dangerous there. Even if you are born with supernatural power and can beat them to a pulp and help father solve his problems, two fists can't beat four hands." Ling Ning's eyes revealed a simple and honest look, and he asked, "I am only responsible for killing Gaga, and other things can be arranged for other people to take care of. Otherwise, how about sending a few military advisors to go with me, so that the emperor will agree, for example, send. As he spoke, Ling Ning scratched his cheek, as if he was thinking about the right person, but he couldn't seem to remember, and said angrily, I can't think of anyone who is suitable. After all, I don't know many court officials. I only know Li Wenyu, Sun Qi and others. Speaking of these two people, Ling Ning's eyes lit up and asked, Second brother, can you let them accompany me to Liangzhou? Ling Xuang was secretly delighted that this simpleton had actually learned to think and also provided support for her plan. Yes, if she assigned him his right-hand men, wouldn't it be easier to convince His Majesty? Li Wenyu is currently very popular. After dealing with the visit from Jianghua, he is likely to be promoted to a higher level. He is only loyal to the court, so what is the point of staying in Kyoto? As for Sun Qi, he had offended General Zhang Jisheng of the Jinwu Guard and had long been waiting to be demoted, so it was just right for him to be exiled to Liangzhou. So Ling Xuang suppressed her secret joy and sighed, Sixth brother, second brother really doesn't want you to go to Liangzhou. Even if I help you, father will not agree, unless... Unless what? Ling Ning asked quickly. Ling Xuang shook her head and said, I can't tell you. If I tell you and my father knows about it, he will definitely punish me. Don't worry, second brother. I won't tell anyone else. Really, I promise. Ling Ning asked hurriedly. Ling Xuang said, then swear. If you reveal it, you will die a miserable death, give birth to a son without an anus, be struck by lightning when going out, choke to death when drinking water, choke to death when eating. In one breath, Ling Xuang expressed many of his wishes. It was obvious that he had been holding a grudge against Ling Ning for a long time and wished that he would die soon. Just do as second brother said. I swear I will never say that it was second brother who told me. Ling Ning nodded. Ling Xuang then said, if my sixth brother wants to go to Liangzhou, he must take the initiative to submit a petition, and do not submit it directly to His Majesty, but send it to the Political Affairs Hall and submit it to the father through the hands of several ministers from the 3 ministries, or directly ask for permission at the morning court. Only by doing this will the father be likely to agree. Yeah, that's a good idea. But... Unexpectedly, Ling Ning's tone suddenly changed, and he shook his head and said, I'm afraid it still won't work, let's just forget it. Ling Xuang was stunned for a moment. Damn it, we were talking so well and everything was settled, and you turned around and said forget it. At this moment, Ling Xuang felt like killing someone. But he could only force a smile and asked, what's wrong, sixth brother? What else are you worried about? Ling Ning said, even if Li Wenyu and Sun Qi help me, I don't have any money. I heard that going out costs money, a lot of money, and I can only... Having said that, Ling Ning stretched out his fingers and began to count. So these are just trivial matters. If my sixth brother really goes out to serve as a fief, as his brothers, we will definitely express our gratitude. There is no need to worry about the money issue. Even His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will let bygones be bygones. Ling Xuang said with a smile. Ling Ning asked, how much can you give me? I want to buy roast chicken, lots and lots of roast chicken. 2,000 taels is no problem. Ling Xuang said generously, thinking that if the 3 of them pooled their money, it would only be over 700 taels, which was nothing. Ling Ning said excitedly, thank you, second brother. That's great. 2,000 taels for each person. If you include the crown prince and third brother, that's, anyway, it's a lot of silver. I can sell a lot of roast chickens. Sixth brother, the total is 2,000 taels. Ling Xuang explained quickly. The smile on Ling Ning's face faded instantly, and then he looked at Ling Xuang with a ferocious look and said, that's all? Then I'd better stay in Kyoto. If I run out of money, I can still ask my father for it. What will I do if I run out of money in Liangzhou in the future? Ling Xuang never expected that this fool was also a money grubber. But now that things have come to this, there is only one crucial step left, and she must not give up. So Ling Shuang made up her mind and said, "Sixth brother, you heard me wrong. I said that each person gets 2,000 taels in total. With the crown prince and third brother, that's 6,000 taels. I can buy enough roast chicken to last a lifetime." "Really? That's great. I can't wait to go to Liangzhou," Ling Ning said excitedly. Seeing that the plan was successful, Ling Shuang finally breathed a sigh of relief and left Biqiyuan. He hated this place and didn't want to stay here. Watching Ling Shuang leave, Ling Ning's clear eyes gradually became dim. "I want to be exiled to the most dangerous frontier, and watch myself die. Fine. I'll satisfy you. But if I don't die, then it will be your turn to be terrified." In the late afternoon, Ling Ning went to Taiji Hall. At the same time, court officials also entered the palace one after another. According to the plan, Emperor Wei was to receive the envoys from the state of Jiang in the morning, but because of the assassination, the meeting was delayed to the afternoon and was scheduled for 3:15 p.m. Originally Ling Ning was strongly opposed to peace talks, but as he was about to go to Liangzhou to establish his fiefdom, he now strongly supported peace talks. People's positions shift with their interests and are not static. After Ling Ning arrived, all the officials had unfriendly expressions. This time, Ling Ning had offended too many people in order to obtain his fiefdom, so it would be strange if they had a good face. Ling Ning was too lazy to greet them. He found his seat and sat down, then rested his eyes with his hand on his chin. When the time came to 3:15 p.m., the Emperor of Wei entered the palace. All officials shouted, "Long live the Emperor!" The Emperor of Wei took his seat and began to meet with the envoys from the state of Jiang. "The envoys from Xianjiang state are here to see you. The envoys from Xianjiang state are here to see you." As the eunuch's sharp and strong voice resounded throughout the hall, the Jiang kingdom's envoys who had been waiting outside the hall slowly entered the hall. The person leading them was none other than Princess Mingchuan of the Jiang kingdom. All the civil and military officials in the court knew that the person coming from Jiang state was Princess Mingchuan, but this was the first time they saw her. When they saw the stunningly beautiful Princess Mingchuan, the crown prince, the king of Qin, and the king of Yen were shocked, their pupils dilated wildly, and greed welled up in their eyes. Who doesn't like beautiful women? Everyone wants to possess them and make them their own. Even the Emperor Wei, who was sitting high on the dragon throne, was amazed at the beauty of Princess Mingchuan. No wonder that rebellious son clamored to marry her. Thinking of this, Emperor Wei glanced at the crown prince, the king of Qin and the king of Yen. Their performance also disappointed Emperor Wei. Since ancient times, beautiful women have been the cause of trouble, and Emperor Wei began to feel uneasy. Inside the magnificent and solemn Tai Chi Hall, Princess Mingchuan led her people into the palace and paid homage. "The ministers of the state of Jiang are here to pay respects to the state of Wei by order of His Majesty, the Emperor of Wei. We wish His Majesty the Emperor of Wei good health and happiness, and hereby present this letter of credence." Princess Mingchuan was neither humble nor arrogant, and behaved extremely appropriately and generously. Emperor Wei smiled and said, "Your Highness Mingchuan and the other envoys have worked hard. Please take a seat." The eunuch immediately instructed the Jiang state delegation to sit down on the right side of the hall. At the same time, the chief eunuch Zhang Xian took the letter of credence and presented it to the Emperor of Wei. Emperor Wei took the letter and slowly opened it. What caught his eye was the sharp handwriting and firmness between the lines. Emperor Wei recognized Emperor Jiang's handwriting, so he was sure that this letter was not written by Emperor Jiang. He didn't know who it was written for. The beginning of the letter was full of high-sounding official language, which the Emperor Wei was not interested in. He was well aware of the Emperor Jiang's calculations. At the same time, the Emperor Jiang also understood that it was not easy to convince him to negotiate, so the Emperor Wei wanted to see what conditions the Emperor Jiang offered. When Emperor Wei saw the conditions offered by Emperor Jiang, he was stunned. This scene happened to be seen by all the officials in the palace, and they began to exchange glances, curious about the conditions set by Emperor Jiang. Ling Ning was also curious. At this time, Princess Mingchuan stood up and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, my Emperor ordered me to come here. In addition to paying homage to your Majesty, there is another important matter, which is to form an alliance with your country. Jiang and Wei are descendants of Yan and Huang, and belong to the same lineage. Due to various reasons, the two countries often have frictions and exclude each other. There is neither friendly communication nor mutually beneficial trade. History has proven that cooperation is beneficial to both sides, while conflict is detrimental to both sides. Therefore, Your Majesty of our dynasty hopes to work with Your Majesty the Emperor of Wei to become the pioneers in changing the current situation. In order to promote the alliance between the two countries, Your Majesty is willing to return the 5 cities of Chuancheng, Jinghaocheng, Liaoshaking, Yuanmekeng, and Dunkangcheng to the state of Wei as a token of sincerity. I wonder what His Majesty the Emperor of Wei thinks." When these words were spoken, the court officials of the Wei dynasty were shocked. They did not expect that Emperor Jiang would go to such a big length to negotiate an alliance. Ling Ning was also secretly shocked. Jiang's state had invested a huge amount of money this time. The total area of the 5 cities of Chuancheng, Jinghaocheng, Liaoshaking, Yuanmekeng and Dunkangcheng is almost the size of 2 states. When Daxia was destroyed, Jiang's state took the opportunity to occupy the 5 states of Daxia. After the establishment of Wei state, the generals and soldiers all hoped to regain the lost territory. Now Emperor Jiang directly returned the 2 states, which was equivalent to Emperor Wei regaining the lost territory without bloodshed, which was enough to demonstrate his achievement. In addition, it also prevented the soldiers from fighting bloody battles and reduced the consumption of food and grass, which was a complete benefit with no harm. So, will Your Majesty agree? Ling Ning looked at Emperor Wei. At this moment, Emperor Wei had a complicated expression. He had expected Emperor Jiang to return the lost land, but he did not expect him to directly give up 5 cities. This was beyond Emperor Wei's expectations, so Emperor Wei was also very excited. But the more generous Emperor Jiang was, the more it showed that his condition was serious and the situation in Jiang's state was critical. If they formed an alliance with the state of Jiang, once the state of Jiang fell into chaos, the Emperor of Wei would have no reason to send troops. Abandon the covenant? Sorry, in this era, some people regard promises as more important than life, and some emperors are willing to tear up the alliance, but Emperor Wei is not capable of doing so. He does not want to leave a bad reputation in history. Sima Yi in his previous life was an example. The Luoshui oath represented commitment and trustworthiness. No one expected that Sima Yi would directly tear up the Luoshui oath and trample on his personal trustworthiness. So the Emperor Wei was extremely conflicted at this moment. At this time, Princess Mingchuan added, "Your Majesty, after the 2 countries form an alliance, I hope we can discuss building a free trade city at the border so that the 2 countries can trade comprehensively and promote lean development. By then, your country's specialties can be shipped to Jiang State for sale, and Jiang State's various gemstones and specialties can also be shipped to Wei State. In addition, after the 2 countries form an alliance, they can jointly deal with the Huns in the north." Yesterday's assassination was carried out by the Xiongnu. This shows that the Xiongnu are very wary of an alliance between our 2 countries. Over the years, the northern part of our 2 countries has suffered heavy losses from the Xiongnu's plunder. It is time to fight back. At that time, both sides will send troops from 2 directions to attack the Xiongnu's lair, seal the wolf's lair, and drink water from the vast sea. Wouldn't it be wonderful? I have to say that Princess Mingchuan's little mouth is really good at speaking, and it presents a picture of prosperity and greatness to people. So as soon as Princess Mingchuan finished speaking, someone stood up impatiently. Your Majesty, an alliance is of great benefit to Wei. Jiang Kingdom is full of sincerity. We implore your Majesty to agree to the alliance and create a prosperous era together. Chu Jiang, the minister of the Ministry of Rights, stepped out and spoke quickly. Shangshu Ling Wang Chunxiu also stood up and said, Your Majesty, for the prosperity of the Great Wei and for the stability of the border, I also suggest forming an alliance. Your Majesty, I second the motion. I second this motion. Countless court officials echoed this, exceeding 70% of the civil and military officials in the court. Even the Crown Prince, the King of Qin, the King of Yen and others agreed to form an alliance, which was an inevitable trend. This made Ouyang Nyoma, Li Wenyu and others who advocated the battle look solemn. They felt deep pressure and looked at Emperor Wei one after another. At this moment, Emperor Wei's eyes were vague. The reason why the Emperor of Wei advocated war was that he hoped that the state of Jiang would fall into chaos, and then attack the state of Jiang, which would not only help him regain lost territory but also severely damage the state of Jiang. But there is a premise here, that is, the state of Jiang was in chaos because of the change of the throne, but what if the state of Jiang was not in chaos? If the state of Jiang was not in chaos, then if Wei sent troops, not only would it fail to meet the expectations of the Emperor of Wei, but it would also lead to a fierce battle with countless casualties, and it might not necessarily gain any benefit. Instead of doing this, it would be better to form an alliance and gain the 5 cities for free. So how to choose became a headache for Emperor Wei. But now is not the time to consider, so the Emperor of Wei smiled and said, I will consider the alliance carefully. Princess Mingchuan has come all the way to the Great Wei, and I must do my best to play the role of a good host. Then I'll trouble His Majesty the Emperor Wei. Princess Mingchuan responded with a smile, then returned to her seat. Next, the reception officially began. The King of Wei ordered people to prepare a number of welcoming programs, such as the Great Wei breaking formation music and magnificent songs and dances, which opened the eyes of the Jiang state delegation. It was an hour and a half later when the performance ended. Then the banquet began. The court prepared rich dishes and warmly entertained the Jiang state delegation. For a while, the hall was bustling with cheers and toasts. As a distinguished guest of the Jiang kingdom, Princess Mingchuan received a grand welcome. The Crown Prince, King of Qin, King of Yen and others all took the initiative to come forward, wanting to get to know Princess Mingchuan. It was unclear whether they were attracted by her status or her beauty. May I ask, Your Highness, why do you wear a mask? Princess Mingchuan didn't know whether intentionally or unintentionally, but she actually asked about the black mask on the prince's face. As soon as these words were spoken, the prince's face froze. Fortunately, he was wearing a mask, so his gloomy expression could not be seen. Ling Shuang, Ling Yu and others on the side were laughing secretly in their hearts. I accidentally injured my face and should have been recuperating in the East Palace, but I have long heard of Your Highness Mingchuan's great name, so I came here specially to meet you. I'm sorry to have embarrassed Your Highness Mingchuan. The prince was the prince after all. Not only did he explain the situation with a smile, he also complimented Princess Mingchuan. Princess Mingchuan said, It is my honor to be cared for by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Your Majesty, I would like to trouble His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to say a few good words. Our Jiang Kingdom is sincere in forming an alliance. Your Highness Mingchuan, please rest assured that I support the alliance. However, whether to form an alliance depends on the decision of Your Majesty. The prince was not stupid and spoke with discretion. Princess Mingchuan nodded, and then had a few words with Ling Shuang and Ling Yu in a calm manner. Then she left with an excuse and walked towards Ling Ning. Seeing this scene, Ling Shuang and others' faces instantly turned cold. Inside the bustling Tai Chi hall, Prince of Qin Lingshuang and Prince of Yan Lingyu were like dogs that smelled meat. They wanted to befriend Princess Mingchuan and perform well in front of her. Unexpectedly, Princess Mingchuan had a cold expression on her face and was not interested in King Qin and King Yan. She sent them away with just a few words. Then she looked around, and when she saw Ling Ning, her eyes lit up and she immediately walked towards Ling Ning. Seeing this scene, Ling Shuang and Ling Yu's expressions instantly frowned. They have literary talent and good manners, so how can they not be better than a stupid guy? Besides being tall and strong, what other advantages does Ling Ning have? His appearance is, etc. long? Ling Shuang and Ling Yu looked at each other and couldn't help but spit. They didn't expect that Princess Mingchuan was such a superficial person. Ling Ning was enjoying delicious food at the moment. He was in a good mood as he was about to be theft. So, he would try to keep a low profile and not cause trouble. Who knew that when he looked up, he saw Princess Mingchuan walking towards him. She just looked over and a friendly smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, which made people's eyes bright. Ling Ning swallowed the food in his mouth and realized that this woman regarded him as prey. Originally, Ling Ning wanted to use Princess Mingchuan to act in a play to gain benefits from Emperor Wei, and that was indeed the case. Without that play, Ling Ning would not have thought of being crowned a king and establishing his own government so quickly. But this scene has a passive effect, which is that it also allows Princess Mingchuan to see the value of Ling Ning, the silly prince, and wants to turn Ling Ning into her prey. If she was really stupid, she might be deceived by this vixen and fall for her honey trap. But Ling Ning was prepared, so she might lose both her wife and her army. Thinking of this, Ling Ning suddenly stood up, then raised his hand towards Princess Mingchuan, made a gesture to keep her away, and said, "Don't come over." Princess Mingchuan was stunned and asked in surprise, "Your Highness Prince Ning, what's wrong?" "Someone told me that beautiful women are tigers who love to lie. So I asked you to stay away from them. So go away and don't come over." Ling Ning's expression was extremely formal. He really regarded Princess Mingchuan as a monster. Princess Mingchuan could not help but glance at Emperor Wei, suspecting that it was Emperor Wei who taught her these words. This also aroused Princess Mingchuan's desire to win. The more Emperor Wei loved this silly son, the more it proved that this silly son was a clever chess move. Thinking of this, Princess Mingchuan asked, "Your Highness Prince Ning, I heard that your mother, concubine Shu, was also a gentle and beautiful woman. Is concubine Shu also a tiger and likes to deceive people?" "Of course my mother is not a tiger. My mother would never lie," Ling Ning replied. Princess Mingchuan smiled and said, "So, not all beautiful women are bad people. In the eyes of Prince Ning, am I a bad person? Have I ever deceived Prince Ning? You haven't lied to me, it seems you are not a bad person, hee hee." Ling Ning scratched his head and smiled foolishly. Princess Mingchuan took a few steps closer, coming within half a foot of Ling Ning, and then with a look of resentment on her face, she said, "Your Highness Prince Ning, did I do something wrong? Are you deliberately avoiding me?" "I didn't avoid you on purpose," Ling Ning replied. Princess Mingchuan opened her bright eyes and asked, "Why didn't you go to the other courtyard these 2 days? You must hate me." Ling Ning's eyes lit up. "That's right, it's the smell of green tea, the familiar smell from my previous life, the familiar feeling is back again." So Ling Ning quickly denied it and said, "I don't hate you. In fact, it was my father who told me to stay away from the other courtyard. How could I hate you? It is indeed the Emperor Wei." Princess Mingchuan glanced at Emperor Wei again and found that Emperor Wei was indeed looking at her with a fierce gaze, like a tiger protecting its cub. So, Princess Mingchuan approached Ling Ning again. This scene made Ling Shuang and others open their eyes wide, feeling envious and jealous. I'm glad you don't hate me. If I do anything wrong, just tell me and I will correct it. You are my savior and I consider your highness a good friend. Princess Mingxuan smiled even more brightly. Ling Ning shook his head and said solemnly, I don't want to be friends with you, I want you to be my wife. Princess Mingxuan replied, Your Highness is a great martial artist, just like a great hero. I would be very happy to marry such a hero. But I am already engaged. It is difficult to change the marriage agreement between my parents and the matchmaker. Unless what? Ling Ning's face was full of curiosity and anticipation. Princess Mingxuan said, Unless your highness comes back to Jiang Kingdom with me, His Majesty the Emperor Wei will definitely not agree. Go to Jiang country? Ling Ning scratched his head, looking hesitant. Princess Mingxuan was about to speak, but she saw the eunuch coming over, so she quickly said, Your Highness Prince Ning, this is our little secret, okay? You are not allowed to tell anyone else. Of course, no problem, this is a little secret between me and my wife, hee. Ling Ning smiled happily. Princess Mingxuan also smiled shyly, then turned and left, leaving only a faint fragrance. At this time, the eunuch rushed over and said, Your Highness Prince Ning, His Majesty has summoned you. Ling Ning said, Oh, and then came in front of Emperor Wei. Father, what do you want from me? Ling Ning bowed and asked, while staring at the food on the table in front of Emperor Wei. The damn imperial kitchen really serves dishes according to the person. The food that Emperor Wei eats is indeed different from that of others. Emperor Wei got straight to the point and asked, What did you talk about with Princess Mingxuan? Oh, she thanked me for saving her life and said she wanted to be good friends with me, but I refused. I don't want to be friends with her. Ling Ning said obediently. Emperor Wei nodded with satisfaction, thinking that although this rebellious son was a little naive, he listened to him, and that was his greatest advantage. The happy king of Wei suddenly had an idea and asked, Jiang state wants to return 5 cities to Wei. If it were you, would you be willing to accept them? Of course, I'm not stupid. Ling Ning nodded quickly. Emperor Wei added, If you don't want it, you may be able to get more in the future. Are you still willing? When might it be, and how long will it take? Can we capture 5 cities? Ling Ning asked curiously. Emperor Wei was startled, then replied, I don't know yet. Then I definitely want 5 cities. Father's question is so strange. Are you testing me on purpose? I've already told you I'm not stupid. Not stupid. Ling Ning pretended to be angry. Emperor Wei smiled and said, All right, I won't ask you any more questions. Please leave. Unexpectedly, Ling Ning pointed at the 2 delicacies on the table and laughed. Take it away, take it away. Emperor Wei said unhappily. This silly child only knows how to eat. Ling Ning immediately took the dish away and returned to the table to eat with relish. Emperor Wei fell into deep thought again. After the banquet, the Jiang state delegation returned to the villa to rest, while the Emperor of Wei went to the council hall to discuss whether to negotiate with a group of important ministers. No one knows the outcome of the discussion, but it is said that Wang Chunxiu and other peace advocates looked relieved when they left the Council of State. The other side. After Princess Mingxuan returned to the villa, she went back to her room to rest. In the evening, 2 maids from the Jiang Kingdom delegation quietly left the villa and blended into the crowd on the street. After making sure that no one was following them, they came to a quiet clubhouse. Someone was already waiting at the side door of the guild hall, and he immediately invited the waitress into an elegant room. I, Jian Sui and Jian Ning, have come to pay my respects to His Highness Mingxuan on his orders. The 2 maids knelt down to greet him. Judging from their demeanor and movements, they were obviously 2 female swordsmen with excellent martial arts skills. A voice was heard from behind the screen, and a masked man came out. 3 days have passed since the Emperor of Wei received the envoys from the state of Jiang. During these 3 days, the Emperor of Wei had not decided whether to form an alliance, so much so that the people of Kyoto were talking about it, and even some bold gambling houses opened stalls. Ling Ning was not in a hurry to submit a petition to be enfeoffed in Liangzhou. Firstly, one cannot eat hot tofu in a hurry. Secondly, it was necessary to make sure that Wei and Jiang Kingdom formed an alliance before Ling Ning could go to Liangzhou. Otherwise, Liangzhou would be a dead end. After 3 days of waiting, the Imperial Household Department had prepared the palace for Ling Ning, so early in the morning, Ling Ning asked his personal eunuch Su Kun to pack his luggage. When he was about to leave, looking at the small courtyard where he had lived for 10 years, he really had no feelings for it, especially the name of this courtyard. It could have been called Beachy Courtyard because of any other name. So Ling Ning had wanted to leave here a long time ago. The Prince Ning's mansion that the Internal Affairs Supervisor prepared for Ling Ning was located in Shanhang, very close to Zhuke Gate, and in a very good location. The mansion was originally the residence of the Minister of Revenue, but it was confiscated for corruption and abuse of power, and now it is a bargain for Ling Ning. Although this mansion cannot be compared with the Qin Palace and the Yen Palace, and is not even half their size, but in the extremely expensive city of Kyoto, Ling Ning is already very satisfied with it. This time, the Internal Affairs Supervisor did not dare to put any obstacles in the way, fearing that Ling Ning would dismantle the Internal Affairs Supervisory Office. Therefore, all the necessary things were provided according to the standards, and people could just move in with just their luggage. Guards, maids, and servants were also arranged for them, and the mansion was kept spotlessly clean. Ling Ning, who wanted to take the opportunity to cause a big commotion in the Internal Affairs Bureau, gave up the idea. While Ling Ning was visiting his own palace, he also welcomed guests who came to congratulate him. The first to arrive was Chu Hongxiu, who was not only wearing a beautiful long dress, but also prepared generous gifts, filling an entire carriage. Congratulations to His Royal Highness Prince Ning on moving into a new home. Chu Hongxiu smiled sweetly and bowed to congratulate him. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Ling Ning, her eyes twinkling. Ling Ning pointed at the carriage and said, "It would be enough if we just come, why do we need to prepare so many things? They are just some small gifts. Your Highness saved my life. These gifts are no way to repay your grace." Chu Hongxiu replied. Ling Ning said with a smile, "We are friends, there is no need to be so formal. Okay, then next time I come I will treat the palace as my own home. Your Highness will have to provide me with meals then." Chu Hongxiu said with a smile. Ling Ning replied, "Of course, no problem. I will definitely make sure you eat and drink well." Afterwards, Ling Ning took Chu Hongxiu to visit the palace. While they were visiting, Li Wenyu, the minister of the Honglu Temple, and Sun Qi, the general of the Jinwu Guard, came together. Congratulations to His Royal Highness Prince Ning on his new residence. The two of them congratulated with a smile. They also prepared gifts. Although they were not as lavish as Chu Hongxiu's, they were also carefully selected. Ling Ning smiled and said, "I'm very happy that you can come. Come on, let's go into the mansion." Li Wenyu looked around. If other princes moved to a new house, there would be a lot of traffic and people in front of the mansion. But there was no one in front of Prince Ning's mansion. It was really a world of difference. If His Royal Highness Prince Ning could be more normal, the situation would be completely different. What a pity. What a pity. Li Wenyu felt emotional and followed Ling Ning into the mansion. After a brief tour of the mansion, he came to the main hall, where a maid brought him tea. Seeing that the palace had all the maids and servants, Chu Hongxiu said with satisfaction, "The Internal Affairs Supervisor is smart and didn't do anything tricky. Who in today's Kyoto is not afraid of the iron fist of His Royal Highness Prince Ning?" Sun Qi couldn't help but joked. Li Wenyu smiled and nodded repeatedly, agreeing very much. With these maids and servants, there is someone to take care of your highness' life. It's great. Chu Hongxiu couldn't help but sigh. Li Wenyu and Sun Qi understood Chu Hongxiu's subtext. Ling Ning is simple and naive, and suffered a lot of grievances when he was a child. Now he is crowned a king and has his own mansion. It can be said that all the hard work has paid off. He lives a life without worries and enjoys wealth and glory. Unexpectedly, Ling Ning said, "This kind of life is meaningless, and I'm leaving Kyoto soon." After these words came out, the three of them were stunned. After looking at each other, Li Wenyu asked, "What do you mean by this, Your Highness?" "I'm going to go out and be a fiefdom, don't you know?" Ling Ning looked surprised, as if you guys didn't understand such a simple reason. Li Wenyu said seriously, "Your Highness is going to go out to serve as a vassal. I wonder if it was His Majesty who told Your Highness or someone else." "No one told me this. This was my own idea. All the other brothers have become fiefdoms, so I also want to go to the border to fight the enemies and share my father's worries." Ling Ning became more and more excited as he spoke. Chu Hongxiu was anxious and quickly advised, "Your Highness, you can't do that. The border is dangerous and the enemy is treacherous. Your Highness has no experience in leading troops in battle and it is easy for the enemy to calculate. Yes, Your Highness, you should think twice." Sun Qi also advised. Ling Ning said unconcernedly, "No matter how powerful the enemy is, can they withstand my fist? If they dare to come, I will beat them to death." Chu Hongxiu became even more anxious. She knew that she couldn't explain it to Ling Ning, so she looked at Li Wenyu. Li Wenyu gave Chu Hongxiu a reassuring look and said with a smile, "Your Highness the sixth prince is mighty and brave. If he goes to the border, he will surely intimidate foreign enemies. Your Majesty knows how powerful Your Highness is and will definitely consider Your Highness's request to become a vassal." "Hee, that's right, Father will definitely agree." Ling Ning agreed. Chu Hongxiu finally realized that, yes, His Majesty's approval was needed to establish a fiefdom, and His Majesty would never allow the sixth prince to go out and establish a fiefdom. She was too worried, so she lost her composure. Then Chu Hongxiu stopped trying to stop him. Ling Ning did not continue to talk about the matter of becoming a vassal. He deliberately brought up this matter today to send a signal to Li Wenyu and Sun Qi. Next, Ling Shuang and others would deal with the two of them and make them assist Ling Ning in becoming a vassal. At that time, Ling Ning will take a good look at the performance and attitude of Li Wenyu and Sun Qi, and judge whether they are worthy of his trust and whether it is worth being honest with them. However, it is not enough to just win over Li Wenyu and Sun Qi, he also needs other people to assist him. During these 3 days, although Ling Ning stayed in the beachy courtyard, his personal eunuch Su Kun was not idle. Ling Ning asked him to use his ability to gather information and find talented people for himself. After Su Kun's investigation, he actually found a talented and wise man, but this person was imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice. Li Wenyu and Sun Qi had important matters to attend to, so they only stayed in Prince Ning's mansion for a while before saying goodbye and leaving. When Chu Hongxiu saw the two of them leave, she felt a little embarrassed and wanted to say goodbye, but Li Wenyu said, "Miss Hongxiu, today is a good day for His Royal Highness Prince Ning to move into his new home. If you don't have anything to do, don't rush to leave and stay with His Royal Highness." After hearing this, Chu Hongxiu's cheeks turned red. How could she not know what Li Wenyu's intention was? At this time, Ling Ning also said, "Miss Hongxiu, they have official business to attend to and cannot stay. You must stay. I have asked people to prepare a lot of delicious food." "Okay then, I'll stay and disturb Your Highness." Chu Hongxiu responded softly. Unexpectedly, not long after Li Wenyu and Sun Qi left, Su Kun suddenly came to report that Princess Mingchuan came to visit and also to congratulate him on his move to the palace. Chu Hongxiu frowned. She didn't expect that the Princess of Jiang would be so persistent and still pester His Royal Highness Prince Ning. Chu Hongxiu knew exactly what conspiracy was in her mind. The arrival of Princess Mingchuan made Chu Hongxiu alert. She was well aware of the conspiracies and tricks of the princess from the enemy country. She was glad that she did not leave, otherwise, the silly sixth prince would have been eaten to the bone. But Ling Ning showed joy and immediately went out to greet him. This scene made Chu Hongxiu feel secretly sad. In fact, Ling Ning was not welcoming Princess Mingchuan, but her gift. Ling Ning had too many enemies, so few people came to celebrate with him. Chu Hongxiu and the others were his own people, so they were counting on Princess Mingchuan's gift. The result did not disappoint Ling Ning. After leaving the house, he saw 2 fully loaded carriages. Considering Princess Mingchuan's status, the gifts she gave must be expensive, otherwise they would not be worth it. Of course, Ling Ning only glanced at the carriage, and then set his sights on Princess Mingchuan, pretending to be surprised and asking, "Princess Mingchuan, why are you here?" Princess Mingchuan jokingly asked, "Why doesn't your highness call me your wife anymore?" After these words were spoken, Chu Hongxiu's eyes darkened and she stared at the other party coldly, full of hostility. Princess Mingchuan also noticed Chu Hongxiu's gaze and immediately looked at her with a smile on her face, not afraid at all. But she also became alert in her heart. She didn't expect that this silly prince would become such a popular person. Ling Ning saw the exchange of glances between the two, but pretended not to know, and replied, "Father said that we can't call my daughter-in-law casually. We can only call her that after we get married." Princess Mingchuan retracted her gaze and fell on Ling Ning again, smiling and saying, "Your Highness the sixth prince is truly a filial person. As the saying goes, you should listen respectfully to your parents. Your Highness strictly abides by this rule, which is admirable. This is what we should do." Ling Ning smiled innocently, and then invited, "Princess Mingchuan, please come into the mansion and have some tea." Princess Mingchuan nodded, then pointed to the carriage behind her and replied, "Your Highness is moving into a new house, and I have prepared some small gifts. Please accept them." "I will definitely accept everything you give me," Ling Ning said solemnly. Princess Mingchuan smiled even more brightly, while Chu Hongxiu felt a little depressed. Then, Ling Ning invited Princess Mingchuan into the tea room in the mansion. Not long after the 3 of them sat down and chatted, Prince of Qin Lingshuang and Prince of Yan Lingyu smelled the food and came over to congratulate Ling Ning on moving into his new mansion. Ling Ning warmly welcomes those who give gifts and invites them to the tea house to taste tea together. Because Ling Ning wanted to maintain his silly personality, he talked less and laughed more, leaving the chance for conversation to the lickspittles, to Ling Shuang, Ling Yu and the others. The 2 of them did exactly that. They kept looking for Princess Mingchuan to talk and showing off their talents from time to time, as if they wanted to tell Princess Mingchuan not to focus her attention on a fool. Princess Mingchuan had wanted to take advantage of today's opportunity to further win over Ling Ning and implement her own plan, but she ran into Ling Shuang and Ling Yu, which prevented her from being alone with Ling Ning. After staying for half an hour, she found an excuse to leave. Seeing Princess Mingchuan leave, Ling Shuang and Ling Yu also said goodbye in a hurry, too lazy to stay in Prince Ning's mansion. After a while, only Ling Ning and Chu Hongxiu were left in the tea house. "Your Highness, those who are not from our country must have different hearts. It is better not to have too much contact with Princess Mingchuan." Chu Hongxiu couldn't help but remind him, worried that Ling Ning had fallen into the other party's beauty trap. Unexpectedly, Ling Ning's answer next surprised Chu Hongxiu very much. "I know, she wants to trick me into going to Jiang State and then make me do harm to Wei," Ling Ning replied. Chu Hongxiu was stunned, and a sense of anticipation rose in her heart. She quickly asked, "Your Highness, did you figure it out yourself?" Ling Ning said, "Your Majesty reminded me. Your Majesty said that those who show kindness without any reason are either treacherous or thieves. He also said the same thing as you. If you are not a Chinese, your heart must be different. It turns out to be your Majesty. His Majesty has a keen eye and can naturally see through Princess Mingxuan's trick, but Chu Hongxiu is a little disappointed. She expected that Ling Ning had come up with it himself, which would prove that His Majesty is still very smart. For some reason, she always had an illusion that the Prince of Ning in front of her was not stupid, not at all. Next. Chu Hongxiu asked curiously, "Since your Highness knows that Princess Mingxuan has bad intentions, why is he still so close to her? Was it also ordered by His Majesty?" This time Ling Ning shook his head and said with a smile, "You all say I'm stupid, but I'm not stupid. I'm not close to her, so why would she come to give me gifts? 2 whole cars. Hongxiu, let's go and see what good things she gave me, hee." Having said that, Ling Ning pulled Chu Hongxiu and hurried to the warehouse. Chu Hongxiu was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. You say His Highness is stupid, he actually played tricks. You say His Highness is smart, he just wanted to cheat for a gift. So, Ling Ning took Chu Hongxiu to the storehouse. After opening the storehouse, they found it was filled with brocade boxes. When they opened the boxes, they found all kinds of exquisite treasures, including jade, gold, silver, and other rare treasures. How is it? Are there many treasures? Ling Ning asked with a smile. Chu Hongxiu joked, I didn't expect that your highness would also be interested in collecting rare treasures. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Ling Ning shook his head and said, I'm not interested in collecting them. Hongxiu, can you please do me a favor? What help can I provide? Your highness, please give me your instructions. Chu Hongxiu asked curiously. Ling Ning pointed at these treasures and said, sell these things secretly and exchange them all for silver. Change it all into silver? What does your highness need so much silver for? Chu Hongxiu asked in surprise. Ling Ning said, I'm about to go to the vassal state, what's the point of keeping these treasures? I can only look at them but not eat them, it's better to exchange them for silver, which can be used to buy food. And there are not many people I can trust, and you are one of them, so I can only ask you for help. Okay. Leave it to me. When Chu Hongxiu heard that she was someone Ling Ning trusted, she immediately agreed to this matter. At the same time, she moved her lips, wanting to persuade Ling Ning to give up the idea of becoming a vassal, but the words stopped at her lips, because a few words could not dispel a person's expectations. Ling Ning immediately called Su Kun and asked him to contact Chu Hongxiu secretly to handle the matter. Chu Hongxiu then left the Ning Palace and started to deal with the matter. After seeing Chu Hongxiu off, Ling Ning turned and went to the backyard. At this moment, there were 30 sturdy men standing there, in their 20s and 30s, each with a determined look in their eyes. These people were all from the Imperial Guards, but because they offended the powerful, they were imprisoned and awaiting punishment. Last time, Ling Ning asked for 30 guards from Emperor Wei to serve as guards. He did not choose them from the palace guards, but carefully selected these 30 people. As the saying goes, it is better to provide timely help than to add icing on the cake. Originally they were destined to be exiled, but now Ling Ning saved them. Not only will he give them a chance to redeem themselves for their crimes, but he will also reuse them. Moreover, their lives and property are in Ling Ning's hands, so how dare they not be loyal to him? Ling Ning opened his office today. Early in the morning, these 30 people came here to receive orders, but Ling Ning did not see them. He only gave one order, which was to stand still. After receiving the order, the 30 people stood quietly in the yard, motionless, for fear of wasting this precious opportunity. Ling Ning walked into the backyard. 30 men stood tall like green pines, each with bright eyes and full of fighting spirit. They wanted to show their best side to Ling Ning, because Ling Ning was their only hope to redeem themselves for their crimes. These 30 people were carefully selected. They have martial arts skills, no family background, and good character. They are very suitable for Ling Ning to train as his most trusted guards. Asking them to stand still may seem like a simple test, but it can be the most intuitive way to observe their attitudes. If anyone shows impatience, or tries to take shortcuts and fails to complete the task assigned by Ling Ning, they will be eliminated directly. If a person does not know how to cherish the only chance to redeem himself and turn over a new leaf, what is the point of keeping such a person? The performance of these 30 people did not disappoint Ling Ning, so Ling Ning walked up to them, stood in front of them, and asked. I asked His Majesty for 30 guards to serve as my bodyguards, but I did not choose those guards with clean family backgrounds. Instead, I chose you who have made mistakes. Who knows why? After these words were spoken, the eyes of the 30 people shook. At this time, a man shouted back, Your Highness, I know. Ling Ning looked at the person who responded, and saw that he was tall and strong, with extraordinary bearing, and was considered the best among the 30 people. Your name is Zhan Xing, right? Step out and tell us what you want to say. Ling Ning said. Not only Zhan Xing, but everyone else was also stunned. They never expected that the 6th prince actually knew his name. And didn't they say that the 6th prince was stupid? Judging from his current appearance, it seemed that the rumor was untrue. Zhan Xing suppressed his excitement and immediately stepped out of the line, saying, Your Highness needs a group of obedient, fearless, loyal guards who are willing to die for Your Highness, so Your Highness chose us who are guilty. Ling Ning asked again, Are you such a person? Zhan Xing could no longer suppress his excitement, his pupils were trembling, he immediately knelt down and said, Your Highness saved us from danger, freed us from guilt, and saved us from the infamy and shame for our families. I am willing to be loyal to Your Highness and will never betray you. If I have second thoughts, I will be despised by humans and gods and die a miserable death. Please give me a chance to be loyal to you. Soon after, others also knelt down and began to swear allegiance. Ling Ning nodded with satisfaction and said, Okay. I'll give you a chance. Remember your oath today. What I need is guards who are dedicated, loyal and obedient, not villains with ulterior motives. Of course, I will not treat you unfairly. From now on, your monthly salary will be tripled. If you unfortunately die in battle for me, I promise to support your family, so that your parents will have a place to rely on in their old age, and your children will have a place to take care of when they are young, and they can also study and learn martial arts. After these words were spoken, the 30 people's eyes turned red with excitement. They were originally going to be exiled, but now they met a wise leader. How could they not cry for joy? Even if I die, my parents, wife and children can live well, so what's wrong with sacrificing this worthless life? So everyone kowtowed immediately to thank the king for his grace. At this time, Ling Ning pointed at Zhan Xing and said, From now on, you are the team leader and you will manage everyone. Is there a problem? Your Highness, I will never fail in my mission. Zhan Xing said excitedly. Ling Ning nodded, and then suddenly said, I have a task for you now. Let me see your ability. Chu Hongxiu was very quick and exchanged all the rare treasures for silver the next day, totaling more than 20,000 taels. At the same time, Ling Xuang and Ling Yu also began to arrange for the censors to impeach the minister of Honglu Temple Li Wenyu. This made Li Wenyu very puzzled, wondering how he had offended these censors who were willing to take advantage of him. Although Li Wenyu was an honest official who never took bribes or violated the law, it was still very difficult to deal with the censors who heard about his behavior. When they wanted to impeach an official, it didn't matter whether you were corrupt or violated the law. Just accidentally saying the wrong thing or writing the wrong poem could become a reason for impeachment. So facing the impeachment of the censor, Li Wenyu was also a little overwhelmed. After several days of careful consideration, Emperor Wei finally made up his mind. He chose to negotiate and form an alliance. Thus, the peace talks with the state of Jiang officially began, and the two sides started a heated conversation. Both sides wanted to gain more benefits, so the argument was very fierce. The crown prince, the king of Qin and others all wanted to gain benefits from the peace talks, so they all participated in the talks and had no time to care about Ling Ning's enfeoffment. Taking advantage of this period of time when he was not being noticed, Ling Ning started his plan. The sun set in the west and the sky darkened. The prison of the Ministry of Justice was even darker, with only a few flickering candles, making it seem even colder. Just then, footsteps were heard, and a head jailer led a few people into the depths of the prison and stopped in front of a cell door. "Brother, he is Cui Chan." The head jailer pointed at an old man who was soundly sleeping in the cell and introduced him to the man next to him. And this man was none other than Zhan Xing. Zhan Xing looked at Cui Chan, only to see that he was disheveled and his face was not clearly visible. Speaking of Cui Chan, he is very famous. He was an old minister of the previous dynasty and the well-known prince's tutor. After Daxia was destroyed, Cui Chan led the remnants to continue the resistance. This resistance lasted for 5 years and caused heavy casualties to the Wei kingdom. In the end, the Emperor of Wei resorted to encirclement tactics, forcing Cui Chan's troops into a desperate situation and finally capturing him. The Emperor of Wei had studied under Cui Chan. Although he was not his disciple, he spared Cui Chan's life because of this relationship. The deeper purpose is to recruit Cui Chan for his own use. But later, Cui Chan saw that there was no hope of restoring the country and could not accept this fact. He went crazy and was imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice for 15 years. The world almost forgot his existence. Unexpectedly, he actually welcomed guests today. Zhan Xing thought of His Highness's order and immediately came back to his senses. He took out a purse and handed it to the head jailer, saying with a smile, "Brother Zhao, this is the price we agreed on before." The head jailer took the bag of money, opened it and checked it. After making sure it was correct, he asked curiously, "Brother, may I ask you something? What do you want this crazy old man for?" Zhan Xing said coldly, "Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Just take the money and do the work." "Okay." The head jailer nodded and opened the cell door. Zhan Xing immediately looked at his two companions behind him. They actually carried a dead man into the cell, threw him into the haystack, and then helped Cui Chan up. The frightened Cui Chan was about to scream when he was knocked unconscious and carried away. Then, the head jailer took Zhan Xing and others out of the Ministry of Justice prison and watched them leave. The next morning, the head jailer reported the news of Cui Chan's death to the Ministry of Justice. This news did not attract the attention of officials. Who would care about a crazy old man who had been imprisoned for more than 10 years? That evening, the head jailer unfortunately encountered an accident and fell into the river and drowned. To the south of Shanhang is Tunghuafang. There is a small house in the northeast corner of the square. It is very remote and quiet, and few people come here. But at this moment in the mansion, Ling Ning stood with his hands behind his back, with guards such as Zhan Xing standing behind him. Zhan Xing and the others looked at Ling Ning with great admiration and fanaticism in their eyes, because they already knew that Ling Ning was not stupid at all, but had extraordinary strategies. This truth made Zhan Xing and others exclaim in surprise. He has been acting crazy and stupid since he was a child. What a terrible scheming and scheme! Coupled with the sixth prince's bravery, wisdom and bravery, how brilliant will the sixth prince be? Therefore, Zhan Xing and others felt deeply honored to be Ling Ning's bodyguards and had no ulterior motives. Ga. At this time, the door opened and a doctor came out. He came to Ling Ning and said respectfully, "Sir, I have checked. The old man's leg disease is quite serious. He has lost consciousness and started to shrink. There is no possibility of recovery. In addition, the old man is indeed crazy. I can only prescribe some medicine to calm the nerves and improve intelligence. I hope that the old man's condition will improve." Ling Ning nodded and said, "Sorry to bother Dr. Zhao, Zhan Xing." Zhan Xing immediately stepped forward and took the doctor away. Ling Ning walked into the room and saw the crazy old man Cui Chan sitting on the bed in a daze. He then walked to the bedside, without saying a word, and looked at Cui Chan quietly. Going to Liangzhou to become a vassal is a dangerous thing. Ling Ning needs a group of confidants to help him. These confidants must include brave and loyal guards like Zhan Xing, officials who are good at internal affairs like Li Wenyu, and famous people who are good at strategy like Cui Chan. The reason why Ling Ning could think of Cui Chan was entirely because of his personal eunuch Su Kun. Ling Ning asked Su Kun to find out which down-and-out celebrities there were in Kyoto so that he could win them over. Unexpectedly, Su Kun actually found out about Cui Chan. Therefore, Ling Ning assigned Zhan Xing and others the task of rescuing Cui Chan from the prison of the Ministry of Justice and creating the illusion that Cui Chan was dead. The head of the jailer was also killed by Zhan Xing to completely eliminate all traces of the incident. But after rescuing Cui Chan, they found that his condition was not optimistic. He was already old, and after being imprisoned in the dark prison for more than a decade, his body was already very weak. The injuries to his legs were not treated in time, causing his legs to atrophy and he could no longer stand. Cui Chan's madness was also quite serious. He was in a daze, talking nonsense, and had no clear consciousness. It seems that all the previous efforts were in vain, and it is useless to fish out trash. But Ling Ning felt that the situation was not so pessimistic. Don't forget, Ling Ning was also very experienced in acting crazy and stupid. In his opinion, Cui Chan's madness and stupidity were so lifelike that they were almost indistinguishable from the real thing, but there was still a flaw, and this flaw was discovered by Ling Ning. Thinking of this, Ling Ning moved a chair and sat in front of Cui Chan. He smiled gently and said, "Mr. Old has been pretending to be crazy for more than 10 years. His perseverance is amazing and admirable. I can't help but wonder, why did you pretend to be crazy? You are already locked up in the prison of the Ministry of Justice, why do you still do that? After thinking about it, I guess someone wants to harm you, so you resorted to this desperate measure." Facing Ling Ning's conversation, Cui Chan was in a daze, saliva flowing from the corners of his mouth, not like a normal person at all. Ling Ning continued, "Don't worry, old man. After I sent someone to rescue you, I faked your death. In this world, you are already dead. And it is very safe here. No one will hurt you. There is no need for you to act crazy or stupid." Cui Chan was still in a silly state. Ling Ning added, "Old gentleman, you don't have to worry about my ill intentions. I rescued you because I wanted to ask you for a helping hand. As for who I am, with your wisdom, you should be able to guess it." Having said that, Cui Chan still looked silly. Seeing Cui Chan was unmoved, Ling Ning smiled and said, "It is right for the old gentleman to be cautious. I understand. In addition, if the old gentleman is willing to lend a hand, I can help you get revenge." Having said that, Ling Ning looked at Cui Chan quietly. Cui Chan picked at his fingers and ignored Ling Ning. Ling Ning's smile gradually faded, and his tone changed from gentle to cold. "Old sir, I have said everything I should say. If you are unmoved, don't blame me for being rude. Old sir, do you know that I am also quite good at pretending to be stupid? Although I have given up my dignity and appearance, and pretended to be crazy and stupid very vividly, pretending is just pretending, and it is not real after all. I wonder if you've ever seen a fool sleeping? You can fake being awake, but you can't fake being asleep. It has been 2 days since Zhang Xing rescued Cui Chan. Why did Ling Ning only show up today? He just wanted to see whether Cui Chan was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. Ling Ning came here last night, and through observation, Ling Ning concluded that Cui Chan was playing dumb. Cui Chan remained unmoved after hearing Ling Ning's words. Ling Ning stood up, turned and walked towards the door. I have said everything that needs to be said. If Cui Chan ignores me, there is no need to waste time. After getting out, Ling Ning will let Zhang Xing kill Cui Chan without leaving any trace. Just as Ling Ning walked to the door and was about to step out, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Etc. Ling Ning's foot stopped in mid-air, then he retracted it and turned to look at Cui Chan. Cui Chan just swept away the madness just now, and his eyes became deep and restrained, like an abyss with no bottom. He was staring at Ling Ning for a while, then he sighed, the king of Wei is such an upright man, but he actually gave birth to such a cunning prince. I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse. Your Highness Prince Ning, please forgive me for my inconvenience in moving and not being able to stand up and kneel to thank you. Although he had been detained in the Ministry of Justice, Cui Chan had guessed Ling Ning's identity. Ling Ning walked back and said, I heard that when you were captured, you would rather die than bow to my father, so you don't need to bow to me. It's different. Emperor Wei is Emperor Wei, and His Highness is His Highness. His Highness rescued me from prison, so he is my savior. Cui Chan replied. Ling Ning smiled and said, I didn't save you for no reason. You want to repay me. I will be in theft soon. Please help me. Help you? I'm an old man from the previous dynasty. I've been resisting the Wei dynasty for so many years. You still dare to use me? Aren't you afraid that I will harm you? Cui Chan asked. Ling Ning said, who isn't from the past? Mr. Cui is, my father is, and I am naturally one too. In this world, things that have been together for a long time will eventually separate, and things that have been divided for a long time will eventually come together. Mr. Cui has tried his best, but he still can't turn the tide. This shows that fate is like this. The world will eventually divide after a long period of unity, and will eventually unite after a long period of division. This saying is very good and reveals the true meaning of the change of dynasties. Then in the eyes of the sixth prince, Daxia is destroyed, and I am stupid to lead the rebels to resist at all costs. Cui Chan asked again. Ling Ning thought about it and replied seriously. In the eyes of others, Daxia fell on the slope of Jingdu city, when the Xia emperor hanged himself and the imperial ancestral temple was destroyed. But in my opinion, Daxia fell when you were captured. Sir, you have fulfilled your responsibilities and obligations as a minister. You should not continue to blame yourself and forgive yourself for what you did back then. After hearing this, Cui Chan couldn't help but clench his teeth, and his deep eyes turned red. After Ling Ning learned about Cui Chan's life, he thought of an ancient person in his previous life, that is Jiang Wei. The two people's life experiences are completely different, but they have something in common, that is, they fought until the last moment to restore their country. That is why Ling Ning felt that Emperor Xia's suicide and the destruction of the temple did not mean the end of Great Xia, but the capture of Cui Chan meant that Great Xia had reached its end. But the endings of Cui Chan and Jiang Wei were different. Jiang Wei hanged himself for the sake of Shu Han, but Cui Chan lingered on and suffered torture. And with Cui Chan's ability, as long as he wanted, he would become a powerful official of the Wei dynasty like many of the former officials, and he would also bring honor to his family and become a top family. But he did not do so. On the one hand, he was disdainful, and on the other hand, he adhered to his responsibilities and obligations as a subject of the Great Xia kingdom. But for Ling Ning, this kind of persistence is nothing but torture to himself. Cui Chan didn't expect that Ling Ning, who was so young, understood him so well. His eyes turned red, but he quickly adjusted his emotions and regained his composure. Cui Chan looked at Ling Ning again, and this time his look was completely different from before. It was like appreciating a piece of unpolished jade, especially Ling Ning's sturdy figure, which actually evoked Cui Chan's memories and reminded him of someone. They are equally powerful and fierce, equally imposing, and equally brave, but they are completely different. He was too upright and didn't know how to adapt. He followed the rules too much, so he was ruined by the rules. On the other hand, Ling Ning in front of him was good at disguising and hiding, and was very cunning. He was obviously a tiger dominating the mountains and forests, but he chose to be attacked by a jackal. But I have to say, how terrifying would a cunning tiger be? Cui Chan came back to his senses and said, "The sixth prince thinks highly of me and is willing to use a dying man like me, but I have been locked up for too long and have become a useless person. I am afraid that I will disappoint the sixth prince and I will not be able to help him. Mr. Cui is too modest. As the saying goes, aged wine becomes better. Having an old person by your side is like having a treasure," Ling Ning said with a smile. Cui Chan immediately laughed happily, and then said, "I don't deserve your praise, Your Highness. If an old man doesn't die, he is a thief. But Your Highness, have you ever thought that keeping me by your side is a hidden danger and will affect Your Highness in the future? If Your Highness needs someone to assist you, I can recommend a few wise men." Ling Ning shook his head and said, "I want to recruit other wise men, and I am even more determined to get Mr. Cui. Sir, there is no need to test me. It is better to be straightforward and ask how you are willing to help me. If I still refuse and show ignorance, will Your Highness kill me?" Cui Chan asked. Ling Ning nodded. Cui Chan's opinion of Ling Ning was even higher, so he said, "Your Highness, do you know who I am pretending to be crazy and stupid to protect myself from?" "Guard against whom?" Ling Ning asked. Cui Chan said, "Duke Fang Jing of Zhao." The Great Wei had 6 founding dukes. The Duke of Sui was the Crown Prince's uncle, the Duke of An was the King of Qin's father-in-law, and the Duke of Zhao mentioned by Cui Chan was also one of the 6 dukes. Fang Jing was also an old minister of the previous dynasty. He was once in charge of the public security of the capital city of Daxia. The reason why Dawei was able to stand out from the 18 rebel armies and be the first to break through the capital city of Daxia was because of the city gate opened by Fang Jing. After the founding of the Wei dynasty, Fang Jing was granted the title of Duke of Zhao for his meritorious service and served as the Minister of War, with great power. But later, Fang Jing took the initiative to resign from the post of Minister of War, began to live in seclusion, devoted himself to Taoism, and acted as if he didn't care about worldly affairs. Then, Cui Chan talked about the grudge between the two. "Your Highness, you may not know that Fang Jing once studied under me. I noticed that he had bad intentions, so I did not accept him as my disciple. He holds a grudge against me for this. Later, he joined the rebels and opened the city gates to let them in. Taking advantage of the chaos, he killed 35 members of my Cui family. There were also several other families that had grievances with him, totaling almost hundreds of people. I was lucky enough to escape the disaster, and then I started to raise an army to rebel against Wei. Afterwards, I was defeated and captured. Fang Jing was afraid that I would surrender to the king of Wei and seek revenge on him, so he used provocation to force me not to surrender to the Wei. I know Fang Jing's schemes and intentions, but a gentleman has his own ways and his own ways. I did not submit to the Emperor of Wei for revenge, so I was imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice. I knew very well that Fang Jing wanted to harm me, so I pretended to be crazy and stupid. Fang Jing was also alert and tried to test me many times, fearing that I was pretending to be crazy and stupid. As Cui Chan told the story, the grudge between the two was made clear. Ling Ning didn't expect that there was such a grudge between the two. Mr. Chui, since Fang Jing was afraid of your revenge, why didn't he just kill you directly? Ling Ning asked puzzledly. Chui Chan said, when I was captured, Fang Jing didn't dare to kill me. He was afraid that killing me would make the Emperor of Wei suspicious. Later, he didn't want to kill me. Isn't it fun to see me acting crazy? Ling Ning had met Fang Jing before, and he never expected that such a gentle-looking person could be so sinister and cruel, and would never let go of any grudge. Chui Chan now brought up the feud between himself and Fang Jing, obviously not to tell a story, but as a condition for surrendering to Ling Ning. So Ling Ning immediately asked, Mr. Chui wants me to avenge you? If I kill Duke Zhao, will you sincerely assist me? Chui Chan nodded and said, I have let go of the national hatred, and now only the family hatred remains. But with my current crippled body, how can I avenge myself? So your Highness is my only chance. If your Highness is willing to help me avenge myself, I am willing to repay your Highness with my crippled body. Okay. Give me 3 days, and I'll bring Fang Jing's head to see you. Ling Ning replied directly. Seeing Ling Ning being so casual, Chui Chan couldn't help but ask, may I ask how to proceed, your Highness? Ling Ning said, we can sneak into Fang Jing's residence under cover of night and kill him, then pretend that it was the Huns who did it. Chui Chan could not help but smile bitterly. Fang Jing was the Duke of Zhao. Even if he was unemployed now, the guards in his mansion were on high alert. How could it be so easy to sneak into and kill him easily? Is that Ling Ning being arrogant? No. Ling Ning has the confidence. With his martial arts skills, as long as he could get close to Fang Jing's house, Fang Jing would surely die. If your Highness does this, even if you put the blame on the Huns, you will probably be suspected, Chui Chan asked. Ling Ning laughed and said, why would I, a fool, kill the Duke of Zhao? I have no grudge against him. Someone must have framed me. If anyone dares to frame me, I will beat him to death. Mr. Chui, do you think His Majesty will believe that I am the murderer of the Duke of Zhao? Chui Chan was stunned, then shook his head. Playing dumb was supposed to be a way of self-protection, but why did it become a shield for Ling Ning? Next. Chui Chan said, Your Highness is willing to take risks for me, but I cannot let Your Highness do this. Your Highness does not need to kill Fang Jing. In my opinion, it would be better for him to die. Only by making him lose everything he has now can I avenge him. I hope Your Highness can help me in this way. No problem. Ling Ning agreed. The next moment, Chui Chan propped himself up with his hands, got into a kneeling position, bowed deeply to Ling Ning, and said, Your Highness treats me sincerely, and I am willing to assist Your Highness. Your subordinate Chui Chan pays respect to His Highness. Ling Ning did not stop him. He accepted the greeting, then hurriedly helped Chui Chan up and said, With your help, I can rest assured when I go to the vassal state this time. Ha ha ha. Ling Ning was extremely excited to have gained a talented person. Although Xiang Yu was brave, how could he have achieved the reputation of being the king of Western Chu without Fan Zheng's assistance? Ling Ning knew his own weight and he needed the assistance of a top strategist. After Ling Ning's coercion and manipulation, Chui Chan was persuaded to worship Ling Ning as his master and assist him. Chui Chan is now a useless person. If he wants revenge, he can only go through Ling Ning. And Ling Ning needs the assistance of a top strategist. It can be said that the two of them get what they need. After adjusting his attitude, Chui Chan immediately asked, May I ask where you plan to go, Your Highness? Liangzhou. Ling Ning told the destination and also explained the plans of King Qin and others. After hearing this, Chui Chan agreed, Your Highness's choice is correct. Liangzhou may seem like a cold and dangerous place, but with planning, Your Highness can become a vassal king with a large army in a very short time. Now that Wei and Jiang have formed an alliance, the southern part of Liangzhou is safe, and it can also deter the western regions and the Xiongnu. Geographically, Liangzhou has become temporarily safe from being attacked from three sides. At least before the imperial power of Jiang is stabilized, Liangzhou is safe. The only hidden danger in Liangzhou is An Lufeng, who is stationed in Liangzhou. An Lufeng is ambitious and greedy. He has become a powerful figure with 40,000 Liangzhou border troops under his command. Even your majesty cannot easily touch him. Once your majesty goes to Liangzhou, it will be like a dragon crossing the river encountering a local snake. The situation will inevitably be dangerous. The king of Qin and his men want to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Ling Ning nodded in agreement. He already knew An Lufeng's character, so he asked, "Sir, do you have any way to deal with An Lufeng?" Cui Chan replied, "Your Highness is known to the world for being stupid. When he goes to Liangzhou, he will still act stupid so as to make An Lufeng let down his guard. Although An Lufeng has the intention to rebel, he also knows his own limitations. He will not dare to rebel unless something drastic happens in Wei. In fact, he is already worried that the Emperor of Wei will do something to him. So he would be happy about His Highness's enfeoffment, because His Highness could be used as a shield, a handle, or even to help him control the troops. The arrogant An Lufeng would not take His Highness seriously, which gave His Highness an opportunity. As long as An Lufeng lets down his guard, your Highness can take the opportunity to deal with him and control the Liangzhou guards. The border troops of Liangzhou are extremely brave and warlike. In addition, the people of Liangzhou are tough and valiant. In a few years, your Highness will be able to command a brave army." Having said this, Cui Chan's voice suddenly stopped. Some things should be said only when they are sufficient. For example, what is Ling Ning doing by commanding the brave army? You ask. That is to say, we conquered the Huns in the north, the Jiang kingdom in the south, and the western regions in the west, all in order to defend our country. But if you don't ask, this brave army will do other things, such as going to the capital to support the king. Is Ling Ning content to be just a vassal king? Even if Ling Ning was willing to be an honest vassal king, he would not be able to sit still, because the tree wants to be quiet but the wind does not stop. The history of the previous dynasty has given a painful example. The only outcome of being a quiet vassal king is to be stripped of his power, imprisoned, or even die a miserable death. In order to survive, Ling Ning must make himself stronger and become someone who can turn the table over. "Sir, that's what I meant." "Keep playing dumb," Ling Ning replied. Then, Cui Chan continued, "Your Highness has been pretending to be crazy and stupid for many years for safety, and he has almost no power in the court. Although your Highness will focus on Liangzhou after going to Liangzhou, it is better to have your own people here in Kyoto, especially in the court, and their status and position cannot be low." After a pause, Cui Chan reminded, "Your Majesty values kinship and has a slight preference for your Highness. If your Highness leaves Kyoto, the relationship will become distant over time, and your Highness will lose this innate advantage. By then, if someone spreads slander, your Majesty is likely to transfer your Highness, who is still young, to another place, so someone must be in the court." After Cui Chan's reminder, Ling Ning suddenly realized that he was only concerned about leaving Kyoto, like a bird that has escaped from captivity spreading its wings and flying high, but he ignored the fact that it is easier to be an official if you have someone in the court. However, Ling Ning had no familiar officials in the court, and time was pressing. It was almost impossible to win over powerful officials in a short period of time. They are a group of thousand-year-old foxes, how can they be easily recruited? Just as Ling Ning frowned, he immediately saw the peaceful smile on Cui Chan's face and asked immediately, "Sir, do you have an idea?" Cui Chan smiled and said, "Your Highness feels that time is tight and it is difficult to recruit people. So he has to change his mindset. There are many ways to win over officials, and there are many ways to suggest close ties, such as marriage. Your Highness has been crowned a king and established a government, so it is reasonable for him to get married, and this is a godsend opportunity. Speaking of getting married, Ling Ning remembered that Emperor Wei once said he would arrange a marriage for him. At that time, Ling Ning didn't take it seriously, thinking that he was a fool and which lady would be willing to marry him. But now it seems that they have no choice but to get married. I have to marry. Ling Ning asked, in your opinion, who is the most suitable person for me to marry? Cui Chan joked, Your Highness is really blind to the truth. The candidate for the princess is right beside you. His Majesty the Emperor of Wei really loves you very much and has created opportunities for you, but you ignored them. Ling Ning was stunned. The candidate for the princess was right next to him. The next moment, the tall Chu Hongxiu appeared in his mind. Sir, do you mean to marry Chu Hongxiu? Ling Ning asked in surprise. Cui Chan asked, don't you know who Chu Hongxiu's grandfather is? Ling Ning shook his head and said, I only know that Chu Hongxiu was born in the Chu family of Kyoto. Her father was a Hanlin scholar and her grandfather was a great scholar. The Chu family is a scholarly family and has always kept a low profile. I don't know who Chu Hongxiu's grandfather is. Your Highness, Chu Hongxiu's maternal grandfather is Ouyang Nyoma. Because Chu Hongxiu is tall and hates evil, she has not yet married at the age of 20. His Majesty should be trying to promote the marriage between Your Highness and Chu Hongxiu, but he is afraid that if he directly grants the marriage, Chu Hongxiu will run away, which will damage the reputation of the royal family. Therefore, he let Chu Hongxiu participate in the task of receiving the Jiang Kingdom's delegation. Cui Chan expressed his speculation. Although Cui Chan was imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice for many years, he was not isolated from the news. The jailers liked to brag and would prepare 2 pots of wine and snacks when they were on duty. They would chat while drinking, ranging from interesting stories in Kyoto to which brothel had the most beautiful courtesan, allowing Cui Chan in prison to gain a lot of information. Smart people will take advantage of any opportunity to obtain information, so Cui Chan was able to directly infer Ling Ning's identity, and also guessed the Emperor Wei's intentions through the intelligence. I have to say that Cui Chan's analytical ability is terrifying. Ling Ning also doubted the purpose of asking Chu Hongxiu for help, but he never associated it with himself. Just as Ling Ning was sighing at Cui Chan's power, Cui Chan said, Your Highness, even if His Majesty has no intention of promoting the marriage between Your Highness and Chu Hongxiu, Your Highness should not give up this opportunity. As long as Your Highness marries Chu Hongxiu, you can win over Ouyang Nyoma. Ouyang Nyoma is a man of great talent, and Your Highness must recruit him. In addition, although the Chu family is low-key, it has a very high status among scholars. Old Scholar Chu is a great scholar with many students. It can be said that Your Highness will benefit from marrying Chu Hongxiu in every way. Following Cui Chan's introduction, Ling Ning was immediately attracted. Marry Chu Hongxiu as your concubine? It has to be said that Ling Ning was tempted by Cui Chan's proposal. Why would he refuse such a good thing with no disadvantages? So, Ling Ning nodded and said to Cui Chan, just listen to you, sir, and marry Chu Hongxiu. But if I want to win Chu Hongxiu's heart, I have to use some tricks, and I have to let her know that I am not a fool. Does Your Highness have any plans? Cui Chan asked. Ling Ning replied, It's not really a plan. Someone has bribed the servants in my mansion to monitor my actions. Maybe they can use their tricks against me. Have you found out who was behind this? Cui Chan asked again. Ling Ning shook his head and said, I just noticed it. I didn't make any moves. I have made too many enemies recently. Many people are suspects. If I were to guess, the narrow-minded prince is the most likely one. With the prince's temperament, he will not calm down just because I am going to Liangzhou. He will think that the delay is too long and he would like to kill me right now. The crown prince has no vision, no courage, and does not know how to be patient, so it is difficult for him to achieve great things. Cui Chan had also heard about the current prince and immediately commented. Ling Ning strongly agreed with this statement. Being a crown prince is a high-risk job. If one does not have enough breadth of mind and courage, he cannot sit firmly on the position of crown prince. Prince of Qin Lingshuang and Prince of Yan Lingyu were fighting for the crown prince's position because they knew the crown prince's character. In their minds, the crown prince was not worthy of being the crown prince at all. Cui Chan added, I think we should first find out who is behind this. If it is really the crown prince, we can follow your highness's plan and even kill 2 birds with 1 stone, helping your highness gain more benefits. Ling Ning smiled and said, Sir, you and I have the same idea. I'll have to inconvenience you by having you stay here for the next few days. Your highness is too polite. Cui Chan replied. Afterwards, Ling Ning left guards to take care of Cui Chan, while he took Zhan Xing away and returned to Prince Ning's mansion. After returning home, Ling Ning asked Zhan Xing to find a guard with the best skills. Soon, Zhan Xing brought a short but sharp-eyed guard, who was one of the 30 guards and was loyal to Ling Ning. Your Highness, Shiryu is the best in skills and is good at tracking, Zhan Xing introduced. Shiryu was very excited and bowed respectfully. Shiryu greets your highness. Ling Ning ordered, I'll assign you a task. Keep an eye on Steward Cui in the mansion. He's someone appointed by the Internal Affairs Supervisor. He's not a clean person. Follow him closely and see who he's in contact with behind the scenes. Don't alert him. Please rest assured, your highness. Leave this matter to me and I will definitely complete the task. Shiryu replied immediately. Next. Ling Ning then staged a play in the palace, cursing the prince and threatening to hit him again. At the same time, he sent someone to make an appointment with Chu Hongxiu, preparing to go out of the city for an outing the next day. All of this was overheard by Manager Cui. That evening, Steward Cui quietly left the palace. Shiryu followed Manager Cui and met the man he was meeting. Afterwards, Shiryu continued to follow the man, following him around in circles, and finally found out that he was meeting a man. As Shiryu came from the Imperial Guards, he knew this man, who was Duan Xiuda, the commander of the left and right Imperial Guards in the Eastern Palace. Shiryu did not dare to alert the enemy, so he retreated carefully and immediately reported the news to Ling Ning. Ling Ning guessed that the prince had sent people to monitor him. If that was true, even if others hated Ling Ning, they would not risk doing so. Thank you for your hard work. Go down and claim your reward. Ling Ning said. Shiryu left excitedly. Now that we know it's the prince who's behind this, we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The next morning, Ling Ning went to pick up Chu Hongxiu. Chu Hongxiu didn't expect Ling Ning to ask her out of the city for an outing. She couldn't help but wonder if the honest prince had finally come to his senses. This caused Chu Hongxiu to not sleep well that night, and Ling Ning's figure even appeared in her dream. Seeing Ling Ning at this moment, Chu Hongxiu's face rarely showed a trace of shyness, and she said softly, Your Highness, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. Ling Ning smiled innocently and said, You helped me a lot. I wanted to treat you to meat, but Su Kun said that way of thanking you was rather vulgar. It would be better to treat you to an outing. Hongxiu, do you like meat or an outing? Chu Hongxiu smiled, thinking that Ling Ning had finally come to his senses, but unexpectedly that was not the case. She then replied, Eating meat or going for an outing is fine. Besides, it's just a small favor, your highness doesn't need to thank me specially. Ling Ning said seriously, It's not a special thank you, I just like being with you, I'm very happy. Hongxiu, you won't think I'm stupid, right? As he spoke, Ling Ning looked at Chu Hongxiu with expectant eyes. Chu Hongxiu was a little surprised, as if she didn't expect Ling Ning to say such thoughtful words, which made her very happy, so she replied, "Your Highness is not stupid, your Highness is as playful as a child, and has a pure heart." "Hee, that's right." Ling Ning nodded repeatedly. Then, Ling Ning and Chu Hongxiu walked together out of the city. This time there were only two of them going out, without guards or dragon sparrow halberd. Just when the two of them were leaving the city for an outing in Wangnan Mountain, someone was quietly following them. Wangnan Mountain is located in the south of Kyoto City. The mountain is not high, but the scenery is beautiful. In early spring, the peach blossoms all over the mountain are extremely brilliant, attracting many tourists to come here for an outing. Unfortunately, it is already the end of February and the peach blossom season is basically over, so there are very few people coming to Wangnan Mountain for an outing. Standing at the foot of the mountain, looking at the scattered remaining peach blossoms on the peach branches, they are no longer brilliant, but a little depressed. No wonder few people enjoy the flowers when they fade. After all, outing is a time of joy, who wants to add sadness? Luckily there were wildflowers in bloom, which added to the scenery. Ling Ning and Chu Hongxiu walked up the steps, chatting as they walked. "Hongxiu, are you engaged?" Ling Ning asked. Chu Hongxiu shook her head and asked, "No, how could His Highness think of asking this question? You are so beautiful and so nice, but you haven't gotten married yet." "I thought you were engaged," Ling Ning replied. Facing Ling Ning's praise, Chu Hongxiu looked a little shy and said, "Your Highness Miao praised me. I'm not as good as His Highness said. On the contrary, I have a lot of shortcomings, so at this age, I haven't gotten married yet." At this point, Chu Hongxiu pursed her lips. Although she looked free and easy, like a chivalrous woman, she was actually worried about getting married. Seeing the elders in her family looking worried about her marriage, she felt guilty. But she was unwilling to compromise. Rather than marrying someone she didn't like, it would be better not to marry. Ling Ning replied, "But I didn't find any flaws in you." Chu Hongxiu felt warm in her heart. She didn't expect that she was so outstanding in Ling Ning's eyes. While she was moved, a feeling of regret flashed through her mind. It would be great if Your Highness could be more normal. Before they knew it, they arrived at the top of Wangnan Mountain. While Chu Hongxiu was gazing at the scenery in the distance, Ling Ning glanced up the mountain path, looking forward to the arrival of the assassin. Based on Ling Ning's understanding of the prince's character, he would do such a thing. It wouldn't matter if the prince didn't send assassins to attack, because Ling Ning had prepared assassins and had Zhan Xing and others make preparations in secret. The main purpose of today is to win Chu Hongxiu's heart, so Ling Ning wants to perform a plan of a hero saving a beautiful woman. Although the hero saving a beautiful woman is very old-fashioned, it has to be admitted that its effect is still useful. Time passes by every second. Just when Ling Ning thought he had miscalculated, there was a sudden sound of dense footsteps on the mountain path. Just when Ling Ning thought that the plan had failed and the prince had learned to be patient, there was a sudden sound of dense footsteps on the mountain path. It's not Zhan Xing's people. They haven't received the signal yet, so they won't attack. Then who are the people coming? Ling Ning showed anticipation on his face and immediately looked towards the mountain path. At the same time, Chu Hongxiu also looked over there. "I saw." A group of men armed with steel knives rushed up the mountain, each one looking aggressive and murderous. Not good. Chu Hongxiu was shocked. She never expected to encounter an assassin. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Ling Ning stood in front of Chu Hongxiu and comforted her intimately. "Don't be afraid, Hongxiu, I will protect you." Seeing Ling Ning standing in front of her again, Chu Hongxiu was deeply moved. She felt that Ling Ning's back was as broad as a mountain. The heart that had just been lifted up also fell instantly. She felt that as long as Ling Ning was there, any danger would not be a danger. "Your Highness, be careful." Chu Hongxiu did not try to be brave enough to move forward. The group of assassins in front of her were numerous and powerful, and they looked no simple match. If she tried to be brave enough, she would probably be in danger, which would affect Ling Ning instead. So Chu Hongxiu took 2 steps back. Ling Ning glanced at the assassins rushing towards him. There were more than 30 of them, each of them looked ferocious. They were not ordinary scoundrels, but warriors who loved blood and blades. It can be seen that the prince was well aware of Ling Ning's bravery, so he sent so many people to ensure that nothing would go wrong. On another level, we can also see the prince's determination to kill Ling Ning. He actually sent so many people. Is he afraid that he will not die? Isn't it just a few punches? We are all brothers, is it necessary to kill us all? Die! Ling Ning shouted angrily and kicked directly at the assassin who was slashing at him with a knife. The leading assassin was in bad luck. Ling Ning kicked him angrily. You can imagine how powerful the kick was. The assassin's entire sternum caved in, his ribs broke and his heart was pierced, killing him instantly. The whole person flew backwards like a sandbag, knocking away a large group of assassins. Afterwards, Ling Ning was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. He grabbed 2 steel knives and charged directly into the group of assassins, killing them indiscriminately, with his 2 knives slashing like a dancing cloak. Although the assassins had heard of Ling Ning's bravery, they had only heard about it. Now when they saw it with their own eyes, their pupils trembled and they were completely shocked by Ling Ning's cruelty. While killing people, Ling Ning sneered in his heart, "That's nothing, I only used 80% of my strength. If it wasn't for acting, it would make you even more desperate." At the same time, Zhan Xing and other guards were hiding in the bushes halfway up the mountain. When they saw Ling Ning's might, they all gasped. Zhan Xing, who was originally worried, couldn't help but say, "Your Highness is truly invincible." The guards beside him nodded repeatedly. Their eyes were eager and their emotions were excited. It was the honor of their life to follow such a master. Just when Ling Ning killed more than a dozen people without any harm himself, the assassins panicked. If they continued like this, not only would they fail to kill Ling Ning, but their entire army would be wiped out. So, the assassins split into 2 groups, and 4 of them attacked Chu Hongxiu. Seeing this scene, Ling Ning pretended to be worried and reminded, "Hongxiu, be careful." In fact, he was relieved. He deliberately did not use his full strength and let these assassins assassinate Chu Hongxiu. Now his goal was finally achieved. Facing the assassin, Chu Hongxiu did not dare to be negligent. She had no sword in her hand and could only keep dodging and counterattack when she had the chance. However, the continuous siege of the 4 assassins forced Chu Hongxiu to retreat step by step. She had no chance to fight back at all, and because of her hasty dodge, she was in danger. An assassin seized the opportunity and suddenly drew his knife, slashing at Chu Hongxiu's lower back. At this moment, Chu Hongxiu had to dodge the assassin in front of her and had almost no way to avoid the sneak attack from behind. At this critical moment, Ling Ning decisively threw the knife in his hand and directly stabbed to death the assassin who attacked Chu Hongxiu from behind. Next, Ling Ning fought his way out of the siege of assassins and came to Chu Hongxiu. He hugged Chu Hongxiu's slender waist with his free hand and asked, "Are you okay?" At this moment, Ling Ning was calm and his eyes were sharp. How could he look stupid at all? Chu Hongxiu stared at Ling Ning blankly. She finally confirmed that the cold Ling Ning she saw outside the Honglu Temple villa that night was not fake. Which one is the real him? Chu Hongxiu, feeling confused, quickly replied, "I'm fine." Ling Ning noticed Chu Hongxiu's expression. Last time outside the villa, Ling Ning accidentally revealed the secret. This time, she revealed the flaw on purpose. If Ling Ning wants to win Chu Hongxiu's heart, he must treat her with sincerity and let Chu Hongxiu know that Ling Ning is not stupid, so as to facilitate this marriage. But Ling Ning couldn't confess directly, because that would make it seem like Ling Ning had other intentions, so today's plan was made, using the assassination of the prince to kill two birds with one stone, allowing Chu Hongxiu to discover Ling Ning's secret herself. After all, it's exciting to solve a secret by yourself, and there's a sense of accomplishment. These assassins are not simple, we need to get out of here. Ling Ning simply stopped pretending to be stupid and immediately spoke to Chu Hongxiu in a calm tone and serious expression. Chu Hongxiu nodded. The next moment, Ling Ning picked up Chu Hongxiu, turned around and ran. This scene made the assassin a little confused, and he immediately chased after him. Even though Ling Ning was holding Chu Hongxiu, his speed was not slow. For a moment, the assassin could not catch up with him, but he could not get rid of him either. "Your Highness, please put me down. Holding me will only burden you." Chu Hongxiu was afraid that she would be a burden to Ling Ning, so she said hurriedly. Ling Ning immediately glared at Chu Hongxiu with a sharp gaze and shouted, "Shut up, we live and die together, I won't let you be in any danger." Chu Hongxiu stared at Ling Ning blankly. At this moment, she was absolutely sure that the Ling Ning in front of her was not stupid at all. When the assassin was about to catch up with Ling Ning came to a cave. He immediately stopped, put Chu Hongxiu down, and said, "Hongxiu, you go into the cave first. As long as you are safe, these assassins will never hurt me." Chu Hongxiu also knew that she was the one who had held Ling Ning back, so she did not dare to delay and immediately entered the cave. Ling Ning stood in front of the cave, like a single man blocking the way for 10,000. Kill. When the assassins saw this, they immediately raised their knives and attacked Ling Ning. Ling Ning remained calm, and used his fists as his most powerful weapons, injuring the assassins one by one. At the same time, Ling Ning also discovered that the assassins he had just injured with the knife did not have any symptoms of poisoning, which meant that the knives in the hands of these assassins were not coated with poison. So Ling Ning deliberately let go and was wounded by the assassin's knife, creating a cruel scene of fighting a bloody battle and killing the assassin. Chu Hongxiu in the cave saw this scene and tears of anxiety fell down. She blamed herself very much, because with Ling Ning's fighting ability, if it wasn't for protecting himself, these assassins in front of them would never be able to hurt him. "I am the one who has dragged down His Highness." Seeing that Ling Ning refused to give in even though he was injured in order to protect her, Chu Hongxiu felt guilty but was deeply moved at the same time. It turns out that in this world, I also have heroes who protect me with their lives. At this moment, Ling Ning saw that the show was almost over and believed that Chu Hongxiu must have been moved to tears, so he stopped holding back and killed all the remaining assassins. Finally, Ling Ning appeared to be in a state of injury and exhaustion. He knelt on one knee, the knife in his hand against the ground, and gasped violently. "Your Highness." Chu Hongxiu ran out anxiously, supported Ling Ning, and looked at the wounds on Ling Ning's body, tears streaming down her face. Ling Ning was secretly happy in his heart. Although Chu Hongxiu looked like a female knight, she was actually a young lady from a wealthy family who was not very worldly wise and cunning. So the double drama of the hero saving the beauty and the self-torture trick made her cry her eyes out. It was supposed to be a pleasant atmosphere for an outing and enjoying the flowers, but now there are corpses everywhere. Ling Ning was stabbed twice, one in the back and one in the left shoulder. The wounds were not deep, just superficial injuries, but there was a lot of blood, staining his clothes red. It looked like the injury was serious. This scared Chu Hongxiu. She was so worried that tears started streaming down her face. At this time, Ling Ning raised his finger to wipe away the tears on Chu Hongxiu's face, and said apologetically, "Hongxiu, don't cry, it's just a superficial wound, it's nothing serious. I didn't expect that an assassin would attack me. I'm sorry to have dragged you down." Is it really just a superficial wound? Your Highness has lost a lot of blood. Chu Hongxiu asked worriedly. Ling Ning took off his shirt, revealing his muscular upper body, which also revealed 2 wounds. Although his skin was torn, the injuries were not serious. Ling Ning asked Chu Hongxiu to tear off his inner shirt and bandage his wounds. Chu Hongxiu then breathed a sigh of relief and quickly did as she was told. Just as Chu Hongxiu was concentrating on bandaging the wound, Ling Ning suddenly said, "Hongxiu, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to lie to you." Chu Hongxiu paused, then realized why Ling Ning apologized. She reacted and said excitedly, "So, Your Highness is not stupid at all, and has been pretending all along?" Ling Ning nodded and said, "My mother passed away when I was 7 years old. I had no one to protect me and was walking on thin ice. I was born with supernatural powers and it is easy for others to envy me. They will definitely harm me. In order to stay alive, I can only resort to this last resort. I hope you can understand." His tone was calm, as if he was talking about an insignificant matter, but Chu Hongxiu's heart was wrenched, feeling sorry for the hardships Ling Ning had endured since childhood. Even though he is a prince and comes from a noble family, he is actually alone and has to be careful of others' plots. He can only act crazy and stupid since he was young. I'm afraid he can't sleep well at night. This made Chu Hongxiu feel sorry for Ling Ning. She wanted to hold him in her arms and comfort him, but she knew she couldn't do that, so she replied, "Your Highness, you don't have to apologize. You are right to be cautious. Otherwise, Your Highness will never grow up. Thank you for understanding me. Also, can you keep this secret a secret for me? In this world, you are the only one who knows this secret." Ling Ning lied with his eyes open. Chu Hongxiu nodded repeatedly. She was very happy. She didn't know whether she was happy because she had kept the secret for Ling Ning, or because she was happy because Ling Ning was not stupid. Etc. Suddenly, Chu Hongxiu reacted. "If Your Highness is not stupid, then asking me to go for an outing today was Your Highness's own idea, right?" Thinking of this, Chu Hongxiu couldn't help but glance at Ling Ning. Unexpectedly, Ling Ning was staring at Chu Hongxiu. Their eyes met, which made Chu Hongxiu panic. She quickly looked away and glanced to the side. At this time, Ling Ning thought the time was right, so he reached out and grabbed Chu Hongxiu's hand. This action made Chu Hongxiu's body tremble, and her ears turned red. She was extremely shy. Although she was shy, Chu Hongxiu did not withdraw her hand. Ling Ning knew that his plan was stable, so he said, "Hongxiu, last time I told you and Li Wenyu that I would soon be a vassal, it was not a joke, but the truth. Once Wei and Jiang are finalized to form an alliance, I will be a vassal, and I am afraid I will not return to Kyoto for a long time. Kyoto is too dangerous for me. It would be better for me to go out and become a free prince. So I don't have much time left. If I don't say something, I'm afraid I won't have the chance anymore. Hongxiu, ever since I met you, I have been attracted by your integrity, bravery, and beauty. I originally invited you out for an outing today because I wanted to ask you if you were engaged and what kind of man you looks like. I didn't expect it to turn out like this and scare you. I don't want to have any regrets. What do you think of me? Are you willing to be my princess? And accompany me to go out to serve as a fiefdom? The border is dangerous, but I, Ling Ning, promise that I will not let anyone hurt you and will always protect and love you." After that, Ling Ning held Chu Hongxiu's hand tightly, as if to express his firm determination. Chu Hongxiu didn't expect Ling Ning to confess his love. She already had feelings for Ling Ning, and now she was saved by Ling Ning twice. It can be said that her heart was completely captured by Ling Ning. But as a shy woman, she did not respond directly. Instead, she hummed lightly and nodded, and then her pretty face flushed, more dazzling than the sunset. Ha ha ha, that's great. Ling Ning was so delighted that he picked up Chu Hongxiu and started spinning around. Chu Hongxiu was a little dizzy with happiness. He was fascinated by the warmth at the moment, but when he thought of Ling Ning's injuries, he hurriedly said, "Your Highness, you are injured." Ling Ning then let go of Chu Hongxiu, lowered his head, and kissed her directly on her red lips. Chu Hongxiu's eyes widened. She never expected Ling Ning to kiss her. She was extremely nervous. She unconsciously grabbed Ling Ning's arm with both hands and closed her eyes at the same time. Ling Ning just gave her a light kiss and did not move any other parts of his body in order not to offend the beauty. "Hongxiu, after I go back, I will look for an opportunity to ask His Majesty to grant me a marriage. But your family, will they agree to you marrying a stupid prince?" Ling Ning said worriedly. Chu Hongxiu was completely wrapped in happiness at the moment. She blushed and said, "I will convince them." Ling Ning was overjoyed and kissed Chu Hongxiu on the cheek again. After a passionate moment of affection between the two men and women who were experiencing love for the first time, Ling Ning walked towards the assassin. There were still a few survivors among the assassins, who had not died yet. They lay on the ground, watching Ling Ning and Chu Hongxiu talking about love in pain. You can imagine how sad and angry they were. Ling Ning asked a man, "Who sent you here?" "You can kill me or chop me up as you please," without frowning. The man said firmly, "Besides, we know your big secret, you can't leave anyone alive, so go ahead." Ling Ning said coldly, "If you don't tell me, do you think I can't guess it? Although I have made many enemies, none of those officials have the courage to assassinate me. They won't joke about the lives of their 9 clans. Among those who hate me, only the prince is the most narrow-minded. So you are the prince's men and obey Duan Xiude. Am I right?" The man's pupils shrank, but he insisted, "I don't understand what you are saying. 6th Prince, you are so cunning, you have been playing dumb since you were 7 years old. If I fail to kill you today, the Wei dynasty will surely be in chaos because of you one day." Gah! Ling Ning directly broke his neck, and then killed the other people alive, leaving no one alive. "Your Highness, was he really sent by the prince?" Chu Hongxiu asked worriedly. Ling Ning nodded and said, "It must be him. Only he can raise such a brave warrior. I've heard for a long time that the prince is narrow-minded and vindictive, and he doesn't have the demeanor of a wise ruler. Today I saw that he was indeed the case. Your Highness only punched him a few times, but he actually wanted to kill your Highness. This is simply too much." Chu Hongxiu said angrily. Ling Ning said, "He failed to kill me, so I will not let him have an easy time from now on. Hongxiu, let's leave the city. I want to make a big fuss about this." "That's right. If we make a big deal out of this and accuse him of murdering his brother, he will lose his position as crown prince. He will surely be terrified and unable to sleep or eat." Chu Hongxiu agreed. Afterwards, the two left Wangnan Mountain and returned to Kyoto. Just after the two men moved away, Zhan Xing and others quietly went up the mountain and placed some things on the assassin's body to make the following show more interesting. Prince Ning was assassinated on Wangnan Mountain. In the Yangxin Palace, after Emperor Wei received the news from outside the palace, his face suddenly became gloomy and terrifying, and a terrifying murderous intent filled his face, making the Jingzhou prefecture governor, Jinwu Guard General Zhang Jisheng and others dare not breathe. The Emperor of Wei was not a weak and incompetent emperor. As the second emperor of the Wei dynasty, he participated in the entire war to destroy the Xia dynasty. When he was young, he was well trained in military preparation and was also a killing general. So don't underestimate his murderous intent, it is extremely terrifying. The prefect of Jingzhou quickly replied, "Your Majesty, His Royal Highness Prince Ning was slightly injured and has been bandaged. I have ordered the police to control the scene and are investigating the identity of the assassin. Hearing that Ling Ning was only slightly injured, Emperor Wei was relieved and said, "We must investigate thoroughly and find out who is behind this. By the way, is there any progress in the assassination of the Jiang Kingdom delegation?" Zhang Jisheng said in panic, "Your Majesty, after investigation, we have arrested some suspected Huns and are currently interrogating them. No substantial findings have been made so far." Emperor Wei frowned, obviously dissatisfied with Zhang Jisheng's ability to handle the case, so he said, "I will give you 5 days to investigate thoroughly before officially forming an alliance with Jiang State." "I understand." Zhang Jisheng did not dare to delay and immediately agreed to it. Then the two of them left. At this time, the Emperor of Wei asked curiously, "Why did that rebellious son go to Wangnan Mountain?" The chief eunuch Zhang Xian replied, "Your Majesty, it is said that he went outing with Miss Chu Hongxiu, but he didn't expect that the assassin would have the opportunity to take advantage of him. Hey, I didn't expect that this rebellious son has come to his senses and actually learned to ask girls out for an outing." The Emperor of Wei was somewhat relieved, but then he became extremely angry and yelled, "This group of damn assassins actually ruined the rebellious son's good deeds. They really should be arrested and cut into pieces." The chief eunuch Zhang Xian consoled them, "Your Majesty, calm down. Although the 6th prince and Miss Chu's outing has been delayed, they have shared hardships together, and their true feelings can be seen more clearly. You're right. A friend in need is a friend indeed. That rebellious son has been made a king and has his own mansion. If he can marry Chu Hongxiu and solve the major event of his life, I will have gotten my wish fulfilled and will have done my duty to concubine Shu," Emperor Wei said with emotion. Next. The Emperor of Wei's expression became dignified, and he asked, "Zhang Xian, who do you think wants to kill Prince Ning?" "I don't know." Zhang Xian didn't dare to say anything careless, as it would cost him his life. Emperor Wei snorted coldly, "Although that rebellious son caused trouble and offended many people, those people did not have the courage to kill him." Hearing the Emperor Wei's seemingly meaningful hint, Zhang Xian lowered his head and dared not respond. The other side. Zhou Shengguang, the prefect of Jingzhou, personally investigated the assassination case. The detectives and the coroner examined the assassin's body and found nothing. However, some of the weapons used by the assassin turned out to be from the Military Equipment Bureau. After learning about this, Zhou Shengguang secretly groaned. Ordinary people have no way to get weapons from the armory, as the weapons from the armory are supplied to the Imperial Guards. Damn it! You are all a bunch of idiots. If you want to assassinate, why do you use weapons from the Military Equipment Bureau? Zhou Shengguang couldn't help but complain that if this troublesome matter fell on his head, he might even lose his official position. Then hide these weapons? Zhou Shengguang didn't dare to do that. If he dared to conceal important evidence of the case, he would be an accomplice, so he had no choice but to continue the investigation. "Second brother, were you the one who asked someone to teach Ling Ning a lesson?" Prince Yan Lingyu rushed to Prince Qin's mansion and asked immediately after meeting him. King Qin Lingshuang said quickly, "Third brother, don't say that. Ling Ning and I are brothers, why would we hire someone to kill him? Even if we wanted to teach him a lesson, we wouldn't use the weapons from the Military Equipment Bureau. Am I that stupid?" Lingyu nodded and said, "I guess it wasn't second brother who did it. Who do you think wanted to kill Ling Ning?" Ling Shuang looked at Lingyu deeply and replied, "My suspicion is the same as my third brother's." "Do you think he is confused? Ling Ning is about to be enfeoffed as a vassal, why make such a stupid move? The emperor is not stupid at all, he will definitely be suspicious," Lingyu said helplessly. Ling Shuang also looked depressed, "Not only does he suspect him, he also suspects us. Why is he so stupid? Are you stupid? You actually used weapons from the Military Equipment Bureau. Isn't it obvious that His Majesty will doubt me? In the main hall of the East Palace, the prince roared at Duan Xiude, and the veins on his forehead were exposed because of his anger. Duan Xiude knelt on the ground, secretly groaning, and hurriedly explained, reporting to the crown prince, these assassins were transferred from other places. They have been hiding in the manor outside the capital for a long time. They have not even entered the city. They have been looking for opportunities to attack. The weapons they use are all secretly made by the manor. They are definitely not weapons from the Military Equipment Bureau. Please understand, Your Highness. I am willing to guarantee it with my life. If I lie, I will not die well. He is the prince's confidant, so the prince still believes such a promise. The prince frowned and asked, could it be that Jingzhou Prefecture Governor Zhou Shengguang secretly replaced the weapons in order to fish in troubled waters and frame someone? Zhou Shengguang, the prefect of Jingzhou Prefecture, is the uncle of the fourth prince. The fourth prince is living in a fiefdom outside the capital, but he is extremely covetous of the throne, so it is very likely that Zhou Shengguang came up with this plan. Duan Xiude replied, it is indeed possible. That's the only possibility. The more the prince thought about it, the more he felt that his inference was correct. He then added, except for this possibility, there is no other possibility. Could it be that Ling Ning, that fool, knew about our plan, risked his life, and killed the assassin at the cost of getting injured, and then changed his weapon? Do you think it's possible? That's simply impossible. It doesn't make sense. If it was really Ling Ning who did it, he wouldn't just change the weapon. Why didn't he leave solid evidence on the assassin to point directly to me? This must be Zhou Shengguang's doing. Damn it, I won't let him go. I didn't leave any conclusive evidence because if I did, the evidence would be too obvious and Your Majesty would not believe it. In Prince Ning's mansion, Ling Ning told Zhan Xing his intentions. Your Highness is wise. Zhan Xing suddenly realized. Only the weapons from the armory were left. The crown prince became suspicious, and so did the king of Qin, the king of Yan, and others. In this way, Your Majesty would not suspect Ling Ning, but would only feel sorry for Ling Ning, the victim. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Kun hurried over and reported, Your Highness, the crown prince is here, along with the prince of Qin and the prince of Yan. They said they came to check on your injuries. Speak of Cao Cao and he will appear. At this time, in order to avoid suspicion, the crown prince, Ling Shuang and others ran to Ling Ning to show their deep brotherly love and let His Majesty see it carefully. Are you here empty-handed? Ling Ning asked. Su Kun replied, no, the three princes brought a lot of things, including tonics and some treasures. Okay, let them in. Ling Ning ordered. If they come empty-handed, then go back to where they came from. Prince, what a coincidence that you are here to visit my sixth brother as well. In front of Prince Ning's mansion, Ling Shuang saw the prince and asked with a smile. The prince's mask has been removed and the bruises on his face have basically healed. In fact, the prince is very handsome, with a broad forehead, a straight nose, a good height and a good body shape. It's just that his pair of slender eyes make him look a little cold. For example, now, he squinted slightly, his eyes were sinister, and he replied, Sixth brother was injured, I was very worried, so I came to visit. I didn't expect that second and third brothers would come with you. Second and third brothers are really inseparable. I can see you two together everywhere. It's true that the brothers have a deep love and close relationship. We also want to be close to the prince, but as the crown prince, he is busy with affairs and we dare not disturb him. Ling Shuang retorted. Ling Yu said, we are also worried about the injury of our sixth brother. Although he is reckless, he is pure-hearted. It is abominable that someone wants to kill him. If I catch the person behind this, I will skin him alive. What do you think, Prince? The prince nodded and replied, that's right. It is obviously impossible to anger the prince with just a few words. At this time, Su Kun came out of the house and said respectfully, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, Your Highness the Prince of Qin, Your Highness the Prince of Yen, please come in. My prince is injured and cannot go out to greet you, please forgive me. Sixth brother is injured and should rest well." The prince replied and walked straight into the palace. Ling Shuang and Ling Yu looked at each other and followed him into the mansion. The three of them came to a wing room and saw Ling Ning, who was wrapped in bandages, eating a roast chicken in one hand and a roast goose in the other. How did he look injured? Even with so many assassins besieging him without any weapons, he was still able to wipe out all of them. His fighting power is truly terrifying. Fortunately, he is just a fool. If he were a normal person, he would be killed at all costs. Ling Ning saw the fearful expressions of the three men, then put down the roast chicken and roast goose, wiped his greasy hands on his clothes, and asked, "Brother Crown Prince, second brother, third brother, why are you all here together? Sit down, do you want to eat something together?" The prince shook his head and said with a smile, "I'm not hungry, sixth brother, please eat. I am relieved to see that you have a good appetite. You can also rest assured that I have already put pressure on the Jingzhou prefect and the Jinwu guards to catch the murderer as soon as possible." Ling Ning grinned, "Thank you, brother prince. When we catch the murderer, I will crush their heads." "Sixth brother, is there anyone you suspect?" Ling Shuang asked suddenly, obviously with bad intentions. "Yes, sixth brother, have you offended anyone recently?" Ling Yu also asked. The prince looked expressionless, but in fact his teeth were clenched and the muscles on his cheeks were tense, revealing a line. Ling Ning knew what Ling Shuang was thinking. She wanted to throw dirty water on the prince, but Ling Ning would not fall into the trap. Since he was pretending to be stupid, he would be stupid to the end. "I haven't offended anyone." Ling Ning scratched his head, looking like he was thinking hard. Ling Shuang and Ling Yu were disappointed to see that Ling Ning did not take the bait, but they also understood that their question was rather obscure. In the naive mind of Ling Ning, beating the prince was not considered an offense. So the two of them didn't continue the topic, and Ling Shuang asked another question, "By the way, sixth brother, why did you go to Wangnan Mountain with Chu Hongxiu?" The prince and Ling Yu also showed curious expressions. Ling Ning was alert in his heart. He must not let them know that he and Chu Hongxiu were in love with each other. Once they knew about this, they would definitely interfere. The Chu family is nothing, but Chu Hongxiu's grandfather is Ouyang Nyuma, the minister of the Central Secretariat, and has always been a target that the three men wanted to win over. So, Ling Ning replied, "Chu Hongxiu collected a set of armor. I wanted to come over, and Su Kun suggested that I take her outing, and if I could make her happy, he would give me the armor." At this point, Ling Ning's eyes sparkled, and he said, "That set of armor is so beautiful. I dream of having a set of armor, hee. So that's the reason. If sixth brother wants armor, just tell him directly. I'll have someone send you a set when I return home." Ling Shuang replied. The prince also said, "I also ordered someone to send a set. It is definitely better than the armor collected by Chu Hongxiu. As the saying goes, a good horse deserves a good saddle. A powerful person like my sixth brother should be equipped with good armor." Ling Ning asked excitedly, "Really? Is it really better than Chu Hongxiu's?" The prince nodded and said, "Don't worry, it's definitely better than hers." After that, all three of them were relieved. With Ling Ning's silly look, how could Chu Hongxiu fall for Ling Ning unless she was blind? "Are you blind? You actually want to marry the foolish sixth prince? And you are a girl, and you took the initiative to propose such a thing. Aren't you ashamed?" In the study of the Chu residence, Chu Hongxiu's father, Chu Nantian, had a serious face and a harsh tone as he scolded Chu Hongxiu. In Chu Nanshan's opinion, even if Ling Ning was a prince, he would not let his daughter marry him. If the news got out, how would the world think of him, Chu Nantian? People would definitely think that Chu Nantian sacrificed his daughter in order to become a royal relative. If it wasn't for this reason, who would push his daughter into the fire pit? Facing her father's scolding, Chu Hongxiu replied, "Father, although the sixth prince is not smart, he has a pure heart and a pure heart. I hope you will help me." Nonsense. You are really kidding. It's impossible. Chu Nantian waved his hand and refused flatly. He would rather let his daughter remain single for her entire life than marry the foolish sixth prince. At this time, Chu Yunxiao, who was sitting at the head of the table and was Chu Hongxiu's grandfather and one of the few great scholars in the Wei dynasty, frowned slightly and suddenly asked, "My dear granddaughter, you suddenly proposed to marry the sixth prince. Did you hear something from your grandfather?" Chu Hongxiu was shocked when she heard this. Could it be that there was something she didn't know? Before Chu Hongxiu could speak, Chu Nantian asked straightforwardly, "Father, what do you mean by this?" Chu Yunxiao did not answer, but looked at Chu Hongxiu. Chu Hongxiu suddenly had an idea and nodded immediately. Seeing his granddaughter nod, Chu Yunxiao thought it was Ouyang Nyoma who said it, so he stopped hiding it and said to Chu Nantian, "Nantian, you don't know that His Majesty intends to grant a marriage and let the sixth prince marry Hongxiu. Otherwise, why do you think Hongxiu was sent to participate in the reception of the Jiang Kingdom delegation? How could this be true? Your Majesty is really making up marriage stories." Chu Nantian said angrily. Chu Hongxiu's pupils trembled and a sudden sense of surprise rose in her heart. "I thought that my marriage with Ling Ning would be very bumpy, but I never expected that His Majesty would actually plan to grant us the marriage. Doesn't this mean that His Highness and I are destined to be a perfect match?" At this time, Chu Yunxiao glared at Chu Nantian and cursed, "You are so outspoken. You are old but still don't know the rules." Chu Nantian was startled and realized that he had said the wrong thing. If these words were to reach the ears of His Majesty, Chu Nanshan's official career would be ruined overnight. "Father, I know I was wrong." Chu Nantian replied quickly. Chu Yunxiao also knew that Chu Nantian loved his daughter dearly, so he did not continue to scold her. Instead, he looked at Chu Hongxiu and asked, "Hongxiu, do you want to marry the sixth prince for the Chu family, or do you really agree with this marriage? Don't worry, if you don't want to get married, no one is forcing you. Even if His Majesty grants the marriage, our Chu family will not agree to this marriage." Facing her grandfather's concern and care, Chu Hongxiu felt warm in her heart and immediately replied, "Grandfather, my granddaughter sincerely agrees to this marriage." "Why?" Chu Nantian looked puzzled and couldn't help but question. "Why did you agree to this marriage?" Facing her father's questioning, Chu Hongxiu was helpless, because she could not tell her father that the husband she had chosen was not stupid, but was wise and strategic, and had the courage of 10,000 men and the demeanor of a domineering king. He was a unique and extraordinary man in the world. Which woman doesn't love a man like this? What's more, I have been saved by him twice. I should repay a drop of kindness with a spring. I cannot repay the life-saving grace of him, so I should repay him with my life. Chu Hongxiu wanted to tell her father and grandfather the truth, but she knew she couldn't do that. She could only use other reasons to explain. "Father, other men may be smarter than the sixth prince, but at the same time, they are also more cunning than the sixth prince. During this period of time, my daughter and the sixth prince have been getting along, and I feel very comfortable. Isn't life supposed to be easy and relaxed? Plus, Your Majesty intends to grant the marriage. In this case, my daughter agrees to this marriage. Doesn't a father want to see his daughter happy?" This one objection stumped Chu Nantian. "As a father, I naturally hope that you are happy. Are you really speaking from your heart?" Chu Nantian asked. Chu Hongxiu nodded and said, "Father, I have shamelessly taken the initiative to facilitate this marriage. This is naturally what I really think. You have had your own opinions since you were young. It seems that you are serious this time." Chu Nantian sighed lightly, and was convinced. At this time, Chu Yunxiao raised a question. "Hongxiu, do you know what the sixth prince's attitude is?" Chu Hongxiu was shy and whispered, "He also wants to be with his daughter, but he is stupid and doesn't understand so much." After hearing this answer, Chu Yunxiao nodded and said, "The sixth prince has a simple mind. You don't have to worry about being bullied if you marry him. He is a good match. So, let's go find your grandfather and discuss this matter with him." After saying that, Chu Yunxiao hurriedly got up and left. Chu Hongxiu's cheeks turned red. She thought that if her grandfather went to find her maternal grandfather, the lie she had just told would be exposed. By then, she wouldn't know what the two of them would think of her. It would be so embarrassing. But when she thought about marrying Ling Ning, Chu Hongxiu felt it was worth it, even though it was shameful. "Brother Chu, I never mentioned His Majesty's marriage proposal to Hongxiu." After Chu Yunxiao found Ouyang Nyuma and explained his purpose, Ouyang Nyuma immediately explained. When Chu Yunxiao heard Ouyang Nyuma's answer, his eyes widened with surprise. Ouyang Nyuma thought for a moment and said, "Very few people know that His Majesty intends to grant a marriage, except for you and me. Li Wenyu, the junior official of the Honglu Temple, should be able to guess something, because I once asked him to create an opportunity for Hongxiu to meet His Majesty. I think it was Li Wenyu who revealed this to Hongxiu." Ouyang Nyuma was indeed a smart man and he immediately found other explanations. "Brother Ouyang, what you said makes sense. What do you think of this marriage, Brother Ouyang?" Chu Yunxiao asked. Ouyang Nyuma was very optimistic about this marriage, so he said, "Hongxiu is not young anymore, and finally got someone who agrees to her marriage. As an elder, we should fulfill her wish. Although the sixth prince is not smart and can act rashly, it is better to be a little stupid. Being stupid makes life happier. Hongxiu will have no worries if she follows her." Chu Yunxiao nodded, but he also had his own concerns, so he said, "Brother Ouyang is right, but there is one thing I am worried about. Now that the sixth prince has been named Prince Ning, and given the temperaments of the crown prince, the Prince of Qin and others, they will definitely find ways to send the sixth prince to guard the dangerous border. If Hongxiu follows him, she will also be in danger." After hearing this, Ouyang Nyuma laughed and said, "Brother Chu, you are worrying too much. The sixth prince's enfeoffment was decided by His Majesty. His Majesty has already revealed that the sixth prince will not be allowed to go to the dangerous border unless the sixth prince personally writes a letter to request permission, but this is impossible." Chu Yunxiao felt relieved when he heard this, so he smiled and said, "With Brother Ouyang's words, I feel relieved. Okay. Then leave the rest to me," Ouyang Nyuma said with a smile. After heated discussions between Wei and Jiang, the two sides finally reached a balance on the alliance. And just like that, the alliance was formalized. It's a new day, and the sun is shining. Emperor Wei summoned the delegation led by Princess Mingchuan to the Taiji Hall to formally reach an alliance. In addition to returning the 5 cities, the state of Jiang also paid other prices, such as selling war horses, iron ore, etc. to the Wei dynasty. Of course, the Wei dynasty also paid a lot of conditions. The most important point was that the number of troops stationed on the border by both sides could not exceed 80,000. In other words, a large part of the troops stationed by Wei and Jiang at the border between the two countries would have to be relocated, and some military fortresses in strategic locations would also have to be demolished. The purpose of doing this is very obvious. If one day, there is internal strife in Jiang state due to imperial power, Wei will not be able to gather troops to attack Jiang state in a short period of time. Now Jiang state is a powder keg that may explode at any time. Emperor Jiang is about to die, and the crown prince has already passed away. The other princes are eyeing the throne covetously. As long as Emperor Jiang dies, no matter who the throne is passed on to, the other princes will rebel. It can be said that the bullet that caused the chaos in Jianghua had already been fired, but it had not yet hit Jianghua's forehead. Princess Mingxuan knew the current situation of Jiang state, so after reaching an alliance, she bid farewell to Emperor Wei and prepared to return to Jiang state 3 days later. Just as everyone in Kyoto was celebrating the alliance, the Emperor Wei suddenly issued an edict, catching everyone off guard. The emperor, in accordance with the will of heaven, proclaims, "I have heard that Chu Hongxiu, the daughter of Hanlin scholar Chu Nantian, is gentle and respectful, with a gentle and gentle temperament, a gentle and bright virtue, a peaceful and upright beauty, and a quiet and upright manner. She is harmonious in her movements, skillful in etiquette, respectful and austere in her early mornings and late nights, and diligent in her work. I am very pleased to hear this. Now that the sixth prince is 17, it is time to choose a virtuous woman to marry him. Chu Hongxiu is still unmarried, and she is a perfect match for the sixth prince. I hereby betroth Chu Hongxiu to the sixth prince as his princess consort, and choose an auspicious day for the wedding. This announcement shall be made to the whole nation and abroad, and I decree this." Emperor Wei actually granted marriage to Ling Ning and Chu Hongxiu. When this happened, the crown prince, the king of Qin, the king of Yan and others were all stunned. They never expected such a thing to happen. They also wanted to win over Ouyang Nyoma, but in the blink of an eye, Ouyang Nyoma became a member of Ling Ning's faction. This made the crown prince, the king of Qin and others angry, and they were even more eager to force Ling Ning to go out and become a vassal. As long as Ling Ning was driven out of Kyoto, he would no longer be a threat. So, that evening, Prince Qin Lingshuang rushed to Prince Ning's mansion again, ready to remind Ling Ning not to forget his ambitions. But at this moment, Ling Ning was drinking tea with Cui Chan. "Congratulations, Your Highness, on finding your true love." Cui Chan blessed with a smile. Ling Ning said, "Sir, you are as good as a god. His Majesty really intends to marry Chu Hongxiu to me." Cui Chan nodded and said, "Your Highness, now that the marriage has been decided and Wei has formed an alliance with Jiang, what are your plans next?" Ling Ning smiled and said, "When the crown prince and his men saw that your Majesty had granted me the marriage, I'm afraid they would be eager to force me to become a vassal. In that case, let's grant their wish. What do you think, sir? Your Majesty is in good health now, so there is no point in staying in Kyoto. Your Majesty is different from previous kings. Staying in Kyoto does not mean that your Majesty will be impressed. Secondly, although the prince is a bit stubborn, he has no fundamental fault and it is impossible for him to be deposed. So I also agree with your idea." Cui Chan smiled, stroking his beard. Although there is a vicious and Lu Feng in Liangzhou, Cui Chan has absolute confidence in helping His Highness capture and Lu Feng take down the Liangzhou Guard. When Your Highness has 40,000 Liangzhou guards under his command, he will not have to worry about the Crown Prince, the King of Qin and their nefarious activities even if his foolish disguise is exposed. Ling Ning nodded and said, "Okay. Then I will submit my petition for enfeoffment tomorrow. In addition, I have more than 20,000 silver coins in my hand, which I will leave to you, sir, to arrange." "Good." Cui Chan did not refuse, because he would need money for many purposes in the future. After Ling Ning returned to the palace, he did not expect that King Qin Ling Shuang had been waiting for a long time. "Sixth brother, you're back. Where have you been?" Ling Shuang asked with a smile. Ling Ning understood Ling Shuang's intention, so he patted his stomach and said with a smile, "Hee hee. I heard that there is a place near the West Market that sells delicious marinated duck. I went to try it. Has the second brother eaten yet? If not, you should go back and eat quickly." The smile on Ling Shuang's face froze. I thought this idiot was going to prepare dinner for me, but I didn't expect him to order me to leave. It's so unlucky. I have spent so much money on him, but he is not willing to give me a meal. It is like feeding good meat to stray dogs. I'm not hungry. I'm just here to congratulate my sixth brother on his happy marriage. Ling Shuang replied. Ling Ning immediately spread out his palms and asked, "Thank you, second brother. Where is the gift?" Ling Shuang's smile froze again, the corner of her mouth twitched, and she replied, "I came in a hurry, and the gift is not ready yet, but don't worry, someone will send it to you later." Hee, second brother is the best to me. Oh, and here's the gift from third brother. Send it together. In this way, I can buy lots of roast chicken, roast goose, and pickled duck. Ling Ning's face was full of longing. Ling Shuang couldn't help but complain in her heart, "You say he is stupid, he knows to ask for food. You say he is smart, he only thinks about eating." Thinking of this, Ling Shuang suddenly had an idea and reminded, when it comes to delicious food, roast chicken, roast goose, and the like are not as good as roasted whole lamb. The lamb is roasted until it sizzles and oozes oil, not to mention how fragrant it is. It is said that the roasted whole lamb in the Liangzhou area is the most delicious, but it's a pity that we didn't have the chance to taste it. As she spoke, Ling Shuang observed Ling Ning and found that Ling Ning's eyes were shining and he looked impatient. "I want to go to Liangzhou," Ling Ning shouted immediately. Ling Shuang replied, "Sixth brother, if you go to Liangzhou just to eat roasted whole lamb, then the emperor will definitely not let you go. By the way, last time you said you wanted to go to Liangzhou to be a vassal. I thought about it and still want to persuade you not to go there. It is too dangerous, you should give up this idea. The emperor wants to send a prince with outstanding abilities to help him solve his problems. It is not appropriate for the sixth brother to go." "How am I inappropriate?" Ling Ning was furious. He immediately glared at Ling Shuang and said, "I'm going to Liangzhou anyway. I'll submit a petition to ask for your approval at the morning court tomorrow." Seeing that her provocation had worked, Ling Shuang was very proud, but she said, "Father will not agree." "I don't care. I'm going to go anyway. I'm going to go," Ling Ning said stubbornly, looking like he wouldn't listen to anyone. Ling Shuang said, "Since sixth brother has made up his mind, why don't you give it a try tomorrow morning? How about we make a bet? If you succeed, I'll give you 100 roasted whole lambs. If you lose, I'll give you 100 roasted whole lambs. How about that?" "No." Ling Ning shook his head. When Ling Shuang was surprised, Ling Ning continued, "If I win, I will give you 500 roasted whole lambs. If I lose, I will give you 100. Ling Shuang was suddenly happy, thinking that this idiot had finally reacted. It turned out that she was worrying too much. So he nodded and said, "Okay. It's a deal. You and I know this, and you can't tell anyone else." "No problem, I won't tell." Ling Ning immediately covered his mouth with a silly look on his face. Ling Shuang nodded with satisfaction and then said goodbye. Before leaving, Ling Ning reminded, "Second brother, don't forget the gift." Ling Shuang paused, then left quickly. After Ling Ning sent Ling Shuang away, he was thinking about his future plans in the study when he unexpectedly welcomed an uninvited guest. A person in a black cloak walked into the living room. The moment he lifted his hood, it was like a ray of light lit up in the darkness, revealing a stunningly beautiful face that made Ling Ning's eyes light up. I have to say that Princess Mingxuan's appearance is really amazing. Among the women Ling Ning knows, she is one of the best and you will never forget her after meeting her once. Ling Ning didn't expect her to come. He heard that she had already said goodbye to the king of Wei and was preparing to return to the kingdom of Jiang. The king of Jiang could die at any time, and she needed to hurry back to wear mourning. It seems that before leaving, she didn't forget to kidnap me. The thought only lasted a moment, and Ling Ning asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Princess Mingchuan said coquettishly, "Your Highness Prince Ning, can't I come? Ever since Prince Ning was crowned king, he has always been avoiding me. Now that he has been granted marriage by the Emperor of Wei, he must be very happy to have such a beautiful woman." At this point, Princess Mingchuan's tone turned bitter. "I used to call her my wife, but now I call her a respectful title. I thought you were different from other men, but I didn't expect you to be fickle." Ling Ning was shocked in his heart at how high this woman's level was. She had an extremely beautiful appearance, which was an innate advantage, but she also had a resentful expression as if she had been abandoned after being seduced. Which man could stand this? "I'm not avoiding you on purpose. It's my father who told me not to see you." Ling Ning replied immediately and sold out Emperor Wei. "It is indeed the Emperor Wei." Princess Mingchuan had guessed it long ago, but she still pretended to be confused. "Why? I am a woman, powerless, and you are so brave and invincible, how can I hurt you? Besides, Jiang State and Wei State have formed an alliance now, and we are the closest allies. How can I hurt you? What do you think?" Seeing Princess Mingchuan looking at him with an aggrieved look on her face, Ling Ning tried to suppress his blushing face, with an embarrassed expression, and then replied, "Of course you can't hurt me." The next moment, Princess Mingchuan suddenly took a step closer, came to Ling Ning, and asked, "Your Highness Prince Ning, am I prettier, or is your fiancé prettier? Do you like me more, or her?" Ling Ning felt embarrassed by the question, scratched his head, and replied, "Of course you are more beautiful. You are the most beautiful person I have ever seen. Of course I like you." Princess Mingchuan nodded, then suddenly sighed and said, "You and I are both engaged. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but I don't like my fiancé. The person I want to marry is a unique and majestic man in the world, just like you, with unparalleled courage, overwhelming power, and invincibility. Unfortunately, fate was unfair and didn't let me meet you earlier." Ling Ning pretended to widen his eyes and looked at Princess Mingchuan with an unexpected expression. He looked dazed, and then pointed at himself and said in surprise, "You like someone like me? Really? But they all say I'm stupid." Having said this, a look of sadness flashed across Ling Ning's face. Princess Mingchuan comforted her, "They say you are stupid, but they are jealous of your ability. If you stay here, you will never be able to display your abilities. Why don't you go out and make a name for yourself, so that those who laugh at you will know how powerful you are? I've long wanted to go out and explore the world, but I've never been anywhere and I don't know where to go." Ling Ning said in confusion. Princess Mingchuan showed an even more charming smile, her eyes seemed to be able to speak, exuding affinity, and then revealed her purpose. "Your Highness Prince Ning, do you want to go to Jiang Kingdom to make a living?" Before Princess Mingchuan left, she did not forget to pry Ling Ning away. At this moment, after some preparation, she invited Ling Ning to go to Jiang country to make his living. "Going to Jiang Kingdom? It sounds interesting, but my father won't agree," Ling Ning said worriedly. Princess Mingchuan replied, "His Majesty the Emperor of Wei has always treated you like a child and dared not let you go out, so you will never be able to display your abilities. Don't you want to impress His Majesty? If you do, you must be bolder and keep it a secret from the Emperor of Wei, then create a career that will impress His Majesty." Then, Princess Mingchuan tempted again, "If you go to Jiang State, you can let the men of Jiang State see your bravery and know how powerful you are. You can even help me cancel the engagement, so that you and I can be together. Your Highness, what do you think?" Princess Mingchuan had an orchid fragrance from her mouth, which was soft and numb. Her body kept rubbing against Ling Ning's arm as she spoke, allowing Ling Ning to feel her plump and delicate body. It has to be said that Princess Mingchuan used the beauty trick to perfection, drawing a delicious pie that looked like it could be eaten at any time. Looking at Princess Mingchuan, who was pretending to be shy, if Ling Ning didn't fall into the trap, she would be suspicious, so Ling Ning looked very happy. The next moment, he took a step forward and came in front of Princess Mingxuan, and then to Princess Mingxuan's surprise, he hugged her directly. Princess Mingxuan is over 1.6 meters tall, of medium height, not short, but in front of Ling Ning, who is over 2 meters tall, she looks frail. Her whole body seems to be trapped in Ling Ning's arms, and the squeezing feeling makes her suffocate, but she is more shocked. She never expected that Ling Ning would take direct action. "Your Highness Prince Ning, let me go," Princess Mingxuan said hurriedly. She was just hinting, how could this fool really take it seriously? Ling Ning replied, "I'm so happy. I didn't expect you to like me. You're so nice. You're the second person in the world who likes and supports me after my mother. I swear, I must marry you." Having said that, Ling Ning excitedly lowered his head and kissed Princess Mingxuan on the cheek. Boo! This woman's face is so delicate, soft and smooth when kissed, and her face is full of collagen, just like jelly. I really want to take a bite of it. Princess Mingxuan was stunned. She stared at Ling Ning with her eyes wide open in disbelief. She had never expected that Ling Ning would directly take action and then speak. At this moment, Ling Ning grinned happily and said, "Hey, my wife smells so good." As he spoke, he gave her 2 more kisses, and even 2 more kisses. Princess Mingxuan reacted suddenly and struggled, but her strength was not enough to shake Ling Ning's embrace. She could only say angrily, "Ling Ning, let me go. We haven't gotten married yet. You offend me like this, I'm going to be angry." In this situation, Princess Mingxuan remained rational and tried to pua Ling Ning. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Ling Ning's left hand moved down, across her buttocks, to the crook of her legs, and then he picked her up directly as she screamed. "Ah, what are you going to do?" Princess Mingxuan's expression finally changed, turning pale, as she realized that something dangerous was about to happen. Ling Ning smiled foolishly and said, "I like you, and you like me too, so after our wedding night, I can go to Jiang country with you." Bridal chamber? Princess Mingxuan's face turned pale. She came here to seduce Ling Ning, not to feed the devil with her body. How could she have the dignity to live after her innocence was violated by a fool? "Ling Ning, let me go. If you dare to offend me, I will bite my tongue and commit suicide." Princess Mingxuan shouted loudly and kept struggling. Ling Ning was just trying to scare her, it was impossible for him to really sleep with her. Once he slept with her, it would only be fun for an hour or 2, but after that, he would face endless troubles, which would not be worth it. So when Princess Mingxuan threatened to commit suicide, Ling Ning grabbed her butt and then let her go. "Wow, I didn't expect it, it's so hidden. Didn't you say you liked me?" After Ling Ning let her go, he did not forget to blame her and took the initiative. Princess Mingxuan quickly stepped back a few steps, away from Ling Ning. Only then did she regret how foolish she was, using the beauty trap on such a foolish man, and she almost fell into the tiger's mouth. Thinking of this, Princess Mingxuan didn't dare to stay here, but before leaving, she still wanted to seduce him, saying, "If you want to get me, you must marry me in a formal way. If you are willing to go back to Jiang State with me, it is not impossible." "Really?" Ling Ning's eyes lit up and he took a few steps towards Princess Mingxuan. Princess Mingxuan was so frightened that she quickly stepped back and said hurriedly, "It's getting late. I'm going back first. You think about my suggestion carefully." After saying that, Princess Mingxuan turned and ran away, leaving behind only bursts of fragrance. The stupidity on Ling Ning's face disappeared immediately, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Without giving any benefits, you just make empty promises, huh, woman?" Princess Mingxuan fled from Prince Ning's mansion, got into the carriage, and said in a very cold voice, "Go back. Kong Xian stood by the carriage, and seeing that His Highness looked unwell, he asked worriedly, "Your Highness, what happened?" At this moment, Princess Mingchuan clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and shouted, "Go back." Kong Xian outside did not dare to delay and drove away immediately. Princess Mingchuan took a deep breath, trying to calm her anger, then took out a handkerchief and wiped her cheek that had been kissed. "But no matter how I wiped it, it didn't feel clean, and my butt felt like it was being pinched. She is the legitimate princess of Jiang Kingdom. How could she have ever been bullied like this?" The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Her eyes became red and she wished she could tear out Ling Ning's muscles and skin him alive. Moreover, she already regretted it. Why did she provoke this fool? Why did she want to use him for her own benefit? There were obviously other ways, such as killing him, so that Dou Wei would not be able to use him. Ling Ning. Princess Mingchuan became angrier and angrier as she thought about it, and finally she gritted her teeth and cursed. The next day, at 3 o'clock in the morning, the ministers entered the palace from Qingtian Gate, crossed the Jinshui Bridge, and arrived in front of the Taiji Hall. The Crown Prince, King Qin and others saw Ling Ning looking around in the crowd, looking forward to the start of the exciting show at today's morning court. As long as Ling Ning wrote a letter to request an imperial decree at the morning court and took the initiative to go to Liangzhou to be established as a vassal, and with the support of all the civil and military officials in the court, His Majesty would have no objection. Of course, His Majesty is capable of overcoming all the opposition, but he has no reason to do so. Removing him would mean admitting that Ling Ning is stupid and unfit for any major task. Besides, His Majesty cannot do this. It was the ancestral precept that the princes who were crowned as kings were sent to guard the border. If Ling Ning was not allowed to go because he was afraid of danger, then what about the other princes? Would they not have to go either? At this time, the faces of the crown prince, King Qin and others changed slightly because they saw the minister of the Central Secretariat Ouyang Nyoma walking towards Ling Ning. If Ling Ning told Ouyang Nyoma about going to Liangzhou to be a vassal, he would definitely stop Ling Ning. Ouyang Nyoma is in charge of the Menxia province and is the true left prime minister. He is highly regarded and trusted by the Emperor of Wei and is regarded as a close aide. If he were to get in the way, it might really affect this plan. If it were in the past, Ouyang Nyoma would not have been involved in this matter, but His Majesty has already granted the marriage, and now Ling Ning is Ouyang Nyoma's granddaughter-in-law. Damn Ling Ning, he's so unlucky. In front of Tai Chi Hall, Ouyang Nyoma suddenly came to Ling Ning. "Your Highness Prince Ning, how is your recovery going?" Ouyang Nyoma had a kind face, a smile on his face, and his tone was friendly. His Majesty has granted the marriage, and Ling Ning and Chu Hongxiu's marriage is a foregone conclusion. Ouyang Nyoma naturally treats Ling Ning as a family member. In Ouyang Nyoma's eyes, Ling Ning has good looks, a good figure, and bravery. His only shortcoming is that he is not smart, stubborn, and acts rashly. But his stupidity was not the genuine kind. If it were genuine, he would definitely not agree to this marriage. When Ling Ning saw Ouyang Nyoma, he also showed an honest smile. "It's Lord Ouyang, my injuries are not serious, they are just a group of petty thieves. By the way, I was just about to visit you at your house." "Okay, Your Highness Prince Ning is welcome to come anytime," Ouyang Nyoma said enthusiastically. Ling Ning said, "Let's go there tonight. How is the food at your house?" "Please rest assured, Your Highness Prince Ning. We will prepare a sumptuous dinner so that Your Highness can enjoy it," Ouyang Nyoma said with a smile. Ling Ning's smile widened, and he said, He, I won't be polite then." Ouyang Nyoma nodded, noticing that the atmosphere around him was not right. Being smart, he thought of Ling Ning's sudden appearance in court, so he took a step closer and asked in a low voice, "Your Highness Prince Ning is attending court today. Is there something going on? There was a gleam in Ling Ning's eyes. As expected of the left Prime Minister of Wei, he is very sensitive and can detect the slightest movement. If it was before, Ling Ning would not say much, but it is different now, because he and Chu Hongxiu are engaged. Ouyang Nyoma will definitely not agree to Ling Ning going to Liangzhou to be a fief. If Ouyang Nyoma obstructs this matter, it will affect Ling Ning's plan to become a vassal. Thinking of this, Ling Ning replied, "If I have something to do or nothing to do, I won't go to court. It would be much better to practice martial arts in the mansion. I will go to court today and ask for permission to go to the vassal state, he. After hearing this, Ouyang Nyoma's face froze slightly, so he asked, "Your Majesty has just granted the marriage, and you can marry Hongxiu on an auspicious day. Why are you in such a hurry to become a vassal?" This is the ancestral precept of the Great Wei, and it is also the mission of the Prince of the Great Wei. Ling Ning said seriously. Ouyang Nyoma guessed that Ling Ning was being plotted against, so he asked, "Your Highness, where do you want to be sent to serve as a vassal?" "Liangzhou." Ling Ning did not hide it. As soon as these words were spoken, Ouyang Nyoma's face changed, and he completely understood the insidiousness of the prince and others. Ouyang Nyoma felt sad. "Oh, Prince, you are the crown prince of a country. It is not a blessing for the Wei dynasty if you are so vindictive." Then Ouyang Nyoma reminded him, "Your Highness, please think twice before you act. Even if you want to become a vassal, it should be decided by His Majesty. If your Highness takes the initiative to ask for permission at the morning court, it may put His Majesty in a dilemma, which is not a wise move." "Lord Ouyang also thinks that I shouldn't go to Liangzhou?" Ling Ning asked. Ouyang Nyoma nodded. Although Wei and Jiang have formed an alliance, the Xiongnu in the north of Liangzhou and the western regions in the west are all eyeing them covetously. In addition, Anlufeng, who holds military power, is also a fatal hidden danger. Ling Ning smiled and said, "King Qin also stopped me from going." Ouyang Nyoma sighed secretly. The king of Qin was just trying to provoke him. He had no good intentions at all. However, he could not expose the king of Qin's true colors, so he tried to dissuade him again. "Your Highness wants to defend the border for the country, make achievements, and expand the territory. This is a good thing, but I think it is better to explain it to your Majesty privately first, and not to ask for your permission directly at the morning court. Please agree to this matter." Having said that, Ouyang Nyoma bowed and requested. Obviously, Ouyang Nyoma regarded Ling Ning as his own. If Ling Ning did not agree, he would definitely stop him at the morning court. Ling Ning can't let Ouyang Nyoma ruin his plan to become a vassal. Then, Ling Ning looked around, and then moved his position, with his back to the crown prince, King Qin and others, and then suddenly reached out, grabbed Ouyang Nyoma's wrist, squeezed it hard, and said in a deep voice, "Master Ouyang, believe in this king." Ouyang Nyoma suddenly came to his senses, looked up in shock, and looked at Ling Ning in disbelief. At this moment, in his eyes, there was not a trace of naivety on Ling Ning's face. Instead, he was like a dragon that had broken free from its restraints, stretching his body and wanting to soar into the air. There was an unimaginable shock in Ouyang Nyoma's eyes, but soon he understood and lowered his head quickly to prevent anyone from noticing the strange look on his face. In the blink of an eye, Ouyang Nyoma regained his composure and replied, "Okay." Ling Ning loosened his hand, a silly smile appeared on his face again, and he said, "I will go to your house to bother you again tonight." Ouyang Nyoma bowed and returned to his original position. Ling Shuang rushed over seamlessly and asked with a smile, "Sixth brother, what are you talking about with Lord Ouyang?" Ling Ning replied, "Lord Ouyang invited me to his house and said he prepared a lot of delicious food. Will you accompany me, brother?" "I won't go. You are now the son-in-law of Lord Ouyang's grandson Chenglong, so naturally you should be closer to him." "Nothing else to say?" Ling Shuang asked again. Ling Ning shook his head and asked, "Second brother, what else do you want to say?" "Oh, nothing, nothing." Ling Shuang immediately put her mind at ease, and then asked, "Sixth brother, have you made up your mind? Do you want to ask His Majesty for permission to go to Liangzhou in the morning court?" He was afraid that Ling Ning had forgotten, so he reminded him again. Ling Ning nodded his head excitedly. "Of course, I'm going to Liangzhou to guard it. No one can stop me from making achievements, including my father. I'm so envious of my sixth brother." Ling Shuang held back her laughter and spoke in an envious tone. Ouyang Nyoma, who was not far away, noticed this scene. Beneath his seemingly calm expression, there was a huge excitement, but he didn't dare to show it at all. He pretended to know nothing, just like a person outside the play. "Your Majesty has arrived. If you have the money, report early. If you don't, leave the court." With the chief eunuch Zhang Xian shouting, the morning court of the new day officially began. The Emperor of Wei was in a good mood today and was waiting for reports from his ministers. However, after Zhang Xian's voice fell, no minister responded. At this moment, Ling Ning stepped out and shouted, "Father, I have something to report." Emperor Wei straightened up immediately. He thought he had seen it wrong, but it was indeed that rebellious son. What could happen to him? "What do you want to report?" Emperor Wei was puzzled, but in this situation, he could only ask. Ling Ning immediately said, "Father, I have been crowned a king and established a government, and I beg you to guard the border. I heard that Liangzhou is in a strategic location, so I request your permission to go to Liangzhou to guard it." After these words came out, the Emperor of Wei's eyes fixed, and then he replied, "I am very pleased that you want to guard the border, but I still need to think about the place of enfeoffment, so leave." "Father, I am going to Liangzhou. Please grant me your permission." Ling Ning continued, with an expression that said he would not give up until you agree. The Emperor of Wei was furious and shouted, "Nonsense! We are in the morning court, so how can we allow you to make trouble?" At this time, Shangshu Ling Wang Chunxiu stepped out and replied, "Your Majesty, His Royal Highness Prince Ning cares about the Great Wei and is willing to guard the border for the Great Wei. In addition, Liangzhou is geographically strategic and needs a prince to take charge. Please grant your approval." Wang Chunxiu started the conversation, and then countless ministers came out and made suggestions. "Your Majesty, His Royal Highness Prince Ning is brave and powerful. If he goes to Liangzhou, he can not only warn the Xiongnu, but also put pressure on the western regions. In the world today, no one is more suitable than His Royal Highness Prince Ning. Please grant your permission, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, Prince Liang has devoted his life to the country. Please help Prince Ning fulfill his wish to serve the country." Countless court officials came out to support Ling Ning, including Duke of Sui Shui Qinggang and Duke of Anwu Zhongying. If you don't know, you might think these people are court officials who support Ling Ning. Emperor Wei's expression grew increasingly gloomy. He never expected that so many civil and military officials would unite to target Ling Ning. And Ling Ning's silly son still looked smug, as if saying, "Look, father, so many people support me, why don't you just agree to my request?" Inside the solemn Tai Chi Hall, represented by Shangshu Ling Wang Chunxiu, including the Minister of Rights, the Minister of War, the Vice Ministers, the Chief Censor, the Generals of the Left and Right Guards, and even the Duke of Sui and the Duke of An, nearly half of the court officials stood out to support Ling Ning and ask for the Emperor's approval, hoping that the Emperor of Wei would agree to Ling Ning's proposal to establish a vassal state in Liangzhou. Emperor Wei's good mood disappeared in an instant. His face was gloomy. After glaring at his rebellious son Ling Ning, he saw his smug look and really wanted to rush over and twist his ears a few times. This silly son has been plotted against. The Emperor of Wei immediately glanced at the Crown Prince, the King of Qin and the King of Yen, only to see that the three of them had stunned faces, with expressions of surprise, as if the courtier's behavior had nothing to do with them. But how could their expressions deceive Emperor Wei? Emperor Wei knew that it was these three who were behind the plot to send Ling Ning to Liangzhou. This made the Emperor of Wei very disgusted, but on second thought, Ling Ning had beaten the crown prince and the king of Qin, and they had never suffered such a fate before, so it was understandable that they plotted against Ling Ning. In the final analysis, Ling Ning was not smart. He jumped into the pit that others dug. Thinking of this, the Emperor of Wei coughed heavily to quiet down the ministers who were making suggestions, and then said, Liangzhou is strategically located, bordering the Xiongnu in the north, the western regions in the west, and the Jiang Kingdom in the south. It is the throat of the northwest of the Great Wei, and we must send a brave and careful person to take charge. Although Prince Ning is brave, he lacks in meticulousness. He is rather reckless and not suitable. Wang Chunxiu said, Your Majesty, His Royal Highness Prince Ning is brave and mighty, with courage unmatched by 10,000 men. He is the best candidate to be in charge of Liangzhou and will surely be able to deter foreign tribes. Your Majesty is worried that His Royal Highness Prince Ning is reckless. I think you can send a suitable chief historian to accompany him and give him advice. Your Majesty, what Minister Wang said is absolutely right. I think Li Wenyu, the junior secretary of the Honglu Temple, is more suitable, suggested the Minister of Personnel. Duke Ongguo Wu Zhongying had long wanted to avenge his son, and now he was just taking advantage of the situation. He said, Yes, Your Majesty, some time ago, Li Wenyu and His Royal Highness Prince Ning cooperated very well. It would be most appropriate to let Li Wenyu serve as the chief clerk. This is a good opportunity for Li Wenyu to redeem himself and make meritorious contributions. Emperor Wei narrowed his eyes, and finally he understood why the censor had impeached Li Wenyu some time ago. It turned out that it was a well-planned plan for the present moment. Let's not talk about the matter of the chief secretary for now. In my opinion, Prince Ning is not suitable to go to Liangzhou to be a vassal. There is no need to discuss this matter further. The Emperor of Wei immediately retorted. Obviously, the Emperor of Wei wanted to ignore all opinions and act arbitrarily on this matter. At this time, Imperial Censor Jia Tianren stepped out and began to advise the minister, Your Majesty, Prince Ning's garrison in Liangzhou is conducive to the stability of the border. How can Your Majesty act arbitrarily just because he loves Prince Ning? Your Majesty, it is the ancestral precept of the Wei dynasty that the princes guard the borders. If Your Majesty does not allow Ling Ning to guard the borders because you are worried about his safety, how can you live up to the rules set by the previous emperor? How can you convince the soldiers of the world, and how can you let the future princes guard the borders with peace of mind? I beg Your Majesty to grant me your permission, otherwise I will die. Following the death of the chief censor, all other censors followed suit. Father, please let me go to Liangzhou. Although Ling Ning knew that this was an immoral practice, for his own purposes, he had no choice but to inconvenience His Majesty. At this moment, Emperor Wei clenched his teeth. I never expected that this group of court officials would start a death-defying remonstration to deal with Ling Ning, the rebellious son. What's even more infuriating is that Ling Ning, the rebellious son, actually jumped into the pit with all his strength and couldn't be pulled back. So much so that Emperor Wei had no other reason to veto this matter. Although the Emperor of Wei is the ruler of a country, he must also be reasonable. If he acts arbitrarily without giving a proper reason, how can he govern the world? Do I have to confess that Ling Ning is stupid and useless? Emperor Wei also attached great importance to the royal reputation. Just when Emperor Wei was feeling helpless, he immediately saw Ouyang Nyoma, the silent attendant under his command, and his eyes lit up. Yeah, how could I forget him? Ling Ning and Chu Hongxiu have been granted marriage, so Ouyang Nyoma and Ling Ning have a bond. For the sake of his granddaughter, Ouyang Nyoma cannot let Ling Ning go to Liangzhou. So the Emperor of Wei immediately called out, "Lord Ouyang, what do you think?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Ouyang Nyoma. The Crown Prince, Ling Xuan and others were also worried. They had never expected that Ling Ning and Chu Hongxiu would get married. Ouyang Nyoma had anticipated this, so he stepped out of the line. He glanced at Ling Ning, hesitated for a moment, and then made up his mind. He then bowed and replied, "Your Majesty, an eagle needs a vast space to spread its wings and soar. Your Highness Prince Ning is born with supernatural powers and is braver than 10,000 men. If he were to stay at ease in Kyoto, it would be a waste of the abilities bestowed by God. So I think we can let His Highness Ling Ning go to Liangzhou. Of course, we need to send a chief historian to assist." Ouyang Nyoma's voice echoed in the hall. The Crown Prince, Ling Xuan and others were all surprised. They never expected that Ouyang Nyoma would agree. It was truly a pleasant surprise. The King of Wei looked stunned, obviously not expecting Ouyang Nyoma to have this attitude. Could it be that Ouyang Nyoma also wants to harm Ling Ning? No. Impossible. The Emperor of Wei knew Ouyang Nyoma. Could it be that Ouyang Nyoma had other reasons? For a moment, Emperor Wei fell into deep thought. Ling Ning pretended to be stupid, but he was actually relieved. He confessed to Ouyang Nyoma that he was not stupid, not just for the present. Since he had chosen Ouyang Nyoma as the spy in the court, he had to let Ouyang Nyoma know his true situation. Only by confessing can Ouyang Nyoma be dragged into the water. Your Majesty, Lord Ouyang also agrees with this matter, which shows that this is what everyone wants. I beg your Majesty to grant my approval. Wang Chunxiu was also surprised by Ouyang Nyoma's choice, but he didn't have time to think about it and asked for permission again. Emperor Wei came back to his senses. Seeing that the situation was irreversible, he could only sigh in his heart. But the Emperor of Wei, who was unwilling to admit defeat, said, "I am very pleased that Prince Ning took the initiative to ask for permission to go to Liangzhou. The strong recommendation of the court officials is also reasonable, but this is a serious matter, so let me consider it for a few days." Your Majesty is wise. When the ministers saw that the Emperor of Wei was relenting, they knew that the plan was basically successful and immediately began to praise him. The Emperor of Wei was in a bad mood at the moment and was too lazy to continue the morning court session, so he immediately ordered the court to be adjourned. Afterwards, all the ministers left the court one after another. Ling Ning deliberately walked to the end and, when no one was around, he said a person's name to Ouyang Nyoma, and then left quickly to prevent anyone from noticing. Ouyang Nyoma frowned and silently recited the name Ling Ning said in his heart. At this moment, an eunuch came and said, "Sir Ouyang, His Majesty invites you." In an instant, Ouyang Nyoma suddenly realized why Ling Ning mentioned that man's name. It turned out that Ling Ning expected His Majesty to look for him. This made Ouyang Nyoma look at Ling Ning with new respect. This sixth prince pretended to be crazy and stupid and deceived everyone in the world. Today it seems that he was fooled, but in fact, he fooled everyone. This boy's cunning is chilling. Ouyang Nyoma couldn't help but sigh, not knowing whether this was a blessing or a curse for the Wei dynasty. He even regretted the marriage between Hongxiu and Ling Ning. The Emperor of Wei returned to the Palace of Tranquil Longevity, still very angry, so much so that the eunuchs headed by Zhang Xian did not dare to move. Not long after, Ouyang Nyoma arrived. Just as he was about to salute, the Emperor of Wei waved his hand and said hurriedly, "My dear, there is no need to be polite. At the morning court today, why didn't you stop Prince Ning from going to Liangzhou to be enfeoffed?" Seeing that Emperor Wei couldn't wait to ask him questions, Ouyang Nyoma felt deeply touched by His Majesty's favor for Ling Ning. When other princes were enfeoffed, they did not make His Majesty worry so much. Ouyang Nyoma replied, Your Majesty, the reason why I did not stop it but agreed to it was only because of one person. Who? Asked Emperor Wei. Ouyang Nyoma laughed and said, Unlufeng. When Emperor Wei heard this, he immediately fell into deep thought. Ouyang Nyoma's face was calm, but he was actually impressed by Ling Ning's intelligence, because the name, Unlufeng, was what Ling Ning said to him before leaving Taiji Hall. Ling Ning expected that the Emperor of Wei would question Ouyang Nyoma, so he prepared an excuse for Ouyang Nyoma, and this excuse could convince the Emperor of Wei. Who is Unlufeng? The general of Liangzhou Guard, who had 40,000 Liangzhou troops under his command, was already showing signs of becoming too powerful to be removed. The Emperor of Wei had tried many times to replace Unlufeng, but did not take any action due to the importance of Liangzhou. Therefore, sending Ling Ning to Liangzhou is equivalent to being a hostage to Unlufeng, which is why Emperor Wei strongly opposed it. But on second thought, isn't this a brilliant move? Ouyang Nyoma understood Ling Ning's intention and immediately explained to the Emperor of Wei, Your Majesty, Unlufeng is ambitious and has ulterior motives. If he is not eliminated, he will be a disaster in the future. But if we touch him now, it is very likely that he will rebel, so we cannot use force. Emperor Wei asked, You mean to send Prince Ning? Is that possible? Ouyang Nyoma said, Your Highness Prince Ning may not be able to do this, but you can appoint someone else to do this secretly. At the morning court today, didn't someone recommend Li Wenyu to make up for his crime? Your Majesty can just take advantage of the situation and send Li Wenyu to be the chief secretary of Your Highness Prince Ning to deal with Unlufeng. Emperor Wei frowned and said, I'm afraid that the Anlu summit will be detrimental to Prince Ning and Li Wenyu. Ouyang Nyoma smiled and said, Your Majesty, I dare to say that what happened in the morning court today was obviously someone targeting Prince Ning. Unlufeng has spies in the court and must know the reason for all this. With Unlufeng's vigilance, he dare not harm His Highness Prince Ning because he has not yet made up his mind to rebel. Once His Highness Prince Ning gets into trouble, it will be disadvantageous to him, so not only will he not harm His Highness Prince Ning, but he will protect His Highness and use him as a bargaining chip in his hands. Because he knew the real reason why Prince Ning went to Liangzhou, he would not suspect that this was a trick of His Majesty, and he would not think that His Majesty would use Prince Ning to deal with him. Finally, although Unlufeng is alert, he is also arrogant. Your Highness is simple, and once you get to know him, he will definitely look down on you, which gives Li Wenyu an opportunity. After listening to Ouyang Nyoma's story, Emperor Wei calmed down completely. It has to be said that if this tactic is used well, it can get rid of Unlufeng, the big cancer. The Emperor of Wei was a king with great courage. When he learned that Ling Ning's going to Liangzhou to be a vassal would solve a big problem for the Great Wei, he hesitated for a moment and then stopped opposing this matter. So after considering it, the Emperor of Wei nodded and said, My dear minister, you still have a clear mind. Then follow your advice and use the strategy against him. As for the safety of Prince Ning, send him more guards. Your Majesty is absolutely right. Ouyang Nyoma said respectfully, and at the same time heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, as he had completed what His Royal Highness Prince Ning had ordered. What? That fool Ling Ning actually took the initiative to ask for permission to go to Liangzhou to be a vassal. In the branch courtyard of the Honglu Temple, the Jiang state delegation was packing their bags and preparing to leave the Wei capital. Princess Mingchuan had just woken up when she heard an unexpected news and was stunned. Then, the scene of Ling Ning forcefully kissing her emerged in her mind, and Princess Mingchuan was so angry that her teeth itched. She then cursed, Foolish fool, he must have been plotted against. If he goes to Liangzhou, he will surely die without a burial place. Kong Xian on the side replied, Your Highness, will the Emperor of Wei agree? Princess Mingchuan replied, The Emperor of Wei will definitely not agree. He still prefers Ling Ning. But he has no good reason to refuse. As an emperor, Can he be arbitrary and do whatever he wants? Of course not. In my opinion, the Emperor of Wei will agree to this request after delaying for a few days. Kong Xian still admired Ling Ning's invincible fighting power, so he asked, Your Highness wants to take Ling Ning to Jiang Kingdom, are you sure? Princess Mingxuan frowned and no longer dared to see Ling Ning, fearing that she would fall into the tiger's mouth. If she slept with Ling Ning and got pregnant with a child, she would want to die. So Princess Mingxuan shook her head and said, It's quite difficult, Suddenly, Princess Mingxuan was stunned for a moment. She thought of Ling Ning's behavior when they met last night. He did not mention a word about becoming a vassal in Liangzhou. Princess Mingxuan was not surprised at all that a normal person could conceal this matter, but the silly Ling Ning shouldn't do that. What's more, the topic they talked about yesterday was leaving Kyoto. He clearly wanted to go to Liangzhou, but he didn't say anything. This shows a big problem. Thinking of this, Princess Mingxuan looked solemn and asked, Kong Xian, do you think there is a possibility that Ling Ning has been playing dumb? This is impossible. I heard that Ling Ning has been stupid since he was young. He can pretend to be stupid and deceive everyone at such a young age. He is too scary. Kong Xian replied. Princess Mingxuan nodded and agreed, indeed, if a boy of 7 or 8 years old knows how to act crazy and fool everyone, it would be too scary. It would be impossible for him not to be exposed after such a long time. It seems that I am worrying too much. Your Highness, shall we set off and return to Jiang Kingdom tomorrow? Kong Xian asked. Princess Mingxuan nodded. Kong Xian immediately went down to make arrangements. Princess Mingxuan sat for a while, always feeling vaguely uneasy in her heart, so she changed out of her women's clothes and put on men's robes. After disguising herself to cover up her stunning appearance, she quietly left the villa with 2 female sword servants. Princess Mingxuan walked through the dense crowd and along the quiet alleys and stopped in front of a villa. The sword servant went forward and knocked on the door, and a burly man opened the door. Princess Mingxuan showed a token and said, I have been ordered to come and see your master. The burly man did not dare to delay and reported it immediately. A few minutes later, the burly man returned and invited Princess Mingxuan into the villa. They walked through a long corridor and came to a wing room facing the river. There is a different world inside this villa, with pavilions, waterside terraces and a scenic lake. You have to know that this is the capital of the Wei dynasty. Every inch of land is valuable. The fact that such a large garden could be built here shows that the owner is not a simple person. The burly man entered the house and reported, then invited Princess Mingxuan in. Princess Mingxuan walked into the house and saw that it was clean and elegant. Sitting by the window was a man wearing a black mask, black hair and a white robe. Although his face could not be seen clearly, he was playing the piano leisurely, exuding a carefree and unrestrained attitude. Outside the window was the sparkling lake, outlining an elegant picture. The next moment, the sound of the piano stopped abruptly. The masked man pressed the piano with both hands, then raised his head and looked at Princess Mingxuan. Princess Mingxuan pretended to be a sword servant and changed her appearance. She thought she could rest easy, but the next moment, the masked man smiled and said, Welcome to His Highness Mingxuan. Your Highness is leaving the capital soon. I wonder why you are here in person this time. Princess Mingxuan's eyes narrowed. She didn't expect that her identity would be exposed as soon as she arrived. The sun shone on the lake, creating sparkling waves. The breeze blew up the ripples, and passed through the window, lifting the black hair at the temples of Princess Mingxuan. She dressed up as a man and changed her appearance, but she was still recognized by the masked man in front of her. Now that her identity was exposed, Princess Mingxuan no longer concealed it and said with a smile, Mr. Su, I have long admired my name, and I am honored to meet you. If it were not for your secret help during this trip to the Wei Kingdom, I am afraid it would be difficult to form an alliance with the Wei dynasty. Don't worry, I agree. Jiang Guo will definitely do your job. Listening to his words, Princess Mingchuan was able to complete this alliance, and the masked man in front of her helped a lot. But this was the first time the two met. Although they were not familiar with each other, they cooperated with each other, which showed that there was a complicated situation hidden inside. The masked man extended his hand to signal and invited, "Your Highness, please sit down. Your Highness is too polite. Although you and I have never met, from a relationship point of view, I still have to call you Senior Aunt. Is Senior Master in good health? It's a pity that I can't. When I went to Jiang State, I couldn't meet my master and fulfill my filial piety at his knees. I felt very ashamed." Princess Mingchuan knelt down and replied, "Master, he is in good health. Before he came, he mentioned you and said you don't need to worry about him." The masked man nodded and sighed. Speaking of Princess Mingchuan's master, he was a famous Confucian scholar in the state of Jiang. He taught everyone, including both civil and military disciples, and many of them held high positions in the court of the state of Jiang. Princess Mingchuan was his last disciple. But Princess Mingchuan had never heard that her master had a beloved disciple in Wei. It was only when Princess Mingchuan came to Wei that her master mentioned this matter and asked Princess Mingchuan to secretly contact the masked man in front of her in order to facilitate an alliance. Although Princess Mingchuan was curious about the identity of the man in front of her, she did not delve into it. The other party did not dare to show his true face, and her master had never mentioned him, which meant that the other party had an ulterior motive. Moreover, he was hiding in the capital of Wei and was hostile to the Wei state, which was enough for Princess Mingchuan. Next. The masked man continued, "Your Highness, you came to me before leaving. It must be something important. Please give me your instructions." Princess Mingchuan said, "I wanted to trick Ling Ning to go to Jiang State, but failed. Now Ling Ning has taken the initiative to ask the Emperor of Wei for permission to go to Liangzhou. After thinking about it, I think Ling Ning should not be kept. I would like to ask you to take action and get rid of him. As the saying goes, the sting of a wasp is the most poisonous, and the heart of a woman is the most poisonous." Ling Ning only kissed Princess Mingchuan twice and touched her butt, but she couldn't get Ling Ning and actually wanted to kill him. The masked man was a little surprised and asked, "I heard that Ling Ning is clamoring to marry His Highness. With His Highness's stunning beauty, he can be charmed by just a flick of the finger. How can he not win over a fool? Do you think it's possible for Ling Ning to pretend to be stupid?" asked Princess Mingchuan. The masked man smiled and shook his head, saying with certainty, "It's impossible. Princess Mingchuan, please rest assured about this. My people have confirmed that he is really stupid and is definitely not pretending." Seeing the masked man's solemn oath, Princess Mingchuan's last bit of uneasiness was eliminated. Then, the masked man said, "Even if your Highness didn't mention this, I would still send someone to do it. I won't let Ling Ning go to Liangzhou, so please rest assured." This time it was Princess Mingchuan's turn to be surprised. She asked, "A fool went to Liangzhou, and he was so afraid of you?" The masked man chuckled and said, "I'm not afraid of this fool Ling Ning, but if he dies in Liangzhou, it will ruin my plan." "I see. In that case, Ling Ning will be handed over to you," Princess Mingchuan replied. "Please rest assured, Your Highness." At this point, the masked man suddenly changed the subject and asked, "Does Your Highness need any help with your plan? I am happy to help." As soon as these words came out, Princess Mingchuan's eyes flashed, and then she said calmly, "My rebellion is an alliance between the two countries, and now it has been completed. In short, I wish your wish comes true." The masked man's words seemed to have hidden meanings. Princess Mingchuan took a deep look at the other person and realized that the masked man in front of her was no ordinary man and would definitely cause a bloody storm in the future. Afterwards, Princess Mingchuan said goodbye. After the people left, the masked man stood up, looked out the window at the mandarin ducks playing by the lake, and said quietly, "The Jiang kingdom is about to change." Not long after Ling Ning returned home, Chu Hongxiu, dressed in men's clothes, caught up with him. "Your Highness." When Chu Hongxiu saw Ling Ning, her pretty face turned slightly red and she looked shy, completely different from her usual image of a female knight. This is how a woman who falls in love feels shy in front of her lover. There was no one else in the room, so Ling Ning didn't need to play dumb. He immediately stepped forward, grabbed Chu Hongxiu's hand, and asked with a smile, "Did you miss me?" After the last separation at Wangnan Mountain, the two had not seen each other for a few days. They were friends before, but now they are engaged to be married. After not seeing each other for a few days, Chu Hongxiu, who had just been connected with her love life, must have missed him. She even dreamed of Ling Ning yesterday. Of course, such a shy thing could not be said, but she also boldly expressed her love and nodded slightly. Ling Ning took Chu Hongxiu into his arms and they snuggled together. "I miss you as well." Ling Ning lowered his head and spoke in Chu Hongxiu's ear. The hot air hit Chu Hongxiu's earlobe, making her earlobe turn pink. Her eyes were sparkling like melted candy. With Ling Ning's skills in picking up girls, he can capture Chu Hongxiu's heart in just a few moves, and make her fall completely in love with his charm. After a moment of tenderness, Chu Hongxiu asked, "Your Highness, will His Majesty agree to your enfeoffment in Liangzhou?" "I asked Lord Ouyang for help, so it's almost correct," Ling Ning said with a smile. Chu Hongxiu asked in surprise, "Grandfather?" "That's right. I have confessed my situation to him. Come with me to visit your grandfather in the evening," Ling Ning replied. Chu Hongxiu asked worriedly, "Is it safe?" This is the woman who is obsessed with love and doesn't even doubt her own grandfather. Ling Ning stretched out his finger, scratched Chu Hongxiu's nose, and said with a smile, "Lord Ouyang is upright and righteous. If we can't even trust him, who else can we trust? In addition, I have other reasons for confessing the situation. After I go to the vassal state, I need someone in the court to help me." "I understand, but unfortunately I can't help you." Chu Hongxiu looked worried. After finally meeting the person you love, you have to part ways in the blink of an eye. Ling Ning's eyes sparkled, and he hugged Chu Hongxiu and asked, "I don't want to be separated from you either, how about you come with me? Is it okay?" Chu Hongxiu asked in surprise. Ling Ning smiled and said, "You and I are already engaged. As long as we get married before going to the vassal state, you will follow me wherever I go. You will naturally follow me to Liangzhou. Only by getting married can you tie the Chu family and the Ouyang family to your own worship without having to worry about them stabbing you in the back." Chu Hongxiu hummed lightly, then covered her pretty face in shame, not daring to face Ling Ning. "With a beauty in my arms, I will soon be enfeoffed." Everything seemed so clear and developing in the direction Ling Ning hoped for. Dusk is approaching. Ling Ning and Chu Hongxiu took a carriage to Ouyang Mansion. There was already someone waiting in front of the door. When he saw the carriage, he immediately went into the mansion to inform Ouyang Nyoma. When the carriage stopped and Ling Ning and Chu Hongxiu walked out of the carriage, Ouyang Nyoma and his wife had already come out to greet them. "Your Highness Prince Ning's visit has brought honor to my humble abode." Ouyang Nyoma stepped forward and bowed, then pointed at the lady and said, "Your Highness, this is my humble wife." Ouyang Nyoma's two sons were working in other places, so only he and his wife were in the mansion. Ling Ning showed an honest smile and said, "Master Ouyang, there is no need to be so polite. Madame Ouyang is so radiant." This was the first time Madame Ouyang met Ling Ning, so she looked him up and down. She loved Chu Hongxiu, so when she heard that her granddaughter was going to marry a foolish prince, she was extremely reluctant. But now after meeting Ling Ning, her thoughts have changed a little. Although Ling Ning doesn't look smart, he is not stupid either. Without so many trivial matters to worry about, life would be better. Ahem, madam, stop looking. Ouyang Nyoma couldn't help but remind her. Madame Ouyang then retracted her gaze and said with a smile, I am sorry that your Highness Prince Ning has embarrassed me as a woman. Ling Ning recalled and smiled. He didn't dare to treat Madame Ouyang as a woman. He was a first-rank imperial lady from the Xie family. The Xie family was a top family, both in the previous dynasty and now. In the eyes of many people, being able to marry the daughters of these top families is a great honor. These top families are very arrogant and even disdain to let their daughters marry into the royal family. Because of this incident, Emperor Wei was very unhappy. Just like the 5 surnames and 7 families in the early Tang dynasty in the previous life, they were arrogant in their bones. In fact, they should be thankful that they didn't meet a failed scholar named Huang. Your Highness, please come to the mansion. Afterwards, Ouyang Nyoma invited Ling Ning into the study room in the mansion and said to Madame Ouyang, Madam, you and Hongxiu take a look at the dinner preparations. His Highness and I have something to discuss. Madame Ouyang immediately took Chu Hongxiu away. When only 2 people were left in the study, Ouyang Nyoma adjusted his robe and sleeves, bowed in a very solemn manner, and said solemnly, Your humble servant Ouyang Nyoma greets His Royal Highness Prince Ning. Your humble servant is old and dim, and I can't recognize Baoyu. He prided himself on being experienced, but he never expected to be fooled by a teenager. Not only him, but also all the civil and military officials in the court. Ling Ning quickly helped Ouyang Nyoma up and explained, Lord Ouyang, I haven't pretended to be stupid since I was a child. I don't have that much ability. The fact is that I was indeed stupid before I was 16. A few months ago, he had a high fever. Others would have their brains burned by a high fever, but for me, it was just the opposite. The fever opened my mind. This is the excuse Ling Ning made for himself, which can explain why he became smarter. If he keeps being smart since childhood, it would be too weird. Ouyang Nyoma suddenly understood why Ling Ning could pretend so flawlessly. He said with emotion, Your Highness is blessed with a long and lasting fortune. Good people are blessed by heaven. Ling Ning smiled and said, God has given me a chance to wake up from my confusion. I don't want to be trapped in this capital and live in that cramped prince's residence. I want to go out and see the beautiful mountains and rivers outside. I originally thought that if I beat the Crown Prince Qin Wang, His Majesty would be angry and would send me out to guard the border. But I underestimated His Majesty's love for me. I have no choice but to find another way and ask the Crown Prince and the King of Qin to help me achieve my goal. At this moment, Ling Ning chose to be honest and told others about his experiences during this period. Of course, Ling Ning did not reveal his ambitions. He just wanted to go out and see the world and live a wonderful life. After hearing this, Ouyang Nyoma was filled with emotion. After your Highness's explanation, everything can be explained. In addition, His Majesty has also agreed to your Highness's vassalage in Liangzhou. However, in order to make Enlufeng take it lightly, His Majesty will pretend to disagree and argue with the court officials for a while, and by the way, he will also spread his anger to the Crown Prince, King Qin and others. This matter is all thanks to Lord Ouyang's planning. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to convince His Majesty. Ling Ning expressed his gratitude. Ouyang Nyoma waved his hand and said with a smile, It has nothing to do with me. Your Highness is in charge of everything. But Your Highness, you must be careful when you go to Liangzhou. Enlufeng is ambitious and you must be on guard. If Your Highness had not insisted on going to Liangzhou, I really don't want Your Highness to go there. Ling Ning said cheerfully, The purpose of life is to fight against the heavens and against people. Only in this way can we have endless fun. What an endless joy! In that case, I will not advise you. Besides, if your highness needs me to do anything for you, please just let me know. Ouyang Nyoma replied. He is not stupid. He knows that Ling Ning confessed all this not only because of Chu Hongxiu, but also for other reasons. Ling Ning did not hide anything and said, I will still play dumb when I go to Liangzhou. I will be far away from Kyoto and His Majesty. The Crown Prince and his men will definitely take the opportunity to harm me, so I hope Lord Ouyang can mediate for me. In addition, if there is anything unfavorable to me in the court, please inform me so that I can prepare early. There is nothing else. No problem. Ouyang Nyoma nodded. These things were too simple for him. He was even a little surprised. He didn't expect Ling Ning's requirements to be so low. This also made him feel more at ease, thinking that Ling Ning just wanted to be a vassal and go out to explore the world, and had no intention of seizing the throne. Ouyang Nyoma really doesn't want to get involved in the fight for the throne. Next. The two chatted for a while, and Ouyang Nyoma was pleasantly surprised to find that Ling Ning had very unique insights into government and the general situation. Of course, there were also shortcomings, that is, his understanding of scriptures was shallow. This just proved that Ling Ning was stupid when he was a child, so he didn't learn much knowledge. Before they knew it, it was dark. The two chatted happily and then moved to the dining room for dinner. Ling Ning sent Chu Hongxiu back home first. Since they were not married yet, it was okay to just hug her, but if he wanted her to stay overnight, that was impossible. Girls of this era are not as bold as they were in the past. They dare to have sex with a guy without even knowing his name. Ling Ning despised this kind of behavior very much. Of course, if he was the one involved, that would be a different matter. Afterwards, Ling Ning took a car back to the palace. He was in a very good mood. After dealing with Ouyang Nyoma, he would be able to know the situation in the court clearly even if he was in Liangzhou, thousands of miles away in the future. Next, it depends on the attitudes of Li Wenyu and Sun Qi, whether they are willing to go to Liangzhou with him. Just as Ling Ning was thinking about the plan, suddenly, the carriage stopped. Zhan Xing, what's wrong? Ling Ning came back to his senses and asked. Zhan Xing replied, Your Highness, there is a disturbance ahead, blocking the road. Ling Ning drew aside the curtain and looked ahead, only to see a pot-bellied man grabbing a woman's wrist and pulling it. The woman was crying and struggling non-stop. Huh? Ling Ning raised his eyebrows, and actually felt that this woman was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her before. After thinking about it carefully, Ling Ning remembered where he had seen her before, so he said to Zhan Xing, go help her. Zhan Xing responded and immediately stepped forward, beat up the man who was harassing the woman, and rescued the woman. The woman hurried forward to express her gratitude. When she saw Ling Ning in the carriage, she was stunned for a moment, then a look of surprise emerged on her face, and she shouted, It turns out to be my benefactor. After saying this, the woman knelt down and kowtowed to express her gratitude. It turned out that the woman in front of him was the one who was molested by Xue Sun, the son of Duke Angua, last time. Ling Ning got off the carriage, helped the woman up with one hand, and said, People should be willing to help others, so don't thank me, just go home quickly. The woman looked lonely, her eyes were filled with mist, she sobbed slightly, and said, I have no home anymore. It was at this time that Ling Ning noticed that her clothes and embroidered shoes were a little dirty, and her face was haggard, but the white flower inserted in her hair was exceptionally white. On the noisy street, a beautiful but pitiful woman stood in front of Ling Ning. She was in tears and looked so fragile that people felt sorry for her. If you didn't know, you would think Ling Ning had done something bad to her. Ling Ning asked, Where are your family members? The woman looked sad and replied, My name is Bai Xiaojia. When I was a child, I followed my parents to escape to Kyoto. Later, my parents died of illness, so I married my husband and started a tofu business together. But some time ago, my husband was beaten by the servants of Shuesun, the son of Duke Ongwa, and died. My husband's family regarded me as their nemesis and drove me out of the house. The man who was just beaten away was the pimp of Yangchun Tower. He said that my mother-in-law sold me to Yangchun Tower. Whoa. At the end, Bai Xiaojie squatted on the ground, covering her face and crying bitterly. The last time Ling Ning rescued her, she was freed from Shuesun's harassment, and she didn't know that Shuesun actually allowed his slave to kill her husband. If she had known this, it would not be as simple as breaking Shuesun's leg. All happiness in the world is the same, but each unhappy person has his own misfortune. Ling Ning took off his cloak and handed it to Bai Xiaojie, then took out his purse from his bosom and said, "I'm not good at talking and don't know how to comfort people. It's better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. Live a good life." After saying that, he handed the purse to Bai Xiaojie, then turned around and got on the carriage. That's all he can do to help. There are so many unfortunate people in this world. Zhan Xing drove away. Bai Xiaojie stared blankly at the cloak on her body and the purse in her hand, then suddenly stood up and chased after him. "Your Highness," the woman followed the carriage. Zhan Xing glanced back and reported to Ling Ning. Ling Ning asked Zhan Xing to stop the carriage and waited for Bai Xiaojie to get on before asking, "Anything else?" Bai Xiaojie was hesitant, and asked carefully, "My lord, you have saved me twice. Although I have not been educated, I know that a drop of water should be repaid with a spring. I want to repay you. Can I stay with you and be your slave?" Ling Ning pointed at herself and asked, "You want to be my slave?" Then Ling Ning pretended to be a fool and thought about it, then shook his head and said, "I have a maid, so I don't need you. You can take the money and live a good life." Bai Xiaojie picked up the purse and returned it to Ling Ning, saying, "Young master has saved me once, so I absolutely cannot accept this money. Young master does not need my gratitude, and I have nothing left to cherish in this world, so asking for money is useless." At this moment, the light in Bai Xiaojie's eyes disappeared, and she seemed to be committing suicide. Ling Ning asked, "Money can buy a lot of things, how can money be useless?" Bai Xiaojie also noticed that Ling Ning was a little silly. She smiled miserably and said bluntly, "Money is useful, but I don't need to live anymore, so I won't waste it." "Are you looking for death? What kind of death do you want?" Ling Ning looked curious. Bai Xiaojie was originally very sad, but now she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She thought about it seriously, and then said, "Jump into the river." "Jump into the river? Will I become a water ghost?" Ling Ning asked. Bai Xiaojie replied, "I don't know either." Ling Ning thought for a moment and said, "The villains are not dead, why are you seeking death? If I let you become my slave, will you not seek death? Sir, are you willing to take me in?" Bai Xiaojie's despairing eyes lit up as she asked with longing. Ling Ning said, "Okay. Then I'll take you in. By the way, can you cook?" "Yes, I can cook, and I'm best at making tofu." Bai Xiaojie nodded quickly and said excitedly. Ling Ning said, "Okay, if I have the chance in the future, I will take advantage of you." Immediately, Ling Ning brought Bai Xiaojie back to Prince Ning's mansion. When Bai Xiaojie saw the plaque of Prince Ning's mansion, she was shocked. She seemed to have never expected that the person who saved her would be the sixth prince of the current dynasty. She was so scared that she immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Ling Ning called Su Kun and asked him to take Bai Xiaojie downstairs and let her take care of the flowers and plants in the palace. After the people left, Ling Ning put aside his stupidity and said to Zhan Xing, "Send someone to check Bai Xiaojie's identity and family background to see if it's as she said." Zhan Xing was stunned. In his opinion, His Highness was a man who saw injustice and came to the aid of the weak. He saved a man who was seeking death and got a beautiful widow. He never thought that Bai Xiaojie would have any problems. Your Highness suspects that there is something wrong with Bai Xiaojie? Zhan Xing asked. Ling Ning smiled and said, "It's better to be safe than sorry. It would be best if there is no problem." I understand. Zhan Xing immediately stepped back to investigate. Ling Ning was the only one left in the room. He tapped the table with his fingers and fell into deep thought. The last time I rescued Bai Xiaojie was a coincidence. So was rescuing Bai Xiaojie this time also a coincidence? Kyoto has a population of 1 million and so many streets that the probability of them bumping into each other by coincidence is too small, so it's no wonder that Ling Ning was alert. To be on the safe side, of course, he had to check on Bai Xiaojie. If there was no problem with her, then Ling Ning wouldn't mind taking her in, but if there was a problem, then things would be interesting. At the court session the next morning, court officials again mentioned Ling Ning's enfeefment in Liangzhou. In order to plan for Liang province, the Emperor of Wei had a gloomy face throughout the process, but this time he did not oppose as strongly as yesterday. He diverted his anger and specifically reprimanded the Crown Prince, the King of Qin and the King of Yan. But the court officials knew that His Majesty had wavered, and if he persisted for a few more days, the Emperor of Wei would give in. This was a happy thing for the court officials, because the will of the court officials once again triumphed over the imperial power. Although the Crown Prince, King of Qin and others were scolded, they were happy in their hearts. In a few days, they would be able to drive the arrogant fool out of Kyoto. As the protagonist, Ling Ning did not attend this morning court at all. If you ask me why, it's because I just don't want to go. At this moment, Ling Ning was doing morning exercises, wielding the dragon sparrow halberd with great vigor, which made Zhan Xing, who was standing beside him, admire him with a look of admiration. Zhan Xing had imagined that with his martial arts skills, if 10 of him attacked His Highness together, he would surely be able to make him sweat slightly. It's not that Zhan Xing is too weak, but that Ling Ning is too strong. How powerful is it when a 70 to 80 kilograms dragon sparrow halberd is swung and struck? Zhan Xing didn't dare to take it head-on. The sword he was good at using was just a fragile piece of paper under the dragon sparrow halberd. Just as Zhan Xing was sighing, Ling Ning had finished practicing with the halberd. He casually threw the dragon sparrow halberd to Zhan Xing and asked him to put it on the weapon rack. Zhan Xing was startled and exerted force with his legs to catch the dragon sparrow halberd. He wanted to try a combo, but after thinking about it, he gave up. It was not shameful. Your Highness, would you like to look for a short weapon? Zhan Xing suggested. Ling Ning nodded and said, I have had this plan for a long time. The dragon sparrow halberd is too long and inconvenient to carry. I really need a short weapon with me so that I can defend myself in case of emergencies. But according to my habits, ordinary short weapons are too light and not to my liking. Zhan Xing smiled and said, Your Highness has the power of a king, and ordinary weapons are indeed too light. But I know where to find weapons suitable for your Highness. Oh, really? Where is it? Ling Ning became interested and asked immediately. Zhan Xing said, in the Jinbei Marquis's mansion. It is said that the Jinbei Marquis likes to collect magical weapons. The Jinbei Marquis has a pair of family heirlooms, which are made of meteorite iron from outer space. One weighs 30 kilograms, and the two weigh more than 60 kilograms in total. Ordinary people can't use them at all, not even the Jinbei Marquis. Ling Ning suddenly realized how could he have forgotten about this. The Marquis of Jinbei was not interested in beauty or power, but only in weapons. In order to reward him, the Emperor of Wei repeatedly gave the Marquis of Jinbei magical weapons from his own treasury. As for the pair of black maces passed down from the ancestors of the Jinbei Marquis, Ling Ning had heard of them but had never seen them. Ling Ning shook his head and said, Jinbei Ho is far away at the western border. We can't see him, so don't even think about trying to trick his ancestral black mace from him. Your Highness, the Marquis of Zhenbei has returned to the capital. He just came back today. Zhan Xing immediately told an unexpected news. The Wei dynasty was established only 20 years ago, but its merits in following the emperor and its tremendous military achievements created a large number of powerful people, the most famous of whom were the 5 dukes and 4 marquises. The 5 dukes are the 5 founding dukes, including Duke of Sui, Duke of An and Duke of Zhao. The 4 marquises are 4 princes, Marquis of Zhenbei, Marquis of Zhennan, Marquis of Baijian and Marquis of Chongsheng. The 5 dukes were able to be named founding dukes, mainly for their contributions to the founding of the country and the emperor. The 4 princes were definitely military meritorious, and they made great contributions to the expansion of the territory of Wei. However, as the rebellion of Marquis Chongsheng was suppressed, and the civil officials were hostile to the military generals and believed that the princes were too powerful and would disrupt the order of the court, the remaining 3 princes were often impeached. If it weren't for the wise Emperor Wei, he would have taken action against the 3 princes long ago. Although the title of Marquis Zhenbei contains the word Zhenbei, he is not in charge of the north. This is like the wife cake without a wife. The Marquis of Zhenbei was stationed at Tianqin Pass, the most important pass in the west, with an army of 200,000 to guard against the state of Jiang. Unexpectedly, today, Marquis Zhenbei suddenly returned to Beijing. Ling Ning asked curiously, I haven't heard that His Majesty ordered him to return to the capital to report on his work. Could it be that he came back secretly? I'm not sure about that. Zhan Xing replied. Ling Ning became interested and said with a smile, disobeying military orders and returning to the capital without permission is a serious crime punishable by beheading. The Marquis of Zhenbei was already impeached by a group of civil officials and the censors for his achievements. If he really returned to the capital without permission, the censors would definitely scream and would not let him go. Your Highness, Marquis Zhenbei is devoted to the country. Zhan Xing couldn't help but say. As a member of the Imperial Guards, Zhan Xing admired Marquis Zhenbei very much. Back then, Marquis Zhenbei led 20,000 troops to fight against the 70,000 troops of Jiang State. With a disparity of more than 3 times in strength and a disadvantageous terrain, Marquis Zhenbei set an example by leading 20,000 troops to counterattack and kill the enemy army, becoming famous in one battle. Ling Ning also respected the Marquis of Zhenbei, not only because of his loyalty to the Great Wei, but also because of the relationship between his mother and his wife. Thinking of this, Ling Ning immediately changed his clothes and entered the palace. Ling Ning entered the palace unhindered and came to the Yangxin Palace to ask to see His Majesty. Logically speaking, Marquis Zhenbei had just arrived in the capital and must have come to see the emperor, but what Ling Ning did not expect was that after he entered the Palace of Tranquil Longevity, he did not see Marquis Zhenbei Li Sai. What are you looking for, shaking your head? Emperor Wei was dealing with memorials to the emperor's memorials when he saw Ling Ning sneaking into the palace and asked him about it in a bad mood. Ling Ning didn't find the Marquis of Zhenbei, so he said, I'm afraid that my father has ambushed the swordsman, and he smashed the cup as a signal to rush in and beat me. Snapped. Emperor Wei threw the memorial directly on the dragon case. He realized that as long as this rebellious son came, he would never have peace, so it was better for him to leave. But when he thought that he was really going to Liangzhou, he was really reluctant to let him go. So, the Emperor of Wei asked, do you really want to go to Liangzhou? Do you know how dangerous Liangzhou is? Ling Ning nodded and said, of course I know. There are the Xiongnu in the north, the western regions in the east, oh no, there is the western regions in the west, and there is the Jiang Kingdom in the south. Although the Jiang Kingdom has formed an alliance with us, my father said that those who are not Chinese have bad intentions and we should not be worried. Father, don't worry. When I arrive in Liangzhou, I will punch the Xiongnu and kick the western regions. I guarantee that Liangzhou will be as solid as chicken soup. Emperor Wei said, that is carelessness. It is impregnable. In addition to those dangers, there are greater dangers. Do you understand? Is there still danger? What is it? Ling Ning asked curiously. Emperor Wei sighed and said, forget it, let's not talk about this. What do you want to see me for? Ling Ning came here to meet Jinbei Ho Li Sai by chance, but he didn't expect that he didn't enter the palace at all. It seems that Jinbei Ho's return to the capital was not private. Father, I want Ahe and Ashio from the leopard room. Can you give them to me? Ling Ning asked. Emperor Wei knew the relationship between Ling Ning and the two animals, so he said, I can give them to you, but you can't let the animals bite people. If I hear about this, I will beat Ahe and Ashio to death. Okay, father. Thank you. Ling Ning was very happy and immediately said goodbye and left. Just after leaving the Palace of Tranquil Longevity, I saw a burly middle-aged man walking up the stairs. He had a murderous aura and it was obvious that he was a battle-hardened warrior. Ling Ning immediately recognized the other person's identity. It was Li Sai, Marquis of Jinbei. So, Ling Ning stopped. At this time, Jinbei Marquis Li Sai raised his head and saw Ling Ning standing on the high platform. Looking down from a high place, wearing a dragon robe, his sturdy figure looks even more powerful and domineering. With his lowered eyes, he looks like a king scanning the world. Coupled with the huge sun emitting brilliant light above his head, the impact of this picture was so strong that it made Li Sai a little dazed. He seemed to have returned to more than 20 years ago when he was a young man who had just come of age and entered the Great Xia Palace for the first time. It was a scene similar to the one now, and he met the Great Xia Prince Xiao Yan. The memories of the past reappeared, making Li Sai's heart palpitate. He suddenly stopped and observed Ling Ning carefully, feeling that he was familiar, yet strange. He hadn't seen Ling Ning for more than 2 years. 2 years may seem like a short time, but for a teenager, a lot of changes can happen. So Li Sai did not associate the tall and strong young man in front of him with the silly Ling Ning, but after thinking about it, he could not guess Ling Ning's identity, so he raised his foot again, walked up and stopped in front of Ling Ning. Li Sai bowed and replied, I, Li Sai, the Marquis of Jinbei, am blind and do not know the real master. May I ask, Your Highness, who is? Uncle Li, it's okay if you don't remember me after not seeing me for 2 years, but you must not forget the New Year's money I gave you in the past 2 years. Ling Ning scratched his head and smiled innocently. Li Sai's eyes widened and he exclaimed, Sixth Prince? How did you become like this? Ling Ning spread his hands and asked, Is there anything wrong with this? Li Sai walked around Ling Ning, looking at him who was half a head taller than him, and praised him. It is often said that a man should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days of absence, and it is indeed true. It seems that he has become more intelligent and knows to ask me for money. Ling Ning raised his fist and said honestly, Uncle Li, do you see my fist, which is as big as a casserole? So don't call me stupid, I'm not stupid. Oh, you actually dare to threaten me. It seems you have really grown up. Ha ha ha. Li Sai said with relief, and secretly said in his heart, Mother Shufei, your spirit in heaven can rest assured. Ling Ning scratched his head, looking embarrassed, and then asked, Uncle Li, why did you return to Beijing? Did the emperor ask you to come back? Li Sai shook his head and said, I came back by myself. I won't talk to you for now. I'm going to meet His Majesty first. You are crowned king now, and I haven't congratulated you yet. Come to Jinbei Marquis Mansion for dinner tonight. Ling Ning was very surprised. He didn't expect that Li Sai actually disobeyed military orders and returned to Kyoto by himself. What happened that made Li Sai come back at all costs? However, Ling Ning pretended to know nothing and nodded, Okay, I'll go over tonight and prepare some delicious food. Li Sai nodded, and then walked towards the Yangxin Palace with a fierce look, apparently going to settle accounts with Emperor Wei. Li Sai had known Emperor Wei since he was young and had followed him in his campaigns. The two had known each other for decades. They were not only monarch and subject, but also brothers with different surnames. Therefore, it was not surprising that Li Sai sought to settle accounts with Emperor Wei. Suddenly, Ling Ning thought of a possibility and seemed to know the reason why Li Sai returned to Beijing. It's interesting. Ling Ning felt more and more that his guess was correct, so he stopped worrying and waited and saw what would happen. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Zhenbei wants to see you and is already outside the palace. The chief eunuch Zhang Xian stepped forward, checked the emperor's mood first, and then spoke cautiously. This time, the Marquis of Zhenbei returned to the capital privately without receiving the imperial order, which was seriously regarded as treason. As soon as the Marquis of Zhenbei arrived in the capital, the censors pounced on him like dogs smelling meat. In less than an hour, the Emperor Wei's desk was piled with impeachment memorials like snowflakes. Fortunately, Emperor Wei knew Marquis Zhenbei, otherwise, Marquis Zhenbei would have gone to the imperial prison first. Snapped. Emperor Wei immediately threw the memorial in his hand onto the table, making a crisp sound, and then said unhappily, "Let him get in." As the prestigious Marquis of Zhenbei, Li Sai would naturally not roll into the palace of tranquil longevity. Perhaps only the silly Ling Ning could do such a thing. Li Sai walked into the hall and stopped 10 feet away from the table. He bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I, Li Sai, greet you. May your Majesty be blessed with good health." The Emperor of Wei was furious, so he scolded him, "Li Sai, do you know your crime? You returned to the capital without a transfer order from the court. Who gave you the courage?" Unexpectedly, the next moment, Li Sai replied, "I know my crime, and I beg your Majesty to punish me. Please deprive me of my title. Punish me severely. I am willing to accept any punishment." "What?" The Emperor of Wei was startled, then stood up suddenly. He was a little angry just now, so he said a few angry words, but he couldn't really punish his good friend. But Li Sai actually took a tough approach, as if he was going to kill me if he dared, which made Emperor Wei feel very aggrieved. A rebellious son made him so angry that he almost died, and now there is another stubborn minister. It is really frustrating for him to be the emperor. Li Sai. You are very powerful, aren't you? You think I won't punish you? Emperor Wei couldn't help but roar. Li Sai looked directly at the Emperor of Wei and said, "Your Majesty will certainly punish me, and I am ready to be beheaded. I only beg your Majesty to depose my daughter from the position of crown princess before killing me, in consideration of my many years of contributions and hard work. My daughter is not worthy of being the crown princess of the Great Wei." After these words were spoken, the Emperor Wei, who should have been angry, suddenly stopped. Only then did he understand why Li Sai had suddenly rushed back to Kyoto in defiance of military orders. Li Sai was a romantic man. He only married one wife in his life and they had only one daughter, Li Qing'er, so he loved his daughter very much. The Emperor of Wei was grateful for Li Sai's contributions to the Wei dynasty, and also wanted to give this good friend a talisman, so he issued an edict to appoint Li Qing'er as the crown princess. However, ever since Li Qing'er married the prince, she had no children. Because of this, the prince began to blame Li Qing'er, making sarcastic remarks to her and even slapped her in the face. The Emperor of Wei heard what had happened and slapped the crown prince hard to vent his anger for Li Qing'er and reprimanded the crown prince harshly. But what Emperor Wei didn't know was that by venting Li Qing'er's anger, he made the crown prince hate Li Qing'er even more. Li Sai had only one daughter, whom he treated as the apple of his eye and never let her suffer any injustice. But now that she had married the prince, she had been subjected to so much humiliation. When Li Sai found out, how could he bear to watch his daughter suffer? So this is why Li Sai returned to Beijing. After understanding the reason, Emperor Wei suddenly didn't dare to be angry anymore, so he coughed and said, "Don't kneel anymore, stand up, and I will allow you to sit down." The eunuchs hurriedly brought a chair. But Li Sai was unmoved and said, "Your Majesty, it is often said that there are 3 types of unfilial behavior, and the worst is to have no heir. My daughter has not been able to give birth to a child for the crown prince, which is the greatest unfilial behavior. I beg your Majesty to grant me permission to depose her from the position of crown princess." Seeing Li Sai so determined, Emperor Wei knew that he was determined. Emperor Wei knew the character of this good friend too well. If he was not satisfied, he would not give in. Anger also rose in the heart of Emperor Wei. Of course, this anger was not directed at Li Sai, but at the crown prince. Damn it! As the crown prince, he has no heart to care for his virtuous wife. Has he learned all the ways of being a crown prince over the years? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The Emperor of Wei suddenly shouted, "Zhang Xian, get the prince out here." Zhang Xian shuddered, realizing that His Majesty was furious. If the prince really came, he would probably have to eat a meal of stir-fried pork with bamboo shoots. If the emperor beats the prince, it is not simply a father beating his son, but it will be linked to the dethronement of the crown prince. If a fight really happens, it will cause an uproar and the whole Kyoto will go crazy. For a moment, Zhang Shi didn't know whether to move or not. Go! The Emperor of Wei was really angry. When he looked livid, all the eunuchs in the hall knelt down and trembled in fear. When Li Sai saw this scene, he knew that he could not let the prince come. If this led to a rift between the emperor and the crown prince, he would be a criminal of the Wei dynasty. Your Majesty, please calm down. The crown prince is not at fault in this matter. It is indeed the daughter of a guilty minister who has no children. Your Majesty, the crown prince is the future heir to the throne, and the crown prince's son represents the continuation of the country. Please, for the sake of the Great Wei country, depose the crown princess. Li Sai's tone was sincere. These were his true words, not words spoken in anger. He just wanted his daughter to be happy, not to become a princess. Li Sai was not born into a noble family, and he was already satisfied with being able to turn things around and become the Marquis of Zhenbei. He did not ask his daughter to become the crown princess or even the queen, and to rule the country in the future. Emperor Wei took a deep breath, knowing that Li Sai had made up his mind. This guy had been stubborn since he was a child, and it was difficult to change his mind once he made up his mind. But he could not abolish Li Qing'er's princess consort just because she had no children. So, the Emperor of Wei said in a negotiating tone, "Sai, whether to abolish the crown princess or not, neither you nor I have the final say, so why not ask the crown princess's opinion? You and your daughter haven't seen each other for 2 years. I allow her to go home to visit her family and let her stay at home for a few days. After she returns to the palace, if she is determined to divorce, I will agree to this. But if she is unwilling, you should honestly return to Tianqin Pass." The Emperor of the Great Wei was so earnest that Li Sai did not dare to continue to be presumptuous. He nodded and said, "Okay. Let's do as your Majesty wishes." "Can you get up now?" asked the Emperor Wei. Only then did Li Sai stand up. Emperor Wei waved his hand and asked Zhang Xian to serve tea. Then he pointed at the chessboard and asked Li Sai, "Would you like to play a game of chess? Your Majesty is a very bad chess player and always cheats." Li Sai snorted. The Emperor of Wei angrily said, "You fart. Marquis of Zhenbei. Marquis of Zhenbei. You are so bold. You actually dared to return to the capital without His Majesty's order. I will never let go of this opportunity. I must take this opportunity to depose the crown princess." In the main hall of the East Palace, the prince paced back and forth, laughing excitedly. He is the crown prince of Wei, how could he not have a legitimate son? If he hadn't been concerned about the Marquis of Zhenbei, he would have changed the crown princess long ago. Seeing the prince so excited, Xue Qinggang, the Duke of Sui, looked serious and said, "Your Highness, the only thing the Marquis of Zhenbei cares about is my daughter. I'm afraid he came back to the capital this time just for the prince." Forehead. The prince's wild laughter came to an abrupt halt, and then he shuddered and felt cold all over. Yes, he just wanted to change the crown princess, but he didn't expect the reason why Marquis Zhenbei returned to Beijing. He couldn't figure it out. This time he was really coming for him. "Your Highness, the Marquis of Zhenbei commands 200,000 troops and is the prince most trusted by your Majesty. In order to appease the angry Marquis of Zhenbei, your Majesty may." Xue Qinggang reminded hurriedly. The prince was startled and asked hurriedly, "Uncle, what should I do now?" After thinking about it, Xue Qinggang said, "For now, we can only avoid it." The prince suddenly realized and immediately shouted outside, "Quickly send the imperial physician." Li Sai played a game of Go with Emperor Wei. When he left the Yangxin Palace, he was still complaining about Emperor Wei's poor chess skills. Then, Li Sai went to the Eastern Palace, only to be told that the prince suddenly had severe abdominal pain and the imperial physician was treating him. This made Li Sai sneer and shook his head, muttering to himself, "This stomachache came at a coincidence." When encountering problems, he doesn't think about solving them head-on, but instead uses the strategy of avoiding them. He relies on hiding from everything. He doesn't behave like a crown prince at all. Afterwards, Li Sai met his daughter Li Qing'er. "Daddy." Seeing her father, who was exhausted and had white hair on his temples, Li Qing'er burst into tears and quickly knelt down. She felt guilty because she knew that her father risked his life to return to Kyoto just for her. Li Sai quickly helped Li Qing'er up, his eyes reddened as he said, "My dear daughter, don't cry. Let's go home." In this way, Li Sai brought Li Qing'er back to the Zhenbei Marquis mansion. When the news spread, the whole Kyoto was in turmoil. Marquis of Zhenbei Li Sai brought Crown Princess Li Qing'er back to the Marquis of Zhenbei's mansion. As soon as the news came out, it immediately caused an uproar. Qin Wang Lingshuang clapped his hands on the table excitedly and said, "My prince, how are you going to explain this to your father? You don't know how to cherish such a good woman as the crown princess. Since you don't cherish her, someone else will do it for you." Only. Who gave the news to Zhenbei Ho? Ling Shuang thought about it and immediately suspected that it was Prince of Yen Lingyu who was behind it. It must be the third Prince Yen. Don't be fooled by the fact that he is as close to me as a brother. He is actually a cunning man. Ling Shuang believes in her own judgment. At this moment, Prince Yen Lingyu was a little puzzled. He did want to inform Marquis Zhenbei of Li Qing'er's tragic experience and use him to deal with the prince, but he had only written half of the secret letter and was not prepared at all. Damn it, who spread the news? It seems that the second son, Prince Qin, was behind this. He is in love with the crown princess and pretended not to tell the Marquis of Zhenbei about this. I didn't expect that he had already done it in secret. Second brother, you are so vicious. Not only do you want to dethrone the prince, but you also want to occupy my sister-in-law. You are really daydreaming. Prince Yen Lingyu couldn't help but look down on him. But when he thought of the lovely crown princess Li Qing'er and her status as his sister-in-law, his heart was also burning with joy. Even Princess Mingchuan, who had not yet left Kyoto, heard about this, and called Kong Xian to inform him, "The departure time will be postponed for a few days. I want to see how this drama of the Marquis of Zhenbei will develop into." "Your Highness, do you need us to help?" Kong Xian asked. Princess Mingchuan thought of Master Su wearing a black mask, so she shook her head and said, "We are about to leave the capital, so don't cause trouble." Just wait and see what happens. At this moment, Ling Ning also learned the news that Li Sai had brought his daughter home. It seems that my guess is correct. The reason why Marquis Zhenbei returned to Beijing was indeed for his daughter. Ling Ning said. Sitting opposite Ling Ning was Cui Chan, who smiled and said, I've heard that the Marquis of Zhenbei values friendship and loyalty, and his reputation is well deserved. The current crown prince was too anxious and made a stupid move. Not only did he offend the Marquis of Zhenbei, he also angered His Majesty. Even if he deposed the crown princess, it would not be worth it. Ling Ning agreed, the prince is indeed confused. It doesn't matter if Li Qing'er can't give birth to an heir. She should be respected and loved. In this case, the Marquis of Zhenbei will feel guilty and will definitely do his best to protect the prince. Your Majesty is sentimental. Seeing that the prince has such affection, he will naturally be more satisfied. I don't know how the prince's advisors advised him. Duke Xue Qinggang of Sui is no simple man, but no matter how powerful a person is, he cannot persuade a person who insists on his own way. Now it seems that King Qin and King Yan also have masters around them. If King Qin and King Yan had not been constantly mocking the prince with the issue of offspring, the prince would not have become like this. Many things do not happen overnight, but proceed step by step. Cui Chan said. Ling Ning nodded in agreement. At this moment, Cui Chan changed the subject and said, Your Highness, this is a good opportunity. Sir, are you asking me to win over the Marquis of Zhenbei? Ling Ning immediately guessed Cui Chan's intention, but he shook his head and said, The Marquis of Zhenbei is only loyal to Your Majesty. If I tell him that I am playing dumb, Your Majesty will know immediately. Cui Chan stroked his beard and smiled, It's not about asking Your Highness to recruit the Marquis of Zhenbei for your own use, but to deepen the relationship. Your Highness and the Marquis of Zhenbei already have a connection. If we deepen this connection, we will be able to use him when the opportunity is right in the future. For example, when Your Highness arrives in Liangzhou and deals with an Lufeng, he may need the help of the Marquis of Zhenbei. Tianqin Pass, where the Marquis of Zhenbei is stationed, is 500 miles south of Liangzhou. The distance is not too far, and it is very convenient for dispatching troops. Ling Ning agreed, Sir, you are absolutely right. It just so happens that the Marquis of Zhenbei has invited me to dine at his house. I can take this opportunity to deepen our relationship. At this point, Ling Ning looked at Su Kun and said, Su Kun, find some gifts for me. They don't have to be expensive, but they have to be unique. I understand. Su Kun immediately went to do it. The Zhenbei Marquis mansion at this moment. In the elegant study, Li Sai looked at his daughter whom he had not seen for 2 years and said with a smile, Don't worry, when I come back this time, I will let you and the prince divorce. I don't want to be the crown princess, nor do I want to be the queen who rules the country. Upon hearing this, Li Qing'er couldn't help but let her tears fall. She wiped them away hastily and asked, Father, let me put my daughter's concerns aside for now. If you return to the capital without permission, the officials will not miss this opportunity and will definitely impeach you. Will you be okay? What could happen? The worst that can happen is that Guo will take away your title. Don't worry, those people can't harm your father at all. What's more, the alliance between Jiang State and Wei State will give your father a chance to relax. Li Sai said with a smile. Li Qing'er pursed her lips. She knew how much her father doted on her, and that he would even give up the title of Marquis of Zhenbei for her, but she couldn't let her father do that. For the country, my father guarded the border and protected the people of Wei. For himself, my father achieved his life ambition. Whether for public or private reasons, Li Qing'er would not let her father destroy all his efforts over the years for her own sake and would not bring shame to his ancestors. Thinking of this, Li Qing'er had already made a decision in her heart. Father, you finally came back. Your daughter will go to the kitchen and cook for you. Li Qing'er calmed down and a smile appeared on her face. Seeing his daughter smile, Li Sai was also very happy and said with a smile, "Good. I miss your fish soup very much. By the way, prepare more, King Ning will come in the evening." "Brother Ning is coming. Has father seen him?" Li Qing'er said in surprise. Li Sai joked, "Brother Ning? It seems that your relationship is not alienated, which is a good thing. Concubine Shu and your mother are like sisters. Prince Ning has suffered a lot since he was a child. Your father has been leading troops outside for many years and has not been able to help him. I am really sorry to concubine Shu." Li Qing'er replied, "My daughter is also wrong. I have paid little attention to him in the past few years and have become a little estranged from him. The last time we met in the Imperial Garden, he was as close to me as ever. I realized that I had wasted a lot of time and neglected many friends because of my worries. That boy is honest and straightforward. He won't blame you. It would be better if he was a little smarter." Li Sai sighed. Then Li Qing'er went downstairs to prepare dinner. When the delicious food was almost ready, Ling Ning happened to arrive. Li Sai went out to greet him personally. When he saw Ling Ning's strong physique, he couldn't help but sigh. If such a young man was a soldier under his command, he would wake up laughing in his dreams. "Uncle Li, is your mouth blistered? Why do you keep inhaling air?" Ling Ning asked foolishly. Li Sai said, "I was just sighing. You are really a natural-born warrior on the battlefield. I heard that you used the Fang Tian Hua Ji of the former crown prince." "Yes, that halberd is just right for me, but it's too long, so it's not convenient to carry around." Ling Ning replied, then changed the subject and asked, "Uncle Li, I heard you have a pair of black maces, would you mind giving them to me?" If he were a normal person, he would definitely not ask for it so directly. But Ling Ning was a fool, so there was no problem. Li Sai was stunned, then he didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and replied, "It's not that I don't want to part with it, but my Li family has an ancestral precept. This is a weapon that has been passed down from generation to generation in my Li family. How about you tell His Majesty to change your surname to Li?" Ling Ning pretended to think, then said in distress, "Should I change it to Li Ning? I'm afraid my father won't agree. What should I do?" "Then I can't help you," Li Sai said with a smile. Ling Ning added, "But Uncle Li doesn't have a son either, so there's no one to carry on your family line, so just give it to me." Li Sai instantly got angry and glared at him, "I'll give it to my daughter. I won't give it to you." Ling Ning shouted, "Sister Qing'er doesn't know how to use weapons. If you don't want to give it to me, how about I buy it? I have money." "Prince Ning, do you still want to enter my Zhenbei Marquis mansion? Don't force me to close the door and refuse visitors," Li Sai said angrily. Ling Ning sighed and said, "Okay, I won't say anything more, you are so stingy." Li Sai turned around and walked towards the mansion, not wanting to pay attention to this silly boy. In the capital, who dared to say that the Marquis of Zhenbei would have no descendants? Only this silly boy in front of him could say so. Ling Ning immediately chased after him, at the same time thinking about how to get the pair of black maces. Ling Ning followed Li Sai to the living room, where Li Qing'er was waiting at the door. "Welcome His Royal Highness Prince Ning." Li Qing'er smiled gently and greeted warmly. Ling Ning pretended to be surprised and shouted, "Sister Qing'er, when did you come here? If I had known you were here, I would have come earlier and would not have had to wait until this hour." "Your Highness, I came back around noon. His Majesty allowed me to go home to visit my parents," Li Qing'er said with a smile. Ling Ning nodded, and then said, "Sister Qing'er looks really good when she smiles, she should smile more often." Li Qing'er's cheeks turned red. In terms of status, she was not only the crown princess, but also Ling Ning's sister-in-law. Now being praised for her beauty by her own uncle, she always felt that it was a little inappropriate, but she was very happy in her heart. Snort. Li Sai on the side snorted, thinking that this idiot was not really stupid and only knew how to say nice things. "Father, what's wrong with you?" Li Qing'er asked in surprise. He was fine when he just left the house, but how come he became angry in the blink of an eye? Li Sai immediately glared at Ling Ning. Ling Ning asked Li Qing'er, "Sister Qing'er, can you give me your ancestral Xian mace?" Li Qing'er was even more puzzled. How was it related to Xian Jian again? Li Sai said unhappily, "Your Highness Prince Ning, stop calling me Sister Qing'er all the time. This is your sister-in-law, don't you understand? We can't mess up our identities." "Oh, sister-in-law. Then can you give me the Xian mace?" Ling Ning immediately changed his words. Before Li Qing'er could answer, Li Sai said, "Don't even think about taking my Li family's ancestral black mace." Stingy. Ling Ning couldn't help but mutter. Li Qing'er then understood the reason and couldn't help laughing. Afterwards, the three of them went into the living room to eat. Li Sai didn't like to eat separately, so this time they all sat around a table and ate together. "Your Highness Prince Ning, how much alcohol can you drink?" Li Sai asked with a smile. In order to get back his face, he ordered people to send a few pots of good wine, which were all rewards given to him by the Emperor of Wei. Ling Ning has never drunk alcohol since he traveled through time. After all, he was still a minor in his previous life. In his previous life, he could only drink 1 pound of alcohol, so it stands to reason that his alcohol tolerance in this life should not be bad. So Ling Ning raised a finger. "A glass of wine? No, no. For a man, a glass of wine is nothing." Li Sai laughed. Ling Ning laughed innocently and said, "Hey, it's not just 1 glass of wine, it's drinking all the time." "What? Drinking all the time? You are so arrogant. You don't know your own abilities. Today I will show you how powerful you are." Li Sai's desire to win was aroused, and he said immediately. Ling Ning asked, "If I win, can you give me the Xianjian?" Li Sai couldn't help but yelled, "Beat me first." Li Qing'er, who was standing by, watched the two people quarreling, but felt very warm. The warmth echoed in her heart, which was not comparable to the lonely and cold East Palace. So Li Qing'er hurriedly poured the wine. Before Ling Ning even had his meal, Li Sai forced him to drink a large bowl of wine. Next, the two of them ate and drank while chatting. "I heard that you were going to Liangzhou to be a vassal. Are you crazy? What are you doing there?" "I am going to Liangzhou to defend my country." "You've been tricked." "I'm so smart, who would plot against me?" "You're smart. You're stupid." "I'm not stupid. If you call me stupid again, I'll hit you." "Hit me? I'll let you use 1 hand. If I win, can you give me the Xianjian?" "Don't even think about it." Before they knew it, the two of them had drunk several pots of wine and were already tipsy. "I'm not happy, daughter. Go and get me the fine wine that I have collected." Li Sai was already getting drunk and yelled. Li Qing'er wanted to dissuade him, but thinking that her father had finally had a good time, she decided to just let him enjoy himself. So, Li Qing'er went to a wine shop that specialized in selling wine. There were all kinds of wine in the shop. Li Qing'er searched around and found a pot of medicinal wine, thinking that medicinal wine would not harm the body. When Li Qing'er arrived at the door, she happened to hear Li Sai talking about herself to Ling Ning. "Your Majesty has already agreed. As long as Qing'er wants a divorce, His Majesty will agree to the divorce. From now on, Qing'er won't have to suffer anymore. This is all my fault. If I had known this would happen, I should not have agreed to this marriage." Li Sai blamed himself very much. Ling Ning was also a little drunk, but he was still somewhat sober and knew he had to play dumb, so he said, "Then leave. There are so many men in the world, are you afraid that you won't be able to find one? Uncle Li, will you be okay? What can I do? I will just stop being the Marquis of Zhenbei. Can your Majesty kill me?" Li Sai replied. Ling Ning said, "If your Majesty kills Uncle Li, can you give me the ancestral Xian mace before Uncle Li dies?" Li Sai. Li Qing'er in front of the door wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. She has made up her mind that for the sake of her father, the dignity of the Li family, and the country, she will not divorce. But Li Qing'er has not yet figured out how to persuade her father to agree with her decision. Li Qing'er took a deep breath, adjusted her mood, then walked into the room and refilled the medicinal wine for the two of them. "Ha ha ha, this wine is good. I have collected it for more than 10 years. It contains deer antlers, deer penis, wolfberry, epimedium, Cinnamorium sangaricum, you are lucky, kid." Li Sai laughed. When Ling Ning heard this, he became interested, so he picked up the wine and drank it all in one gulp. The two of them drank back and forth, and before they knew it, they had drunk half a pot of the medicinal wine. Finally, Li Sai, who boasted of his amazing alcohol tolerance, fell to the ground and fell asleep. Ling Ning was still sober. When he saw that Li Sai was finally drunk, he couldn't bear it anymore and took a nap. Seeing that both of them were drunk, Li Qing'er didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so she called the servants and sent them to their room to rest. Li Qing'er ordered the maid to take care of Li Sai, and only left after seeing him snoring loudly. Afterwards, Li Qing'er was worried about Ling Ning, so she went to the guest room where Ling Ning was resting. Li Qing'er came to the guest room. The maids had already left, so she walked to the bedside to check on Ling Ning's condition. This sight made Li Qing'er blush. Ling Ning's inner clothes were pulled open, revealing his muscular chest and angular muscles. Not only was he not out of place, but he was extremely ornamental. Li Qing'er couldn't help but take a few more glances at him, her heart pounding. At this time, Li Qing'er saw beads of sweat on Ling Ning's forehead. He seemed to be very hot. Not only was his face red, but his chest was also rosy. Even the breath he exhaled was hot. This silly brother, why did he drink so much? Li Qing'er muttered something, then picked up the towel on the washstand, dipped it in water and wrung it dry, then wiped the sweat off Ling Ning's forehead. As she observed closely, Li Qing'er couldn't help but mutter to herself. This silly brother is really handsome. If the concubine Shu and my mother hadn't died, maybe I would have married him. That would make me happy. Thinking of this, Li Qing'er looked a little dazed. Suddenly, Ling Ning moved, raised one hand and placed it on Li Qing'er's waist. This scene made Li Qing'er's body stiffen and she dared not move. Unexpectedly, Li Qing'er's eyes widened next, because when she looked down, she suddenly saw a scene that she shouldn't have seen. A pillar stands tall towards the sky and the earth is firm, with the mighty righteousness running through it. Li Qing'er's face turned red with shame. Only then did she realize that it was the medicinal wine she brought that caused the trouble. It turned out to be an aphrodisiac wine. She wanted to escape from here, but suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind, and then set off a huge wave, making her heart shake. For the sake of her father, the glory of the Li family, the court, and the world, it was impossible for her to divorce. But having no offspring still cannot resolve his tragic situation. Since there are no children, then find a way to have one. Thinking of this, Li Qing'er's gaze fell on Ling Ning. It's not right to do this. It's shameful. It's shameless. But I really have no other choice. Let me shoulder all the sins alone. Li Qing'er took a deep breath and decided to choose a path that would most likely lead to darkness. Afterwards, Li Qing'er turned around and extinguished the candle beside the bed. The room immediately fell into darkness, with only the faint sound of clothes falling off. The morning sun is particularly bright and warm. Ling Ning opened his eyes and looked at the unfamiliar curtains above him. He was not surprised to be in an unfamiliar environment. Last night, he drank too much with the Marquis of Zhenbei and naturally stayed overnight in the Marquis's mansion. He lifted the quilt and found that his inner clothes had been taken off, revealing his muscular upper body. His pants were still on, but unfortunately they were worn inside out. Ling Ning sniffed and smelled a strange smell in the quilt, a faint smell of hormones mixed with a hint of subtle fragrance. It seemed that there was more to last night than just drunkenness and gluttony. An intriguing expression appeared on Ling Ning's face. Then, Ling Ning got out of bed, found his underwear and robe, and after getting dressed, he walked out of the room. Then he stood in the yard and stretched his body, feeling refreshed and comfortable both physically and mentally. It was just a drink, but how could I feel liberated after drinking it? Hee, that's really strange. Your servant greets His Highness Prince Ning. Please wash up. Several maids brought hot water and towels and said respectfully. Ling Ning nodded, washed up, and asked, "Where is the Marquis?" "Your Highness, the Marquis is having breakfast. The Marquis has instructed that Your Highness please go to the dining room for your meal after you wake up," the maid said in a crisp voice. Ling Ning followed the maid to the dining room and saw Li Sai drinking porridge. When he saw Ling Ning coming, he immediately laughed at her. "You slept so late and got up, it seems that your alcohol tolerance is not so good. You were the first one to get drunk last night, so you lose. Give me the Xian mace," Ling Ning shouted. Li Sai's old face turned red, but unfortunately it was too dark to be noticeable. Then he said, "I am letting you win. Otherwise, do you think you can win? Don't think about taking my ancestral black mace. No way. I don't have a son, so I can pass it on to my son-in-law. Forget about the son-in-law, I'll pass it on to my grandson." "Grandson?" Ling Ning muttered something and suddenly stopped arguing with Li Sai. At this time, the maid brought hot porridge and meat buns, and Ling Ning began to eat them. After a while, more than a dozen big meat buns were in his stomach. But looking at Ling Ning's expression, it was obvious that he was not full. Li Sai immediately arranged for the maid to get more meat buns, and at the same time muttered in his heart, "With such an appetite, it's a blessing to be born in the royal family. But he must eat so well. Look at this physique. If it is under my command, it will definitely scare the enemy." The more he looked at her, the more excited he became. Li Sai really wanted to trick Ling Ning away. Ling Ning was frightened by being looked at, so he asked, "Where's Sister Qing'er? Has she returned to the East Palace?" Li Sai said casually, "Not yet up. You say I'm the one who stays in bed late, but Sister Qing'er is the one who stays in bed late. She hasn't gotten up yet. She didn't drink any alcohol last night." Ling Ning replied. Li Sai said, "Maybe I didn't go home for a long time, didn't sleep well at night, and didn't fall asleep until the morning." "Oh." Ling Ning responded, and then focused on eating the buns. After eating and drinking, Ling Ning still had no intention of leaving, but asked, "My lord, can I see your weapons?" "No problem." Li Sai immediately called the steward and took Ling Ning to the armory. At the same time, he also reminded the steward in a petty way not to let Ling Ning touch the ancestral Xian mace. This caused Ling Ning to roll his eyes. Not long after Ling Ning left, Li Qing'er came to the cafeteria and looked around with a guilty look on her face. No one knew what she was looking at. "Qing'er, what are you looking for?" Li Sai asked curiously. Li Qing'er's cheeks flushed, her eyes evasive, and she asked, "Where is Prince Ning?" Li Sai raised his eyebrows because he suddenly discovered that his daughter looked very good, with a rosy face and full of energy. Pretty as a peach in spring, pure as a chrysanthemum in autumn. It seemed that being home made her feel comfortable, and after just a night's rest she felt refreshed. "Father, what are you looking at?" Li Qing'er lowered her head, feeling uneasy, thinking that her father had discovered something. Li Sai smiled and said, "It's okay. Seeing that you have a good rest, your father is relieved. Prince Ning went to my weapon room and said he wanted to take a look. This brat has been coveting our ancestral black mace since he arrived." Hearing that Ling Ning hadn't left, Li Qing'er felt shy but also a little expectant. But she quickly shook her head, discarded the distracting thoughts in her mind, and told herself, "What happened last night was just a dream, and only you need to know it." Ling Ning visited Li Sai's armory, where there were many good weapons, but none of them aroused Ling Ning's interest. He was still obsessed with the Li family's ancestral Xian mace. Unfortunately, Li Sai was guarding against him as if he were a thief, so he didn't even have the chance to take a look at the Xian mace. He could only leave the armory cursing. Seeing that it was almost noon, Ling Ning went to say goodbye. As soon as he arrived at the cafeteria, he happened to run into Li Qing'er. Ling Ning's eyes suddenly brightened. Li Qing'er today is completely different from Li Qing'er yesterday. Although Li Qing'er was also very beautiful yesterday, there was a trace of sadness between her brows. But now, she is as pretty as a flower, her cheeks are rosy like peaches, and the sadness between her brows has dissipated, replaced by the morning light. So Ling Ning couldn't help but ask, "Sister Qing'er, did you take a magic pill? How come you are so beautiful?" When Li Qing'er saw Ling Ning, she felt panicky for a moment, but when she thought that only God and she knew what happened last night, she did not run away. Hearing Ling Ning's praise, Li Qing'er's face flashed with shyness. "I didn't take the magic pill, but I did take other things." As soon as the thought came to her mind, the embarrassing scene from yesterday emerged in her mind again, making Li Qing'er's legs go weak. She took a deep breath and dared not think too much. "Brother Ning, I'm just in a good mood, so I look more energetic," Li Qing'er said calmly. Ling Ning asked, "Is it because I'm here that Sister Qing'er is in a good mood?" "Yes." Li Qing'er nodded, because there was nothing wrong with what Ling Ning said. Ling Ning said, "Then I'll come back when I'm free. If I can make Sister Qing'er happy, I can live here every day." "Live here every day?" Li Qing'er's breathing immediately became rapid. "If I have my period more often, will I be able to get pregnant?" "Ah. Li Qing'er, what are you thinking about? Are you crazy?" At this moment, Li Qing'er's face turned red, like a gorgeous sunset. "Sister Qing'er, are you okay?" Ling Ning asked curiously, and reached out and touched her cheek. Li Qing'er was like a frightened deer. She could no longer hold back her shame and ran away. Ling Ning touched his nose and said to himself, "I didn't do anything." After Ling Ning left the Zhenbei Marquis mansion, he strolled along the street and heard some exciting news halfway. At the court this morning, all the censors in the Censorate, led by Grand Censor Jia Tianren, including the Minister and Vice Minister of War, impeached Li Sai, Marquis of Zhenbei, for abandoning his post without permission. Several palace censors even clamored to Your Majesty to deprive Li Sai of his title of Marquis. But what about Emperor Wei? He actually summoned the imperial guards, dragged out the most aggressive censor, and severely punished him with a stick. The Emperor of Wei also said that the Marquis of Zhenbei returned to the capital because he was secretly transferred back. As for the reason, it was naturally because Wei and Jiang had formed an alliance and they had to adjust the military strength of the western border. The ministers naturally did not believe it, but they also saw that the Emperor of Wei favored and protected the Marquis of Zhenbei, so those who impeached him all kept quiet and did not dare to commit crimes against the wind. Your Majesty really trusts the Marquis of Zhenbei? Ling Ning sighed. No wonder Cui Chan asked him to make friends with Li Sai. As long as Emperor Wei was in power, Li Sai would be a frontier lord with a large army. Of course, if the new emperor comes to power, he will definitely kill the Marquis of Zhenbei, whose achievements surpass those of his master. When Ling Ning returned to the palace, he happened to meet Li Wenyu and Sun Qi, who had been waiting for a long time. Seeing the two people here, Ling Ning immediately understood their purpose. The two smart people finally made a wise choice. Prince Ning's mansion, in the study. Ling Ning ordered someone to serve tea and pretended to be curious. What's the matter with you two coming to see me? We are friends. If you need me to beat you up, just ask. Li Wenyu and Sun Qi looked at each other and immediately stood up and knelt. Your Highness is going to Liangzhou to be a fief, and I am willing to follow you. I am willing to serve your Highness at all costs, and I hope your Highness will give me a chance to be loyal to you. Li Wenyu spoke first. Sun Qi followed closely behind him and said, Your Highness, I am also willing to serve you at your service. During this period, Li Wenyu was frantically impeached by the censors and stabbed in the back by the court officials. Although the emperor has not yet agreed to Ling Ning's enfeoffment in Liangzhou, Li Wenyu has already believed that this is a foregone conclusion. So after thinking it over, Li Wenyu decided that he could not wait for the emperor to issue an order, but should take the initiative to find Ling Ning to express his loyalty, so that he would be trusted. As for Sun Qi, he was suppressed by Zhang Jisheng, the general of the left Jinwu Guard. He would be exiled as soon as the Jiang state delegation left. Instead of waiting to be exiled, he might as well take the initiative and come to Ling Ning to show his loyalty. The surrender of both men was within Ling Ning's plan and expectations. They were both subordinates selected by Ling Ning. Ling Ning immediately said happily, Really? That's great. If you accompany me to Liangzhou, I will have someone to chat with. Now is not the time to confess that you are not stupid. Seeing Ling Ning's attitude, Li Wenyu and Sun Qi immediately felt relieved, and then paid homage again, formally becoming Ling Ning's subordinates. Afterwards, Ling Ning ordered people to prepare a lunch to entertain the two. During the lunch, Ling Ning thought of the Xiongnu assassins and asked, Master Li, have you found the leader of the Xiongnu assassins? I want to twist off their heads. Li Wenyu put down his chopsticks and replied, Your Highness, we have not yet found the leader of the Xiongnu assassins, and they may have already fled Kyoto. But General Sun and I both suspect that there is something wrong with General Zhang Jisheng of the left Jinwu Guard. This statement aroused Ling Ning's curiosity, so he asked, Why do you suspect him? Li Wenyu then expressed his guess. Your Highness, look, only a few people knew the layout of the secret sentries on the night of the assassination, and among them, Zhang Jisheng could see the most detailed security arrangements. Secondly, when searching for the fleeing Xiongnu assassin that night, the Jinwu Guard had obvious loopholes and were suspected of deliberately letting the assassin go. This was arranged by Zhang Jisheng. Sun Qi added, Your Highness, I have also investigated the Jinwu Guards and found that 4 of them have committed suicide out of fear of punishment. Evidence of collusion with the Xiongnu was found in their homes. It seems that the case is over with them, but Lord Li and I think this is a trick by Zhang Jisheng. Li Wenyu continued, Your Highness, Zhang Jisheng has made a fortune recently. He not only bought no less than 1,000 acres of land in his hometown, but also bought a large number of shops in Kyoto. How many acres? Ling Ning asked. Li Wenyu said, No less than 1,000 acres, and they are all fertile and top-quality fields. Ling Ning couldn't help but curse, this bastard must have oppressed the people. If that's the case, he is indeed the most suspicious. The Wei dynasty had only been established for 20 years, but many officials had already begun to annex land. Why was it so difficult for dynasties in ancient times to last long, with their fortunes lasting only 200 or 300 years? Ultimately, there was a problem with the land. When land annexation becomes so serious that people have no land to farm and nothing to eat, they will rebel. In fact, the people's demands are very simple. They just want to farm their own land. If you don't let me farm, I will plant you into the land. Li Wenyu sighed and said, although he is the most suspicious, suspicion cannot be used as evidence. Without substantial evidence, it is difficult to convict him. Sun Qi nodded in agreement. Or I can just beat him to death, and that would be a good opportunity for the court to get rid of the traitor. Ling Ning replied. Li Wenyu hurriedly said, Your Highness, you can't do that. After all, he is a third-rank official. If Your Highness kills him, it will also violate the laws of the Wei dynasty. Damn it, I can only let him get away with it for now. Ling Ning said helplessly. Li Wenyu sighed softly, feeling unwilling. Sun Qi knew Zhang Jisheng best and was fully aware of his crimes, so he could not help but curse. Zhang Jisheng is corrupt and abuses his power. He used his position to support his wife's family's business and occupied other businesses. Now he is colluding with the Xiongnu, being disloyal and unrighteous. Heaven's net is vast and nothing can escape it. Sooner or later, he will get his comeuppance. Oh. Zhang Jisheng's wife's family runs a business. What kind of business is it? Ling Ning became interested and asked immediately. Sun Qi replied, Zhang Jisheng's wife's family is the Zhantai Company. It was originally a small and unknown company. It was because Zhang Jisheng became the general of the left Jinwu Guard that the Zhantai Company, under his protection, invaded other companies and became one of the top 10 companies in Kyoto. The Zhantai family has many businesses, but they are mainly grain, salt, and silk. Does the Zhantai family have a caravan? Ling Ning asked. Sun Qi said, yes. The Zhantai family's caravan is huge, traveling north and south, selling goods to various places, and making a lot of money. Ling Ning's eyes immediately lit up. If the reason for wanting to kill Zhang Jisheng just now was because he was involved with the Huns, then the reason for wanting to kill Zhang Jisheng now is that he wants to get the Zhantai Commercial Bank. Liangzhou is a desolate place. It is unrealistic to farm there and it is difficult to become rich. So we have to make full use of Liangzhou's advantages. What are the advantages of Liangzhou? Naturally, it is the advantage of geographical location. Using Liangzhou as a springboard, we can trade with the Xiongnu in exchange for war horses. We can trade with the countries and tribes in the western regions in exchange for gems and gold. We can trade with the Jiang Kingdom in exchange for iron ore. As long as the business is big, the desolate Liangzhou will become an economic center that rises from the ground. If you want to do business, you must have trading companies and caravans that can transport various materials. Originally, according to Ling Ning's plan, he was going to Liangzhou and then set up a caravan and a trading company, but he was short of money, and if he started from scratch, it would waste too much time. But if there is a ready-made large trading company in front of you, you can directly take it over and use it for your own purposes, which will save you a lot of trouble. So in an instant, Ling Ning made up his mind to get rid of Zhang Jisheng and take control of the Zhantai Commercial Bank before going to the vassal state. At the same time, doubts arose in Li Wenyu's heart. Just now when Ling Ning asked about the caravan of Zhantai Trading Company, he suddenly realized that His Royal Highness Prince Ning in front of him was very smart and did not look stupid at all. Is this my illusion, or? Li Wenyu's eyes became profound. Ling Ning saw Li Wenyu's expression but did not give any explanation. After Li Wenyu and Sun Qi left, Ling Ning went to find Cui Chan. After the meeting, Ling Ning told him that he wanted to take control of Zhantai Commercial Bank. Your Highness is thoughtful. If we can control the Zhantai Commercial Bank, it will be more conducive to its operation in Liangzhou. Cui Chan nodded, agreeing with Ling Ning's idea, and then continued, in fact, to deal with Zhang Jisheng, we don't have to start with his collusion with the Xiongnu, we can also start from other directions. I suggest sending someone to investigate Zhang Jisheng's hometown. There will definitely be gains. Sir, you are absolutely right. Zhan Xing, take some people there. Ling Ning immediately ordered. Zhan Xing did not dare to delay and immediately took his men to rush there at full speed. At the same time, Su Kun, with his excellent spying ability, also found out the situation of Zhantai Commercial Bank. The owner of the Zhantai Trading Company was named Zhan Taiguang. He passed away half a month ago and was just buried. Zhan Taiguang has 3 sons and 2 daughters. Although the eldest son, Zhan Taiyuankio, is the eldest son, his mother died early, so he has followed Zhan Taiguang to handle the family business since he was a child. Now the elders and managers of the Zhantai family all support him to be the head of the family. The second son, Zhan Taipingyi, was born to Zhan Taiguang's current wife. He was lazy and uneducated, but his sister Zhan Taiyue married Zhang Jisheng, which gave him the confidence to fight for the family property. As for the third son Zhan Tai Qingchuan and the youngest daughter Zhan Tai Liuli, they were born to the same concubine and had little presence in the Zhantai family. With the death of Zhan Taiguang, Zhan Taiyuankio began to compete with Zhan Taipingyi for the position of the head of the family. If Zhan Taiguang's body had not been warm, he would have been killed long ago. The current Zhantai family is like a red-hot porcelain jar that may explode at any time. After learning about the actual situation of the Zhantai family, Ling Ning immediately came up with a plan to take advantage of the conflict between the two families. At this moment, the atmosphere in Zhantai's house was extremely depressing. The entire mansion was divided into 2 parts, with a clear distinction between them. Zhan Taiyuankio and Zhan Taipingyi have already started a fierce fight for the position of family head. If they had not cared about their recently deceased father, they would have killed each other long ago. The only piece of pure land in the entire mansion is the 2 houses in the northwest corner, where live Zhan Taiguang's youngest son Zhan Taikingchuan and youngest daughter Zhan Tailialai. Zhan Taikingchuan was young, handsome and gentle, but at this moment he was holding a letter and was lost in thought. Sitting opposite him was a young girl in her 20s, lively, lovely, pure and delicate. She was none other than Zhan Tai Qingchuan's younger sister, Zhan Tai Liuli. Brother, what happened? Who wrote the letter to you? You have been looking at it absent-mindedly. Zhan Tai Liuli asked curiously, her voice soft and sweet. Zhan Taikingchuan came back to his senses and folded the letter immediately, as if he was afraid that Zhan Tailialai would see it, and said, "It was written by a friend, inviting me to a gathering. I'm going out for a while, you can tell your sister-in-law. By the way, you should stay at home honestly and not go anywhere." Oh. Zhan Tai Liuli responded, then sent Zhan Tai Qingchuan away, with a look of worry on her pretty face. Zhan Tai Qingchuan left home and came to a restaurant alone. When he went up to the 2nd floor, he saw 2 guards with knives standing guard in front of room A. He walked over and was immediately stopped by the guards. "I am Zhan Tai Qingchuan, and I am here upon invitation." Zhan Taikingchuan took out the letter and explained the reason. The guard immediately opened the door and invited him in. After Zhan Tai Qingchuan entered the room, he saw a young man in brocade clothes sitting in the elegant and spacious room. He was extremely tall and gave people a sense of oppression just by sitting there. In addition, the noble aura he exudes makes it clear at first glance that he is not an ordinary person. Zhan Tai Qingchuan was very sure that he did not know the young man in front of him, and he was even more puzzled as to why he invited him here. At the same time, Ling Ning was also looking at Zhan Taikingchuan. Ling Ning wanted to take over the Zhantai Commercial Bank by using the plan of, while the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman gains, so he had to choose a fisherman, because the fisherman had to stand on the surface. So Ling Ning chose Zhan Tai Qingchuan, who was born to his concubine. Judging from Su Kuan's investigation intelligence, the illegitimate son of the Zhang Tai family is not as peaceful as he appears. He also has ambitions and abilities, but unfortunately he has no background. As long as he is given enough support, his dormant ambition will quickly soar and he will become a good tool. Brother Zhan, nice to meet you. Please take a seat. Ling Ning did not stand up, but gestured with his hand. Zhan Taking bowed and sat opposite Ling Ning, then asked, "Sir, you and I have never met before, why did you write such an impolite letter to me?" His voice was a little stiff, and he slammed the letter on the table with just the right amount of force, not too much to appear rude, yet still enough to show his emotions. Ling Ning said calmly, "I heard that Zhang Taipingyi wanted to marry your sister to Zhang Jisheng as a concubine in order to get the position of the head of the family. Zhang Tai's two daughters served Zhang Jisheng together. He really enjoyed the blessing of having two wives. But Zhang Taiyuankyo wanted to marry your sister to the minister of the Ministry of Revenue as a concubine, so as to get in touch with the king of Qin." Having said this, Zhan Taking clenched his fists and his face became gloomy. Ling Ning continued, "Maybe the letter I wrote offended you, but I was just stating a fact. Sir, you called me here if you want to mock me, then you have succeeded. If you have nothing else, goodbye." Zhan Tai Qingchuan stood up suddenly. Ling Ning picked up the teacup and said casually, "If you don't want to break the situation, don't want to turn things around, don't want to save your sister, then just leave." After saying that, Ling Ning took a sip of tea. Who knew that the next moment, Zhan Taking put his hands on the table and asked excitedly, "What did you say?" "You heard it right, so there's no need for me to repeat it," Ling Ning said with a smile. Zhan Taking quickly calmed down. He looked at Ling Ning and asked, "We don't know each other. Why are you helping me? What is your purpose?" Ling Ning waved his hand, asked him to sit down, and said, "I have my own purpose in helping you, otherwise why would I help you? I can help you take the position of the head of the Zhan Tai family, but from now on, the Zhan Tai family will serve me. But don't worry, I will not let your Zhan Tai family do evil things, just do business normally, and let your Zhan Tai family's business grow bigger and bigger, and it will not be a problem to become the #1 business in Kyoto." Ha ha ha. This time it was Zhan Taking's turn to laugh. He asked, "This young master is so confident. Isn't it a bit too casual to expect me to risk my life just based on a few words? And why should I believe you?" Ling Ning immediately stared into Zhan Taking's eyes, his gaze was sharp and oppressive, and he said, "Why do you believe me?" "Because I am your only hope to protect your sister. With your ability, can you prevent your sister from becoming the commodity of someone else's marriage?" The word "goods" deeply hurt Zhan Taking. He wanted to refute Ling Ning, but when he opened his mouth, the words could not come out. Because he knew that Ling Ning was right. He was a bastard of the Zhan Tai family and had nothing. Even living in the Zhan Tai family he had to be careful. His sister was just a tool in the eyes of those people, a commodity that could be disposed of at will. Zhan Taking gritted his teeth and then asked, "How can I trust you?" This time, Ling Ning stood up. His height of more than 2 meters was full of oppression. He looked down at Zhan Taking and said, "A drowning person will grab any chance to survive, even if it is a straw. Do you have any choice?" Zhan Taking's lips trembled, and he nodded with a wry smile, "I really have no choice." "Are you serious?" "Of course. I will help you take the position of the head of the family first. Once you take the position, you will know that I would not lie to you." Ling Ning replied. Zhan Taking nodded, and then asked, "How can I help me, sir?" Ling Ning poured a cup of tea, pushed it to him, and then said, "Zhan Taipingyi's backer is Zhang Jisheng, the general of the left Jinwu Guard. Within 5 days, I will have him dismissed from office and imprisoned. In this way, Zhan Taipingyi will have no one to rely on. By then, Jean Taiyuanqiu will not let Jean Taipingyi go. After Jean Taiyuanqiu has dealt with Jean Taipingyi, the next step is to deal with Jean Taiyuanqiu. Your mission is to find evidence to bring down Jean Taiyuanqiu. Once you have the evidence, I will deal with him. Jean Tai Qingchuan showed a look of shock. He was going to bring down a third-rank official with just a few words. What was the identity of the young man in front of him? Just do as the young master ordered. I already have evidence of Jean Taiyuanqiu's guilt. Jean Tai Qingchuan suppressed his inner curiosity and said immediately. Apparently, Jean Taiyuanqiu also coveted the position of the head of the family and was secretly collecting evidence of the crimes of his two brothers. Ling Ning was not surprised at all. He asked, "What is the evidence?" Jean Tai Qingchuan replied, "Jean Taiyuanqiu raped one of my father's concubines when he was drunk, strangled her to death afterwards, and made it look like she had fled with the property. He arranged for his confidants to throw the concubine's body into a dry well in the backyard of Jean Tai's mansion. I was in the dark that night and saw it with my own eyes." This time Ling Ning was a little surprised. As expected, the dirty deeds of rich people are really interesting. Ling Ning convinced Jean Taiyuanqiu without saying much. Just as Ling Ning said, Jean Tai Qingchuan had no choice. Ling Ning gave him too much hope. Even if he was worried that this was a deep pit, he would jump in without hesitation. After Jean Tai Qingchuan returned home, he heard that his eldest brother and second brother were fighting over the position of head of the family again, and the entire Jean Tai family was in a panic. When he returned to the house where he lived and saw his wife and sister looking worried, Jean Tai Qingchuan became more determined in his choice because it was his only way out. That very night, Ling Ning sent people to capture Jean Taiyuanqiu's confidant. After interrogation, they proved that Jean Taiyuanqiu had covered up the murder and hidden the body in a dry well. This move was useless in the hands of Jean Taiyuanqiu. Even if he reported it to the police, he could not prove that Jean Taiyuanqiu had killed the man. But if Ling Ning used this move, Jean Taiyuanqiu would surely die. Next, we just have to wait for the results of the investigation from Zhang Xing. In the past 2 or 3 days, the impeachment of the Marquis of Zhenbei suddenly returning to the capital also disappeared because of the strong protection of the Emperor of Wei. No one dared to impeach the Marquis of Zhenbei, but secretly the court officials were very dissatisfied, thinking that the Emperor of Wei was protecting the Marquis of Zhenbei, who was so powerful that he threatened the Emperor, which was abetting the tyrant and raising a tiger to cause trouble. One day, the evil ambitions of Marquis Zhenbei will plunge the Wei kingdom into chaos. At this moment, Zhenbei Holy Sai was looking at his daughter Li Qing'er with surprise, his eyes wide open, anger burning in his chest that could explode at any time. Because just now, Li Qing'er told Li Sai that she did not agree to divorce and was ready to return to the East Palace. "Why don't you divorce? Is someone forcing you?" Li Sai asked angrily. Li Qing'er smiled and said, "Dad, no one forced me. This is a decision I made after careful consideration. I hope you will support me." "No. I can't watch you go back to that painful place." Li Sai really loves his daughter, and his attitude is very clear: divorce is necessary. Li Qing'er said, "Daddy, you always teach me to get up from where I fell. I promise you that from now on, I will not be bullied by anyone. I really don't want to divorce you, so let me try again." "Yes, what if I get pregnant after some time?" Li Sai didn't know what Li Qing'er was thinking, so he couldn't help but ask, "Have you thought it through?" Li Qing'er nodded seriously. Li Sai sighed, and after thinking for a long time, he nodded and said, "Okay, your father supports you. Then when will you go back?" "Let's go back to the palace today." Li Qing'er pursed her lips and said. She didn't want to leave in such a hurry, but if she didn't leave, her father would not be able to return to Tianqin Pass. Li Sai seemed to know what Li Qing'er was up to, so he said, "Okay, I'll take you to the palace." After you return to the palace, I'll go back to Tianqin Pass. You must take good care of yourself. Don't worry, Dad. I've got this in mind. Li Qing'er nodded. Before she finished speaking, her eyes couldn't help but turn red again. Li Sai didn't say anything else and immediately stood up to arrange the carriage. At this time, Li Qing'er suddenly asked, "By the way, Dad, can I take the ancestral Xian mace away?" Li Sai was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay." Just like that, Li Qing'er returned to the Eastern Palace. On the same day, Li Sai asked for permission to leave Beijing and return to Tianqin Pass. Seeing that the crown princess was so sensible, Emperor Wei called the crown prince to the Yangxin Palace, where he stayed for an hour. No one knew what happened, but they only knew that the crown prince's legs were weak when he left the Yangxin Palace. Obviously, Emperor Wei is supporting the crown princess. If the crown prince dares to embarrass the crown princess again, he will never forgive the crown prince. As Li Sai left Beijing, the king of Qin, the king of Yan, and even Princess Mingchuan of Jiang State who were watching the show nearby were greatly disappointed. There was such a loud thunder that I thought it was a heavy rain targeting the prince, but I didn't expect it to be just a few drops. He didn't even get soaked. It was really a waste of my expectations. So Princess Mingchuan immediately said goodbye to Emperor Wei and prepared to leave Beijing the next day. Ling Ning also knew that Princess Mingchuan was leaving. Ever since she teased her last time, she never bothered him again. But he thought that after he went to Liangzhou, he would have to do business with the state of Jiang. If he wanted to expand his business, he had to ease his relationship with Princess Mingchuan. It would be easier to get things done with someone in the court. So the next morning, Ling Ning went to the Honglu Temple Villa to see Princess Mingchuan off. When Princess Mingchuan heard that Ling Ning was coming, she frowned slightly and immediately felt her cheeks burning, which made her emotions fluctuate. She had given up trying to win over Ling Ning and wanted to get rid of him. Master Su said it was foolproof, so there must be a way to kill him. So she was too lazy to deal with a dying person. Not see. Princess Mingchuan immediately gave the order. Kong Xian went down to report. Unexpectedly, after a while, there was a noise outside, and Ling Ning walked in with the gait of a dragon and a tiger. Kong Xian couldn't stop him at all, and his face was full of embarrassment and helplessness. Princess Mingchuan could only force a smile and waved her hand to ask Kong Xian and others to stop blocking her. Then she asked, "Your Highness Prince Ning is really casual." Ling Ning pretended not to understand her hidden meaning and said, "I heard that you were leaving, so I came to see you. Why did you turn me away?" Facing Ling Ning's counterattack, Princess Mingchuan replied, "Your Highness Prince Ning and I hit it off right away. After this separation, I'm afraid we won't see each other again in the future. In order not to add to the sadness of parting, it's best not to meet." Your Highness Prince Ning barged in directly. "Is there something important?" Ling Ning nodded and asked, "I don't want you to leave either, so does our agreement still count? I'll go to Jiang country to find you later." Princess Mingchuan asked back, "Isn't Prince Ning going to Liangzhou to be a vassal? Why would he go to Jiang?" "So from the beginning, I was just being sentimental. Prince Ning never thought of going to Jiang. Of course I want to go to Jiang State to find you." Ling Ning pretended to be anxious and said quickly, "I didn't tell you before because I promised my second brother that I couldn't tell you. And I can only go to Jiang State after I go to Liangzhou. My second brother said that I can go wherever I want only if I leave Kyoto first. Otherwise, why would I go to Liangzhou? It's because Liangzhou is right next to Jiang State." At this moment, Ling Ning is like a warrior chasing love. Princess Mingchuan was stunned. She subconsciously believed that Ling Ning was stupid, and stupid people were simple-minded and would not lie, so Ling Ning's explanation actually made Princess Mingchuan believe it a little. "Really? You went to Liangzhou just to go to Jiang Kingdom?" Princess Mingchuan asked. Ling Ning nodded, then stared at Princess Mingchuan with burning eyes and asked, "You are so beautiful, I must marry you, but my father disagreed and granted me the marriage. Fortunately, my second brother and others gave me advice and let me go to Liangzhou. You wait for me, when I get to Liangzhou, I can go to Jiang State to marry you." In order to take advantage of the vixen in front of him, Ling Ning started PUA again. Princess Mingchuan thought about it carefully and suddenly understood everything that had happened. His beauty trap was successful and he captured Ling Ning, so Ling Ning wanted to go to Jiang State, but the Emperor of Wei disagreed and granted him a marriage to stop him. The King of Qin and others took the opportunity to plot against Ling Ning, telling him that if he went to Liangzhou, he could go to Jiang State. So, Ling Ning, who fell into the trap, took the initiative to write a letter at the morning court, as if he would not give up until he went to Liangzhou. If Ling Ning wasn't going to Liangzhou for himself, why would he go? Thinking of this, Princess Mingchuan's mood suddenly improved, and she forgave him for his previous offense. After all, he was obsessed with her, so he kissed her forcefully. In this case, I was the one who put him in danger. Etc. Liangzhou, and Lifeng. Princess Mingchuan became more active and immediately came up with a new plan. That's to use the opponent's trick against them. Let Ling Ning go to Liangzhou, and then use him to control Liangzhou, and let Liangzhou fall into the hands of Jiang State. The state of Jiang had long coveted Liangzhou. It was not only a place of strategic importance, but also a place with many connections. By controlling it, the state of Jiang could clamp down on the western regions, the Xiongnu, and a large area in the northwest of the Wei dynasty, which was of great value to the state of Jiang's unification of the world. That's right, let's do it. Princess Mingchuan made up her mind immediately. In Princess Mingchuan's view, the truly brilliant plan is to use the real situation to plan for oneself. Ling Ning fell into his beauty trap and had to go to Liangzhou. Since that was the case, why not let him help Jiang State control Liangzhou? Wouldn't that be great? After making up her mind, Princess Mingchuan immediately smiled and said, "Your Highness, please come in. I was wrong about you. It turns out that you have always had me in your heart." Looking at the foxy smile, her expression changes so damn fast. Has this woman come up with some new evil idea? It must be a conspiracy. This is good. The more conspiracies and schemes she has, the more she wants to use me. And if she wants to use me, she must pay a price, because energy is conserved, and what you gain must be lost. Ling Ning obediently followed Princess Mingchuan into the room, while the others waited outside. Can't you stay in Kyoto for a few more days? You're leaving so soon. Ling Ning stared at Princess Mingchuan, pretending to be reluctant and unwilling, even a little impatient. Princess Mingchuan saw this scene and felt very proud. Her charm did not disappoint her and she had already controlled Ling Ning. It's a pity that there is not enough time. If there was enough time, it would be enough to make him listen to me. So Princess Mingchuan sighed softly, pretending to be reluctant, and said, "I don't want to go back so early, but my father is seriously ill, so I have to go back. I thought I would never see you again, but I didn't expect you to go to Liangzhou for me." At this point, Princess Mingchuan showed joy on her face and continued, "When you go to Liangzhou, I will come to see you, and then we can meet again. So you have to wait for me obediently, okay?" "Okay." Ling Ning nodded quickly, then took a step forward and directly grabbed Princess Mingchuan's jade hand. Princess Mingchuan subconsciously wanted to pull her hand away, but stopped the next moment. If you want your plan to succeed, you have to pay some price. If he wants to hold your hand, let him hold it. Just think of it as being touched by a fool. It won't hurt. Who knows what will happen next? Ling Ning actually grabbed Princess Mingchuan's hand, put it in front of his nose and smelled it, then said with an intoxicated look on his face, "Wife, your hands smell so good." This action made Princess Mingchuan shudder and a tremor ran through her body. This action was too intimate for her and made her extremely uncomfortable. She wanted to pull her hand away, but found that Ling Ning was holding it tightly, so she couldn't pull it out at all. She could only endure the discomfort and said, "Really? I didn't apply any gouache." Ling Ning played with her jade hands, which were soft and boneless, and felt very comfortable to touch. He wondered if doing other things would be the same, hee. "I heard that all natural beauties have body odor." "Wife, you must have body odor, right?" Ling Ning asked solemnly. Princess Mingchuan blushed, thinking that this fool had guessed right, but she didn't dare to admit it, and said, "No, Your Highness, can you let go of my hand? I'll pour you some tea." Ling Ning wanted to kiss her delicate hands and continue teasing her, but when he thought that these hands might have just wiped his butt, he let go. Princess Mingchuan felt relieved now that her hands were free, for she was afraid that Ling Ning would do something reckless. Seeing how obedient Ling Ning was, Princess Mingchuan became more convinced of how deeply she had bewitched Ling Ning. So, Princess Mingchuan said, "Your Highness, let's make an agreement. We will meet in Liangzhou. After I return to Jiang State, I will find a way to cancel the engagement. In addition, this is our secret. You must keep it secret and not tell anyone else, especially Emperor Wei, okay?" "Okay. After you leave, I will go to my father to make trouble and go to Liangzhou as soon as possible," Ling Ning said excitedly. Princess Mingchuan nodded in satisfaction, and then asked, "What about your fiancée Chu Hongxiu?" "Her? I don't like her," Ling Ning replied. Princess Mingchuan said, "Chu Hongxiu is also very beautiful." Ling Ning's gaze was completely fixed on Princess Mingchuan's face. It had to be said that this vixen's looks were really stunning. Chu Hongxiu was already considered a first-rate beauty, but she still couldn't compare to her. Ling Ning said with a firm and sincere look on his face, "No matter how beautiful others are, they are not as beautiful as you." Princess Mingchuan immediately smiled brilliantly. Obviously, she was very pleased with Ling Ning's praise, because the hunter's strength could be better demonstrated from the prey. "So," she said shyly, "how can I be that beautiful?" "You are the most beautiful as the fairies in the world," Ling Ning said excitedly, and then suddenly stepped forward, held Princess Mingchuan's pretty face, and kissed her directly. This time it was to her red lips. Princess Mingchuan was stunned, her moon-shaped eyes widened with shock in them. By the time she reacted, her first kiss had already been lost. However, Ling Ning only tasted it briefly. After kissing her, he immediately stepped back, blushed, and said, I like you so much. I'm sorry." After saying this, as if realizing that he had made a mistake, Ling Ning turned around and left the room. Princess Mingchuan finally reacted after Ling Ning left. She touched her lips, feeling angry and helpless. There was another kind of emotion spreading inside. In short, she was stunned and didn't react for a long time. "Damn bastard." After a moment, Princess Mingchuan spat, her tone sounding both angry and annoyed. Then he called the female sword servant Jian Sui and asked her to quietly leave the villa and go find Master Su. The plan had to be changed and Ling Ning, the chess piece, would not be killed for the time being. When the mysterious masked Master Su heard Princess Mingchuan's request, he sneered. "It's not up to you whether to kill him or not. This vixen must have thought she had me in her grasp. I don't know if the kiss just now was her first kiss. With this kiss, we have established a connection. When we get to Liangzhou, I won't be afraid that she won't take the bait." On the way back, Ling Ning was secretly calculating. When Ling Ning returned to the palace, he found that Zhang Xing had already returned from the hometown of Zhang Jisheng, the general of the Jinwu Guard. As soon as they met, Zhang Xing showed joy and said, "Your Highness, I have fulfilled my mission. As he spoke, Zhang Xing presented the evidence he had collected. Ling Ning took the evidence and briefly read it. It recorded that Zhang Jisheng's family had occupied thousands of acres of fertile land from the people, and had condoned his clansmen to do evil and harm the people. In addition, the Zhang family also privately stored weapons and armor. Any one of these would make Zhang Jisheng pay for it. Ling Ning closed the evidence and said with a smile, "It's safe." Then Ling Ning immediately went to find Ouyang Nyoma. He had to take action on this matter and it was not appropriate for Ling Ning to do it. "Your Highness Prince Ning, I have come here in a hurry, but I wonder what brings you here?" Ouyang Nyoma asked with a bow. Ling Ning handed the collected evidence to Ouyang Nyoma, and then said, "We will have to trouble the minister to take action on this matter." After browsing the evidence, Ouyang Nyoma said angrily, "It is unreasonable to be so greedy and take human lives lightly. Your Highness, rest assured, I will take care of this matter. But I dare to ask one more question, why did your Highness want to deal with Zhang Jisheng? There are so many corrupt officials in the world. He knows that Ling Ning is not doing this to get rid of harm for the people, but is definitely doing this to achieve his own goals. Logically speaking, he shouldn't ask the reason, which was an unwise behavior, but the reason why he asked was more like a test. First, to see if Ling Ning regarded him as one of his own, and second, to see Ling Ning's true purpose. Ling Ning was not surprised at all and said bluntly, "There are two reasons. Li Wenyu and Sun Qi suspected that Zhang Jisheng colluded with the Xiongnu who assassinated the Jiang Kingdom's envoys, but they have no solid evidence. The second reason is that I need a trading company. I have my eyes on the Zhantai Trading Company owned by Zhang Jisheng's wife. Liangzhou is too desolate to develop agriculture. I want to use Liangzhou as a transit point to vigorously develop commerce, so I need a trustworthy trading company." "I see." Ouyang Nyoma nodded with a smile, very satisfied with Ling Ning's honesty. Afterwards, Ouyang Nyoma invited Ling Ning to have dinner and mentioned another happy event. "Your Highness, the Imperial Astronomical Observatory and the Ministry of Rites have already selected an auspicious date for Your Highness and Hongxiu to get married. It will be on the 27th of next month, which is more than 20 days away." After hearing this, Ling Ning showed joy. "In my previous life, when I was 27, I only dated a few girlfriends and never got married. In this life, I am getting married at 17, which really saved me 10 years of detour. In more than 20 days, Ling Ning will marry Chu Hongxiu. After the wedding, he will go to Liangzhou. We now have Cui Chan and Li Wenyu as our advisors, Sun Qi and Zhan Xing as our military commanders, and with the merchants from Zhantai providing logistics and funding, the basic framework has been established and going to Liangzhou is no longer a problem. So the next thing to do is to plan what to do in Liangzhou." After Ling Ning had lunch at Ouyang Mansion, she said goodbye and left to find Cui Chan. On the way, she met the Jiang state delegation leaving Beijing. Ling Ning watched the Jiang state delegation leave, looking forward to meeting Princess Mingchuan next time. After meeting Cui Chan, Ling Ning revealed the time of her marriage. Cui Chan said, "Your Highness, according to the plan we made before, my subordinates will rush to Liangzhou first to lay out the arrangements for your Highness." This was the plan the two of them had made before. With Cui Chan's plan, he went to Liangzhou first so that he could better lay out the trap to deal with in Lufeng. "Then thank you for your hard work, sir. At your age, I even feel guilty for asking you to travel a long distance." Ling Ning bowed deeply. Cui Chan's legs were already disabled and she was almost 70 years old. She was really sorry that she had to travel more than 1,000 miles. Cui Chan said with a smile, "Your Highness, there is no need to worry about it. This subordinate has been lying in prison for more than 10 years. He would rather run away and die." "Then thank you very much, sir," Ling Ning instructed. Then, Ling Ning called his trusted guards and asked them to escort Cui Chan away. Ling Ning escorted Cui Chan and his group out of the city. As he watched the carriage go farther and farther away until it gradually disappeared from his sight, Ling Ning suddenly asked, "Su Kun, how is the task you asked me to do going?" Behind him, on the left stood the eunuch Su Kun, and on the right stood Zhan Xing. Although the two men had average strategies, they were extremely capable and could basically complete the tasks assigned to them. Hearing Ling Ning's question, Su Kun said respectfully, "Reporting to your highness, Fang Jing's son Fang Songwen's personal servant has taken the bait and received 500 taels of silver. We can now use this chess piece." Fang Jing, Duke of Zhao, was Cui Chan's enemy who wiped out his entire family. Although Cui Chan's way of revenge was to bring disgrace upon Fang Jing, how could Ling Ning do nothing? Fang Jing had a son and a daughter. His son was named Fang Songwen. As if like father like son, Fang Songwen, who was only a young man, was very ambitious and scheming. He was not a playboy like Shuesun, the son of Duke Ongwa. Instead, he passed the imperial examination and entered the official career early. Now he is a compiler in the Hanlin Academy and has become quite famous. Even the Emperor Wei has praised him many times. Although the Hanlin Academy compiler was only a minor official of the 6th rank, most of the top scorers in history were given this position, which allowed them to be close to the Emperor and was more conducive to their career advancement. Cui Chan is Ling Ning's strategist who gives him advice and suggestions. Ling Ning will naturally not let his strategist down. Now that he cannot kill Fang Jing, he will let him taste the pain of losing his son. However, Ling Ning did not want to kill Fang Songwen, but had other plans. Now that Fang Songwen's personal servant had been captured, it was time to start planning. Go back home. Ling Ning didn't waste any more time and went back to prepare. After returning to the palace, Ling Ning walked into the study and took out medicine boxes from the bookcase. When he opened them, he saw pieces of stone in different colors. Ling Ning took out another piece of paper with a recipe written on it. Next, he took out the stones, smashed them one by one, and ground them into fine powder. Then he began to prepare the medicine according to the recipe, and did not forget to add other medicinal powders during the process. Near dusk, Ling Ning walked out of the study and handed the powder to Su Kun. Su Kun changed his clothes and immediately left the palace with Zhan Xing and made an appointment with Fang Songwen's servant, Du San. Du San was sold to the Duke of Zhao's mansion when he was 10 years old. Because of his intelligence, he was arranged to be Fang Songwen's personal servant, serving Fang Songwen's daily life. In a family like the Duke of Zhao's, servants are trained from a young age, preferably orphans, so that they can be cultivated to be loyal and not easily rebelled. The main reason why Su Kun was able to instigate Du San to rebel was that Du San was addicted to gambling, so he was able to scheme. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to scheme. But now, seeing Su Kun taking out the powder and asking him to brew it and let Fang Songwen take it, Du San quickly refused and said, "Brother Kun, I can't poison the young master, please forgive me." Du San was so scared that he knelt down and begged. Su Kun laughed and said, "Who said this is poison? This is actually a good thing." As he spoke, Su Kun opened the powder, brewed a cup, handed it to Du San, and said, "Try it and you will know." Du San gritted his teeth, thinking that if it was poison, then he would be dead for good, so he picked up the potion and drank it all in one gulp. The taste of the medicine is not very good, but because of the addition of honey, it does not taste that bad. After Du San finished drinking, he knelt quietly, waiting for death. But soon, Du San found that he did not die from the poison. Instead, his body was getting hotter and hotter, and his mind was brighter. That feeling was like falling into the clouds, and Du San was immediately fascinated. After a long time, Du San finally came to his senses and discovered that he had untied his robe without knowing when. "Brother Kun, what is this?" Du San asked in shock. Su Kun had never taken this kind of medicine, but judging from Du San's performance, it was just as His Highness said, with its addictive effects. He suppressed his inner curiosity and said with an unfathomable look, "This is a magical medicine called 5 stones holy powder. It is made from extremely precious medicinal materials. It can strengthen the body, nourish yin and replenish yang, make people more vigorous, and make people feel as comfortable as falling into a dream. I believe you have experienced it." Du San nodded repeatedly. Su Kun added, "I asked you to recommend the 5 stones sacred powder to Master Fang, not to harm him, nor to harm you, but to open the door to the rich and powerful through Master Fang, so that more rich and powerful people can know the miraculous effects of the 5 stones sacred powder." At this point, Su Kun patted Du San's shoulder heavily and asked, "Do you know the price of 5 stones sacred powder? This small bottle costs 10 taels of silver. In the future, when the dignitaries in Kyoto come to buy 5 stones sacred powder, you will be a meritorious official. At that time, you will be rewarded handsomely." After hearing this, Du San's eyes brightened up. If he was afraid and didn't dare to do it just now he couldn't wait to do it. "Do you dare to do this now?" Su Kun pushed the medicine powder to Du San. Du San nodded repeatedly and said earnestly, "Please rest assured, Brother Kun, I will make sure that my son can taste the magic of the 5 stones holy powder." Afterwards, Du San left happily to take care of this matter. Su Kun and Zhan Xing watched Du San leave. Zhan Xing couldn't help but ask, "Su Kun, can this medicine powder really make a man stronger, nourish his yin and yang, and make him more virile?" After saying this, Su Kun looked resentful. Is it polite to ask a eunuch this question? Is it polite? If you want to know, try it yourself. Su Kun scolded angrily. Zhan Xing chuckled and said, "Your Highness said that this medicine powder has problems and he won't let us touch it. Actually, there's one thing I don't understand, why didn't Your Highness just poison Fang Sungwen to death? Your Highness has his own considerations, which are beyond our understanding. Let's go and report back." Su Kun replied. Not long after, Ling Ning received the news. He was not surprised by the news, it was completely within his expectations. After Fang Sungwen tasted the miraculous medicinal effect of Wu Shi San, he would immediately become addicted to it and unable to extricate himself. There is no such thing as 5 stones holy powder, there is only 5 stones powder. As for why Ling Ning created the poisonous 5 stones powder from his previous life, it was not to cause cholera in the world, but to harm the powerful people in Kyoto. Looking around, all the powerful people in the court are his enemies. The next morning, early court. As usual, if there was a document, the court would report early, otherwise it would be dismissed. The court officials, led by Chunxiu Ling Wang Chunxiu and Usher Dr. Jia Tianren, once again asked the Emperor of Wei for permission to allow Prince Ning to be enfeoffed in Liangzhou. This time, the Emperor of Wei, who had deliberately delayed for several days, finally couldn't stand the nagging of the court officials and nodded to agree to this matter. However, the Emperor of Wei said that he would wait until Prince Ning got married before going to the fiefdom. Seeing the Emperor of Wei compromise, the Crown Prince, the King of Qin and others were secretly happy, and the court officials all shouted, "Long live the Majesty!" In their view, this was another victory for the court officials, and the world was still ruled together by the Emperor and the literati. The Emperor of Wei deliberately acted in a bad mood and fooled everyone. Just as the morning court was about to end, the palace attendant Ouyang Nyoma suddenly stepped forward and impeached General Zhang Jisheng of the left Jinwu Guard for 4 crimes. He occupied the people's fertile land, secretly stored weapons, condoned his clansmen to commit crimes, and committed corruption and perverted the law. Ouyang Nyoma's behavior frightened Zhang Jisheng. He had never offended Ouyang Nyoma, so why was he impeached by him? Moreover, he knew that Ouyang Nyoma's impeachment was not groundless. As long as he investigated it in depth, it would be confirmed. Who didn't know that his Zhang family was a local tyrant? I had long advised my tribesmen to keep a low profile, but now this is a disaster. Emperor Wei was furious, and Zhang Jisheng happened to be in the crosshairs, so Emperor Wei shouted, "Zhang Jisheng, do you plead guilty?" Your Majesty, I am innocent." Even when facing death, Zhang Jisheng dared not to plead guilty. The Emperor of Wei roared, "You mean to say that Lord Ouyang has framed you? Simply hiding weapons is tantamount to treason, which is unforgivable. Even now, you still refuse to repent. Come, first send Zhang Jisheng to the prison, and order the Dali Temple to conduct a thorough investigation." Your Majesty, I am innocent. Zhang Jisheng was still begging for mercy. The imperial guards entered the palace and took Zhang Jisheng away directly. At this time, no one dared to come forward to protect Zhang Jisheng, because there was no need. Ouyang Nyoma had taken action personally, and Zhang Jisheng's fate was already sealed, which was death. The most important thing everyone should do now is to think about Ouyang Nyoma's intentions. Was Ouyang Nyoma's action against Zhang Jisheng due to personal grudges or other reasons? For a moment, the court officials murmured in their hearts. Even the crown prince, the king of Qin and the king of Yen were puzzled. But they did not think of Ling Ning, let alone the Zhantai commercial bank owned by Zhang Jisheng's wife. After Zhang Jisheng was arrested, the news quickly spread to Zhantai's home. Upon hearing that their brother-in-law had been arrested, Zhan Taipingyi and his mother turned pale with fear, as if they had lost their parents, because Zhang Jisheng was their biggest backer in their fight for the position of head of the family, and now that their backer was gone, they would be doomed too. When Zhan Taiyuanqiu heard the news, he was overjoyed and immediately took action. First, he used intimidation and coercion to force all the elders and managers who had defected to Zhan Taipingyi to change their allegiance and submit to him. Then they attacked Zhan Taipingyi, forcing him to give up his position as the head of the family. Moreover, Zhan Taipingyi and his mother were driven back to the Zhantai old house and directly imprisoned. In order to prevent Zhan Taipingyi from taking revenge, the ruthless Zhan Taiyuanqiu directly poisoned Zhan Taipingyi, turning him into a fool and completely eliminating the hidden danger. It is true that a man without cruelty cannot be a hero. At this point, Zhan Taiyuanqiu took the position of the head of the Zhantai family. If he hadn't finished the mourning period, Zhan Taiyuanqiu would have wanted to hold a 10-day banquet to celebrate his ascension to the position of head of the family. But the good times did not last long. The next day, the constables from Jingzhou Prefecture came to Zhan Tai's home and arrested Zhan Taiyuanqiu. This scene left Zhan Tai's family stunned and they had no idea what was going on. After interrogation, it was confirmed that Zhan Taiyuanqiu had killed his father's concubine, and the victim's body was also found in a dry well in the backyard of Zhan Tai's mansion. The evidence was conclusive, and Zhan Taiyuanqiu did not even have a chance to deny it and was directly imprisoned. All this happened so fast and the turn was so sudden that everyone in the Zhan Tai family was stunned and surprised. So who should inherit the position of head of the family now? At this moment, Zhan Taiqingchuan stood up. But he was born out of wedlock, so even if Zhan Taiyuanqiu and Zhan Taipingyi were gone, it would not be his turn, because Zhan Taiyuanqiu still had an 8-year-old son. Even other people from the Zhantai faction were in charge of the Zhantai Trading Company. In short, no matter who is responsible, it will never be the turn of a bastard born to a concubine. At this time, the Chu family stood up and supported Zhan Taiqingchuan. Although the Chu family is not a top-tier family, it has a strong foundation. In addition, they are now royal relatives, which is far beyond the reach of the Zhantai family. What the Zhantai family didn't expect was that even Ouyang Nyoma sent people to give Zhan Taiqingchuan a gift, recognizing Zhan Taiqingchuan's identity. With the help of the Chu family and the Ouyang family, who would dare to object? Just like that, with the strong recommendation of a group of Zhantai elders and stewards, Zhantai Qingchuan officially became the head of the family. At this moment, an iron smelting furnace was set up in the backyard of Prince Ning's mansion, and it was burning more vigorously. One servant was blowing the air while another servant was calcining the iron. Ling Ning, with his upper body naked, picked up a piece of iron with a pair of pliers in his left hand, swung a hammer in his right hand and began to hammer the iron, repeatedly beating it into a very thin sheet of iron. He then cut it with large iron shears, soaked it in water to cool it down, and after some polishing, a scale was polished out. There are still more than 20 days before he is appointed as a vassal. Ling Ning needs to find some fun for himself and establish his image. After all, he needs to prepare in advance if he wants to deceive Lufeng. And the blacksmithing in front of him was the method Ling Ning was looking for. The serious princes are all illustrations of Nongyu, who would go to iron. Only a fool with brute force would do such a rough thing. And with Ling Ning's current level of forging, it is enough to deceive Lufeng. After checking the scales in his hand, Ling Ning walked towards Bai Xiaojie who was sitting nearby. Bai Xiaojie took the scales with both hands and started drilling holes in them. On the table in front of Bai Xiaojie was a semi-finished suit of armor with scales on it, just like fish scales. This is the fish scale armor made by Ling Ning, and it is also the most popular type of armor among the high-ranking generals of the Wei dynasty. However, the soldiers mostly wore armor or lamellar armor made of leather, iron sheets. Your Highness, the weight of each of these armor plates exceeds that of common fish scale armor. Will the weight of the entire set of armor be too heavy in the end? Bai Xiaojie asked curiously. Since Zhan Xing investigated Bai Xiaojie and found that there was no problem with her identity, she was transferred to the backyard. She was clever and handy, just in time to help Ling Ning sew fish scale armor. Of course, although they initially trusted Bai Xiaojie, she, including the other servants in the palace, still thought that Ling Ning was a foolish prince. Most of the 30 trusted guards, including Zhan Xing, were also sent out to follow Cui Chan to Liangzhou. They did not stay in the palace for fear of leaks. In order to play dumb, Ling Ning was extremely careful. Facing Bai Xiaojie's question, Ling Ning said honestly, "I like heavier armor. It's boring to wear light armor." A normal fish scale armor weighs about 20 kilograms, but Ling Ning has only made half of the fish scale armor now, and it already weighs 20 kilograms. In addition, looking at the style of this set of fish scale armor, it seems to be different from normal fish scale armor. The fish scale armor that Ling Ning wanted to make was longer, with more scales and closer fit between the scales. It did not look like a half-body armor, but more like a full-body armor. Bai Xiaojie only looked at a few sets of fish scale armor and had no idea of Ling Ning's real purpose, so she only raised questions about the weight. After hearing Ling Ning's explanation, Bai Xiaojie thought of Ling Ning's might and no longer found it strange. Just then, Su Kun came up and said, "Your Highness, it's time to study." This was a code word agreed upon by Ling Ning, Su Kun, Zhan Xing and others, indicating that there was something important to report. Ling Ning pretended to be angry and said, "I don't want to study." Having said that, he stormed off like a child throwing a tantrum. Seeing this scene, Bai Xiaojie smiled. Suddenly, Bai Xiaojie thought of something, the smile on her face suddenly faded, and she seemed to be in a trance. Ling Ning came to the study, and Su Kun reported, "Your Highness, Zhan Taikingchuan has become the head of the family, and he wants to thank your Highness." After a few days, Zhan Taikingchuan was finally promoted to the position of the head of the family. But Zhan Taikingchuan was worried because he didn't know Ling Ning's real purpose and was afraid of Ling Ning's methods, so he couldn't sleep or eat well. Thinking of this, Ling Ning smiled and said, "You come to arrange it tonight. I will meet him and give him a reassurance. Similarly, he also needs to give me a reassurance." Su Kun didn't quite understand what Ling Ning meant, but he didn't dare to ask more questions and immediately went to make arrangements. At this moment, the situation in Zhang Tai's mansion has changed. Zhang Taiqingchuan and his family moved out of the remote corner and moved into a large house in the center of the city. The servants who didn't know the rules in the past were trembling with fear, fearing that the new master would sell them at a low price. "Brother, what's wrong with you? You look absent-minded." The smart and pure Zhang Tai Liuli asked with concern. She was sensitive and noticed her brother's uneasiness. Zhang Taiqingchuan came back to his senses and said lovingly, "I'm fine, everything is fine. Brother, don't try to lie to me. Does it have anything to do with you being the head of the family? Brother has no dealings with the Chu family and the Ouyang family. Why would they help brother?" asked Zhang Tai Liuli. Zhang Taiqingchuan smiled and said, "Good sister, don't ask, it's really nothing, brother can solve it. Brother, you must promise your sister that if you encounter something you can't handle, you must tell me and I can help you." Zhang Tai Liuli said worriedly. She became more and more certain that her brother was hiding something in his heart. Zhang Taiqingchuan rubbed Zhang Tai Liuli's head and said with a smile, "I know." Then, seeing that the time was almost up, Zhang Taiqingchuan found an excuse to send Zhang Tai Liuli away, then took the carefully prepared gift and walked towards the agreed restaurant. Little did he know that Zhang Tai Liuli, who was worried, was quietly following him. On the third floor of Jianjia Tower, behind No. A. Zhang Taiqingchuan arrived a quarter of an hour early. Ling Ning had not arrived yet, so he ordered tea, snacks and wine, and then waited anxiously. Half a quarter of an hour later, Zhang Xing and his men arrived first and checked the surroundings and the room to make sure there was no ambush. They were very careful and alert. Seeing this scene made Zhang Taiqingchuan even more curious about Ling Ning's identity. It's not like he hasn't seen powerful people in Kyoto before, but even the son of a minister was not as cautious and alert as him. After waiting for another half a quarter of an hour, Ling Ning finally arrived. Zhang Taiqingchuan immediately stood up to greet him. Ling Ning waved his hand and said with a smile, "Master Zhang Tai, there is no need to be so polite. Just be casual. Sir, just call me Qingchuan." Qingchuan was able to sit on the position of the head of the family with your help. I have specially prepared some small gifts. Although they cannot represent my gratitude to you, they are my token of my gratitude. Zhang Taiqingchuan said. Ling Ning nodded and asked Su Kun to take the brocade box handed to him by Zhang Taiqingchuan. After opening it, there were stacks of silver bills inside. It was estimated that there were about 10,000 or 20,000 taels. After seeing the banknote, Ling Ning asked Su Kun to return it. Young master. Zhang Taiqingchuan was a little anxious. If he didn't even accept the banknotes, then what was the purpose of this young man in front of him? Ling Ning saw his worry, so he said, "This money is dispensable to me, but it is a help for you who just took control of Zhantai Commercial Bank, so you should keep the banknotes for your use." "May I ask, sir, what do you need me to do?" Zhang Taiqingchuan asked. He didn't know Ling Ning's real purpose and felt uneasy inside. Ling Ning also understood his worries. He would not feel at ease if he was not told what to do. It was time for him to reveal his identity. He is not afraid of Zhang Taiqingchuan's tricks. If Ling Ning can make him the head of Zhantai Commercial Bank, he will be doomed. So, Ling Ning smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself. I am King Ling Ning. You should have heard of me." King Ning? Zhang Taiqingchuan suddenly stood up, looking shocked. It's not that he hadn't thought about the possibility that Ling Ning was the son of a duke, or even the son of a prince, but he had never associated him with a prince. Because in Zhang Taiqingchuan's view, how could a prince who was so high and mighty be associated with the Zhantai family, which came from a merchant family? "Are you really His Royal Highness Prince Ning?" Zhang Taking couldn't help but ask again. Ling Ning smiled and said, "It's absolutely genuine. Is there anyone in Kyoto who dares to impersonate me?" Zhang Taking nodded. Yes, he had heard that His Royal Highness Prince Ning was tall and mighty, and the young man in front of him was the most sturdy person he had ever seen. It could indeed be His Royal Highness Prince Ning, but wasn't it said that the sixth prince was stupid? He didn't dare to ask this. However, Ling Ning knew what Zhang Taking wanted to ask, so he smiled and said, "Being a prince has its own difficulties. Only by being a little stupid can you live longer." Zhang Taking was then certain that the famously foolish prince was actually playing dumb, which made him even more frightened of the sixth prince's scheming and calculations, so he was even more respectful and did not dare to offend him in the slightest. Ling Ning pointed to the seat and said with a smile, "Sit down." Zhang Taking sat down obediently, not daring to breathe. Ling Ning said, "I will soon go to Liangzhou to be a vassal. The edge of Liangzhou is desolate and agriculture is underdeveloped. Only by developing trade and trading with the Xiongnu, the western regions, and the Jiang kingdom can we improve the local life. This is the purpose of my support for you. So what I need you to do is very simple. Set up a trade caravan between Kyoto and Liangzhou. You can transport food, salt, cloth and other supplies to Liangzhou, and then find a way to sell them to the Xiongnu and the western regions. Then, transport spices, jewelry and gems back to Kyoto." As Ling Ning continued to tell the story, Zhang Taking's eyes began to light up. Only then did he believe that Ling Ning had not lied to him. If he really established such a caravan, he would be able to make a fortune. The spices and jewels from the western regions were too popular in Kyoto and there was no demand for them. Although the journey was long, the profits were huge. "Please rest assured, Your Highness Prince Ning, I will try my best to fulfill Your Highness's request and repay your kindness." Zhang Taking swore hastily. Ling Ning smiled and said, "I believe that you are a person who knows how to repay kindness and will definitely get things done. By the way, is there anyone who dares to embarrass you now?" "Not yet. The Chu family and the Ouyang family are standing up for me. The elders and stewards of the Zhang Tai family are all very honest." Zhang Taking replied. Ling Ning nodded, then changed the subject and continued, "Zhang Jisheng has been imprisoned and will not come out. Your sister is also safe. I heard that your sister is kind and beautiful. Is she still unmarried?" As soon as these words came out, Zhang Taking's pupils shrank sharply. His Royal Highness Prince Ning, who is high and mighty, would not mention his sister for no reason, but now that he mentioned her, there must be a deeper meaning. What's the deep meaning? It is already clear that His Highness has taken a fancy to his sister. Of course, isn't it because my sister is cute and beautiful? Of course not, but to control yourself. As a brother, with a younger sister in his hands, he must be devoted to her and will not easily have second thoughts. Your Highness, you don't have to do this. You don't have to control my sister at all, and I wouldn't dare to betray you. Your Highness. Zhang Taking looked embarrassed. After being called out, he didn't know how to respond. Ling Ning also knew that his methods were despicable and not at all upright, but it felt good to use them. He was not a gentleman, but a villain. At this time, Ling Ning stood up and said with a smile, "I won't eat anymore. Go back and think about it carefully. If you follow me, I will never let you suffer any loss. I promise you. In addition, is there anyone around you who can catch my eye?" At this point, Ling Ning's gaze became sharp, reaching deep into Zhang Taking's heart, making him dare not look directly at him. Yes, besides his dearest sister, who else could be controlled by the high and mighty Prince Ning? Even if he was willing to give her a wife, His Royal Highness Prince Ning might not want her. For a moment, Zhang Taking was in a mess. Ling Ning turned and left the room, but he didn't expect that there was a young girl in her 20s standing at the stairs. She was sweet and lovely, with a pair of big, lively eyes. She was looking towards the room, and when she saw Ling Ning coming out, she hurriedly turned around and avoided him. "Your Highness, she is Zhan Tailioli." Zhan Xing immediately reported to Ling Ning. Zhan Xing investigated Zhan Tai's family and naturally saw Zhan Tailioli. Ling Ning had heard of Zhan Tailioli's beauty, but when he saw her today, he felt that hearing about her was not as good as meeting her in person. Zhan Tailioli, in her prime, is like a delicate peach blossom, awakening the whole spring. Her cheeks were white and smooth, like a peeled egg, so tender and juicy that even the stunningly beautiful Princess Mingchuan might not be able to defeat her. This was the capital and confidence that came with age. It is said that men have the same nature until they die, and they all like young and beautiful girls. Who wouldn't like someone like Zhan Tailioli? Ling Ning walked over, and while Zhan Tailioli was slightly panicked, he said with a smile, "Miss Lioli, nice to meet you." Zhan Tailioli was a little shy, and looked at the tall and mighty man in front of her curiously, and asked, "Who are you?" "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I have no ill intentions. You must be worried about your brother, so you followed me. Don't do this next time. There are so many hooligans on the street, and you are so beautiful. If you are entangled by them and someone else saves you, I will be depressed." Ling Ning replied. Zhan Tailioli couldn't help but smile, thinking Ling Ning's answer was funny, but also rude, so she quickly raised her sleeves to cover it up, and then asked, "You helped my brother?" Ling Ning shook his head. Just when Zhan Tailioli thought she had guessed wrong, Ling Ning smiled and said, "I helped your brother take the position of the head of the family not to help your brother, but to help Miss Lioli. Miss, you should think carefully about how to thank me. After all, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring. You have been well educated since childhood, so you should understand this principle." After saying that, Ling Ning bowed and left to Zhan Tailioli's surprise. At this time, Zhan Tai Qingchuan finally reacted and chased out, but Ling Ning was no longer there. Instead, he saw Zhan Tailioli, who was in a daze. "Sister, why are you here?" Zhan Tai Qingchuan asked quickly with a look of surprise. Zhan Tailioli asked, "Brother, who was that person just now? Was he really the one who helped us?" Zhan Tai Qingchuan nodded and asked quickly, "What did he say to you?" "He said that a drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring, and asked me to repay him well. Brother, if he is really our benefactor, then I really have to thank him." "How should I thank him?" Zhan Tailioli asked curiously. Zhan Tai Qingchuan smiled bitterly, and finally gritted his teeth and whispered in Zhan Tailioli's ear. Zhan Tailioli's eyes widened. The mansion of Duke Zhao. Du San recommended Wu Shi Shengsan to Fang Sungwen, the son of Duke Zhao. His explanation was simple: it was a mysterious formula that Jimin Pharmacy obtained from a wandering doctor, and it had miraculous effects, so he specially brought it to Fang Sungwen. Ling Ning has secretly bought the Jimin Pharmacy, which is a storefront for promoting Wu Shi San. It can withstand investigation and Ling Ning cannot be traced back. As Fang Songwen's personal servant, Du San was naturally qualified to offer treasures, but Fang Sungwen was not interested in the so-called 5 stones holy powder. He thought it was just the self-praise of the pharmacy and it did not have any magical effects, so he put it aside. This made Du San secretly anxious, but he didn't dare to urge him for fear of being exposed. But Fang Sungwen was feeling a little unwell at the moment because he had caught a cold yesterday. Although he took medicine, he still felt dizzy, drowsy and couldn't muster up energy. At this time, Fang Sungwen accidentally glanced at the 5 stones holy powder on the table, and thought of Du San's introduction, so he asked Du San to brew a cup. Du San immediately took action, made a cup of 5 stones holy powder and presented it to Fang Sungwen. Fang Sungwen took a sip and frowned slightly. He felt that the taste was just average. Although not very smooth, it was much better than the bitter herbs. So, he drank it in one gulp and then lay down on the couch to rest. Gradually, a heat spread through his body. The heat grew stronger and stronger, turning into a feeling of restlessness, and also swept away his feeling of drowsiness and fatigue. This 5 stones holy powder is so magical. Fang Songwen's eyes lit up and he said in surprise. Du San said quickly, "Sir, according to the wandering doctor, this 5 stones sacred powder was obtained from a fairy cave. It should be used by the fairy for cultivation, so it must have magical effects. It's a bit of an exaggeration to say that it's something from the immortals. It might be something from a cultivator. People who cultivate Taoism pursue immortality, and they might develop a medicinal powder with miraculous uses." After Fang Sungwen finished speaking, he closed his eyes and began to rest, carefully feeling the wonderful feeling brought by the medicinal powder. After a while, Fang Sungwen became furious, so he called the maid. After a while of trying, the maid, who could not last half a cup of tea before, actually lasted a whole cup of tea this time, which made Fang Sungwen feel very satisfied. This medicine powder actually has such an effect? Fang Songwen's eyes lit up, and he immediately felt that he had found a great treasure. He quickly called Du San and asked, "Du San, let me ask you, has this 5 stones sacred powder been widely circulated?" "My lord, it has not been circulated on a large scale yet. Jimin Pharmacy is just a drugstore in a busy city, and it has no contact with dignitaries. If I hadn't often gone to Jimin Pharmacy to get medicine, I wouldn't know the origin of the 5 stones holy powder. In addition, the 5 stones holy powder is expensive, and ordinary people can't afford it. So the shopkeeper of Jimin Pharmacy is worried about the lack of sales. He gave me 1 or 2 taels of silver, just to ask me to help recommend it to you." Du San immediately said the prepared words. Fang Songwen's eyes lit up. Such a good treasure has not yet been circulated. If it is in our hands, wouldn't it become a powerful weapon? Thinking of this, Fang Sungwen hurriedly said, "Take me to Jimin Pharmacy." After Ling Ning came out of the restaurant, he walked back to the palace. Suddenly, Su Kun showed surprise and said to Ling Ning, "Your Highness, that is Fang Songwen's personal servant Du San." Following the direction of Su Kun's finger, Ling Ning saw Du San. At this moment, he was following a carriage, moving quickly and in a hurry. Du San was Fang Songwen's servant, so it was obvious who was sitting in the carriage. "Where are you going in such a hurry?" Ling Ning asked curiously. Su Kun said, "From the direction we see, it's heading to the West Market." "Your Highness, Jimin Pharmacy is in the West Market, could it be heading there?" Ling Ning immediately became interested and took people to follow. This time Su Kun guessed correctly, the other party really went to Jimin Pharmacy. Ling Ning did not go up to join in the fun, but stood in the dark alley, waiting quietly. After a cup of tea, Fang Sungwen walked out of Jimin Pharmacy with obvious joy on his face. Behind him, Du San was holding a medicine box. One didn't have to guess what was inside. He knew that it contained the 5 stones holy powder. After Fang Sungwen left, Ling Ning asked Su Kun to go to Jimin Pharmacy and inquire about the situation. As expected, after Fang Sungwen tasted the effect of 5 stones holy powder, he immediately came here and not only bought all the 5 stones holy powder. He also asked Jimin Pharmacy not to sell the 5 stones holy powder to other people and to sell all the 5 stones holy powder to him in the future. "Your Highness, Fang Sungwen has a really big appetite. He actually bought up all the 5 stones holy powder. This is just the right amount to eat him to death." Su Kun cursed. Ling Ning said, "You underestimate Fang Sungwen. After seeing the effect of the 5 stones sacred powder, he will definitely not enjoy it alone. Instead, he will use it as a tool to help others enjoy it and use it as a stepping stone for him to climb up. Fang Songwen's ambition is not small. A position as a compiler in the Hanlin Academy cannot satisfy his appetite. At this point, Ling Ning frowned. It's strange to say, based on Cui Chan's description of Duke Fang Jing of Zhao, this bastard was treacherous and cunning, and greedy for power. How could he let go of such great power and suddenly practice Taoism at home? Cui Chan didn't know the reason either, but he was sure that Fang Jing had a conspiracy and evil intentions, but the conspiracy was hidden so deeply that it was concealed from everyone and no one knew about it. Also because Fang Jing hid the truth so well, even hiding it from his own son, he did not help Fang Songwen climb up the ladder. As the saying goes, like father, like son. Fang Songwen is also a villain who is greedy for power. He cannot borrow power from his father Fang Jing, so naturally he has to rely on other people. For example, the prince, for example, the king of Qin. Thinking of this, Ling Ning's brows relaxed and his eyes lit up. To whom will Fang Songwen give the wushur-san? The most likely target is the prince. Just when he was worrying about how to get revenge, he didn't expect Fang Songwen to take the knife on his own initiative. Given the prince's character, he will become addicted after tasting the 5 stones powder. Ling Ning knows how terrible the 5 stones powder is. When the time comes, Fang Songwen and the prince will be corrupted by the 5 stones powder and become useless. Is it possible for a prince who has become a cripple to be qualified to become the crown prince? The murderous knife has been chopped down, the arrow has been fired, and we are just waiting for the blood to splash. It was a new day and it started to drizzle, so it was not a good time to work on the iron. Many plans have achieved their goals, and those that have not been completed are progressing steadily, so much so that Ling Ning suddenly became idle and had nothing to do. Boring? Then enter the palace. Ling Ning went to talk to Emperor Wei. If he could defeat Qiu Feng, it would be an unexpected gain. Before leaving Beijing, he should build up the father-son relationship. After entering the palace and arriving at the Hall of Mental Cultivation, he was stopped by the eunuchs. Your Majesty, Prince Ning, is currently playing chess with Duke Qian. Please wait in the back hall. The eunuch at the chamberlain replied. Jade Snow Dragon, Duke Qian, one of the 5 founding dukes. For example, Xue Qinggang, Duke of Sui Dynasty, and Wu Zhongying, Duke of An State, were able to be granted the title of duke because of their merits in serving the dragon and founding the country. They provided a lot of help during the Wei Taizu uprising and made great contributions to the establishment of Wei State. The Duke of Qian, Jade Snow Dragon, was granted the title of duke solely because of his military exploits. Jade Snow Dragon was the head of the 5 great princes. He was the first general and the first marshal of soldiers and horses under Wei Taizu. The 5 princes, including the Marquis of Zhenbei, Li Sai, all listened to orders in the official account of the Qian kingdom. According to military merit, Yu Shuilong was qualified to be crowned a king with a different surname. However, because of his superior military service and the bloodline of the previous dynasty, Yu Shuilong was granted the title of duke. After the founding of the Wei dynasty, his military power was emptied. Become an idle prince. Ling Ning has also admired Jade Snow Dragon for a long time, but has never seen it a few times. Now that he has the opportunity, he naturally wants to take a look. If I don't go to the side hall, I will watch my father play chess. You go and report it, or I will just barge in. Ling Ning looked unreasonable. The eunuch in charge had no choice but to go into the palace to report. Emperor Wei was playing chess with an old man. The old man had gray hair and a wrinkled face. He looked like an old man from the countryside. He was none other than the Duke of Qian, the Jade Snow Dragon. After hearing the report from the chamberlain, Emperor Wei looked helpless and said, "Let Duke Qian laugh." Jade Snow Dragon smiled and said, "I have heard for a long time that His Highness Prince Ning is forthright, and I am just thinking of meeting him. Okay. Just let him in, just in time for the young people to get to know each other. Emperor Wei nodded and glanced at the young man standing behind Jade's snow dragon. The young man was about 20 years old and tall. Although he was not as strong as Ling Ning, he was still about 1.9 meters tall, second only to Ling Ning, and was also outstanding. His name is Yu Suyuan, the grandson that Yu Shuilong is most proud of. In the past few years, he practiced martial arts in a martial arts sect. He is proficient in all kinds of weapons and has excellent martial arts skills. He just returned to Beijing recently. This time, Yu Shuilong entered the palace for 3 reasons. First, to show off Yu Suyuan, second, to introduce Yu Suyuan to Emperor Wei, and third, to find a job for Yu Suyuan. After hearing what Emperor Wei said, Yu Suyuan looked towards the palace door. I saw a figure tearing through the light and shadow and walking in. It was Ling Ning. When seeing Ling Ning's ferocity, Yu Shuilong was a little dazed, and a person appeared in his mind. Old people from the previous dynasty like Yu Shuilong, Li Sai, and Cui Chan were all shocked and they saw Ling Ning for the first time, and they all thought of the same person, that is, the former Prince Xiao Yan. There is no way, for these old people from the previous dynasty, the former Prince Xiao Yan brought them too much shock and impact, so that they would never meet the same outstanding person in the rest of their lives in the next few decades. But now, seeing Ling Ning, who looked like Xiao Yan in appearance and spirit, Duke Qian Yuxulang also had a daze on his face, and couldn't help but said to Emperor Wei, "Your Majesty, His Highness Prince Ning is really powerful and domineering." Ha ha ha. Emperor Wei couldn't help but laugh. It was obviously a matter of pride for Emperor Wei, as a father, to have Yu Shuilong praise his son so freely. At this time, Ling Ning came over and bowed obediently to Emperor Wei. "My son, I pay homage to my father. May my father be blessed and safe." Emperor Wei immediately stopped smiling and said with a serious face, "What are you doing in the palace? Aren't you going to Liangzhou to become a vassal? I have already approved it, why don't you go?" At this moment, the Emperor of Wei did not seem like a majestic ruler, but rather a rebellious father. Ling Ning's goal has been achieved, so there is no need to make Emperor Wei angry. Instead, he should make Emperor Wei happy. If he is happy, he can reward Ling Ning with more treasures when he leaves Beijing. So Ling Ning said obediently, "I know I was wrong. How about I give father a gift?" "What gift?" asked Emperor Wei. Ling Ning replied, "I am working on it. It is not finished yet. When it is finished, I will present it to you, father. Don't think that a little favor can calm my anger. If the Liang province you chose encounters any danger, I will be unable to help you. You will have to bear the consequences yourself." Emperor Wei said again. Ling Ning said arrogantly, "What kind of danger can there be in Liangzhou? Isn't it just the Xiongnu and the western regions? Father, please take a look. I will definitely destroy them. I swear that I will never return to Kyoto if I don't destroy them." In this way, Ling Ning made a vow to herself not to return to Beijing. Emperor Wei didn't think much about it. He never thought about his relationship with his son or his son playing tricks on him. So Emperor Wei replied, "If you can destroy the Xiongnu and the western regions, I will personally go to Liangzhou to invite you back." Obviously, Emperor Wei didn't believe that Ling Ning could do it. Then, Emperor Wei pointed at Jade's snow dragon and said to Ling Ning, "I haven't seen Duke Qian yet." Ling Ning then set her sights on Yu Shuilong. Yu Shuilong was like a countryman. It is true that a person cannot be judged by his appearance, and the sea water cannot be measured. Immediately afterwards, Ling Ning looked at Yu Suyuan, this burly and strong young man second only to himself. Although he looked respectful, the calmness in his eyes revealed that he was not simple. Ling Ning pretended to be honest, cupped her hands and said, "I have met Lord Qian." Yu Shuilong and Yu Suyuan responded at the same time, Your Majesty Yu Shuilong, Chaomin Yu Suyuan, pays homage to His Highness Prince Ning. After greeting each other, Emperor Wei said to Yu Shuilong, Dong Qian, let's continue playing chess. Yu Shuilong nodded and continued to play chess with Emperor Wei. Ling Ning watched for a while. Considering Emperor Wei's bad chess skills, Yu Shuilong was evenly matched with Emperor Wei. During the period, the two of them withdrew their moves many times. The result left Ling Ning speechless for a while and had no interest in watching their chess game. Ever since, Ling Ning was wandering around the Yangxin Hall, and after seeing the small and exquisite things, she took them for granted. When Ling Ning took away a mutton-fat jade handle, Emperor Wei held back. When Ling Ning took away a hollow golden cicada, Emperor Wei held back again. But when Ling Ning extended his claws towards Ling Ning's favorite jade finger, Emperor Wei suddenly couldn't help it and cursed, You brat, what are you doing? Are you here to steal things from my heart cultivation palace? Ling Ning put down the blood-stained jade ring reluctantly, and then said, Can it be called stealing if a son takes his father's things? I just want to keep something as a souvenir. I won't be able to see my father when I go to Liangzhou. I took something so that I can look at it when I miss him. Take it, take it. You can only take these. You are not allowed to take anything else. Emperor Wei said unhappily, and then pointed at Yu Suyuan and said, Don't stay in the Yangxin Palace. Spend more time with people of your age. Yu Suyuan is good at martial arts. He will serve as a captain of the palace's imperial guards in the future. You can go out and compete with him. Only then did Ling Ning understand Yu Shuilong's purpose of entering the palace. It turned out that he wanted to ask for an official position for his grandson. Although the Wei dynasty mainly selected talents through imperial examinations, the children of the powerful and wealthy could also enter the government through family connections. Generally, disciples of powerful nobles enter officialdom through family connections and serve as honor guards, but Yu Suyuan directly became a captain of the imperial guards, which shows how much His Majesty values Yu Shuilong. Ling Ning looked at Yu Suyuan, looking interested, and asked, Bibi? That villain is offended. Yu Suyuan replied. As a result, the two of them moved outside the Yangxin Hall. Emperor Wei and Yu Shuilong looked at each other, stopped playing chess, and immediately followed to watch the battle. In front of Yangxin Hall, Ling Ning and Yu Suyuan looked at each other. Yu Suyuan asked, I wonder if your highness wants to compete with weapons or fists. Just use fists and kicks. The sword has no eyes. If it hurts you, Duke Qian will have me to blame. Ling Ning replied. Yu Suyuan nodded, then lifted up the front of his robe and hung it on the belt. Then he spread his legs wider than shoulder width, clenched his fists, and made a starting pose. Ling Ning walked to Yu Suyuan and stopped, her legs slightly bent, and she slowly raised her palms in a hand gesture. The next moment, the two people who were prepared attacked at the same time as if they had telepathic connection. Yu Suyuan's right fist went straight out, hitting Ling Ning's heart. The punch was powerful and the momentum was strong. The loud sound of the wind caused by the punch was like a fired cannonball. Even though it was just the first punch, if his opponent was an ordinary martial artist, this swift and fierce punch would be enough to knock the opponent half to death. As for the boxing method used by Yu Suyuan, it is similar to the Shaolin Temple's Pao Chui, also known as Shaolin Pao Quan, which emphasizes speed and ferocity. Ling Ning immediately extended his palm to greet him. Snapped. There was a crisp sound when the fist and palm collided, and the force was so strong that Ling Ning's palm hurt a little, but that was all. On the other hand, Yu Suyuan's eyelids jumped, because he felt that he had punched a solid mountain wall. The other party did not move at all, but his fist was in pain. Immediately afterwards, Ling Ning's counterattack followed. Ling Ning's palm slid forward, trying to lock Yu Suyuan's wrist and capture him directly. Once caught, the consequences will be unimaginable. So in this split second, Yu Suyuan reacted quickly. As he pulled back his right fist, his left foot landed forward into a lunge. He then used his left fist to turn his elbow and raise the hammer, hammering it towards Ling Ning's throat. As the saying goes, martial arts are killing skills, which specifically attack the most vulnerable parts of the human body, such as the throat, eyes, ears, etc. It is impossible for a fast fight to last for more than 10 or dozens of rounds. Life and death are decided in a very short time. Whether it is his reaction or his study of boxing, just two simple moves show that Yu Suyuan has a very deep attainment in boxing. Facing his oncoming punch, Ling Ning did not dodge. Instead, he turned his left hand into a knife to block and deflect the opponent's attack, leaving a slight flaw on Yu Suyuan's chest. Then he threw a fierce straight punch with his right fist. Yu Suyuan was frightened and kicked out his right foot directly towards Ling Ning's crotch. This kid is ruthless enough, ready to trade injury for injury. But Ling Ning would not let him have his wish. He clamped his knees together like an iron chain. He kicked with his legs but could not break Ling Ning's chain. Just as Ling Ning's straight punch was about to hit him, Yu Suyuan put his right palm in front of his chest, ready to block Ling Ning's attack. It seemed that the two of them were fighting back and forth, with no clear winner. But that's not the case. Don't forget, Ling Ning was born with supernatural powers. What is innate supernatural power? An average person's punch weight will not exceed 50 kilograms, but after training, the punch weight can reach about 150 kilograms. For example, Tyson, a heavyweight boxer in his previous life, had a record of punching weight of 224 kilograms. Ling Ning was born with supernatural powers, and his punching power is even more terrifying than Tyson's. Yes, Yu Suyuan blocked Ling Ning's punch, but he could not resolve the terrifying force of Ling Ning's punch. Bang! With a dull hammering sound, Yu Suyuan was hit hard by the punch. The terrifying force made him take 2 steps back. If he had not used his right palm to block his chest and not be directly affected by the force, Ling Ning's punch would have broken his bones. At this moment, Yu Suyuan truly felt Ling Ning's terror and power, and this power made him jealous, because this was a talent, not something that could be acquired through acquired training. Unwilling to admit defeat, Yu Suyuan took a deep breath and attacked Ling Ning again. Ling Ning changed his palms into fists, and his fists were as fast as thunder. Don't think that Ling Ning is just strong, his punching speed is also fast enough, so who is the real cannon puncher? Yu Suyuan was once again at a disadvantage and was completely suppressed by Ling Ning. Seeing that Ling Ning was showing no mercy and might seriously injure the opponent, Emperor Wei immediately called a halt to the competition. Ling Ning immediately stopped her move, without blushing or gasping for breath. On the other hand, Yu Suyuan's breathing was a little quick, his face was serious, and his clenched fists were trembling slightly. It's not because of anger, it was caused by the fist fight with Ling Ning just now. Your Majesty, His Highness Prince Ning is really an enemy of 10,000 people. Jade Shuilong couldn't help but sigh. He was not depressed because of his grandson's defeat. Instead, he felt sincerely. Because he knew his grandson's strength, he was amazed at Ling Ning's power. Emperor Wei smiled and said, Yu Suyuan's martial arts are also good. I heard that he is good at various weapons and is familiar with the art of war. The Wei dynasty has another promising young general, ha ha ha. Your Majesty Miaozan. Yu Shuilong couldn't help but smile. Ling Ning was also impressed by Yu Suyuan, so he pretended to be excited and said, let's fight again when we have time and compare weapons. My weapon is called Dragon Bird, and it weighs more than 80 kilograms. I am ashamed that I am no match for your Highness. Your Highness is too strong. With your Highness's divine appearance, holding magical weapons, wearing sturdy armor, and riding a good horse, you will be invincible. Here, I respectfully wish your highness to destroy the Huns and the western regions, and spread the power of the Great Wei. Yu Suyuan spoke sincerely, and seemed to be convinced by Ling Ning. Ling Ning pretended to be proud and said, "It's nothing." After that, he turned to look at the Emperor of Wei and continued to ask for money. "Father, you have heard it too. I am in need of a good horse. Can you give me a good horse as a reward?" Unexpectedly, the Emperor of Wei said, "Although the war horses in the Imperial Horse Administration are all good and carefully selected, you must find a better war horse with your conditions. It is better to have nothing than to have something inferior. My 4 Imperial horses are all top-notch horses, but they recognize me as their master and will not change masters easily. How about this? I order the Imperial Horse Administration to find a good horse for you." The Emperor of Wei raised 4 top-quality horses, known as the 4 Imperial horses. There were both Fergana horses and 1,000-mile horses, which made Ling Ning envious for a long time. But what the Emperor of Wei said was right. Even if the 4 Imperials were awarded to Ling Ning, the coordination between one man and one horse would not be perfect. To achieve true unity between man and horse, one must cultivate feelings from the very beginning, such as training and raising the horse from a young age, or directly taming it. Only when the warhorse recognizes its master can the true power of the unity between man and horse be unleashed and the horse be invincible on the battlefield. Just like Xiang Yu and his snow-treading black cone, he charged into tens of thousands of Qin troops without fear, with man and horse as one, and was invincible. Just when Ling Ning was feeling a little disappointed, Yu Suyuan suddenly said, "Your Majesty, Prince Ning, I know where there is a good horse that might be suitable for Prince Ning." "Where is it?" Ling Ning asked curiously. Yu Suyuan replied, "I heard that the Baijian Marquis' mansion brought an extremely brave horse king from the Xiongnu grassland. It is extremely unruly and difficult for ordinary people to tame. During this period, the Baijian Marquis' son is looking for a horse trainer." Marquis Baijian, one of the 4 princes of the Wei kingdom, was stationed in the northern border military town to guard against the Huns. As Yu Suyuan said this, Ling Ning keenly noticed that the look in Emperor Wei's eyes had changed. Although they were both princes, Emperor Wei did not trust Marquis Baijian as much as he did Marquis Zhenbei. And Ling Ning had heard that Marquis Baijian was restless in the northern military garrison and had an unclear relationship with the 4th prince, Prince Chu, who was en theft in Yuzhou. None of the princes under Emperor Wei are content with their lot. But Ling Ning didn't care about that and immediately said, "Really? Then I want to see it for myself." At this time, Emperor Wei spoke up, "Prince Ning, you can ask Yu Suyuan to take you to have a look. If you like it, you can't take it by force, because it belongs to the Marquis Baijian mansion." "I understand, son," Ling Ning said obediently. Yu Shuilong said to Yu Suyuan, "You honor, take good care of His Royal Highness Prince Ning and handle this matter well. Grandson has made note of it." Yu Suyuan nodded. Then Ling Ning and Yu Suyuan hurried out of the palace and headed towards Baizenhao Mansion. Ling Ning and Yu Suyuan left the palace and headed to Baizenhao Mansion. It seemed that after leaving the solemn atmosphere of the palace, Yu Suyuan became much more talkative, and Ling Ning, in order to maintain his silly character, spoke less and listened more, and the two of them had a good chat. There is not a single trace of the evil nature of a dandy boy in Yu Suyuan. He has a good posture when standing or sitting, has a cheerful personality and is friendly. He is a true young master from an aristocratic family. Although he is young, he has traveled all over the country over the years and is not only knowledgeable, but also has killed bandits and done good deeds, which makes Ling Ning admire him very much and yearn for a life away from Kyoto even more. Before they knew it, the two arrived at Baizenhao Mansion. After Yu Suyuan knocked on the door, he told the gatekeeper his identity. Not long after, a well-mannered young man dressed as a scholar came out, looking apologetic. "Brother Yu, I'm sorry for the delay." There's no need to be surprised between you and me. Yu Suyuan said with a smile, and then quickly introduced, Polu, this is His Royal Highness Prince Ning. I heard that your family got a good horse, so I came here to admire it. Why don't you pay your respects quickly? Han Polo looked surprised, as if he had not expected that Prince Ning, who had stirred up trouble in Kyoto, would come to the Marquis of Baijian mansion, so he stepped forward and said respectfully, Han Polo pays respects to His Royal Highness Prince Ning. I am sorry for my disrespect. I hope your Highness Prince Ning will forgive me. It's okay. Your name is Han Polo. What does this name mean? Ling Ning asked even though he knew the answer. Han Polo looked a little shy and said, my father's lifelong wish was to destroy the Huns, so when I was born, my father named me Polo because he had high hopes for me to join the army and defeat the Xiongnu army in the future. However, I am weak, I don't like swords, guns, swords, and halberds, and I don't have the strength to restrain a chicken, which makes His Highness laugh. I do know how to use swords and guns, but my father always said that I am stupid, so intelligence is more important than martial arts. You can tell that you are a smart person. If you don't become a general, you can be a counselor. A counselor is even better. Ling Ning said in a simple and honest tone. Talking about the simplest truth. Although the reason is simple, it is the most reasonable. Han Polo didn't expect that the stupid King Ning would understand him so well. His dream was indeed not to be a general on the battlefield, but to be a strategist who could strategize and win thousands of miles away. Your Highness Miaozan. Han Polo quickly handed over his hand and thanked him. Yu Suyuan immediately spoke well of Han Polo. Your Highness, you don't know that although Polo is weak, he is well read in poetry and military tactics, and is well informed. He will surely become famous in the world in the future. It can be seen that Yu Suyuan is very optimistic about Han Polo and praises him highly. These nice words made the shy Han Polo feel a little embarrassed, and he could only invite the two men into his house to ease the awkwardness. Your Highness, the wild horse is in the side yard. My sister has loved wielding swords and guns since she was a child, and she has loved raising horses, so my father captured one from the northern border and asked my sister to tame it. But the horse was unruly and untamable, and my sister tried many times but failed. During this period, she found many horse trainers, but they were all kicked by the wild horse. As they walked, Han Bolu explained the situation. Before they knew it, the three of them arrived at the door to the side yard. Before they went in, they heard the neighing of wild horses and the commanding voice of a woman coming from the yard. This aroused Ling Ning's interest, and he immediately walked in, only to see a heroic woman in red warrior clothes, holding the wild horse's mane with one hand and waving a whip with the other, is sitting on the horse's back without a saddle, with her legs tightly clamped around the horse's belly, and is in the process of taming the horse. The warhorse she was riding was tall and strong, a circle larger than ordinary warhorses, with a length of 2.5 meters, a neck of 1.5 meters, and a height of about 1.7 meters, taller than the average man. Moreover, its body was snow-white without a single stray hair, forming a sharp contrast with the black color of the overlord's snow-treading black cone. When Ling Ning saw the white horse, his eyes lit up. As the saying goes, beauty is justice. This white horse is his. At this time, it seemed that the arrival of Ling Ning and the other two startled the white horse. The white horse shook wildly and directly threw the heroic woman away. Seeing that the heroic woman was about to fall heavily to the ground, Ling Ning, who was closer, was quick-witted and took a few steps forward to catch her directly, giving her a princess hug to prevent her from getting hurt. The heroic woman looked at Ling Ning in surprise. She was on horseback just now, but in the blink of an eye she was in the arms of a strange man. "Are you okay?" Ling Ning asked with a smile. The heroic woman finally reacted and quickly broke away from Ling Ning's embrace, saying, "I'm fine, thank you for your help." "Sister, this is His Royal Highness Prince Ning." Han Bolu hurried forward to explain. The heroic woman raised her eyebrows, showing a bit of surprise, and then said cheerfully, "Han Yueru greets His Royal Highness Prince Ning." Ling Ning replied, "Nice to meet you." Han Yueru is 21 years old. Like Chu Hongxiu, she is an older unmarried woman, but she has no trouble finding a husband. Many men want to marry Han Yueru, but they are all rejected by Han Yueru. Han Yueru's original fiancé was a young general, but unfortunately he died in a battle with the Huns. It is said that Han Yueru and her fiancé were childhood sweethearts and had a deep relationship. After her fiancé died in the war, Han Yueru vowed not to marry. Then, Yu Suyuan explained the purpose of Ling Ning's visit. "Polu, Miss Han, His Highness Ling Ning is about to go to Liangzhou to be enfeoffed, and he is in need of a suitable good horse. Although there are countless war horses in the Imperial Horse Administration, there is no top-quality horse. I heard that your family got a divine horse, so I came here to take a look." Ling Ning said, "This white horse is very wild and unruly, which suits my taste very well. I wonder if Mr. Han and Miss Han can give it to me?" Han Bolu immediately looked at his sister. This horse was given to her by his father, so naturally it depended on her attitude. Han Yueru frowned and asked, "Where did you get the news, Your Highness?" "I said that." Yu Suyuan took the initiative to say. Han Yueru looked at Yu Suyuan deeply, then looked at Ling Ning and said, "Your Highness just helped me and liked this white horse, but it is difficult for me to tame it, so I might as well help him. As long as Your Highness can tame it, it will belong to Your Highness. But Your Highness must also be careful, this horse is very unruly. I found 5 or 6 horse trainers, and they were all kicked by it." Ling Ning smiled innocently, "Thank you Miss Han for giving up my love. I want to see how powerful this beast is." After that, Ling Ning walked towards the white horse. When the white horse saw Ling Ning approaching, it immediately snorted and then took a few steps back. The animal's nature of seeking benefits and avoiding harm made it feel the ferocious aura emanating from Ling Ning, which made it nervous. Seeing Ling Ning getting closer and closer, the angry white horse suddenly raised its front hooves and kicked Ling Ning. "Your Highness, be careful." Han Yueru and Han Polu couldn't help but remind him. Just as the front hoof was about to fall, Ling Ning, who had been motionless, suddenly turned sideways and avoided the attack of the white horse. Then, Ling Ning swung his fist and punched the white horse's head. Bang! The punch hit the white horse's head hard, making it dizzy. After its front hooves landed on the ground, it subconsciously shook its head. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Ning used a mountain-leaning kick and slammed heavily into the white horse. Although the white horse was tall and strong, the power of Ling Ning's full-strength kick was unimaginable, causing the white horse's body to shake violently and become somewhat unstable. Then, Ling Ning hugged the white horse's neck with both arms, and tried to knock it down while it was shaking. "Ah!" Ling Ning roared angrily, and all his strength exploded. This was the first time he had exploded with all his strength since his rebirth. The result was that the sturdy white horse was actually knocked down. Seeing this scene, Han Yueru, Han Polu, Yu Suyuan and others were shocked. It was the first time they had seen such a way of taming horses. It was unheard of. It was truly so powerful that it could move mountains and conquer the world. Since ancient times, there have been various methods of training horses, but most of them are to eliminate their bad qualities. However, it is unheard of for someone like Ling Ning to knock a horse down with terrifying force and suppress it with force. Han Yueru and the other two were so shocked that even a weak scholar like Han Polu opened his mouth wide. After Ling Ning knocked the white horse down, he did not ride on it and beat it with a hammer, but stood aside. The white horse quickly stood up, shaking its neck and paddling the ground with its front hooves. Seeing this, Han Yueru knew that the white horse was about to attack, so she quickly reminded him, "Your Highness Prince Ning, be careful. It's going to go in, huh?" Before she finished her words, Han Yueru felt as if a group of horses trampling on the grass passed through her heart. The unruly white horse actually lowered its head and rubbed it towards Ling Ning. After Ling Ning laughed, he climbed directly onto the white horse's back, then pulled its mane. The white horse raised its front hooves and neighed, then began to circle in the yard. The yard was not big, and both Ling Ning and the white horse were unhappy, so Ling Ning squeezed the horse's belly with his legs, and the white horse seemed to have telepathy and rushed directly to the gate of the yard and ran out of the marquee mansion. Seeing this scene, Yu Suyuan showed envy. Anyone who practices martial arts wants to own a peerless horse, but such a fine horse is hard to come by. Although the horse he is riding now is not bad, it is a first-class yellow horse, but it still cannot be compared with the white horse in front of him. Han Polu couldn't help but sigh, "Your Highness Prince Ning is truly a tyrant. Damn white horse. He bullies the weak and only fears the strong." Han Yueru snorted coldly and couldn't help but spit. She had been training it for so long and had been thrown away twice, but she still couldn't tame it. She thought it was an unruly creature and no one could subdue it. Unexpectedly, it lowered its head shamelessly the moment she turned around. Yu Suyuan on the side couldn't help but laugh and said, "Miss Han, are you willing to give the white horse to His Royal Highness Prince Ning?" "Humph, what's there to be reluctant about? It's just a war horse." Han Yueru pretended to be casual, but her heart was bleeding. At this moment, Ling Ning had already left Baijian Ho Mansion and was riding a white horse wildly on the street. "The sun is shining, the black hair is flying, and the wind is blowing past me. I feel so happy, free and unrestrained. It is really like the spring breeze, the horse gallops, and I can see all the flowers in Chang'an in one day. Beima, Beima, from now on, you are my most trusted partner. From now on, we will fight side by side. White horse, let me give you a name. How about White Dragon Horse?" Ling Ning stroked the white horse's neck and asked with a smile. The white horse immediately neighed, as if it didn't like the name. Ling Ning thought about it seriously again, and then said, "How about calling her Hao Yue?" This time the white horse actually nodded, which was extremely human. At the same time, Ling Ning discovered that the white horse he was riding was actually a girl. No wonder she didn't like male names. By the time Ling Ning and Hao Yu returned to Baijian Ho Mansion, it was already an incense stick later. "Congratulations, Your Highness, on having a good horse." Han Polu congratulated. Ling Ning looked at Han Yueru, who looked unhappy, with a happy face, and said, "Miss Han, I am sorry to have taken your love away, but I really like Hao Yue. In this way, I owe you a big favor. If you need me to do anything, just ask." Han Yueru pointed at Hao Yue and replied, "I was showing disrespect to it, not to Your Highness. Your Highness subdued it with one move. It was too disrespectful to me. Your Highness named it Hao Yue? What a nice name." Ling Ning then realized that Han Yueru was not a stingy person, so he patted Hao Yue and said, "Go apologize to Miss Han." Hao Yue actually walked up to Han Yueru and rubbed her cheek with his horse's head, showing an intimate gesture. This scene instantly made Han Yueru's anger disappear. She stroked Hao Yue and said happily, "You still have a conscience, Your Highness, can I ride it?" Ling Ning nodded. This time, Han Yueru finally rode Hao Yue and rode around in circles in the yard, feeling extremely happy. Ling Ning looked around and asked Han Polu, "Where is Yu Suyuan?" "Oh, brother, you had an appointment with someone else, so he left first. He asked me to apologize to His Highness." Han Polu said. Ling Ning said, "It's okay, I can only thank him next time." "Of course, thank you too, if you need any help from me, just ask." For example, if someone provokes you, tell me and I will help you beat him up. Han Polu smiled and said, okay. If you need help, Your Highness, I will definitely ask for it. During the chat, Han Yueru also stopped riding, then dismounted reluctantly, and was even more reluctant to give Hao Yue to Ling Ning. But a man should keep his word, so Han Yueru said to Ling Ning, Your Highness Prince Ning, as the saying goes, send a Buddha to the west. I have collected a set of excellent horse harnesses. As the saying goes, a good horse deserves a good saddle. Why not give them to Your Highness? That's great. Thank you, Miss Silly. I owe you a bigger favor. Ling Ning smiled innocently. Han Yueru asked the servants to fetch the saddle, and then said with a smile, Your Highness will be going to Liangzhou soon. If I don't use this favor, there will be no chance. I have to think about it carefully. Speaking of Liangzhou, Han Polu's eyes lit up and he couldn't help asking, Have you ever been to Liangzhou, Your Highness? I've never been there. I heard that it's very poor and dangerous. But it doesn't matter. I'm going there to beat up the Huns, the people from the western regions, and the people from the Jiang state. Ling Ning looked eager to try, showing his naivety. He wanted to establish a naive image in the minds of the Han siblings at all times. Han Polu heard this and said enviously, Your Highness is so lucky to be able to do what you want to do. What do you want to do? Ling Ning asked curiously. Han Polu scratched his head and was too embarrassed to say anything. Han Yueru said, My brother wants to be a counselor in the army, to give advice and strategies to the army and to win battles thousands of miles away. That's easy. Marquis Baijan is stationed at the northern border. You can go to the Marquis's tent and be his counselor. Ling Ning replied. Han Polu smiled bitterly and shook his head. Your Highness is overthinking. My father wouldn't allow him to do that. Han Yueru explained, since he knew that my brother was weak, my father wouldn't allow him to think about joining the army. He just wanted him to stay at home and live a peaceful life. Ling Ning understood the reason and said, Then go ahead and make a scene. Look at me. After you're done making a scene, I can go to Liangzhou. Han Yueru and Han Polu smiled but did not answer. In their opinion, the simple-minded prince did not understand the complicated relationship involved. At this time, the servant brought the horse harness, but Ling Ning raised his eyebrows because the servant who brought the horse harness was a Hun. The Huns have a very distinctive appearance and can be recognized at a glance. Han Yueru and Han Polu did not notice the problem, but ordered 2 Huns to put the horse harness on Hao Yue. Ling Ning, who sensed something was wrong, immediately looked around and unexpectedly saw a few sneaky Huns who were peeping here. When they noticed Ling Ning's gaze, they immediately dodged, but were still discovered by Ling Ning. Why are there so many Huns in Baizenhao's mansion? Han Zhen, the Marquis of 100 Battles, was stationed in the northern border military town with 60,000 soldiers and horses to guard against the Huns. It could be said that he was the person the Huns hated the most. But now, there are Huns in the Marquis's mansion far away in Kyoto, and they are acting sneaky. This is enough to show that there is a problem. However, Ling Ning pretended not to see it. After Hao Yue put on the horse harness, Ling Ning said goodbye. Han Polu and Han Yueru escorted Ling Ning out of the house. Ling Ning turned over and rode on Hao Yue. Hao Yue was tall, and Ling Ning was extremely strong. The combination of the two was extremely visually impactful. Han Yueru's eyes were so dazed that she seemed to see an unrivaled overlord rushing towards her, capable of destroying everything, making it difficult for her to calm down. Ling Ning clasped his fists and said with a smile, Thank you both for today. Goodbye. Farewell, Your Highness. Han Yueru and Han Polu returned the greeting. Just like that, Ling Ning rode away on Hao Yue. When Ling Ning's back disappeared into the street, Han Polu retracted his gaze and said to Han Yueru with a smile, "Sister, are you heartbroken?" "I feel sad, but even if I don't give Hao Yue to King Ning, I can't subdue it. Instead of doing that, it's better to help others achieve their goal." "But what a pity," Han Yueru said with a sigh. Han Polu asked curiously, "What's the pity?" If His Royal Highness Prince Ning was smarter and acted like a normal person, he would not have allowed the foreign tribes at the border to act so recklessly, Han Yueru said with emotion. Han Polu nodded in agreement, agreeing with his sister's words. At this time, Han Yueru changed the topic and said, "By the way, have less contact with Yu Suyuan in the future." "Sister, why?" "Yu Suyuan and I hit it off right away, and he is not at all a playboy. He is easygoing, loyal, and talented in both civil and military affairs," Han Polu said. Han Yueru replied, "Although you are smart, you are still young. Yu Suyuan is a man of deep scheming. I don't like him. You can't have a close relationship with him. Remember my words." "Okay." Han Bola nodded, but judging from his attitude, he was obviously perfunctory. After Ling Ning left Baijian Ho Mansion, he always felt something was wrong. After thinking about it, he changed direction and walked towards the Imperial Palace instead of returning to the palace. He got a BMW, just in time to show off to Emperor Wei. After all, Hao Yue was in no way inferior to his 4 imperial guards. After entering the palace, he found out that Emperor Wei was not in the Yangxin Palace, but had gone to the Leopard Room. So Ling Ning went to the Leopard Room again. But when they arrived at the Leopard Room, they saw that Emperor Wei had a blank expression on his face, and next to him stood the Dali Temple Minister Wu Sanqing. Looking at this scene, Ling Ning wondered what was going on. So Ling Ning walked over and saluted. Emperor Wei did not ask Ling Ning to recuse himself, but asked Wu Sanqing to continue reporting. Wu Sanqing continued. "From the clues we found, it was the Xiongnu assassins that Zhang Jisheng colluded with who provided them with the defense deployment of the other courtyard. In addition, Zhang Jisheng used his position to help the Xiongnu assassins prepare weapons and hiding places. But now Zhang Jisheng committed suicide out of fear of punishment, which has cut off the clues. We have not yet found out the real reason why Zhang Jisheng colluded with the Xiongnu, and the real mastermind behind him." "What? Zhang Jisheng committed suicide out of fear of crime." This result was somewhat beyond Ling Ning's expectations. What he did not expect was that the Dali Temple had already discovered that he was in collusion with the Han assassins. At this time, the Dali Temple Minister Wu Sanqing was still reporting to the Emperor Wei. "Although Zhang Jisheng is dead, we have some clues. As long as we dig deeper, the person behind the scenes will definitely reveal his true colors. In addition, by checking the Huns in the city, we have identified some people with suspicious identities, but..." Having said that, Wu Sanqing's eyes swept over Ling Ning. This made Ling Ning, who was among the spectators, speechless, and he immediately asked, "Master Wu, tell me, why are you looking at me? This is the advantage of being a fool. Don't play guessing games with me. If I don't understand, just say what you want to say." Emperor Wei also said, "Just speak frankly." Wu Sanqing said, "Your Majesty, some of these suspected Huns have been issued passes from the northern border military garrison." After hearing these words, Emperor Wei frowned. Ling Ning was also surprised. Things were becoming more and more interesting. The Wei dynasty and the Xiongnu were in a hostile relationship. If the Xiongnu wanted to enter the Wei dynasty, they had to have a pass to prove their identity, otherwise they would be treated as spies. And where is the northern military town? The place where Han Zhen, Marquis of 100 Battles, was stationed was the first line of defense against the Huns. According to Wu Sanqing, he already suspected that Han Zhen, Marquis of 100 Battles, was colluding with the Huns. Of course, we can't doubt Baijian Ho based on just a few passes. But at this moment, Emperor Wei suddenly looked at Ling Ning and asked, "Did you gain anything from your visit to the Marquis of Baijian's mansion this time?" "Of course there is. I have tamed the king horse and wanted to show it to father. This horse is very majestic. It is taller than father's 4 imperial horses," Ling Ning said happily. Emperor Wei laughed and said, "Really? It's rare to see a horse that's stronger than my 4 imperial guards. Xiongnu horses have strong endurance but are small in size. It seems that Marquis Baijian got a good horse, but you got it cheap. By the way, when you went to Marquis Baijian's mansion, did you encounter any strange people or things?" As soon as these words came out, Ling Ning subconsciously thought of the Huns in the Marquis Baijian's mansion. Ling Ning said without hesitation, "I was only concerned with training horses, so I didn't care about people or things." "Why did your majesty ask me this? Is there anything strange going on in the Marquis Baijian's mansion?" "It's okay, I just mentioned it casually," Emperor Wei said with a smile. Ling Ning also tactfully stopped asking questions. But he guessed that Yu Suyuan also saw the Huns sneaking around in the Marquis Baijian's mansion, so he reported the matter. After all, the problems that Ling Ning could find could not escape Yu Suyuan's observation. Why would there be Huns in the palace of a prince? And this prince was at war with the Huns. This cannot help but make people doubt Han Zhen, the Marquis of 100 Battles. Did he really collude with the Huns and plan to assassinate the Jiang state envoys? Unfortunately, there is too little evidence to make a judgment. From Ling Ning's point of view, if it was really Baijian Ho who was behind this, then his methods were too low-level. If there was really something wrong with Marquis Baijian, would he have placed the Huns in his mansion? Isn't this telling others that there is something wrong with him? Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that Baijian Ho is the thief crying, "Stop thief," and deliberately creating confusion. The Jiang state delegation had left, and Wei and Jiang state had formed an alliance, but unexpectedly, the assassination case had not yet been resolved and had even become more confusing. Just as Ling Ning was thinking about it, Emperor Wei said to Wu Sanqing, "Check it out more carefully." "I understand." Wu Sanqing bowed and took his leave. Without outsiders around, Emperor Wei stretched out his arms, looked at the dazed Ling Ning, and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Ling Ning replied, "I am thinking about what to eat tonight." Emperor Wei couldn't help but scornfully glance at Ling Ning. He thought he was thinking about what they had just discussed, but he only thought about eating. So he said unhappily, "It's not even dark yet, and you're already thinking about eating. How can I let you go to Liangzhou if you're like this? Father, how about giving me a few imperial chefs? I can take them with me. This way, I won't go hungry and you will feel relieved." Ling Ning showed anticipation. Emperor Wei immediately raised his foot and kicked Ling Ning in the butt. Ling Ning stepped back quickly, saying helplessly, "I didn't say anything wrong, why did you kick me? I'm leaving the palace, and you won't let your father see my BMW. Go away, go away. You're just an eyesore." Emperor Wei waved his hand with a look of disgust. Ling Ning bowed and said goodbye, leaving the leopard room. After Ling Ning walked out of the leopard house, thinking about what had just happened, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. "It seems that my sixth sense has come true. Something has really happened. But I didn't expect that it would involve Baijian Ho. Whether or not Baijian Ho has colluded with the Xiongnu, once your majesty's suspicion is formed, it will be a difficult problem for him. If Baijian Ho is innocent, then who is the person behind this? The waters in Kyoto are really deep. I don't even have anyone to suspect." Ling Ning couldn't help but sigh. With his current strength, it was too dangerous to stay in Kyoto, so choosing to become a vassal was the right choice. When he went to Liangzhou, the only enemy was Lufeng. If he got rid of Lufeng and took control of the Liangzhou guard, Ling Ning would be a local emperor and wouldn't have to worry about any hidden attacks. When he returns to Kyoto with a strong army in the future, he will naturally not be afraid of any conspiracy or intrigue. Looking back at that time, the water that could drown a person was probably only ankle deep. Huh? Why are we in the Imperial Garden? Ling Ning came back to his senses and found himself in the Imperial Garden. It was sunset at this time, and the golden light spread over the Imperial Garden, which was particularly beautiful coupled with the lush spring scenery. However, Ling Ning was not in the mood to enjoy the scenery. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. It was the Crown Princess Li Qing'er. Li Qing'er was seen sitting by the pool, peaceful and calm. She blended with the water and the rockery beside her, creating a beautiful and tranquil scene that made people reluctant to disturb her. After hesitating for a moment, Ling Ning looked around and found that there was no one else. This imperial garden is adjacent to the prince's residence, close to the East Palace but far from the harem. Concubines do not come here, so it is usually very quiet. Then, Ling Ning walked towards Li Qing'er. Li Qing'er held her chin with both hands. Although she was looking at the fish playing in the water, she was actually daydreaming and thinking about her own things. She had been distracted these past few days, with extremely complicated emotions, feeling ashamed, yet also yearning and expecting, looking forward to the new life growing in her belly. But the more I thought about it, the more guilty I felt and the more uneasy I became. Will it fail? Li Qing'er sighed softly and couldn't help but ask herself. But after asking, Li Qing'er said angrily, I don't know either. At this moment, Ling Ning had come to Li Qing'er's side. Seeing her sighing, he smiled and asked, Sister Qing'er, what do you want to know? The sudden question scared Li Qing'er. She panicked and fell into the pool. At this dangerous moment, Ling Ning bent down, hugged Li Qing'er, and then picked her up. Sister Qing'er, be careful, the water is still a little cold. Ling Ning reminded. Li Qing'er stared at Ling Ning blankly. After a moment's silence, she suddenly reacted and quickly broke free from Ling Ning's arms. Then she blushed and said, Thank you, Brother Ning. I'm fine now. Her earlobes turned red due to shyness, and the sunset in the sky could not compare to her beauty. Ling Ning said, Sister Qing'er, why did you come here alone again? Did the prince make you angry again? Come with me to teach him a lesson. Don't go, he doesn't dare now. Li Qing'er immediately grabbed Ling Ning's arm to prevent him from acting impulsively. Ling Ning asked, Really? Of course it's true. I won't lie to you. Li Qing'er said. Ling Ning nodded, then asked, I'm not stupid, did you really not lie to me about anything? After hearing this, Li Qing'er didn't know what she thought of. She looked embarrassed and could only respond with a slight and then looked away, not daring to let Ling Ning notice the panic in her eyes. It took Li Qing'er a while to regain her composure. She thought that her brother was honest, and even if she was exposed, he probably wouldn't be able to see the flaw. Thinking of this, Li Qing'er calmed down completely. Brother Ning, why are you here? Li Qing'er asked. Ling Ning said, I just met my father in the leopard room. When I passed by here on my way out of the palace, I suddenly felt like coming in to take a look. I didn't expect Sister Qing'er to be here. Li Qing'er thought that this must be a case of destiny meeting each other, but when she thought of their identities, it was like a huge gap, so she smiled and said, By the way, I haven't congratulated you yet. You are about to get married to Miss Hongxiu. After the wedding, are you going to Liangzhou? Yes, I will go to Liangzhou after getting married, and I don't know when I will be back. Kyoto is so big, and the only two people I worry about are my father, and the other is Sister Qing'er. Ling Ning replied. Li Qing'er felt warm in her heart, and also had a strong reluctance, but she dared not say it out loud, so she could only force a smile and said, I will be fine in the capital, don't worry. I am also worried about you. When you go to Liangzhou, you must trust Lord Li Wenyu, be careful of Liangzhou Wei General and Lufeng, and be sure to protect yourself. Well, I will protect myself. Ling Ning nodded. At this point, the atmosphere became a little subtle, and the two looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Li Qing'er had mixed emotions and was afraid that the more she talked, the more uncomfortable she would feel. Ling Ning didn't dare to say it because he had to maintain his silly character. But we can't remain silent forever. Just when Ling Ning was about to break this situation, suddenly, a sound came from a distance. Someone actually came here. Ling Ning was secretly shocked. If someone found out that he and the crown princess were alone here, who knows what kind of scandal would arise. So, Ling Ning grabbed Li Qing'er's hand and immediately pulled her to hide behind the rockery next to them. Li Qing'er opened her eyes wide and subconsciously wanted to scream, but Ling Ning covered her mouth and then leaned against the rockery. What is he going to do? Is it here? Li Qing'er was so nervous that she forgot to breathe. At this moment, Ling Ning's voice rang out, "Sister Qing'er, someone is coming, don't make any noise." After saying that, Ling Ning let go of Li Qing'er. Li Qing'er finally understood what had happened. She felt ashamed and thought she was crazy for having such wild thoughts in broad daylight. In order to hide her embarrassment, Li Qing'er turned around and saw the person coming through the gap in the rockery. He was a eunuch in his 20s. After arriving, he hid in a corner, as if waiting for someone. He is one of the eunuchs in the Yangxin Palace. Ling Ning recognized the eunuch at a glance. The eunuchs who could serve in the Yangxin Palace were carefully selected by the chief eunuch Zhang Xian. The ancestors of each person were checked for several generations and there could not be any problems. Because serving His Majesty must guarantee loyalty. Ordinary people, such as the Crown Prince, the King of Qin and others, did not dare to easily win over the eunuchs in the Palace of Tranquil Longevity. Once the secret was leaked and discovered by the Emperor of Wei, the consequences would be unimaginable. Now this eunuch has sneaked into the imperial garden, acting stealthily. What is his intention? Ling Ning immediately became interested and waited quietly. Li Qing'er was not interested in the eunuchs in the Yangxin Palace. She tilted her head and her eyes unconsciously focused on Ling Ning's face. Moreover, because the two of them were squeezed behind the rockery, they were very close, although not touching, but also close to each other, which made her breathing a little rapid, and her mind unconsciously emerged the beautiful scene that happened in the wing room of Zhenbei Marquis Mansion that night. In the imperial garden, behind the rockery. Ling Ning and Li Qing'er hid behind a rockery. The space was not spacious, so the two of them were close to each other, but not too close. At such a close distance, Ling Ning could smell the faint fragrance emanating from Li Qing'er. This fragrance was neither strong nor dry, but very elegant. It was not the smell of rouge or powder, but body odor. As the body became hotter, the fragrance would become stronger. If you ask Ling Ning how he knew, he will say it is a secret. While Ling Ning was secretly smelling the fragrance, Li Qing'er felt even more unbearable. Her body became a little limp and she leaned against the rockery. The beautiful scene of that night at the Zhenbei Marquis Mansion kept appearing in her mind. That scene made her feel ashamed, because she was the one who took the initiative throughout the whole process, asking for things shamelessly, even losing herself in it. When the red sun sank into the earth and its light had not yet been completely swallowed up by the horizon, footsteps were heard outside again. Ling Ning immediately withdrew his gaze and looked outside. I saw a beautiful woman in palace dress coming to the imperial garden, surrounded by palace maids and eunuchs. She pretended to appreciate the scenery and after standing for a while, she dismissed the palace maids and eunuchs who were serving her and stayed behind alone. Sister Qing'er, who is she? Ling Ning lowered his head and asked in Li Qing'er's ear. This action looks like whispering, but there is no other way to avoid being heard by people outside. Li Qing'er suppressed her trembling and looked outside. She recognized the identity of the beautiful woman in palace dress at a glance, and then whispered in Ling Ning's ear. "That is concubine Zhuang. She is kind and friendly. She never competes for favor in the harem, so she is quite loved by His Majesty. Why is she here?" Ling Ning shook his head and continued to look outside. After pretending for a while, concubine Zhuang walked towards the bushes. The eunuch came out and reported the matter to her respectfully. But the distance was too far and I couldn't hear clearly. "Sister Qing'er, what do you think they are talking about?" Ling Ning asked in a low voice. Li Qing'er frowned slightly and wondered, it shouldn't be like this. Yes, that shouldn't have happened. Concubine Zhuang shouldn't have come into contact with the eunuchs in the Yangxin Palace. This was a big taboo. Didn't they say that concubine Zhuang didn't like to compete for favor? Now it seemed that this was all her personality, just like Ling Ning's stupidity. Throughout life, we have to wear a mask so that others cannot see through us. Sister Qing'er, what is concubine Zhuang's background like? Ling Ning asked again. Li Qing'er shook her head and said, I don't know. At this moment, concubine Zhuang finished her conversation with the eunuch and left the imperial garden first. After waiting for a long time, the eunuch left and the imperial garden returned to peace. Ling Ning withdrew his gaze and looked at the shy Li Qing'er in front of him. Her face was like the sunset, so beautiful that she was beyond words. She noticed that Ling Ning was looking at her, so her emotions were beating wildly. She lowered her eyes and did not dare to look Ling Ning in the eye. Sister Qing'er, you are so beautiful. Ling Ning couldn't help but praise her. This was not flattery. A shy woman was more brilliant than anything else. Li Qing'er hummed lightly, and the next moment, as if possessed by a ghost, she suddenly stretched out her jade hand and grabbed Ling Ning's hand. Because of years of martial arts training, Ling Ning's palms were a little rough and had calluses, but when Li Qing'er held them, she felt extremely at ease. So, Li Qing'er raised her head and looked into Ling Ning's eyes. She saw her own reflection in his clear eyes. She was no longer lifeless in the reflection, but a charming woman. So, Li Qing'er closed her eyes. Seeing this scene, Ling Ning raised his eyebrows. Sister-in-law, what do you mean by closing your eyes? The simple-minded Ling Ning didn't understand the meaning at all. Sister Qing'er, why are you closing your eyes? Ling Ning asked with a smile. Li Qing'er was so embarrassed that she couldn't help but sigh in her heart, thinking that her silly brother Ning didn't understand anything about matters between men and women. Thinking of this, Li Qing'er opened her eyes and was about to find an excuse, but the next moment, Ling Ning suddenly lowered his head and kissed her red lips hard. Li Qing'er's eyes widened as if she was kissed by a snake, and her mood soared from the bottom of the valley to the sky. Soon, she was lost. She put her arms around Ling Ning's neck and kissed him passionately. She didn't care about worldly etiquette or morality. She just wanted to live happily. For a long, long time. Li Qing'er lay limp, nestling in Ling Ning's arms. Ling Ning pretended to be stupid and asked, Sister Qing'er, if we kiss like this, does that count as our wedding night? Silly brother, of course not. The bridal chamber is not like this. After Li Qing'er said this, she felt a little embarrassed, because she had hidden it from her silly brother and had sex with him once, twice, several times that night. Ling Ning asked again, then what kind of relationship do we have? We have a very close relationship, brother Ning. From now on, you are everything to me. Li Qing'er leaned in Ling Ning's arms and had made up her mind. From now on, she would only be the crown princess of Wei in name only, and nothing more. She would no longer be anyone's wife. Ling Ning didn't expect it to come to this. Just now, Ling Ning chose to play dumb and was not going to kiss her, but who could blame Ling Ning for being a soft-hearted person? He couldn't bear to see his good sister look so disappointed. Now that the situation has become like this, I can only feel sorry for my brother, the Crown Prince. Brother Prince, you are unkind to me, don't blame me for being unjust. My sister-in-law is so sweet, I couldn't control myself. Now that the prince has Li Qing'er as his spy, he can learn about every move of the Eastern Palace. More importantly, behind Li Qing'er is Li Sai, the Marquis of Zhenbei. Li Sai, your ancestral black mace must belong to me. Even Jesus cannot keep it. It seems that this kiss has all the benefits and no harm. Ling Ning was delighted and held Li Qing'er's face, gave her a few more kisses, and then said happily, Sister Qing'er has always been the person closest to me. Brother Ning, you can't tell anyone about our relationship, understand? Remember, no one. Otherwise, both of us will be doomed. What happened here today is a secret between the two of us, and we can't act intimate in front of outsiders in the future. Li Qing'er hurriedly gave instructions and reminders. She was now worried about Ling Ning, afraid that Ling Ning would be exposed. It would be troublesome if Ling Ning ran over to me in a crowded place, held my face and gave me a kiss. Ling Ning nodded solemnly and assured, Don't worry, Sister Qing'er, this is our secret. We won't tell anyone else. When no one is around, we'll just kiss. Li Qing'er nodded and then gave the instructions again. The sky had darkened at this moment and it was time to say goodbye. Brother Ning, I have to go back. Li Qing'er said reluctantly. Ling Ning waved his hand and watched Li Qing'er walk away, looking back every 3 steps. Ling Ning fully believed that as long as he waved his hand, Li Qing'er would run back and hug him. I don't know if she will get pregnant. Ling Ning couldn't help but mutter to himself. I don't know if she will get pregnant. Ling Ning looked at Li Qing'er's pretty figure in the distance and muttered to himself. If Li Qing'er were here, she would be shocked. That night at the Zhenbei Marquis mansion, Li Qing'er saw the drunk Ling Ning and was bewitched for a moment, so she forced herself on Ling Ning and coerced him into doing something simple and easy. But Li Qing'er would never have thought that although Ling Ning was indeed drunk, he was still a little sober. A truly drunk man is as drunk as mud, and mud cannot even be supported on a wall, so how can it possibly do anything? Li Qing'er had no experience in this area, so she thought Ling Ning knew nothing. The reason why Ling Ning did not stop this was very simple. Li Qing'er just wants a child, she just wants to be a mother. It's such a simple wish, and as a good brother, I naturally have to help her. Let alone myself, let's talk about everyone here, would you help? So Ling Ning closed his eyes and cooperated with her fully, giving her whatever she wanted without reservation. Next, just wait for the results. After dinner, Ling Ning sat in the study, thinking about the conversation between His Majesty and the Dali Temple Minister Wu Sanqing. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was a huge net covering the sky above the Marquis of Baijian's mansion. Ling Ning was about to leave Beijing, and he shouldn't have meddled in other people's business, but since the matter involved the Marquis Baijian mansion, Ling Ning had other thoughts. As the saying goes, it is better to provide timely assistance than to add icing on the cake. Let Baijian Ho owe me a big favor, which may be of great use to me in the future. Of course, the premise is that there is no problem with Baijian Ho Han Zhen. If Baijian Ho really has ulterior motives, then helping him would be aiding and abetting the evil. I don't know much about Baijian Ho. I need to find someone who knows him and ask for advice. Who should I look for? If we talk about the person who knows Baijian Ho the best, it has to be the Marquise. I heard that auntie is beautiful and generous. Ling Ning. Stop making trouble. It won't work if you ask your aunt for help. What if auntie has other requests? After some consideration, Ling Ning thought of Li Wenyu, so he went directly to Li's house. Your Highness, I am sorry that I failed to come to greet you in person. Please forgive me. When Li Wenyu heard that Ling Ning was coming, he hurried out of the house to greet him. Ling Ning smiled and said, "Don't be so polite, I came to see you because I have something to ask you. Your Highness, please come to your residence." Li Wenyu immediately invited Ling Ning to the study. After the two of them sat down and had tea, Li Wenyu looked like he was listening. Ling Ning got straight to the point and told what he had heard yesterday, and asked, "Lord Li, in your opinion, will Marquis Baijian collude with the Xiongnu?" Li Wenyu looked surprised. He never expected Ling Ning to ask this question. After thinking about it, Li Wenyu said solemnly, "Your Highness, I think it is too arbitrary to suspect the prince who is loyal to his duty in guarding the border for the country based on the Xiongnu Pass and the Xiongnu people in the Baijian Marquis' mansion. I also think this is a conspiracy against Baijian Marquis." "Conspiracy? Do you trust Baijian Ho so much?" Ling Ning asked. Li Wenyu replied, "I was fortunate enough to work with Baijian Ho for a period of time. Baijian Ho's ancestors died tragically at the hands of the Xiongnu cavalry, and several of his sworn brothers also died in the battle against the Xiongnu. He has always wanted to destroy the Xiongnu, so how could such a person collude with the Xiongnu?" Ling Ning nodded, and then wondered, "Lord Li knows Baijian Ho, so my father should also know Baijian Ho. What's the point of this conspiracy? It can't frame Baijian Ho." Li Wenyu said in a deep voice. "Your Highness, even if your Majesty understands Baijian Ho and knows that Baijian Ho cannot collude with the Xiongnu, your Majesty is the Emperor of Wei, and your Majesty cannot gamble. Over the years, Marquis Baijian has been stationed in the northern border military town, commanding his own troops. Rumors have already spread in the court. This incident may be the last straw that breaks the camel's back, prompting His Majesty to recall Marquis Baijian. I think that's the purpose of this conspiracy." After hearing this, Ling Ning suddenly felt his thoughts become clear. That's right, the other party didn't want to frame Baijian Ho, they just wanted to transfer Baijian Ho away. In fact, this was an open conspiracy, so the traces of the frame-up were very rough and there was no need to be elaborate, because it was known that the Emperor of Wei would not fall for it. However, the Emperor of Wei fell into a trap again, not because of the enemy's frame-up, but because of the king's suspicion. Baijian Ho is not Junbei Ho, and Emperor Wei does not trust him 100%, so Emperor Wei does not dare to bet that Baijian Ho will be fine. Anyway, he has already thought of transferring Baijian Ho, so he can take this opportunity to transfer him. Who is behind this? Ling Ning asked. Li Wenyu shook his head and said, "It's hard to tell. If Zhang Jisheng was still alive, we should be able to get useful information from him, but now he is dead and the clues are gone. The most likely suspects are still the Huns, who have long wanted Baijian Ho to leave the northern border. In addition, there are others." There were others, indeed, many of them. The northern border military town is not only a military stronghold, but also one of the most important checkpoints connecting Wei and the Xiongnu. Many merchants want to smuggle war horses, and the best route is to pass through the northern border military town. But after Baijian Ho took charge of the military town in the northern border, he directly cut off the financial resources of many people, and thus became a thorn in the eyes and flesh of many people. Even princes such as the Crown Prince, the King of Qin, and the King of Yen wanted their people to take control of the northern military garrison. If Ling Ning rebelled, let's change the example. If the King of Qin wanted to rebel, he would first need war horses. If he controlled the northern military town, he would be able to have a large number of war horses in a very short time. War horses, such an important war resource, would directly affect the outcome of a battle. So, there are so many people who want to target Baijian Ho that it's hard to tell who the real murderer is. Thinking of this, Ling Ning asked, "Lord Li, do you think I should help Han Polu, Han Yueru, and the others? I owe them a big favor, and I don't like to owe them anything." Li Wenyu's eyes gleamed, and he said, "Your Highness should help. After all, if you owe someone a favor, you will be restless. And if you want to help the Marquis of Baijan's mansion, you have to think of a way to reduce your Majesty's suspicion of the Marquis of Baijan, or increase your Majesty's trust in the Marquis of Baijan, so that the enemy's conspiracy will be broken." Lord Li is absolutely right. I understand. Ling Ning had an idea in his mind, so he said goodbye and left. As he watched Ling Ning's receding back, Li Wenyu did not enter the mansion for a long time. "Husband, what are you looking at?" Li Wenyu's wife asked curiously. Li Wenyu came back to his senses and said seriously, "Madam, get ready to pack your bags. Our family is moving to Liangzhou." "What happened? Didn't we agree that you would go by yourself?" Mrs. Li asked in surprise. Li Wenyu smiled and said, "Show others your loyalty." After Ling Ning left Li Wenyu's mansion, he took a carriage to Baizenhao's mansion. Coincidentally, he ran into Marquis Han Yu, who smiled warmly and invited him, "Your Highness Prince Ning, please come in quickly. I had heard before that Han Yu was beautiful and generous, and now I see it with my own eyes, and it is indeed true. Time has not left any wrinkles on her body, but has left the charm of fine wine." Many Chao Gong people appreciate Han Yu's beauty the most. Ling Ning followed Han Yu into the mansion and said, "Aunt Marquis, you are so beautiful." If someone else said this, Han Yu would think it was reckless, but coming from the mouth of the silly Ling Ning, it immediately made Han Yu laugh. Not only was she not angry, but she felt that Ling Ning was telling the truth. In this way, Han Yu personally led the way, and the two of them talked and laughed. They met Han Polu and Han Yueru, and then she left. "Your Highness, has something happened to Hao Yue?" Han Yueru asked nervously. Although Hao Yue is already Ling Ning's warhorse, Han Yueru still thinks about him like her own child. Ling Ning replied, "Hao Yue is eating and drinking well, and is very happy. I came here today to repay a favor, and your Baijan Marquis mansion is going to be ruined." Baizenhao Mansion, living room. Ling Ning went straight to the point and directly pointed out that the Baijan Marquis mansion was doomed. Han Polu and Han Yueru looked at each other in confusion. Han Polu immediately asked, "Your Highness Prince Ning, what do you mean by that? We in the Baijan Marquis never do anything illegal, so how could something go wrong?" "Yes, Your Highness Prince Ning, have you heard any rumors?" Han Yueru also asked. Ling Ning did not answer, but asked instead, "Why are there Huns in the Marquis of Baijan's mansion?" Han Polu explained. "Those people were sent by my father. They are the guards and grooms who escorted Hao Yue. They are not Xiongnu people, but nomadic people from the northern border. Although they have Xiongnu blood in their bodies, they are from our Great Wei." At this point, the clever Han Polu immediately guessed the problem and asked, "Your Highness, has anyone falsely accused the Baijan Marquis of colluding with the Xiongnu?" "What? Colluding with the Huns? Damn it, who is talking nonsense? We in Baizenhao Mansion want to kill all the Huns, how could we collude with them?" Han Yueru also has a hot temper and immediately got angry. Ling Ning nodded and said directly, "After I left you yesterday, I went to the palace to meet His Majesty. I heard the Dali Temple minister report to His Majesty that he suspected that your Baijan Marquis mansion was colluding with the Xiongnu. It is said that the investigation of the last assassination by Jiang State also found Baijan Marquis mansion." In order to achieve his goal, Ling Ning began to exaggerate. "What a great Dali Temple Chief Justice Wu Sanqing! How dare he frame us?" Han Yueru slammed the table and stood up, ready to settle the score with the other party. As expected of a general's daughter, she is generous and frank. Han Polu immediately stopped her and said, "Sister, calm down first. Prince Ning has come to inform us of the situation. If you make a scene, won't you be harming Prince Ning?" Han Yueru finally reacted and sat back angrily. Then, Han Polu stood up, bowed to Ling Ning, and said, "Thank you for your timely help, Your Highness. Aren't you afraid of His Majesty's punishment?" Ling Ning had a simple and honest expression and said, "We are friends, so of course we have to help each other. I also admire Bai Zhanho, and it is impossible for him to collude with the Xiongnu, so I came to tell you. Your Highness treats us as friends. It is an honor for my brother and me." "Thank you, Your Highness." Han Yueru also stood up to express her gratitude. Ling Ning waved his hand and said, "You're welcome. I'm just delivering a message, and I'm not helping you much. Now Bai Zhanho is not in Kyoto. How are you going to solve this problem? If you need my help, just let me know." Han Polu frowned and said, "We are upright and have nothing to fear. We can withstand investigation, but we are afraid that someone will confuse us. The most urgent task now is to prove our innocence as soon as possible and not let His Majesty suspect us. Brother, I'm afraid His Majesty has become suspicious," Han Yueru said worriedly. As soon as these words were spoken, Han Polu's heart sank immediately. Even though Han Polu was not on duty at court, he was well aware of the situation faced by the Marquis Baijan's mansion. Once His Majesty became suspicious, it would not be long before Marquis Baijan was transferred away from the northern border military town. Han Polu understood his father. He was not a power-hungry person, but he always had a wish to destroy the Huns. Over the past few decades, he had invested all his efforts in the northern border military town. If he was transferred away, it would be more painful than killing him. As a son, if you cannot follow your father and share his worries, it is unfilial. So at home, you must take charge of the overall situation for your father and let him have no worries. Thinking of this, Han Polu said, "Sister, no matter what method we use, we must eliminate His Majesty's worries and allow father to continue to command the northern border military town. Then I will go find Uncle Pei, Uncle Jiang and others. Let them give advice to my father." Han Yueru said hurriedly. Ling Ning guessed that Uncle Pei and Uncle Jiang mentioned by Han Yueru should be the general of the left Wu Wei Guard and the general of the right Yi Wei Guard, who were close friends of Bai Zhanho. Han Polu said, "I will go find other people." At this time, Ling Ning suggested, "How about I go find Lord Ouyang? Lord Ouyang will definitely believe in Marquis Baijan, and I can convince him to help." "Really? Thank you so much, Your Highness." Han Polu was overjoyed. Ouyang Nyoma, the attendant of the imperial court, was equivalent to the left prime minister of the Wei dynasty. He was deeply trusted and respected by the emperor. If he was willing to help, it would be better than 1,000 words from others. But Ling Ning suddenly changed the subject, looking conflicted. Han Yueru asked, "What's wrong, Your Highness? Please tell me if you have anything to say." Ling Ning said, "Before leaving the palace yesterday, I seemed to hear my father say that he wanted Marquis Baijan to return to the capital to report on his work." As soon as these words were spoken, Han Yueru and Han Polu's faces changed drastically. Once Marquis Baijan returns to the capital to report on his work, it is hard to say whether he can return to the northern border military garrison. Even if Ouyang Nyoma comes forward to make suggestions now, he may not be able to convince His Majesty. Han Yueru was a little anxious and asked, "What should I do?" Although Han Polu was also very worried, he quickly calmed down and said, "Sister, please entertain His Highness first. I'll go out for a while." "Your Highness, excuse me," Han Polu said to Ling Ning again. Ling Ning let him do as he pleased and watched him leave in a hurry. Ling Ning and Han Yueru were the only ones left in the living room. They chatted idly and waited for a long time, almost half an hour, before Han Polu returned. "Brother, what's the situation?" Han Yueru asked immediately. After Han Polu went out, he went to find several officials who were close to Bai Zhanhofu, and through them he contacted the people in the Dali temple, confirming that what Ling Ning said was true. The Marquis of Baijian's mansion had indeed been plotted against, and no one knew who was behind it. Han Polu replied, "Indeed, someone is targeting our Baijian Marquis mansion. If it weren't for your highness informing us in advance, we would have been kept in the dark. When they attack us in groups, we will be caught off guard." Han Yueru looked at Ling Ning gratefully, thanking him for risking being punished by His Majesty to help her. Next, Han Polu added, "A false accusation is a false accusation after all, and it cannot harm our Baijian Marquis mansion. However, the purpose of these false accusations is not to harm us at all, but to transfer my father back to Kyoto. So the most important thing to do right now is not to prove my innocence, but to dissuade His Majesty from harming my father." Han Yueru frowned immediately after hearing this. In her opinion, this was almost impossible to do. Who can easily change His Majesty's mind? Suddenly, Han Polu's eyes flashed, and he had an idea in his mind. He immediately said, "There are ways. For example, if the Huns invaded the south and a war suddenly broke out at the border, your Majesty cannot change the generals at the last minute. Another way is to let your Majesty know the loyalty of our Baijian Marquis 8. Seeing that his preparations had been completed, Ling Ning immediately responded, "That's right. If His Majesty and the entire court see that the Marquis of Baijian is willing to risk their lives for the Great Wei and is loyal, His Majesty will be pleased and will definitely not listen to slander. Brother Polu, you can go to the border to kill the enemy and serve the court like I did." "My father doesn't agree with him going." Han Yueru shook her head. Han Polu suddenly said, "Father doesn't agree, what if your Majesty approves?" Han Yueru was stunned, and immediately looked at Han Polu, then asked, "What do you mean?" Han Polu did not respond to his sister's question, but stood up, immediately saluted Ling Ning, and pleaded. "Your Highness Prince Ning, do you still need attendants around you? I am a humble person, but I am willing to follow your Highness to Liangzhou. Please give me a chance. Right now." Han Polu suddenly stood up, expressed his loyalty to Ling Ning, and was willing to follow him to Liangzhou. Han Yueru was shocked when he said this. She was about to dissuade him, but suddenly she reacted and understood her brother's good intentions. "If we ask His Majesty for permission and follow Prince Ning to Liangzhou, His Majesty can see the determination of the Marquis of Baijian to serve the country, and we will not have to worry about Marquis of Baijian obstructing us." Marquis Baijian had only one son, Guopolu. The Emperor of Wei sent his son to the dangerous Liang province, and Marquis Baijian also sent his son to the dangerous Liang province. The father and son were so loyal to the Great Wei, and with the good words of Ouyang Nyoma, their suspicions of your Majesty could be alleviated. Ling Ning looked surprised at this time, but he was secretly happy in his heart, because this was exactly Ling Ning's plan. Han Polu is a promising talent and worth cultivating. Secondly, winning over Han Polu is equivalent to winning over the future Marquis Baijian and the network of relationships behind him, which is a great thing for Ling Ning, who is weak in power. "You want to accompany me to Liangzhou? Okay, let's work together and be invincible. We can defeat the Huns and the western regions in one fell swoop. Let's go into the palace now," Ling Ning said excitedly. Han Polu looked at Han Yueru. "Brother, you are already an adult and father is not at home, so you have the final say on family matters. I will talk about mother's affairs, and you just do what you want," Han Yueru said seriously. She chose to support Han Polu, which was not only to save the Baizenhao mansion, but also to realize his dream of going to the border to make achievements. Seeing that his sister supported him, Han Polu nodded repeatedly, and then said to Ling Ning, "Your Highness, let's go to the palace now. This should be done as soon as possible." In this way, Ling Ning took Han Polu to the palace. Ling Ning had the authority to enter the palace at any time, but Han Polu did not, so he reported this to the Emperor of Wei. Upon learning that Ling Ning and the son of Marquis Baijan wanted to see him together, the Emperor of Wei was a little surprised, so he agreed to summon them and allowed them to enter the palace. On the way to the Yangxin Palace, Ling Ning and Han Polu happened to meet Yu Suyuan, who was on duty. Greetings to His Royal Highness Prince Ning. Polu, why are you here? Yu Suyuan asked curiously. Without waiting for Han Polu's explanation, Ling Ning couldn't wait to say, "This king invited him to go to Liangzhou to guard the border, and I came here to ask for permission from His Majesty, he." Yu Suyuan's pupils shrank when he heard this. He was stunned for a moment, and then asked in surprise, "Really? Why don't men take Wugo and suppress the 50 states outside the Great Wall? This is my lifelong wish. Today, I am fortunate to have the favor of His Royal Highness Prince Ning. Naturally, I am willing to serve the court at will." Han Polu said with a smile. Yu Suyuan said with emotion, "This is your wish, congratulations. But will the Marquis agree? Why don't you agree? Are you afraid that Liangzhou might be in danger?" His Royal Highness Prince Ning is not afraid, so as a citizen of the Great Wei, you should not be afraid. Han Polu said seriously. Yu Suyuan nodded and said with a smile, "That makes sense." The three of them didn't talk much, and then Ling Ning and Han Polu walked towards the Yangxin Palace, leaving Yu Suyuan standing behind, watching the backs of the two as they entered the Yangxin Palace. "Your son greets you, father. I am Han Polu, the humble man, and I pay my respects to your majesty. May your majesty be blessed with good health and good health." After Ling Ning and Han Polu entered the hall, they immediately bowed and paid homage. The Emperor of Wei looked at Han Polu. He did not expect that the burly and strong Han, the Marquis of 100 Battles, would give birth to a gentle and weak scholar. He was really like Confucius reading articles, nitpicking on every word. "No need for formalities. What are the reasons for the two of you coming here together?" asked the Emperor Wei. This time Ling Ning did not respond first, but let Han Polu speak. Han Polu said respectfully, "Your Majesty, I dare to ask for your permission to follow His Royal Highness Prince Ning to Liangzhou. I am willing to serve His Royal Highness Prince Ning and guard the border for the Great Wei, even if I die 9 times. When these words were spoken, the Emperor of Wei raised his eyebrows, obviously not expecting this to be the case. He thought about it for a moment, but guessed that it was the rebellious son Ling Ning who told Han Polu about the Dali Temple's investigation of Baijan Ho, so Han Polu came to pledge his loyalty. If other princes made such a mistake, Emperor Wei would certainly be furious. How could he leak such confidential matters of the court? But who can blame this rebellious son for being so simple and innocent? It's normal for him to tell others what he heard. So Emperor Wei was too lazy to get angry, and was even a little relieved because his silly son had a friend. This silly boy was all alone before and didn't even have any friends. Now he is on good terms with Han Polu and knows how to protect his friends, which means he has made progress. But the Emperor of Wei did not immediately agree to Han Polu's request. He wanted to test him, so he asked, "You want to go to Liangzhou? Does Marquis Baijan agree?" Han Polu said calmly, "Your Majesty, serving the country with loyalty is the duty of every citizen of the Great Wei. The ancestral motto of our Han family is loyalty, filial piety, diligence and thrift, among which filial piety and brotherhood come first, and loyalty and trustworthiness are the foundation. Loyalty and trustworthiness are the foundation of our Han family's existence. Serving the Emperor and making friends, if you keep this heart, you will be able to last forever. My father remembered the ancestral motto, and as a son, should also remember the ancestral motto. So if my father knew my choice, he would definitely be very pleased." How could he not agree? Emperor Wei immediately understood Han Polu's subtext. Not only did he pledge allegiance, but he also cleared his father's name. He also spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly, and had an extraordinary demeanor, which made Emperor Wei look at him with new eyes. Han Zhen's family tradition is strict, and he has raised a good son. But the life in Liangzhou is hard. What can you, a weak scholar, do in Liangzhou? Emperor Wei asked again. Han Polu said respectfully, Your Majesty, if I were brave, I would fight in battle, wipe out the foreign races, and enhance the prestige of Wei. If I were wise, I would make plans in the tent to kill the enemy. If I were neither brave nor wise, would light fires and cook for the border troops, and drive the horse for King Ning. As long as it is helpful to kill the foreign races, I will be useful. Emperor Wei smiled and said, You have great ambitions, and you have the style of your father. If you go to Liangzhou and make plans in the tent, how do you plan to murder the enemy? Han Bolu straightened his back immediately. He knew that this was a test from the Emperor of Wei. If he said it well, his plan might succeed. If he said it badly, then it would be in vain. Then I listened to Han Polu's story. Reporting to Your Majesty, Liangzhou is under attack from 3 sides. The Xiongnu in the north are eyeing us covetously, the western regions in chaos in the west, and the Jiang Kingdom, with which we have just formed an alliance, in the south. When facing 3 different enemies, you need to use different methods. First, the Xiongnu. My suggestion is to drive away the wolf and swallow the tiger. The Xiongnu is a tribal civilization. Although the Xiongnu Khan tried his best to establish a unified Xiongnu empire, it has been delayed. The Great Wei can support the second and third largest tribes on the grassland, intensify the conflicts on the grassland, and let the various tribes on the grassland fall into internal strife. Secondly, please grant permission from Your Majesty to send envoys to the grasslands to lobby for trade with the Xiongnu. If the first method hit the nail on the head, then the second method made Emperor Wei a little surprised. Trading with the Huns, is this suppressing the Huns or aiding them? The Emperor of Wei became even more interested. He did not expect that the Marquis of Baijian, who was good at wielding swords and guns, would actually give birth to a resourceful strategist. Inside the Hall of Mental Cultivation, the Emperor of Wei sat upright on the dragon throne, listening to Han Bolu talk about how to deal with the Huns. The first method is to drive out the wolves and devour the tigers, which is also a strategy of division. Support the weak tribes to fight against the strongest tribes, making it difficult to unify the grasslands, so that the Huns will not be able to become powerful. This idea is very good, and the Emperor of Wei has already implemented it in secret. However, Han Bolu's second solution was to open trade, which surprised the Emperor of Wei, because once Wei opened trade with the Xiongnu would be the most beneficial, not Wei. Although the Huns would sell their war horses after the trade, the food and iron ore provided by the Wei would make them stronger. Moreover, they were not trustworthy and would plunder the south once they became strong. Therefore, the current policy of the Wei kingdom is to prohibit trade with the Huns. So the Emperor of Wei asked, Why do we need to trade? Han Polu said respectfully, Your Majesty, although the trade between Wei and Xiongnu is most beneficial to Xiongnu in the short and medium term, as long as the plan is good, Xiongnu can be manipulated at will. The biggest disadvantage of Xiongnu is that they are not unified. Once trade is established, each tribe will inevitably compete for their own interests, thus increasing the effect of differentiation. Secondly, we should use business to collect detailed intelligence on the Turkic tribes, draw detailed maps of the grasslands, collect the most detailed information about each tribe, and develop Wei's intelligence personnel in the local area. Knowing ourselves and the enemy will ensure victory in every battle. Secondly, you can buy eagle, wolf and fox skins at high prices. The more the better. Also, we can use the Xiongnu's method to govern the Xiongnu. As Han Bolu spoke proudly about the benefits of using trade to deal with the Huns, the Emperor of Wei's eyes became brighter and he began to look at Han Bolu with a new respect. Ling Ning on the side was also secretly happy. He had managed to get the young strategist Han Polu, which made the trip to Liangzhou more secure. In addition, Ling Ning also agreed with Han Bolu's suggestion that they should trade with the Huns. There are no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal interests. The Wei kingdom is vast and rich in resources, and it is the most confident to use resources to plot against the Xiongnu. As for why they wanted to purchase eagle, wolf and fox skins, the reason was very simple, similar to the reason why the state of Lu was destroyed by planting mulberry trees during the spring and autumn period and the warring states period in the previous life. If the Huns hunted eagles, wolves and foxes on a large scale, it would lead to an infestation of rabbits and rats on the grasslands. As the number of rabbits and rats increased, they would eat the grass excessively and compete with livestock for food, destroying the production structure of the nomadic peoples. The increase in rats might even cause plague. Of course, these plans also have their shortcomings, that is, they cannot be achieved overnight, they need to be implemented step by step and require the support of time. But the Emperor of Wei was in his prime, and it was nothing for him to spend 10 years to defeat the Huns, expand the territory of Wei, and conquer the wolf's lair. Your Majesty, these are just some of my humble thoughts. Please forgive me if I am wrong. After Han Bolu finished speaking, he looked at Emperor Wei nervously, fearing that he might disappoint the emperor if he did not speak well. The Emperor of Wei laughed heartily and said, "Your plan is not superficial, but rather insightful and thoughtful. I will consider it carefully. However, the Huns have their shortcomings, but they also have their advantages, which should not be underestimated. I'll remember this." Han Polu replied respectfully, and at the same time breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Ling Ning took the opportunity to ask, "Father, have you graciously allowed Han Polu to accompany me to Liangzhou? I am in need of smart people around me. Only Lord Li Wenyu is far from enough. Now I have Han Polu. With them giving me advice, I will only be responsible for killing people, he. Seeing Ling Ning so happy, the king of Wei smiled and said to Han Polu, "As the saying goes, a glimpse of a part tells the whole story. You have a lot of ideas about how to deal with the Xiongnu, so you must have a good plan for dealing with the western regions. I won't ask any more questions. In addition, I am very pleased that your Baijian Marquis mansion is loyal to the Great Wei. Are you willing to follow King Ning to Liangzhou?" Han Polu said excitedly, "I am willing to follow His Royal Highness Prince Ning to guard the border and repay His Majesty's grace." "Okay. When Prince Ning gets married, you will accompany him and serve as his aide," said the Emperor Wei. Han Polu immediately knelt down to express his gratitude. Afterwards, Han Bolu took his leave, but Ling Ning was retained by the Emperor of Wei. "Rebellious son, did you tell Han Polu what you heard in the leopard room yesterday?" With only 2 of them left, Emperor Wei immediately glared at Ling Ning and scolded him. Ling Ning nodded and said, "Yes, I did." Seeing his silly son being so confident, the Emperor of Wei didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he said, "What if the 100 war marquises are colluding with the Xiongnu? If you tell the Han family, wouldn't that alert the enemy and ruin my plan?" Ling Ning replied, "I don't think it's possible that Marquis Baijian is colluding with the Xiongnu, and Han Polu is my friend. For a friend, I would stab him in the ribs twice. Besides, my father didn't tell me not to say it." "Why are you so sure that Marquis Baijian will not collude with the Huns?" the Emperor of Wei asked. Ling Ning said as if it was a matter of course, "Believe is believe, just like I believe that Uncle Li will not collude with the Jiang kingdom. I shouldn't have asked you. Go away now." Emperor Wei waved his hand and told Ling Ning to get out of here. Out of sight, out of mind. Ling Ning bowed and took his leave, his goal had been achieved. After leaving the palace, Ling Ning went to Ouyang Mansion and chatted with Ouyang Nyoma for a long time. When Ling Ning was leaving Ouyang Mansion, Su Kun reported that Zhan Tai Qingchuan wanted to see Ling Ning, so Ling Ning changed his route to Jianjia Tower and met Zhan Tai Qingchuan and her sister Zhan Tai Liuli. I am Zhan Tai Qingchuan and my sister Zhan Tai Liuli, paying my respects to His Royal Highness Prince Ning. May your highness live 1,000 years. The two men saluted respectfully. Ling Ning said, "Get up, don't be so reserved." After Zhan Tai Qingchuan stood up, he took out an account book and presented it to Ling Ning, saying, "Your Highness, this is the information of all the stores and caravans of Zhan Tai Commercial Bank, including the revenue accounts and the amount of silver stored in previous years. Please give your instructions, Your Highness. Also, my sister has admired Your Highness for a long time and hopes to be with Your Highness as a slave. Please give her a chance." After careful consideration and discussion with his sister, Zhan Tai Qingchuan finally made up his mind to give his sister to Ling Ning. As for the detailed information of Zhan Tai Commercial Bank, it is the icing on the cake. Ling Ning did not take the account book, but looked at the lovely Zhan Tai Liuli. Zhan Tai Liuli was like a clever little deer. When she noticed Ling Ning's gaze, she immediately lowered her head in panic. But she was very curious about Ling Ning, and even admired him a little, so she couldn't help but look up and wanted to take a peek at Ling Ning. The young girl in her 20s showed her agility in a particularly vivid way. Ling Ning retracted his gaze, and then instructed Zhan Tai Qingchuan, "From now on, form a caravan to transport food, silk fabrics, salt, sugar and other scarce materials to Liangzhou. When the caravan arrives there, someone will pick you up. Don't be afraid of investing money in the early stage. When the spices, gems and other items from the western regions are transported back to Kyoto, not only will the cost be recovered, but there will also be a high profit. Also, I will not let you serve me in vain. I have a few things here. If you personally lead people to study them, your Zhantai trading company will surely make a lot of money, and it will be easy for it to become the largest trading company in Kyoto. Time will prove how correct your choice today is. As for your sister, don't worry. From now on, she is my adopted sister." Ling Ning used plain words to express Zhan Tai Qingchuan's dream and made a promise at the same time. Zhan Tai Liuli on the side stared at Ling Ning blankly. At this moment, she felt that Ling Ning's whole body was glowing. He was so domineering and handsome that he attracted all her attention. Jianjia Tower, a Class A elegant room. Ling Ning waved his hand, and Su Kun behind him handed over a booklet to Zhan Tai Qingchuan. Since Zhan Tai Qingchuan made a wise choice, Ling Ning naturally wanted to cultivate Zhan Tai Commercial Bank. The larger the scale of Zhan Tai Commercial Bank, the more beneficial it would be to Ling Ning. Although Ling Ning didn't have much money, he had something that others didn't have, and that was the knowledge of a time traveler. When I read novels in the past, I always found it boring when I saw time travelers taking out soap, perfume, liquor and other things. Almost every historical novel has this plot, and it's all an old cliché. But when Ling Ning actually traveled through time, he found that it was not because novels were all the same, but that soap, perfume, liquor and other things really made money. Ling Ning also has to thank the novels of his previous life. If it weren't for the repetitive routines, Ling Ning really wouldn't have been able to make soap, perfume and other things. The booklet given to Zhan Tai Qingchuan now describes the production methods of soap, perfume, liquor and other items. Ling Ning is too lazy to develop them himself, as that would be a waste of ink and paper. If his life is a book and he uses so many chapters to write about the invention of soap, what will readers think? So let's leave it to Zhan Tai Qingchuan. After Zhan Tai Qingchuan received the booklet, he was immediately attracted by the contents inside. It took him a while to react, and then he said excitedly, "Your Highness, rest assured, I will develop these things as soon as possible, and at the same time, I will form a caravan and go to Liangzhou according to your instructions. By the way, don't tell anyone about my affairs, understand?" Ling Ning reminded. Zhan Tai Qingchuan nodded repeatedly, and naturally did not dare to spread the news that His Royal Highness Prince Ning was pretending to be stupid. "Okay, you go back first. I will send Miss Liuli back later." At this time, Ling Ning suddenly ordered them to leave. Zhan Tai Qingchuan was stunned and immediately looked at Zhan Tai Liuli. Although this was a choice he made after discussing with his sister, he still felt a little reluctant when reality hit, because he felt that he had used his sister as a bargaining chip to get everything he had now. But when Zhan Tai Qingchuan saw that his sister was looking at His Royal Highness Prince Ning with an admiring look, Zhan Tai Qingchuan's shame suddenly disappeared. After all this time, he was the only one who felt helpless, as his own sister seemed happy to be a slave to His Royal Highness Prince Ning. "Sister, serve His Highness well." Zhan Tai Qingchuan couldn't help but remind her. Zhan Tai Liuli came back to his senses and said in a crisp voice, "Brother, don't worry, you can go now." Zhan Tai Qingchuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have been sad at all. So, Zhan Tai Qingchuan said goodbye, Su Kun also left, and only Ling Ning and Zhan Tai Liuli were left in the room. Before Ling Ning could say anything, Zhan Tai Liuli stood up and came to Ling Ning's side. Her voice was as clear as an oriole's, and she said softly, "Your Highness Prince Ning, can I give you a massage?" This time it was Ling Ning's turn to be surprised. He didn't expect Zhan Tai Liuli to be so bold and to adjust her attitude so quickly, which made Ling Ning underestimate her. "Do you know how to give massage?" Ling Ning nodded and asked with a smile. Zhan Tai Liuli immediately stretched out her jade hand and tapped Ling Ning's shoulder, then replied, "I didn't know how to do it before. I just learned it these past 2 days, so my technique is a little rusty. Please forgive me, Your Highness." "You just learned it? Just to serve me? Don't you hate me? At home you are a lady and are served by others. Now that you are here, you have to serve others?" Ling Ning asked with a smile. Zhan Tai Liuli said without hesitation. "Of course I don't hate His Highness. Your Highness is the benefactor of our family. Without Your Highness's help, I don't know which old man I would marry, and I don't know what would happen to my brother and mother. So I can't thank Your Highness enough. So I am willing to be a slave to repay your kindness. And only when I am by your side can you trust me to use my brother. Although this girl is only 28 years old, she is smart and sensible. Ling Ning likes smart girls, they are worth cultivating." So, Ling Ning smiled and said, "Since you know everything, I won't say much. My promise just now is true. You are not my slave, but my adopted sister. But I want to serve Your Highness." Zhan Tai Liuli was not shy at all and spoke directly from her heart. The beauty is interested in him, how can Ling Ning turn her away? Ling Ning said, "Okay, you will stay with me from now on. By the way, what else have you learned in the past 2 days besides massage?" Zhan Tai Liuli pursed her lips, finally revealing a shy expression, and then said softly, "Mother also taught me some secret techniques in the bedroom. I only half understand them, and don't quite understand." Ling Ning turned back suddenly. Seeing the girl, as delicate as a peach blossom in February, so shy and about to bloom, Ling Ning felt a surge of heat in his heart. I swear to God, he asked for Zhan Tai Liuli just to control Zhan Tai Qingchuan, he had no other intentions. She was just a 16-year-old girl, he had no improper thoughts about her. Etc. It seems like I am only 17 years old. After enjoying the spa at the hands of Zhan Tai Liuli, Ling Ning left Jianjia Tower and sent Zhan Tai Liuli home. After Zhan Tai Liuli returned home, Zhan Tai Qingchuan looked his sister up and down. She was dressed neatly and walked lightly, and she didn't look like anything had happened. "Brother, what are you looking at?" Zhan Tai Liuli said coquettishly. Zhan Tai Qingchuan asked, "What did you talk about with His Royal Highness Prince Ning? Did you make His Royal Highness angry?" Of course not. I gave your highness a massage and then we chatted a lot. Zhang Tailioli replied. Zhang Taking couldn't help but ask, Sister, you took the initiative to ask to be a slave to His Royal Highness Prince Ning. Tell me the truth, are you in love with His Royal Highness Prince Ning? How can I not like him? His Royal Highness Prince Ning is our benefactor, and he is so powerful, with great martial arts skills. He is exactly like the husband of my dreams. Zhang Tailioli said longingly. Seeing his sister being infatuated with him, Zhang Taking's last bit of worry disappeared. Then he immediately instructed, Sister, His Royal Highness Prince Ning already has a princess and is about to get married. So let's not think about the princess, but if you can become His Royal Highness Prince Ning's concubine, it will be a good thing for you and our family. Sister, you must seize the opportunity. It has to be said that once the thinking changes, the behavior immediately reverses. Before, I was worried about what His Highness would do to my sister, but now I am looking forward to what His Highness would do to my sister. Brother, I don't quite understand. Zhang Tailioli blushed. She was asked to take the initiative to seduce others. As an unmarried girl, she was still a little shy. Zhang Taking said, I'll ask your sister-in-law to teach you some tricks. Your sister-in-law is very powerful. After saying that, Zhang Taking subconsciously held his waist. It was already dark when Ling Ning returned to Prince Ning's mansion. Bai Xiaojie had already prepared hot water and immediately undressed Ling Ning and helped him take a bath. Although this was not the first time she had served someone in a bath, every time she saw Ling Ning's strong body, it gave her a strong shock and made her feel restless. She could only pretend to be calm and remember her identity. As a widow, how can I be worthy of your highness's mercy? Ling Ning had no idea what Bai Xiaojie was thinking. While taking a bath, he was thinking about what to do next. Because there are only a dozen days left before he gets married. There are only a dozen days left before the wedding, and after the wedding, Ling Ning will go to Liangzhou. After leaving Kyoto, Ling Ning would not come back for a few years. Although he had Ouyang Nyuma as his internal supporter in the court, Ling Ning still felt that his power was too weak and he needed to find a way to strengthen it. The main officials of the 3 provinces and 6 ministries have almost been won over by the crown prince, the king of Qin and others, and the rest are only loyal to the court. It is almost impossible for Ling Ning to pry them away, and he does not have enough time.